And if you want to say reason revelation says she can't purchase from an apple is because of what Sheila said. I'm going to say, what did Sheila just say? Yakichu, which there's a custom. If you can't purchase a product from an apple, so Pishma, my product, Sita Kicha, Arakul, Kabaras, Kicha, Tzibro, so I don't understand. If that's the case, Yakichu, then that is a word like product. Most of that word doesn't compare to other countries. If that's the case, then what? That the American should allow you to purchase other companies from an apple. Dilma was a last time $1,000. The Dilma and Pablo that bottom example was a furthermore again, maybe it's only fair to that bottom article on that Ella on the base, Ella, the Para, Dikameha Yukari. So it's like maybe at the end of the day, the only reason for that honor on the app, maybe it's only a piece of Para, and to that honor disagree with that. Remember that honor said that you can. May purchase, are permitted to purchase a product from the company. It will say maybe it's only here, but not by other companies. High wire products from other companies. It will say very simple. We can now use it. It will say the argument is going down. So because that with the top right, the other argument was the first line of the police. The Chayish Obi Koharam Mahefsin Ruba, the Chayish Yitzrei. It will say Rabbanan will say any piece of Haraduma, which is very expensive, very valuable. That's what we assume that Oben Kohadim will curb his carnal appetite. Right? Will go and curb his Sahara for.
If you do that again on my side, if you do that again on my side again, I will find you. Say Fox off my profile, pussy.
Ultimately, will agree that the answer that one. That you got to be cautious ultimately for reality. And therefore you cannot purchase other animals from ultimately cover for Kabbalic purpose. Most of them are to a point of the app. If you accept this approach, then the focus is that the answer is that one is dramatic focus. So what's the dramatic focus? Do you know that the apple has the ability to cover the I would say that that's really good to us. But the Eliezer will say, no. Eliezer will say, talk your pizza. I will say, by the way, this machlokes will have ripple effects. That's just not talking Christianity. It's a fundamental Yesodistic machlokes in the Torah. So that Eliezer will say that if we say that the apple has this appetite for bestiality, that's his Yitzhara. We do not assume that people can curb the Yitzhara. Even when they stand to lose a lot of money if they succumb to the appetite. Incredible. Eliezer will say you can't even purchase a paraduma from an apple because you must assume that he is given in to this Yitzhara. The Rabbanah say no, or the people have the Yitzhara, but people that not like them sugar like that. People have some level of self-control, even in the realm of the Yitzhara. What is the show about? Even in the realm of the Yitzhara, and therefore what? Even when it comes to the Akum Christianity, the Akum can't control himself, especially when he stands to make a lot of money. We'll say, I don't know this. To which the word was the second line of Torah, the Aleph, the Elo. But what about what you said? We'll say, what about the following discussion? What about following discussion? Decided. Let's look at the Bryce says. The Bryce explicitly says you are permitted to go ahead and purchase animals from an apple for general carbonated use. He says the Gemara, money, physically does this reflect? Lo Rabbi Eliezer v'Rabbanon. Ultimately, again, it's not Rabbi Eliezer, and it's not Rabbanon. It will say neither of them. Remember again, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately says you can't purchase any animals from an apple. But ultimately again from this theology, that's number one. And ultimately again, the Rabbanan also we just said before that one. We just said the Rabbanan hold that the only exception to purchasing a carbon from an apple was there. Why? Because since it's so valuable, we assume that the apple is going to curb his appetite. But by other commands, we can't purchase the apple because we have to see the apple engaged in this reality. So also when the Bryce says that you can purchase other carbonos or other animals from an apple to use for carbonos, Rabbi Eliezer or the Rabbanon, to which we do the Otan Yebehega. So there was another explicit price. What's the explicit price? So Gemara says the following. My Osibu Ben Chavoy Rabbi Eliezer. What did Rabbi Eliezer's friends, how do they respond to it? First of all, say, Rabbi Eliezer's shita is that you cannot purchase a para aduma from an akum. So remember again, we're not suggesting that Rabbi Eliezer would hold you can't purchase any animals from an akum for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara now says, what did Rabbi Eliezer friends respond back to? What did they retort to him? To which the Gemara says, the passage of us quotes over here from Yishayahu, Chotson Kedar Yit Mitzulach Ya'am Levatzon Hal Yizmich. So what does the passage say? Literally, all of the sheep of Kedar, will be gathered to you, and you will offer them up willingly on my Mizbeach. Most of the village is actually, it's 4 lines down from the top of Rashi line, called Son Kedar. Kedar is Yishma. So what's Kedar refers ultimately to Yishma. Say, Ya'am Levatzon Hal Yizmich. And what does the passage say when it's speaking about the animals that come from Yishma? It says they will be offered up willingly on my altar. Alma, Shar Karbanos Idam Shah. Shapir Tartsa Yomion Me'el. So what's this? What do you see here? See the passage in the Shai, it says, it will come a time when you will gather up all of the sheep from Yishma. What are you going to do with it? You'll offer it up as a carbon. So we'll say, ultimately, again, what do you see? You see that the mice, again, isn't a thing that wholesale on the website. But you can't purchase carbonos, but you see that there is a thing that you're told that the mice and animals which come from Akum are in fact fit for carbonic. So let's say, therefore, we go back for just a moment, and we go back to what Rabbi Pedas said. Remember again, just keep in mind we're trying to go ahead and establish how to reconcile the Mishnah with the Braisa. The Mishnah said you can't stable an animal with an ox. Why not? Because of a success that ultimately again the ox will be out. Yet the Braisa quotes that the Braisa says that one is permitted to purchase an animal from an akum for carbonic purposes. Right, the God said it's not a problem. Listen, you're flexibility about the answer. And the answer holds in general. You can't purchase a part of Duma, or for that matter, any other animal for carbonic purposes. And not because the purpose is the Mishnah affects that. The Braisa also affects the ability that I hold that you can go ahead and purchase a part of Duma, as well as other animals for carbonic from it. Fine, you doesn't have blood with that. Which the Gemara says, Adkan, go to the Elba Hashasha. We'll say, I'll bring it down. Right? This method is also now Rashi points out, no start to happen naturally come about. We'll say, a little bit of syntax, a little bit of a conversation. How come those details? Not focus on these things, Hashasha. Where it is, Hashasha, people will cover the both of them and fire the piano. About who comes with bad guy to Yama, Hustler. We'll say, but if you know for sure that the actual violent people, then of course the part, about Parazuma, the Parazuma ultimately again will be possible. So actually points out, Elba Hashasha, Eichel Belo Chazina Dilava, Preach Gemar Chai Shara. Also, the piece of Parazuma, we do not know, we do not see, bestiality, say, quotation bestiality, Rabbanan will say, we have quotation bestiality. We'll say, what do you see from this? Shema Mina is part of Kachim is there. We'll say, I want to because we just said one thing, right? The fact that bestiality will disqualify as part of Aduma also tells us that what? That part of Aduma is considered to be Kachim is there. It's considered to be a carbon. We'll say, I understand. Part of Aduma is used because the essence of the part of Aduma is that's what's offered on the day. I mean, it's not a common idea. It's the action are used to purify from human snakes. So we're just the fact that there is that the Chodesh is for bestiality. And then the Akum violated the animal that would cause also the Torah Aduma that tells Duma is in fact the sacrificial item. His culture is there. Right? The culture that is, because it was a Targum with the guy's matter, better collides with ultimate future wise. Items that are owned by the base of the Dush, but have a monetary sanctity, much more than a Kedusha Sakuk in a physical sanctity. Because the Targum was culture, but the Kavayas, the myths of Baruch will say that ultimately, again, Christianity actually not discovered. It's very interesting. Christianity only defined, disqualifies something. That only disqualifies something that is a carbon, but not something ultimately, again, that is better kabbalis. So the fact that ultimately, the Rebbe say that if the Akum violates the animal, it disqualifies the Paraguma, is kachim is there. Because it was kachim in the kabbalis, in there somewhere up here. This was his shiny color, the fact is kind of, what's it? How do you say why? Because the Torah itself calls it chatos. And the Torah itself calls it a chatos. The next time it calls it a chatos, tells us that what? That it is in the Kabbalic family. And when if that's the Torah that is called the chatos, and they're part of the Kabbalic family, because of the Yotzi Dofen, we'll say that's the case we want. And we'll say the Torah should be disqualified if it's born cesarean. Right? If it's a C-section. Was if you look at that, you possibly also don't know. The possible shackle is potentially interesting. If the animal is not born from natural birth, but it's born from C-section, so it's such an animal is disqualified as a carbon. Because of the right? The shark of the shark is practically always practically met. Bullied practically you don't say those. Doesn't see. Story uses the concept ultimately again of bullied. Like the bullied. It will be born. It wasn't to just the only that is born naturally. It's called carbonic use. Any animal that is born C-section, born through a cesarean, ultimately again called the ultimately again is possible. Science determined that part is called the Katos, which puts them in carbonic family, and ultimately again it's the other definition is disqualified. If you came a hawk and you will say yes, indeed that is the case. Lama Tanya also that's this why does it say Lama Tanya, which you should be able to go Sila. Then you should not sure. Or say that's the case that ultimately again, why did it say if you are not Christian or Hashima, then ultimately again it's possible. So Shimon says that it's kosher. What's the happen? Shimon says that it's kosher. If the party was called the fast, it's called the fast. It's a Kabbalic family. And if it's Yotzi Dofen, it's really possible. If you can't show much time, it's all Yotzi Dofen flag. Now all you or say you'll say this is what Shimon going to quite this project. Shimon will say generally holds that whether a child or animal born Yotzi Dofen is considered to be a birth. While a young, most higher tuning culture, shitting of colors. Because that can't because you have on that there's a symbols that by Kabbalah will say you don't see Dofen, not capable of Kabbalic of achieving Kabbalic sanctity. Ella, shiny color, only of the moon Kosova, about Erva Gabo, Yuzar Nani Kosova. And the motion of the Master is as follows. Hardin is different. Hardin is different. I tell you, remember, and we're trying to figure out why is it that if the outcome doesn't engage in the anti-Christianity of the Hardin, why is it disqualified? So the simplest answer seems to be like a carbon. The problem is a carbon, then you'll see Dolphin should hustle. But yet we see a sheet of Shimon says that if the paradigm is Yotzi Dolphin, I'll tell you why, there's a different reason. Why Christianity will hustle the paradigm. Right? Because since by paradigm we know that a womb, some type of blemish, does in fact disqualify. Therefore, again, once a woman disqualifies it, then it's about every act of immorality or idolatry will also disqualify. How do we know this connection? We say, because most of the concept says as follows: Dimash Hasabahem Mumabam Lo Diraseh Lachem. So what's that ultimately again? This is something like a carbon that comes from a human outlet. Because it says you can't go ahead and offer it up. Why? Mashchasam Bahem. Again, we're going to define this well. Mashchasam Bahem Mum Bam. What does this mean? You're telling me that Yishmael, come up from Yishmael, Hashchasa. Ella Dava Erva was wherever the Torah uses Lashon of Hashchasa. Right? So it's in destructive Hashchasa. it always refers to a Devar Erva. As you will say, it always refers to some type of immorality. So you must say, Elo Devar Erva, Va'avon Zara. Devar Erva, so you must say, Elo Devar Erva, Kitsi, Yesh Kobasar, as Darko. Because the Pasuk says, again, by the mountain. Which is called Kobasar Darko. So it's literally again, every day he destroyed its way. Halaretz. Now, Zara is saying, Tashkisim Basis Makapesel, Nahapara, Nami Orlu Bumposable, Devar Erva, sorry, Oyo Isha, Nahapara, Nami Orlu Bumposable, Devar Erva, Nahapara, go up in Masiva. Was it in therefore again, see this grouping of Mum, Avodizara, Devar Erva. We'll say, why? Because it's the same Lashon. Therefore, therefore also they root together. So therefore again, since we know that by Paraduma, a womb is by the Paraduma, therefore the side, Devar Erva will also pass by the Paraduma, was it about Devar Erva will be the use of his ground. So Gufa was let's come back to this one. Funny Shiva, so remember again, one of the suggestions he had for the Eliezer is that the Eliezer Svara. The Eliezer Walker was like, and I love nice again. You cannot purchase a para aduma from Anakim. Why not? There was like this, but Eliezer has a zero custom that you only be purchased from a Jew. So let's go back. Funny Shiva, my time that Eliezer was saying, Dardo B'nai Yisrael, Yikhu, B'nai Yisrael, Yakichu, Vein Ofi, Chum Yakichu, and let me act on because I'm using this logic. Dabber of the nation of Yikhu Truma. So once I say, maybe we'll say, maybe by Truma. Why does the Bible say that Truma? Speak to the Jewish people, and you shall purchase, or you shall take from me Truma. Most of my instruction is done. Achanami, the Bnei Yisrael Yakichu, Vein Ofi, of Yakichu. What's that? I'm going to tell you that these only Jews who contribute to the Beis Hamikdash, the regulations or to the utensils, but okay, will probably do that. If you can maybe you'll say, yes, indeed, only Jews can contribute to the Beis Hamikdash. But the Akhamiyah, that's not sure about this nice stuff. So Bahamar, Rebbe Shmuel, Shalom Shabbalazar, yes, Shabbalazar, and Echad Ibot Abayir. We'll say, how far, to what length must one go to honor their parents? Most of this. And what does the Rosh say? Rosh must say, brings a myself on an akum. Amalahem, Su'ul Uma Asa Ovikucham Echel Am Bashkelon. What's that? Give an example. What's the famous myself? You want to see the extent of Kibbutz Avayim? I'll show it to you. What's the extent? See what happened with a particular akum in Ashkelon. Who was he? Dama ben Nesina. What's the Dama ben Nesina? The group come out. Rabbis came to them, Messina, and they wanted to purchase up to 20 gadol. And everyone said, what happens? Not no down. So the Shushin Levos Chai. They'll say literally again for 600,000 years. They'll say an astronomical sum. They wanted to take down the Messina for the precious stones of the Israel. And what happens? That's the Hannah Master, the Shimon Nivo. They'll say that's 200,000 quarters, which is a lot of money. Now you have two coats, you know, those kind of has been a short section of it. Was a keys to save were underneath the pillow of his father, and his father was sleeping below Sierra. And ultimately again, Dama ben Sierra was a would not what? Would not wake his father. It was a nothing that is my son, an example to the rights. There was no one says what his father said when he woke up in there. Thank you, I was saying again. That was the anti when he was so incredible rent that one must keep on obeying. And Dama would not wake up his father. But again, what's the point? The point of here is that the rabbis were ready to go ahead and what? The rabbis were ready to go ahead and purchase stones for the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol from an apple. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That obviously an apple is permitted to go ahead and contribute towards the collection again of the Beis Hamikdash. You see from here, to use much of when it comes to Truma, right? When it comes to the Beis Hamikdash, nevertheless, what you see that you can purchase, you can take from an akum as well. Maybe so too by Kara Arabos, like even though it says at the end of the day, we actually means Yakib, you only purchase the product from a Jew and only again not from an Akum. But you see, maybe it's not true. Where it says, Atzi is Noah's Nina. So it said, ultimately, again, the Pasuk quotes Avnei Shlam over here, kind of by us. So also, Aki was stop over here. When we walk with this, we were here to pick up how you reconcile the fact that you're ready to purchase the stones with the fact that it's a Yikhu, which we're guaranteed to mean purchase from Jews and not from Gentiles, and we continue tomorrow. Yeah, the Jew and the Jew who are partners in sharecropping. Partners in sharecropping of field belonging to a Jew. Sahano Morikai, Dovi Kocham. Dovi Kocham, nothing to Shatsa. Israel, the Chag of Shatsa. So it's ultimately again, there were two sacred farmers. Now, and now remember again, they were joint sharecroppers. So the Akum decided to go and work the field on Shabbos, and the Israel worked field on Sunday. Field on Sunday. So us who come into Rava, afterwards we came to Rava to ask if this arrangement was really correct. There you have the non-Jew taking, the Akum taking Shabbos, the Yisrael taking Sunday. Is this arrangement good or not? Shalom. Rava says yes, it's permitted. Is there a Rava? Shravir is the Rava. Soval is the still an open book of they are partners for third party. So Roma touched on an open book of we self cannot say to the truth. Go help from Shabbos, not any call. Listen, you take your portion on Shabbos, and I'll take my portion on a weekday. What is it? What is that? Sunday, the Addis Ababa bias. So once I say now you have Israel and the Akum who received a joint sharecropping from Shteim Nas and Yachid. So once I the way this works is both of those sharecroppers have 50-50 partners in the entire thing. They both have a joint responsibility every moment of every day. That's the joint responsibility. So what happens? Lord Bashi says, well, Lord, you're my Israel. כל חלקך בשבס, ותשנה ששלוחו ערץ ינום מותר. So we'll say, the way it works on a technical level is, let's assume for what the field needs to be worked every single day. So what happens? So if you have two sharecroppers, Jew and Akum, what happens? So the Jew has responsibility for half of the day. The Akum has responsibility for half of the day. If the Jew says to the Akum, you take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday. So what does that effectively do? It effectively says, now Shabbos, 50% of Shabbos is the Jew's responsibility. He's now delegated that responsibility to the Akum, which means that the Akum is his Shaliach for working on Shabbos. But even though it is not the Jew who is actively doing the work on Shabbos, but the Akum is operating as the Jew's agent for that work on Shabbos. That is just as not just as problematic it is problematic. Obviously, it's different if Shaliach does work for me on Shabbos than if I go ahead and do it myself, but it is prohibited regardless. So the idea over here is that Rava is saying, Ravina is saying to Rava that a Jew is not once a Jew has joined sharecropping arrangement with the Gentile, a Jew can't go ahead and swap shifts with the Gentile with the Akum, because the Akum is effectively working on behalf of the Jew. However, in this thing in Chiba, the Lord said, this thing is Jews. Let's say Jew and Akum know they are about to receive a sharecropping contract from Jewish owner. Was that if before the sharecropping arrangement two of them, between themselves, that what? You'll take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday on the side. That works. Why? Because actually mutter the hollow kiba ale Yisrael the Shabbos in Ovid Kocham Shukos. So also there's the issue. Have 50, each of them has a 50% responsibility for each day. And for the Jew, he has responsibility for 50% of Shabbos. Which means that now when he subsequently swaps with the Akum is working as his Shaliach with the Jews 50% of Shabbos. However, If before the sharecropping arrangement actually was made, the Jew says to Yaakov, listen, before this is made, we agree. Your Shabbos is yours. Sunday is mine. So therefore, since that arrangement was made before the sharecropping arrangement ever devolved upon them, therefore, only the Jew never applied the 59 obligation on Shabbos. So it's made a distinction. Once the sharecropping arrangement is made, the Jew acquires a 3% obligation for every day. When he assigns that 3% obligation to the Yaakov is working on his back. Mashiach, if the Jew Mitzvah assigns Shabbos Yaakov before he ever acquires a 50% obligation on the day, that assignment effectively goes into any Shabbos interest from the same way that the assignment remains any type of Sunday Yomishon interest to the Yaakov. So this Mitzvah Mutter involved the testament. So let's watch this. Now what he's saying, Boulder Festival also means Rashi, right across the Rashi, in Boulder Festival, Love I used to feel upon it. Was it, this is not referring to the piece of where they arranged it. Hebrew is stab, for us is stab. The Ayala Ovid will probably be Shabbos, for us we saw before. Well, Tzibor Yisrael, this is now a third piece. Was in the third piece was, there was no arrangement. It just was no arrangement. It just happened to work out like that. The Apple worked on Shabbos, and that Yisrael worked on Sunday. But there was no pre-made arrangement. So the Gemara says, "Lo tzivol Yisrael b'ol cheshbon la'achas man, lo la'kama yemei Shabbos, letal ta'ani, ta'ani eto k'nei k'nei what happened? There was no pre-cheshbon. Now they're coming to settle up. Now when they're coming to settle up, we're not going to discuss it. Shabbos is the work, we start discussing it. Sundays he work. So we'll say in this case over here, us. Ultimately, again, this is us. We'll say, now why won't this be us, right? Because at the end of the day, when we curse on Sundays, so the Shabbos that the Akko worked on, so what does that show? That shows that the Israel all sides of interest from the Shabbos Halacha. It's just that again, this Akko was working as his Shabbos. So also, the bottom line over here turns out that Rava ruled erroneously. Remember again, what happened over here? The Jew and the non-Jew, which were partners in the sharecropping of Reuben and Israel, the Safra. What happens? The Jew worked on Sunday, the Akko worked on Shabbos. Then our king to Rabbi to say, by the way, is this arrangement maker? Rabbi said, yes. Rabbi quotes the Rice and said, the Rice seems to indicate that this type of arrangement is us. In other words, they had no pre-arrangement. They're now coming to make their first bonus. The Rice says exclusively that such an arrangement is in fact us, to which the Gemara states, Rava was embarrassed. Why was Rava embarrassed? Well, because he ruled correctly, he made a mistake in his sacrifice. The soul, the royal son, was enough as the matter progressed between clear, the high school may be cut off. So ultimately, the also got what? And in fact, this was a different kind of case. This was a case of where the sharecroppers made an arrangement before the actual sharecropping agreement was made. Also, so that was what happened over here. That the Jew and Akron, they knew that they were going to be awarded, so to speak, the sharecropping contract. So what did he decide between the two of them? Before the contract was awarded, Jew said, I'll take Sunday. Akron said, I'll take Shabbos. And what's the status of such an arrangement? What's the status? It's mutter. Let's remember again, why is it mutter? Because at the end of the day, what we just said before is as follows. If the Jew assigned the Shabbos interest before the Shabbos interest ever becomes his, that's fine. So it turns out at the end of the day, that was the case of the year. So it turns out that what? That Rava's psak was in fact correct. And ultimately again, that Rava ruled correctly when he said that the arrangement was what? That the unity seal was a idea of the seal. Yeah, he just had a different version of this case. I know these sharecroppers was not satin farmers. Just see the armor. Was a real planting armor. Was a real planting armor. It was a real planting saplings. They're planting saplings. So what's the issue over here? So over the Kohavim, all kills armor. Yisrael, Shnei Zertera, it's an Othim, the first 3 years of the tribe members of the Ezekiel. So the arrangement was as follows. The Akum would lead for the first 3 years, he would lead the first 3 years, the only years, just to do that. And the Jew would lead the crop of the second 3 years. So look at that first 3 years. As it says, Ella Shesidig the Haba, we saw all this book, and keep this second surface. We saw all this, receive the surface. The not that we get to our particular story. So she says, the heter gomer haba, the afal got to Gibor Yachim Achatila, Va'amalo Yisrael, Haya, Ata Ober, Gibor Shalim Halalu, Fani Gibor Achareyan, in Kan Istishlivos, the Yisrael Nami Shalim Okta, Mishum Achila, Shisa Achal Keke. There's purpose, there is no issue with working the field during the arguments. So in this case, Rabbi said, this originates in the Yaakov could work the field in the first 3 years, eat the fruits of the first 3 years, even though again, it's a shitful with the stuff. And Yisrael can't eat the fruit of the first 3 years. There is no prohibition ultimately again of working the land during the early years, which means therefore it's going to be high. So also she's trying to point out that Via had a different version of the case with Rava. See, in the first version, there were two saffron farmers who were coming along, or I should say two saffron sharecroppers, the Jew and the Akum. And again, they arranged amongst themselves. The Jew would take Sundays, the Akum would take Shabbos. It came before Rava. Rava says the arrangement is mutter. Ravina raises a kasha on Rava. How can you say it's mutter? It's not true. It's a bias because the Akum is effectively working as a Shaliach for the Jew. And 50% of the Jewish Muslims on Shabbos, the Jewish obligation on Shabbos. So the Gemara interpreted the case to be a case where ultimately then they agreed from the beginning. Before they were joint sharecroppers, they agreed to divide Shabbos and Sunday, and therefore there was never a Jewish interest on Shabbos to begin with. Okay? But the beginning of the moment is really just a case for. The case is where two sharecroppers came before Rabbah to do something in Shabbos. The case is horrible. And the arrangement they made was the Akum farmer would work the field for the first 3 years, and the Jewish farmer would work the field for the second 3 years, and eat the land or the produce. And Rava said, it's mutter. Rava said, guess what? Which was for 1 second. It doesn't make sense with the rest of the story. It says, remember how Osir Ravina Rava. For 1 second, Ravina raised the kasha and Rava, and he brought the Raisa from Shat. To which the Gemara says, right? So the Gemara says, and how is Ravina Rava? And Sidua Sira. Listen, Ravina actually brought the Raisa and Ravina brought the Raisa to Rava, not to contradict but rather what? To actually support him. How was the Raisa supported Rashi? This is enough with the turning this thing with that freedom. Among the essentially goes to Malaka Shari was a wise advice support. Because the Raisa says, any kind of visit is certainly a simple similar site is that it afterwards for working as a Sharia to Yisra and giving the keys of Shabbos. But in this case over here, it's all that maybe Akum is not working in any capacity as a Sharia to Yisra, ultimately again, a new is totally important. So in fact, the Bina wasn't asking Kasha and Rama, the Bina was doing the Raisa of Shabbos as he supported Rama. I, Baha, but the American point that Rava is embarrassed when Ravina leaves the shop, or how you divide it. Let's say that was a mistake. Those words should have never been in the Gemara. Simply do not. Okay, so what's that? Obviously, this conversation actually happens to be wrong. It's a fascinating conversation. And also, a person has to be aware of these conversations, especially if the person has a business, or the person has non-Jewish partners. So again, especially the person who does have a business that operates on Shabbos and Yom, there are halachically sound ways in which a person can assign ownership interests ultimately to a Gentile partner. The Bible said it's not as simple as saying, hey, you cover Shabbos and I'll cover Sundays. As you can see, it's much more complicated. With the nice, again, if there's still Jewish ownership interests on Shabbos, then the mice, again, there's a problem ultimately again with the akum working contracts. That's why I will say again, that being the technicalities, the person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and Yom Tov. In order to manage to avoid seriously suing, the person has to have what's called a shtab kira. Shtab kira ultimately is a shtab that assigns ownership, full ownership of the business to the non-Jew over the course of Shabbos and Yom Tov. Again, simplifying it's actually not a complicated process, but the mice is something that has to be understood. People often think that as long as the Jews does work with others, and the Gentile, the Akim, the Gentile is Shalom, it's not true. Zero result. Tashma, Ibailo, stomach mind. What about stomach? So let's say, look at that. Actually says, the Akim Shetapper, they receive a field to work jointly. Actually, jointly receive the field. But stam, let's say, without any prior stam, but also stam, only go on the Shabbos. You saw the Shabbos. Well, Amar Yisrael Olam Tov Atas Shabbos called Mal Rach Stam B'Shavlo Yasbi Shabbos. Listen to this. Yisrael and Akum are joint Shabbos. They never made any previous arrangement. They never spoke about the Shabbos. Just the way it turned out is that the Akum ended up going where they working every Shabbos and Yom Tov. We still ended up working every other day, right? And unless but they never made any kind of formal arrangement. They never. Now what happens? Come to divide up. But that was the way. The point was making is there was never any relationship, nor did anyone ever speak about it. It's just the way they based whenever it's I only 50% of business Shabbos. You only 50% of business. Effectively, the outcome is working on my behalf on Shabbos. Masha'inkin, if I say I have no interest on Shabbos. I don't have an ownership interest on Shabbos. I yield my ownership interest on Shabbos to you, and you in turn will yield your ownership interest on Shabbos on Sunday to me. Then I will say that works. We'll say that's why again. I want to mention again, if a person has a business that does operate, that has to operate on Shabbos and Yom Tov, the person deal with this issue. Otherwise, just because I have a non-Jew involved or a non-Jew working, or even a non-Jewish partner, that is not enough. A person must actively assign ownership, interest on Shabbos and Yom Tov to the mechanism of Shtar Mechir with Akum, where the business has an explicit assignment of ownership, interest of Shabbos to the Gentile. And with absence of that double sign, it's a problem. On the other hand, you want to say, look at the end of the Raisa, in Baal the Testament, Asr, Hastama Mutter, Yabba said, what does the end of the Raisa say? That if you actively become to a Chesed, also what does it mean to come to a Chesed? You begin writing out, well, you work for Shabbat Salas, I work for Sundays, that's when it's necessary. So why? Because the Jew is leveraging his Sundays against the Gentile Shabbat Salas. So therefore, it's clear that again, there's a quid pro quo. Testing is a problem. Hastama Mutter. Now, in the whole lecture, we'll say rather than you can't differentiate from his brisa. So we'll say again, although these halakhas are complicated, so we'll say we would not rely on just a standards. In order for the Jew ultimately again to be able to split the proceeds with the outcome, there has to be an explicit assignment of Shabbos interest to the Gentile and must be proactive. So on the front end of the business arrangement, there must be a clear and explicit understanding and Shabbos, the business and its interest is assigned, are assigned ultimately identity. Hajj Allah, we'll say that in the Hima, between the kosher or the we'll say you cannot stable your animal in the pundak, in the inn, or in the stable of an animal. Why? That may shed a shooting out of it. Because ultimately, again, because the animal, the apple, ultimately, again, is partially suspect of bestiality. Therefore, again, you cannot stable your animal with doubt. A woman should not be alone with an apple. Ultimately, again, the concern of the morality, and also the mother, is that this is regardless. This is not so we'll discuss the Yahi or the boy. It was a son again, a man. should also not be alone with an akum. Why? They may share everything as she was loving. But also the akum is kosher ultimately against the kosher. So the woman should be alone with the akum. Also shash avarayis. The man should not be alone with the akum. Also kashash ultimately of she was loving. What's it? Look at this. Here we go. But minimum. So love is the passion. But minimum. Looking and the Himalaya. I watch this. Fish, I did purchase an animal from for any type of carbonic issue or any type of carbonic beast, and I need not be concerned that the animal itself was ever used for Avodah or ever engaged in bestiality. Says the Gemara, Bishlama Muktzah B'Ne'evad. I understand that I don't have to be worried that the animal was set aside for Avodah or was worshipped. Why? Because the Isa the Isa the Palchin problem as to like, at the end of the day, if the animal was actively set aside for Avodah or if the animal was worshipped, then what? The Mosai then what? He would not have been, he would not have been sick. Understand that the Yakum has incredible respect for the Avodah also. So if he's going to go ahead and set aside animal for Avodah or if the animal is worshipped for Avodah, he's not selling it to a Jew. So again, out of respect for his deeds, out of respect for Avodah. So therefore, being sold, I understand that I don't have to worry about any issue regarding Avodah Zarah. It's also not if you think about it. There's an incredible testament to the ruchnius of the Akhman on that side of shit. There's also people do all kinds of things for a profit. Like all kinds of things for a profit. They're amazing enough with the Gemara says, an Akhman takes his Avodah Zarah seriously enough that you will not allow financial gain to go ahead and erode the sanctity of the Avodah Zarah. This is members like easy to talk about. Normally you call other. Listen, this is the part I just think I mentioned this in other chapters. I did. Listen to the Dina Rav, fine. And we're going to Dina Rav from our study shop. Remember that one. And so remember again, what does the pasuk say? In Lavan Garti, right? In Lavan Garti, the Echar Ad Ata. Remember what does that actually say in Lavan Garti? The Taryag Mitzvah Shamati, V'lo Lamarati Ma'asaf Klik. So I lived with Lavan, I kept the time. I didn't know anything from his actions. So remember again, the Dina Rav says, what does that say? In Lavan Garti, the Taryag Mitzvah Shamati, so Dina Rav says so beautifully. Jacques Movie was the mentor. In Lavan Garti, the Taryag Mitzvah Shamati, V'lo Lamarati Ma'asaf. I should have learned from Lavan. Because I saw Lavan sinning all the time. And he always sinned with such Islamics. He always sinned with such passion. So I also Taryag Mitzvah Shamati. I think this is also I but never although we matter to the master. I should learn from Lavan the way Lavan sinned with such Islamic passion. I should do mitzvahs in that. Taryag Mitzvah Shamati is true. I kept all the mitzvahs. I was good behavior. Although but it was a craft. Although American only I could take his passion for Avedis and channel it into my Shmiras and mitzvahs. I will show you. So this is an incredible Gemara. So here you see that what's happening. So the Akum will not sell his animal that was set aside for Avodah, even for a lot of money. Once it's a guillotine, once it's Kaddish, so ultimately again the Akum will not compromise his morality, I should say his religiosity, his theology for money. Incredibly so. Ella, Rova Vinyavaleh, so why shouldn't I be concerned that maybe the action's morality? Right? Maybe the animal's violated or was supposed to participate in this. So my animal is an Akum. Why? Because the Akum is suspect to engage in this reality. So I said, so when I said that's the case, how could I purchase an animal for carbonic purposes from the Akum if the Akum, bless you, it is true that an Akum will engage in this reality, but what? Not with his own animal. Not with his own animal. Because again, if he engages in bestiality with his female animal, apparently again as a result of bestiality, often the animal becomes sterile. The female becomes sterile. And that one does not want to sterilize his own animal, and therefore again will refrain from engaging in bestiality with his own animal. Therefore, I could buy an animal owned by the Akum, of the idea that ultimately again he would not have engaged in active bestiality with his own animal. Well, it's something like the females. That's fine for a female animal. It's just hard about you coming right? But to have the particular term, maybe that you will engage in bestiality with a male animal, because most of the sterilization does not apply there. And that kind of horrible message from the Basta. Also, entering is actually very interesting. So apparently, again, after animal after human being engages in the act of bestiality with a male animal, apparently it diminishes the vitality or physical strength of the male animal. It's almost like could be, I don't know, maybe it's dramatic to the animal, I'm not sure what it means. But nice, again, it goes there, the male, literally, Mafish, the Basa means the animal loses some of its body mass, it becomes weaker. So if it was a bottom line, the verse says that at the end of the day, you purchase the animal from the Akum. Why? Because the Akum is not going to engage in active bestiality with its own animal because it compromises the animal. Female, tends to sterilize her, and for the male, ultimately again, it weakens the animal. Therefore, it's about corresponding, ultimately again, but as a general fire. Ella, hard to say. It was a little bit which we have been. No thing that we bought, maybe I shall I have, but ultimately again, such a bad context. There was a sponsorship today. She was dedicated on more of the sports now, as a sister of course very much national mayor, then Lima, I was so not about together with cultural on the other side of locally there was no strategy just a second. What about the fact that we said before, or that we earlier raised up, that you can also purchase an animal from the shepherd of an apple. The apple shepherd. Hi, Lechos Dilma Ravala. Why aren't you concerned that maybe the shepherd will not buying the animal as well? Which the Gemara says, Loa Shamayim, the scary you shouldn't have Sitzkat. What's the same idea? The shepherd also is not going to go out and buy his animal. Why? Because at the end of the day, the shepherd is not going to lose out on his wages. And the hard to sign up, the most in the name of the Lord Shabbat. I can always say, you're not about to a Jew cannot give his animal over to a Gentile, to an Akum shepherd. Why not? Because they say, and if it's that the Akum shepherd is going to violate the animal. You would lay no Eshalayim the son from Hesed. Why don't you say that at the end of the day, you should be able to promote your Jewish animal, so to speak. Animal owned by a Jew, to an Akum shepherd, and not because then the Akum is going to violate the animal because it has to start. The Jewish Gemara is saying that interesting. Hinu, the argued the Haggadi in their Sassi. So we'll say, when the Akum shepherd is watching the animal of an Akum owner, he will not violate the animal. Why? Because they will say, one Akum knows about it. An Akum knows about this stuff. The Akum owner will be able to know if what? If the shepherd violated the animal. Unfortunately, what's in front of them, as I mentioned before, when Chazal say things like this is not Chazal speaking to styles about the Akum. This is Chazal speaking about reality. I know it sounds strange to us, it sounds ridiculous and crazy to us. But also, these are the realities. As I was saying, we've seen these things actively occurring. These behaviors look prevalent in idolatrous societies. So what does the Gemara effectively say? Akum, so if an Akum owner keeps over his animals to the Akum Roa, so the Akum owner will know what the Akum Roa has been up to. So because of that, the Akum Roa is nearest. So there's a fear. There's a fear. That's what it actually says. Sometimes the Akum owner himself might be into the bestiality stuff. He knows exactly what the Roa, what the shepherd is up to. Therefore, again, the shepherd is scared to do anything to the animal because he knows that he will be discovered by the owner. On the other hand, Anan, the Lo Yadinan Guru, Lo Moses. Those on the other hand, that we Jews who do not know these things regarding the bestiality. So essentially, the shepherd could pull a fast one on us. We wouldn't really know the difference if the animal was violently by the shepherd or not. Therefore, again, the shepherd knows he can do something else, he can get away with it. And therefore, the Bible says that the Jews should not hand over the animal to a Gentile shepherd. Amar Rabba, what the Rabba says, only Dami Ushi, This is what people say, Nichtiva Galara Baza, or so just like a piece of marble is afraid of the chisel. Or so what that means is marble is a very strong material. And in almost like circumstances, nothing to go in with it. But if you bring the chisel against it, the chisel has the ability to make a scratch. Which Ragla does not make Yaga. One slanderer knows this fellow as well. So as I look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says, Nichtiva Gala Baza, Ragla Bechavu Yaga, Nichtav Shiklangan, Yabaris of Fire Rosh Mesakalo, Shai, Loma, Shai Shikash Yaga, and Nichtav, the Vishu Maki, but the Rakabila is supposed to be giving and something that things are only scared of other things that no is weakness. So the marble is only scared of the chisel. One slanderer is only scared of understanding. The idea being you're only scared of someone who knows your secrets, your dark secrets. So the idea is that the Akum shepherd of us, I was only fearful of who? Of another Akum. Why? Because sometimes they're both the same stuff. And therefore, again, Akamono will know if something's been going on with his animal. Yakum is not scared of the true why. Because at the end of the day, the Jew is not really going to know if it's reality or not. Because the Jew should not teach such things. But, like, Scharim and Kimo is really because Shina Zoma Mirva, even the Niki Ba Mirsa stuff, so say that's the ultimate people. You should be able to go ahead and walk. You should be able to purchase once that's what it is. Coming up, you should be able to purchase male animals from women. Right? So, yeah, he's climbing the tables when he's on the machine going over there. So here we're doing this plus experience. So you said before, you should not purchase male animals from a female outfit. What do we say from the sites? It's not always like the same way, which is why. Bestiality. But what's that? So the Gemara says, even the Nigri Bamir says, what's that? A woman can be bestiality of an animal. The animal follows her around. Right? Yes, now becomes attached to them. The people see the animal following the woman around, and people are going to go something is up. So we'll say she doesn't want that. She's going to go ahead. And you can see what I'm saying. Most people, even if we're going to do that, it is behind those doors. But to project the image of piety public. So even if this woman is going to engage in active bestiality, when this ox is following her around every single place she goes, it's going to be a shtickle offering for her, right? So therefore, again, I will say we assume that people at the end of the day don't want to engage in things which ultimately, again, will shame them public. So therefore, the Gemara will say as follows: that Manaisa should be able to buy a male animal from a female idolatress. Why? Because the Moshe she really did commit the act of bestiality. The animal will follow her around. If the animal is not following her, it tells us what? That she didn't engage in act of bestiality. And the hundred time of Yosef, the Moshe this, but that of Yosef said, Armal no tear be kalba, a widow should not go ahead and have a dog. Why not? Rashi says so. Rashi says, Rotir Bikalba, Shemetis Anda, the Tarbi Enraba. The one say, perhaps ultimately again, she will engage in an active bestiality with the dog. The one say, what is that? It's not a person, it's not that shut. We'll say, the idea is, we'll get into this a bit more. The idea is, we'll say, that this is, there are certain things that we say by a Ramana that she should have to, because she is alone, lest people begin to gossip. People begin to gossip in all kinds of ways. Therefore, there are certain things that she should not do, lest people begin to gossip. So she shouldn't place, she shouldn't have a dog, lest people begin to gossip. Or she should buy Payla, and it was like she should not offer lodging to a single yeshiva. It was like, again, even assuming there's not a yeshiva, she should not have a male order in the house. Pishlama Pazila, Snilla, so I understand why she shouldn't have a boarding there, because it was because ultimately again, since it's a yeshiva student, she feels she didn't really after the morality anymore, seems anyone. However, again, Talbot, they went to big grandpa, nurse's son. Was say, but if a dog, really concerned that she's going to teach that, the was that she does so, she said before they like, a dog is going to follow around with her. That's it. So what's that I wanted to do? Not to get let me clarify this again. So why do we say that she has a disincentive to go out and engage in bestiality because the dog is going to follow around her? She must Shach Insa, Master Habasra, Namer Amri Inshi, had the Misra Habasra Mishum Insa Hamas. They will say, because dogs follow people out for all kinds of reasons. Most notably, as they will say, that the owner feeds them. Therefore, the dog following around even the future is not completely having a big if a person feeds the dog, so that ultimately identified as that follows me. The table speaks of the table smite table, Romia. Listen, using this logic, why is it? Why can't this table of female animals and female animals? Right? So, say the table is so, say in that case, ultimately what? There's no chashash of immorality. There's no immorality that could occur. So if that's the case, why should there be a problem? Ultimately, again, if a female animal by a female animal, which was wild stuff, all about the Kobach Hama, they should only people come in the senior people who did some shit happen. Because the Lord said, ultimately, again, people come with exceptions more. And adultery was commonplace. Adultery was commonplace. So we'll say again, unfortunately, society is not. Adultery was commonplace. So they often frequent their friends' wives. So what happens? Well, punishing Mimosa, one time the adulterer comes to the house of the adulteress, and she's not there. And Moses says, Hadahima, so she's not there. But who is there? Who is there? We'll say, the animal. We'll say, by the way, just understand. Question like this, I sort of point out. It's question not a joke, understand. This is the dependent extent. I will say, let's describe that for a second. We're not so far off from general society on levels of depravity like this is talking. This is talking about societal depravity. This is not poking fun. This is not apple. This is societal depravity that has our fun. Okay, this man was like stone. This is what, and again, it's scary because a lot of things that we see around us, and like a chas shalom speak the point of depravity as well. So first, what happens? So the outcome comes to commit adultery. The function of Moshe doesn't find for the adulteress. Or Moses has a mouth. He finds the behavior, the behavior. For Rova, and also ultimately again violates the behavior. He by Seva, was that you see more of her. Drummer Mar, Chaviva Aleim Behem Shishro, Yosem Yusha Seva. There's nothing good, and this is incredibly nice. That sometimes ultimately again the outcome will choose the Jewish animal over again its old life. And what's that? So listen, what that means ultimately is to a societal depravity. Everybody's a little bit that you would rather have a least have a little life, have to but rather what it means is just understand. Let's say, what this tells you something amazing about immorality. See, at a certain point in time, when a person comes to the depths of immorality, so rationality also goes out the window. Meaning, a person says to themselves, at least just any normal person, even if a person is about Taiwan, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that a person is going to teach animal over another human being. There was an LMI. You see that at a certain point in time, when a person comes to the depths of the entity, rational thought is no longer there. Once taiva, once desire takes over, when a person is just driven by taiva, so we'll say all kinds of craziness unfolds. You might be like, no Rabbi Yochanan, because let's say, where does this come from? This is amazing. No Rabbi Yochanan, Yishar Shabal Nachash Al Chava. Listen, this is a different narrative than the other Chava said. In this narrative of Osai, the Nachash doesn't only entice Chava to see with words, but remember again, the Nachash actually engages in the act of intimacy with Chava. Rashi points out that when you learn this from is that Chava used the Russian of Hanachash Hishiani. Was it a much of Yisur that ultimately again the Nachash violated Chava. Shabbat Shabbat Bishar Shabbat Nachash al Chava Hitil Bazua. The Nachash infused the impurity into Chava. There was that impurity is ultimately again where man derived for immorality from. So why is it then that he drives for this out there just by why doesn't Amisra have these same drives as I was listening to this? Which the Gemara says, Sinai, pas gözün basa. Oradaki kafamı şöyle onda her sinay lo pas gözün basa. O se kali so istur her sinay kabala satora. That at least, although it did not remove the desire for sin, at least it removed the incredible desire for the crave immorality and bestiality. Yaakov also did not go ahead and Yaakov, who did not receive the Torah ultimately on first stages, is the faith of immorality. The desire for morality. Also, apparently, again, Maimon Sinai was effective enough to neutralize at least our desire for the most depraved forms of immorality like this. You have the Jew and the Akko, Jew and Akko, who are partners in sharecropping. Partners in sharecropping the field belonging to Sahano Morikari, Davi Kohanim. Davi Kohanim not to Shabsa, Israel the Chag of Shabsa. So it's an ultimately again, there was two sacrifices. Now, the Akum, now remember, they were joint sharecroppers. So the Akum decided to go and work the field on Shabbos, and the Israel worked the field on Sunday. Worked the field on Sunday. So this is what happened. So Asura came to Rava, certainly say very interesting things. Afterwards, they came to Rava to ask if this arrangement was completely organized. Here you have the non-Jew taking, the Akum taking Shabbos, the Israel taking Sunday. Is this arrangement good or not? So Asura came to Rava, they come before Rava. Shonu, Rava says yes, it's permitted. Is here at the Rava. Rabino is the Kasha Rava. Sava is published in Hebrew Scientific Scriptures. If you throw all the Kohabim, you see the field contributors. So what's they mean? They are partners in sharecropping the field. Though Yoma Yisrael all the Kohabim, Yisrael cannot say to the Jew, Go help your Shabbos, Va'ani B'chol. Listen, you take your portion on Shabbos, and I'll take my portion on a weekday. Once again, what is this? It's good, Rashi. Shekirlu, Sunday Ba'ali Susime Balabayis. So once again, so now you have Israel and the Akum who received a joint sharecropping from Shteim Nasiya. Once again, the way this works is both of those sharecroppers are 50-50 partners in the entire thing. They both have a joint responsibility every moment of every day. The joint responsibility. So what happens? Lord Rashi says, Lord Yoma Yisrael, Lo Adar Elza from the Shabbos, if we should not answer to you, call Akasya no Mudal. The way it works on a technical level is, let's assume for a moment the field needs to be worked every single day. So what happens? So if you have two sharecroppers, Jew and Apple, what happens? So the Jew has responsibility for half of the day. That means after responsibility for half of the day. If the Jew says to the Akum, you take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday. So what does that effectively do? Effectively says, now Shabbos, 50% of Shabbos is his responsibility. He's now delegated that responsibility to the Akum. You see that the Akum is his Shaliach for working on Shabbos. But even though he's not the Jew who is actively doing the work on Shabbos, the Akum is operating as a Jew for that work on Shabbos. That is just as not just as problematic as it is problematic. Obviously, it's different if my Shaliach does work for me on Shabbos than if I go ahead and do it myself. But it is prohibited regardless. Because I feel here is that Rava is saying, Ravina is saying to Rava that a Jew is not converted to Jew as a joint sharecropping relation with a Gentile. A Jew can't go ahead and stop shifts with the Gentile over the Akum because the Akum is effectively working on behalf of the Jew. However, the history of the also the Jewish usually to do this. History is let's say Jew and Akum know they are about to receive a sharecropping contract from Jewish owners. Was that if before the sharecropping arrangement is made, they agree between the two of them, between themselves that well, you'll take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday on the side. That works. Why? Because actually you're dirty. והלו קיבל עמי ישראל בשבס עובד כוחמים שיטה. So what's the resolution? Each of them has 50% responsibility for each day. Therefore, the Jew, that means he has responsibility for 50% of Shabbos. Which means that now he subsequently swaps with the Akim is working as his Sharia to reduce 50% of Shabbos. However, if before the sharecropping revolution actually was made, the Jew says to the Akim, listen, before this is made, we agree. Your Shabbos is yours. Sunday is mine. So therefore, since that arrangement was made before the sharecropping arrangement ever devolved upon them, therefore, ultimately, again, the Jew never acquired 50% look on Shabbos. So what's the distinction? Once the sharecropping arrangement is made, the Jew acquires a 50% obligation to every day. When he signs that 50% obligation to the Akum is working on his behalf. But if the Jew assigns Shabbos to the Akum before he ever acquires a 50% obligation on the day, that assignment effectively goes in and removes any Shabbos interest from the Jew, any Shabbos interest from the Jew in the same way that the assignment removes any type of Sunday or Rishon interest to the Akum. So in this particular mutter, in Bola Festival, so let's watch this. Now we're in Bola Festival, also means in Rashi, and right across the Rashi, in Bola Festival, Rav Ahis was not referring to the use of arrangement, it means stab, us stab. Here are only for public Shabbos, but us we saw before. So Tzivol Yisrael, this is now a third case. Because in the third case is, there was no arrangement. This was no arrangement. It just happened to work out like that. The Akum worked on Shabbos, and then Yisrael worked on Sunday. But there was no pre-arrangement. Gemara says, "Lo Tzivol Yisrael, all of us will have this month. Roma Kama Yimei Shabbos, Metal Ta'ani, Va'ani Etok Mekana Chol." There was no pre-testament. Now what happens? They're coming to settle up. Now when they're coming to settle up, so the Akum discusses happening. Shabbosos he worked, Yisrael discusses happening. Sundays he worked. Someone said, this is of your usher. Ultimately, again, this is also the question, why won't this be usher? Because at the end of the day, Yisrael is taking corresponding Sundays to the Shabbosos that the Akum worked on. So what does that show? That shows that Yisrael also has an interest in the Shabbos. It's just that again, this Akum is working as his Sunday. So let's say, bottom line over here, it turns out that Rava ruled erroneous. Remember again, what happened with the Jew and the non-Jew, partly the property was moved to Israel. The Saffron, what happened? The Jew worked on Sunday, the Akum worked on Shabbos, and now to interrupt this, by the way, this is a reasonable worker. Rava said yes. Ravina quotes from that saying, guys, this is that this type of arrangement. They had no pre-arrangement. They got coming to the therapist bonus. The advice says it's visibly that such an arrangement is in fact also used to us. Rava was embarrassed. Why was Rava embarrassed? Because he ruled incorrectly when he said so Raynosa wasn't interesting enough as the matter of progression here. Yeah, this will be cut off. So ultimately, we're going to say that and in fact, this was a different kind of use. This was a case of where the sharecroppers made an arrangement before the actual sharecropping agreement was made. So what happened here? And Jew and Akum, they knew that they were going to be awarded, so to speak, in sharecropping contract. So what did we decide to do? We feel that before the contract was awarded, Jew said, I'll take Sunday. Akum said, I'll take Shabbos. So what's the status of such an arrangement? What's the status? It's mutter. What's the number again? Why is it mutter? Because at the end of the day, we just said before, it as follows. If the Jew assigned the Shabbos interest, before the Shabbos interest ever becomes his, that's fine. So it turns out, that was the case over here. So it turns out that what? That Rava's son was in fact correct. And ultimately again, that were ruled correctly, that this arrangement is what you have to communicate, seal, was a idea of the Islam. He had a different version of this case. Amar, he said this case was, I know, the sharecroppers was a not satin on the rider. She sealed the armor of it. Was a Atlantic armor. Was the it was an Atlantic saplings. Atlantic saplings. So what's the issue here? So over the Kohavim, Octo Shnei Arma, Yisrael Shnei Gevira, was an ocean the first 3 years of the tribe members on the ancient temple. So the arrangement was as follows. The Akum would lead for the first 3 years, he would lead for the first 3 years, the Ari would lead for the and the Jew would lead the top of the second 3 years. So that's what as she says, Ella Shasili to Armahaba, Yisrael Ovin Kochavim, keep this seven shuttlers. Yisrael Ovin Kochavim, the sea of the shuttlers. Not that he would do a Hatimu Shreya. So, as she says, the Heter Gomer Haba, the Afragat Shibur Yachem Chatila, Va'amalo Yisrael, Haya, Ata Ovin, Kimon Shalem Hamaru, Vani Kimon Achareyan, in kindness with us, the son and his son in the Ofta, Mishum Achila, she saw a whole kind of as architect, because there is no issue with working the field during the early years. So in this case, Rabbi said, this will include not work the field for the first 3 years, eat the fruits of the first 3 years, even though again, it's a shit with Yisrael, and Yisrael can't eat the fruit of the first 3 years. There is no prohibition if you're going to work in the land during the early years, the arrangement therefore is permitted. I suspect sources trying to point out that a different version of the case with Rav. So the first version, there were two saffron farmers who were coming, or I should say two saffron sharecroppers, the Jew and the Akum, and again arranged amongst themselves. The Jew would take Sundays, the Akum would take Shabbos. It came before Rava. Rava says the arrangement is mutter. Ravina raises a kasha and Rava. How can you say it's mutter? It's not true. It's an explicit price that I heard because the Akum is effectively working as a shaliach for the Jew in the 50% of the Jewish Mitzvahs Shabbos, the Jewish obligation on Shabbos. So interpreted the case to be, there must be a case where ultimately again they agreed from the beginning. Or they were even joint sharecroppers, they agreed to find Shabbos and Sunday, and therefore there was never heard Jewish interest on Shabbos for the beginning. Okay? But the beginning that they learned is going to get the case for. The case is where the two sharecroppers came before Rava. The case only was Shabbos. The case was Orla, and the arrangement they made was the Akum farmer would work the field for the first 3 years, and the Jewish farmer would work the field for the second 3 years, and eat the land or the produce. And Rava said, it's mutter. It was like this lot. It's only mutter. This is the question for 1 second. It doesn't make sense with the rest of the story. So says Rava Ha'us, Ravina Rava. But once second, Ravina raised the kasha on Rava, and he brought the stuff to practice. The Gemara says, right? Gemara says, and Ha'us Ravina Rava, you see, you ain't see that. Listen, Ravina actually brought that rice, and Ravina brought the rice to Rava, not to contradict Rava, but rather what? To actually help you to support you. How was the rice supported? Yes, yes, the Tani, this thing was actually the Alma, because the Malacha wasn't wise the Baisa says. Because the Baisa says, the only time that there's a short side is when the Akum is working at the Sharia actually like giving the creature sight. But in this case over here, it's horrible. When the Akum is not working in any capacity as a Sharia. So ultimately, again, we need to make this clear. So in fact, Ravina wasn't asking a kasha on Rava, but Ravina was bringing the rice of Shabbos as a support to Rava. I, Baha, is it. But the Gemara said before that Rava became embarrassed. When Ravina raised this kasha, well, how do you call it over? I said that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Those words should have never been in the Gemara. That simply not happen. Okay, so listen, obviously this conversation actually to be one. It's a fairly halachic one. And also, a person has to be aware of these halachos, especially if a person, a business, a person has non-Jewish partners. So again, a person, especially if a person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and Yom Tov, are halachically sound ways in which a person can assign ownership interest ultimately again to a Gentile partner. The Bible said it's not as simple as saying, hey, you cover Shabbos and I'll cover Sundays. It's obviously you can see it's much more complicated than that. Because the Maisa, again, if there's still Jewish ownership interest on Shabbos, then the Maisa, again, there's a problem ultimately again with the Akum working on Shabbos. That's why I will say again, that means the technicality. The person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and nothing else in order to manage avoid serious suing. The person has to have what's called a Shtabichuda. Shtabichuda ultimately is a shtar that is sensitive. Ownership interest of the business to the non-Jew over the course of Shabbos and Yom Tov. Again, I'm simplifying it a little bit, but it's actually it's not a complicated process, but this again is something that has to be understood. These people often think that as long as the Jews not working on Shabbos and the Gentile, the Akum is the Gentile is the Shalom not truly sins. Similar goes that Tashma, Ibalo, Stama Mai. Also, this is interesting words. What about Stama? So, let's say, if you actually this moment, actually says, the Akum Gentiles, they received a field to work jointly. Actually, jointly received the field. But Stam, let's say, without any prior people Stam, but also Stam, what they call other Shabbos. Shabbos, but all these from an Olam Torah as study called Mal Rachmok Stam B'Shavlon Business. Yisrael and are joint sharecroppers. They never made any previous arrangement. They never spoke about future Shabbos. Just the way it turned out is that the Akum ended up working every Shabbos and Yom. Yisrael ended up working every other day. Like, and unless but they never made any kind of formal arrangement. They never arranged. So now what happens? Come to divide up. But that was the way. The point I was making is there was never any relationship, nor did anyone ever speak about it. It's just the way they gave. So never, and it's I own a 50% interest in Shabbos. You own a 50% interest in effectively, the Akum is working on my behalf on Shabbos. Masha'inkin, if I say I have no interest on Shabbos, I don't have an ownership interest on Shabbos. I yield my ownership interest of Shabbos to you, and you in turn will yield your ownership interest on Sunday to me. Then I will say that works. We'll say that's why again. I want to mention again a person has a business that does operate, that has to operate on Shabbos and Yom Tov. The person must deal with this issue. Otherwise, just because I have a non-Jew involved or a non-Jew working, or even a non-Jewish partner, that is not enough. The person must actively assign ownership interest on Shabbos and Yom Tov to the mechanism of Shtar Mechira toward Hakum, where the business has an explicit assignment of ownership interest of Shabbos to the Gentile. And the absence of that double sign is a problem. On the other hand, you must say, look at the end of the Raisa, in Baal of Teshuvah, Asr, Hastama Mutter. Rabbi said, what does the end of the Raisa say? That if you actively become to a Chesed, also what does it mean become to a Chesed? Meaning, if you give it in the out, well, you work for Shabbat Salas, I work for Sundays, that's going to say why? Because the Jew is leveraging this Sundays against the Gentile Shabbat Salas. So therefore, it's clear that again, there's a quid pro quo. Just when there's a problem, Hastama Mutter. We'll say rather again, you can't differentiate from this Raisa. So we'll say just again, although these halachas are more complicated, so we'll say we would not just a standard case. In order for the Jew ultimately again to be able to split the proceeds with the outcome, there has to be an explicit assignment of Shabbos interest to the Gentile, and must be proactive. So on the front end of the business arrangement, there must be a clear and explicit understanding that Shabbos, the business and its interest is assigned, are assigned ultimately against the Hajrallah, what's that about? In the Hima, the Kundukosha or the Yoka. We'll say you cannot stable your animal in the Punjab, in the inn, or in the stable of an animal. Why? Because ultimately, again, because the animal, the akum, ultimately, again, must be suspect to be still. Therefore, you cannot stable your animal with the akum. A woman should not be alone with an akum, ultimately again because of a concern of immorality. And we'll see in the Gemara, this is regardless. This is not unique for an akum. This is unique for the so we'll discuss this. Athlete Adam Iman. There was a story again. A man should also not be alone with an akum. Why? The nation Shachashid Ashlichos. And the rest of the akum is kosher ultimately again from so the woman shouldn't be akum. Atzakash Avarayas. The man should not be alone with the akum. Atzakashash ultimately of Shlichos. What's it? Amadis. Here we go. The minimum. It's a very situation. The minimum. Looking at the
One down.
watch this. Fish, assuming the idea over here is I could purchase an animal so any type of carbonic tissue or any type of carbonic piece, I need not be concerned that the animal itself was ever used for avodah zarah or ever engaged in bestiality. Says the Gemara, I understand that don't have to be worried that the animal was set aside for avodah zarah or worship. Why? Because in Isa the Etzir, the Palchin Baba Masbelay is was at the end of the day, if the animal was actively set aside for avodah zarah, or if the animal was worshipped, then what? The Most then what? He would not have been sold. The Most understand that the Akum has incredible respect for his avodah zarah also. So he's going to go ahead and set aside animals for avodah zarah, or if an animal like worship avodah zarah, he's not selling it to a Jew. So meaning again, out of respect for his deity, out of respect for his avodah zarah. So therefore, if it's being sold, I understand that I don't have to worry about any issue regarding avodah zarah. Which also, if you think about it, is an incredible testament to the roofiness of the Akum. That sounds great. Whereas it was like people do all kinds of things for a profit. Right? All kinds of things for a profit. The amazing enough of the Gemara saying is an Akum takes his avodah seriously enough that he will not allow financial gain to go ahead and erode the sanctity of his avodah. This man was like easy to talk about Roman and call Adam. Listen, this is the heart. What else happens? Listen to the Rav. I'm going to Rav from Haifa. Never that one. Hence, let's remember again what does the Pasuk say in Lavan Garki. Right, the Lavan Garki they are Ad Hata. Remember what does that say in Lavan Garki? Tayat Yisrael Shamati. Well, Lamarati Nahasaf Klo. So I lived with Lavan. I kept the time. I didn't know anything from these things actually. So remember again, the Rav says. So, in Lavan Garki, Tayat Yisrael so that was mentioned. In Lavan Garki, the Tayat Yisrael Shamak, although Lamarati I should have learned from Lavan. Because I saw Lavan sinning all the time. And he always sinned with such Islam. With such passion. So I also Tayat Yisrael Shamaki. I think this is also I could never, although Lamarati I should learn the way Lavan sinned. Such Islam was the passion.
One down.
Tayat Yisrael is true. I kept learning this. I was good behaviorally. Although but it was a crack. So the only I think is actually for our days. Channel it into my experience. So what's the reason incredible? So here you see that what is happening. So the Akum will not sell his animal that was set aside for all his own, even for a lot of money. Once it's a guillotine, once it's Kaddish, so ultimately again the Akum will not compromise his morality his religiosity, his theology for money. Incredible himself. Hello. Rova v'yavanefish. So but why should I be concerned that maybe the animal engaged in morality? Right? Maybe the animal was violated or was participating in this for my animal because an Akum is suspect to engage in bestiality. So once if that's the case, how could I purchase an animal for carbonic purposes from the Akum that the Akum doesn't? It is true that an Akum can engage in bestiality, but what? Not with his own animal. Not with his own animal, right? Because again, if he engages in bestiality with this female animal, apparently again as a result of bestiality, often the animal becomes sterile. The female becomes sterile. An akum does not want to sterilize his own animal, and therefore again will refrain from engaging in bestiality with his own animal. Therefore, both sides, I could buy an animal owned by the akum, also the idea that ultimately again he would not have engaged in active bestiality with his own animal. So he was a certain activos. That's fine for a female animal. So automatically, was it after a person because maybe when you will engage in bestiality with a male animal, because it was an issue of sterilization does not appear. Americano oil umafish in the blossom. Was an organization very interesting. So apparently again after an animal, after the being engages in the active bestiality with a male animal, apparently again it diminishes the vitality the physical strength of the male animal. It was like could be, I don't know, maybe it's traumatic to the animal, I'm not sure what it is. But the mice, again, it goes ahead, the male, literally, mafish babasa means the animal loses some of its body mass. In other words, it becomes weaker. So therefore, what's like bottom line, the Gemara says that at the end of the day, purchase the animal from the Akum. Why? Because the Akum is not going to engage in active bestiality with his own animal because it compromises the female to potentially sterilize her, and for the male, ultimately again, to weaken the animal. Therefore, I can buy a covered from him, ultimately again, without Hashem was fine. Elo, hard to sign. So what about that which we have learned? Both in the Shalom, so ultimately again, so such a God, I apologize. There was a sponsorship today. The surely thank you that I'm there. It's been a short stop. And there's supposed to be a first name of not so mayor, that's Lula married.
One deal.
Together with close for the Islam. Precisely, I'm a hard designer. Walking in the Lord's described for just a second. What about the fact that we said before? Well, if they're learning a right stuff, that you can also purchase an animal from the shepherd of an apple shepherd. I Lechos Dilma blah blah blah. Why aren't you concerned that maybe the shepherd will not violate the animal as well? To which the Gemara says, Loa Shamayim, Yisgari Mishim Hafsitzkat. What's the same idea? The shepherd also is not going to go ahead and violate the animal. Why? Because at the end of the day, the shepherd is not going to lose out on his wages. And a hard to sign that in most of the name of the Lord. I also know otherwise what you cannot give this animal over to a Gentile, to an actual shepherd. Or not to the side, and if it's done, the actual shepherd is going to violate the animal. So Lema, Lo Eshala, and the Sam should have some. Also, why don't you say that at the end of the day, you should be able to be both your Jewish animal, so to speak, animal owned by the Jew, to an actual shepherd, and not be concerned that the animal is going to violate the animal because it has its time. To which the Gemara says something that interesting. Inu, the Yagi Bahai, Yagi, the Sassi. So also, when the Akum shepherd is watching the animal of an Akum owner, he will not violate the animal. Why? Because they both saying, one Akum knows about it. I mean, an Akum knows about this stuff. The Akum owner will be able to know what if the shepherd violated the animal. Unfortunately, what's in front of my guys, I mentioned before, when Chazal say things like this, it was like, this is not Chazal speaking disparagingly about the Akum person. This is Chazal speaking about realities. I know it sounds strange to us, it sounds ridiculous and crazy to us, but also these are the realities. Chazal is saying we see these things actively occurring. These behaviors were prevalent in idolatrous society. So what does the Gemara effectively say? Akum, so if an Akum owner keeps over his animals to the Akum Loa, so the Akum owner will know what the Akum Loa has been up to. So because of that, the Akum Loa is mirrorless. So there's a fear. There's a fear. Like the Gemara actually says, because the Akum owner himself might be using these realities stuff. So he knows exactly what the Loa, what the shepherd is up to. Therefore, again, the shepherd is scared to do anything to the animal because he knows that he will be discovered by the owner. On the other hand, Anan, the Lo Yadinan Baru, Lo Mirasisi. Also, on the other hand, that we choose the We do not know these things regarding bestiality. So essentially, the shepherd could pull a fast one on us. We wouldn't really know the difference if the animal was violently by shepherd or not. Therefore, again, the shepherd knows he could do something and ultimately get away with it. And therefore, the Bible says that a Jew should not hand over his animal to a Gentile shepherd. Amarabba, what the Rabbi says, anytime in sheep, this is what people say, Nichtiva Galala Baza, was it just like a piece of marble is afraid of the chisel. Was it so what that means is marble is a very strong material. Under normal circumstances, nothing could go ahead and break it. But if you bring the chisel against the chisel has the ability to make a scratch in it. Ragla Bechave Yada. One slanderer knows fellow as well. So they look at Rashi. Nichtav Gala Baza. Ragla Bechave Yada. Nichtav Shukran Darki. Abari Zol Koyev Rosh Mezakalo Shaish. Klomar. Shaish Shukash Gainer and Nichtav. The Bishi Makir. The Nakabre as was the activities. It's something that things are only scared of other things that know its weakness. So the marble is only scared of the chisel. One slanderer is only scared of another slanderer. The idea being you're only scared of someone who knows your secrets, your dark secrets. So the idea is that the Akim shepherd of us is only fearful of the roof of another Akim. Why? Because sometimes they both into the same stuff. Right? And therefore, again, the Akim owner will know if something's been going wrong with his animal. The Akim is not scared of the Jew. Why? Because at the end of the day, the Jew is not really going to know the reality until we're back. And the Jew of Hashem is not going to such things. Mother, like, Scharim and the Kivos, Londis, the Hashinan, Zoma, Mirva, and the Kivos, the Niki, Ba, Nursa, so that's ultimately. You should be able to know it. You should be able to purchase against from an athlete. You should be able to purchase male animals from women. Right? So, these crime in the tables from the phone, I shouldn't go there. So, give it a year, and this is what this is. So, we said before, you can't purchase, you should not purchase male animals from a female. What do we consider on both sides? The family is life. Now, what's that? So there's even the Mickey Bamir system. What's that? The animal follows her around. The animal becomes the guy. If people see the animal following the woman, people are going to set this up. So we'll say she doesn't want that. She's going to go ahead. And you can see what I said. Most people, even if we're going to do that, they just behind those stories. We want to project an image of piety public. So even if this image was to engage in acting like this reality, when this ox is following her around every single place she goes, it's going to be a stickle awkward for her. Right? So therefore, again, I want to say we assume that people at the end of the day don't want to engage in things which ultimately, again, will shame them public. Therefore, we want to give you as follows. Like Maisa should be able to buy a male animal from a female idolatress. Why? Because it was like she needed to make an act of bestiality. The animal would follow her around. So the animal was not following her, and it tells us what? That she didn't engage in an act of bestiality. And the hunter of Yosef, the Muslim species, the guy who Yosef said, I'll go, no tear me kalba, a widow should not go ahead and have a dog. Why not? That she says over here. That she says, Lotir Bitalba, Shemetis Ada, Bitabi Enwada. And perhaps ultimately again, she will engage in active bestiality with the law. What is that? It's not a person that's not. The idea is also this is that certain things said by Amana that she should have to be purchased on own, lest people begin to gossip. People begin to gossip in all kinds of ways. Therefore, there are certain things that she should not do, lest people begin to gossip. So she shouldn't place, she should have a dog, lest people begin to gossip. Or she should buy a lot of these people. And it wasn't, she should not offer lodging to a single yeshiva. If it was like, again, even assuming there's not a yeshiva, she should not have the male order in the house. Yishlom about the Sneela, so it's I understand why she shouldn't have a boarding there because it wasn't because ultimately again since she was student, she feels she shouldn't be reaching after the morality we will see if anyone. However, again, Kalba, even if you do that law, here's the son. Let's say there was a dog, then we consider that this is going to lead to accuracy. After let's say she does so, I can see before they watch. The dog is going to follow around with her. If that's the case, that day I want to be clear. That's good. Like, what really really clarify this. So, why do we say that she has a disincentive to go out and do things young because the dog is going to follow around with her? Please keep in mind, so no, no, no. Neymar since I was proven to be such the Umsa, Umasik Abasa, Neymar Inchi, has the Mr. Abasa, we should Umsa with Hamasa. That was saying, because dogs follow people out for all kinds of reasons. Most notably, as I was saying, that the owner feeds them. Therefore, the dog following around is beautiful. It's not hiding acting in morality. Rather, if a person feeds the dog, was that ultimately against how the dog follows him. The Kimos speaks in the Kimos, my Kimo, Romia. Was using this line. Why is it? Why can't this people a female animal with a female object? Right? So, saying the teenage and the kids. So, saying in that case, ultimately what? There's no excessive immorality. There's no immorality that can occur. So that's the case. Why should there be a problem? Ultimately, again, if a female animal by a female animal, which was this wild stuff, all about that they should ultimately cover the sea and Israel, the eight of the Sheikh because I was saying, ultimately, again, ultimately, probably were exceptionally more. And a goat shoe was kind of face. A goat shoe was kind of face. So let's say again, unfortunately, society is not. A goat shoe is kind of face. So they would often frequent their friends' wives. So what happens? Well, parents in the most one time you go to her, comes to the house and you go to this, and she's not there. Umot says, Habehima. So she's not there. But who is there? Who is there? Let's say the animal. Let's say, by the way, you see this game. Country like this, I sort of point out. This country not a joke, you understand? This is the depravity of sin. And what's that? Let's describe that. What's that? We're not so far off in our federal society from levels of depravity like this is. This is talking about societal depravity. This is not poking fun. This is not apple. This is societal depravity that we're talking about. Again, this man was like stone. This is what, and again, it's scary because a lot of things that we see in everything is like a chas shalom see the point of depravity as well. So that's what happens. So the Akum comes to Kolochi, or comes in a Motsa, doesn't find her, he goes, or Motsa Sabema, finds the Behema, for Rova, and was it ultimately again violates the Behema, he by Sema, was able to see the more work. Drummer Mar, Viva Alay and Behem from Shaiso, Yosem Initial Sale. There's nothing good, and this is incredibly nice. And sometimes ultimately again, the outcome will choose the Jewish animal over again his own life. It wasn't what is that. So what that means ultimately is just pointing to a societal depravity. There's a little meaning that you would rather have a relation with the Jewish animal in his own life. Rather what it means is just understand. Looks like but also but this tells you something amazing about immorality. See, at a certain point of time, when a person plummets to the depths of immorality, so rationality also goes out the window as well. A person says to themselves, obviously, just any normal person, so even if a person is about 10 what it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that a person is going to choose an animal over another human being. Nor say Elamai. You see that at a certain point in time, when a person plummets to the depths of depravity, rational thought is no longer there. Once taiva, once desire takes over, and a person is just driven by taiva, so it's like all kinds of craziness unfolds. You might was like, no, Rabbi Yochanan, because let's say, where did this come from? This is amazing. No, Rabbi Yochanan, Yishar Shabal Nachash Al Chava. Listen, this is a different narrative than the other Chavas. In this narrative of Osai, the Nachash doesn't only entice Chava to see with words, but remember again, the Nachash actually engages in activities with Chava. Rashi points out to where you learn this from, is that Chava used the Russian, and Nachash Yishiani. Was it a much of you see that ultimately again the Nachash violated Chava. Shabbat Shabbat Yishar Shabbat Nachash Al Chava, Hitler Barzua. The Nachash accused impurity into Chava. There was a man impurity was ultimately again when man derived for immorality. We are Israel. So why is it that these guys with these drives are just like why don't we understand have these same drives that was amazing. Which is the man saying, "Start from the Sinai, must be the process. Only to come to the under Sinai, must be the process." Was the Kaisha understood Sinai, Kabbalah Torah, that although it did not remove the desire for sin, at least it removed the incredible desire for faith in God. Yaakov, we do not receive the Torah ultimately on praise to exist, is the faith of immorality. We desire to laugh. Apparently, again, Maimon Sinai was effective enough to neutralize at least our desire for the most faith from such immorality as peace. It's a lot of travel, right? I don't know if you know about the meeting at night with a 3-year-old either. Yeah. And then your kid shits his pants, whatever it is. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. And then what's good is when it's 100 degrees, I'm not complaining, but I am. How's good morning? It's a great satisfaction to be with you. Begin by thanking all of our Svenka annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Also schon vergleicht sich auf dedicating all the Schumann Joshua this year in Schus, the Source Levels for Israel. America's caught up with this. Like, you get a good restaurant in Austin, and it's not like, what? This food in Italy is amazing. It's good. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpachah. Thank you. Hashem for all of his nisim, both revealed and hidden. The miracle of Jonathan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and the miracle of Hashem, since the greatest miracle of all, the arrival of Mashiach and Hirav Yami, David and Bathsheba, Ava Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating the Shurim and Josh's this month to the Ibrahim Mishnah, Status father, of Shalom ben Yehuda Aryeh Vei. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Sammy Malka Esterson, in honor of Mr. Morton Eston's 99th birthday. Let a tremendous amount of tremendous bracha on Mr. Jim Kimmel Hashem. I would say with Arichos Yom Hashem, and Baruch Hashem, he has enjoyed Arichos Yom Hashem. He should continue to enjoy Arichos Yom Hashem, to gain out Hashem's beautiful Mishpacha, and Hashem, and most of all, Mr. Eston should be committed to thee. A source of inspiration for us all, because anyone who knows Mr. Esterson knows what a tremendous individual he is, a special and beautiful neshama that he is, one who has helped so many and inspired so many over the course of his 99 years in this world. And yes, just give him the call to continue to inspire, to continue to uplift, and to continue to really encourage us to become the best version of ourselves. And of course, we dedicate our learning in the source of our holy hostages mission. Home, to show them the color and the merit of our holy souls, and give them tremendous safety, security to continue to execute their holy mission. And protect our brothers and sisters to strong and Hashem just shower Shmuel, Yisrael, and Shnafatis on all of Klal Yisrael, and they result into the kingdom of the Rabbi. Also, with that, we're going to give you today's Dafis Chafalif. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. 21. We are starting on Chaf on the base 20, and we are picking up attitude down to Tanra. It's 5 lines up from before it gets wide. So it's a really beautiful Gemara for us today. Tanra. And it's smarting is hold over that. So you want to put in the same project that we saw in yesterday's daf. We saw this in yesterday's daf. So literally again, you shall guard yourself from any evil thing. So we saw in yesterday's daf is this is the pasuk that teaches us about going on a spiritual offense. Identify the things that are going to get me into a bad spot in life and avoid them. So the Mardashins over here, Shaloya Har Adul Bayom, Yabo Nike Tuma Balayla. Literally, a person shouldn't have impure thoughts by day and come to impurity at night. So the Parashas, what the Gemara is saying, is that if a person has impure thoughts by day, again, this goes to matters of morality, then it will lead to a seminal mission at night. So if you save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the seminal emission by night. So it's along this same theme of spiritual proactivity. Do what you can in order to go ahead and avoid the spiritual or the negative pitfalls of life. So I will say it's actually interesting. So I've often thought about this line. We've seen this line in Chazal a number of different times. But it's interesting to also understand the idea of Yom and Laila ultimately again as a reference to Yom being the good times or easy times in life, and Laila ultimately again becoming referencing the difficult times in life. So perhaps in addition to just a Pashut idea, don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to similarly Mishneh or in a greater or in a kind of a more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead you to a path of impurity. Be proactive. Be forward thinking. Be raw as Hanolad. Understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it could also mean like this, the whole avoid of the spiritual growth. There are different periods of life. There's Yom periods and there's Laila periods. Yom periods represent the times when everything is good. What should you do when things are good? Work on your face. Bolster your spirituality. Show, because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, when life becomes challenging, which inevitably it will, you will be prepared to meet the people like to think that you find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do, but most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. But if I build my spirituality in times of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. So perhaps that's the shot here as well. Maharher Adam Bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be Maharher. Maharher means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family is good, when your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's dafka the time to push on all cylinders. That's dafka the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's dafka the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the Yom periods of life and kind of just waste them with daydreaming. No, when life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is dafka the time to push yourself harder even in your ruchnius. Because if you don't do that, the Yavel Libe Tuma Balayla, if you waste the Yom periods of life and don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to Laila, when you come to the difficult periods of life, which will come, you will come to Tumah. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to Tumah Balayla. Incredible. So we'll say, now we're going to post something, perhaps one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. Based on this, the Pinchas ben Yair said as follows. He said as follows: Torah Medila Dezigirus. So let's say, interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? What the previous Gemara was really teaching us was this idea that life kind of periods of life bleed in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day, because you come to a similar mission at night. So that's what you do by day, ultimately has an impact at night. Again, if we broaden our understanding, if you bolster yourself by your in the good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity in the challenge. So Pinchas ben Yair says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Right? Every notice, night builds on day, And therefore, life is a series of sequential steps. Based on our clinical thing, it says as follows, and it's beautiful. Torah, Nevi'ah Days it is. So Torah, again, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Aydi Sha'osek Ba Va'od. So if a person learns Torah, quite literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to Zechirus. I will say this is incredible now. Rashi says, what's Zechirus? According to Rashi, Zechirus ultimately means if I'm steeped in Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sing, I will be vigilant and try to avoid that pitfall. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin. Okay, maybe early days, and again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs, right? Because remember, like Eleanor says, "Sonei ra v'yaseh tov," avoid evil and do good. So if I'm careful with the avoidance of avila, then ultimately again I will come to zrizos, to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizos. Ultimately, again, if there's zrizos, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity in life, I'm so focused on a zeal and a slavus for mitzvahs, then by definition, I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Nikias, and if I'm not free, if I'm free from sin, right, if I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my lines. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even something that is technically permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in it. First my line, precious, and ultimately I am precious, separating myself even from that which is permitted, because I know that I don't need it. That leads to a sense of tara, beautiful, purity. Tara, so tara ultimately leads to a sense of chasidus. Remember again, which makes sense because precious means going and separating myself, ultimately even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chasidus. What's chasidus? A chasidus simply goes above and beyond expectations. Chasidus, maybe a leader. Chasidus leads to humility. Even once I become a chassid, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that engenders a sense of humility. Another Nevi'ah leads humility leads sense of fear of sin, because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoidance of sin. And ultimately, again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a heightened level of holiness. Kedusha Nevi'ah lidei Ruach HaKodesh. So Kedusha leads me to Ruach HaKodesh, and Ruach HaKodesh Nevi'ah lidei Tchias HaNisim. And ultimately, again, Ruach HaKodesh, that leads to Tchias HaNisim. What that means to Tchias HaNisim, I mean, the person himself has the power to Tchias HaNisim. The Tashlos, what it means is, if everybody gets to the level of Ruach HaKodesh, and the Baruch Hu brings us to Tchias HaNisim from Mashiach. The Chasidus, Rav says, this is the famous of the vineyard. And by the way, like the Shalom about this, Ramchal, Moshe Chanton, goes his entire sefer Yisrael Sisharon based on this statement that Rabbeinu has been back. So if it sounds familiar, it's because we've seen it in Shas a couple of times also, but it's also because the entire Ramchal, the entire session is modeled on this idea. So you see a theme over here. We'll get into this one, and there's so much to say to spend a week just on this Gemara. We can spend an entire sefer just on this Gemara. But then so I think what's being saying is that attacking the spiritual growth is multiple steps, multiple sequential steps. One leads to the other, which leads to the other, which leads to the other. The idea. Ubal Shirah is Yachzar Kosh Levacha goes to Yaakov Avinu in Parshas, in Parshas Vayetzer. Parshas Vayetzer, Yaakov Avinu has the dream about the Suba, the ladder. Yaakov Avinu sees the Suba of Arts of Rosh Hashanah. The ladder has its base of earth and its head, the top of which is the heavens. And again, from going up and down. Rebbe says, why is Yaakov, why is the dream a ladder? Why a ladder? And the Rebbe says something so beautiful. He said, because the difference between a ladder and a flight of stairs is that a flight of stairs, you can take 2 stairs at once, right? Well, maybe even if you're long ride, 3 stairs at once. And a ladder, you can only take one rung at a time. The Rebbe says that ladder represents spiritual. The dream of Yaakov Avinu was about how to get from earth to heaven, how to get from where I am to get to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a ladder. That's a ladder. And what happens with a ladder? One step at a time, one rung at a time. Sometimes we become so spiritual, so eager to engage in spiritual growth, and we want to like skip steps. You can't skip steps in those things. You can't. Because if you do, it just, from our own lives, it doesn't work. You start with A, you go from A to B, from B to C, C to D, and there's a sequence, and there's an order, and that's what that's maybe what I was saying is, there is a roadmap to spiritual. Sometimes spiritual growth seems like something that is so esoteric, but it's not. It's not. It's Masuder, it's orderly, there's a defined path. The Pinchas Ben Yair gives it to them now, codifies it. And I'm trying to point out, Ramchal also interprets things a little bit differently than Rashi. If you notice, even just from Zikis, the most of it, this is it. You want spiritual growth, create for yourself a sequential plan. What are you going to start with? What's next? What's next? What's next? Incredible. The Hasidus is all good. And out of all these things, you are right. Hasidus is the greatest one. Shenemar as the art of the Chazon of Hasidus. So I say, which, by the way, it also makes sense if you understand Hasidus, especially what Ramchal says, that the Chassid is the person who goes above and beyond. So Hasidus is considered to be the greatest level of all. Incredible. So Marcel, maybe that we should already. This article because he says, I'm not a Gidon Kuban. He says humility is the greatest trait, not Hasidus. Shenema Ruach Hashem Elokim Alai Ya'an Moshe Hashem Osi Basra Hanovi. Hasidim Lo Ne'emar Allah Hanovi. So the pasuk again extols the Chassid. The pasuk extols the Arnav. The humble person. It doesn't say Hasidim ala Navim. Halamarata Shanav Gidol Mikulam. Right? So just interestingly enough, Amachlokas. So what are the greatest of all of these midos? Is it Chasidus? Is it Anava? And I must say the truth is, it doesn't matter. It's both. It's both because at the end of the day, I need both to become a chassid. I need to become a person who doesn't just live up to expectations, but exceed expectations. I need to become a humble individual as well. Humility meaning, I know what I've accomplished. I know what I am. Because I know what I've accomplished, I also know how much more I can do. Incredible. Let's go back to Immo for line. So the Gemara says as follows. So Tanabana, so what's its memory definition? The Mishnah was speaking about again the things that you cannot sell to an album, specifically things that are attached to the ground. So Tanabana. Both for line, Pilon, Amnas Lokots, because it's very good. So remember again, Bryce says you could sell them a tree on the condition that they cut it down. The code states it has to be cut down. These are the Yuga. The Mary says, Imofanan ala pizza. So the Mary said, you only sell them something that's already cut down. You can't sell them anything that's attached to the ground, even if they say that they're going to cut it down. Shachas, Amnas Ligzos, the gold is very good. So ultimately, Shachas is like so you can sell them fodder that's attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. This is Rabbi Yehuda. And Mary says, no, ain't more from other Yehuda. Mary says, no, you can only sell them something that is already harvested, already cut down. Kama, standing wheat. I'm going to sleep to the close to Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda said, that you sell them standing wheat on the condition that they cut it down. Okay, that's what you got. The Mary says, in both for Ella Kitsura. The Mary says, no, you can only sell that already meat that has been cut down. So I'll say, so interestingly enough, so three different cases. First was Shulon, second was Shachar Father, third was Kama standing. In all of these cases, and he says you sell it to them attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. You sell it while it's still attached. Ultimately, Rabbi Meir says, no, you can only sell it while it's already attached. So I was about to question why did these cases essentially say the same thing. If we were just at the case tree. Bahakar there came on the low posse and mashing away. I would have used the tree because if you leave the tree attached, there's no loss. I would have said that's the case, but ultimately we have to be concerned that the Akum is not going to cut it down. About high, if he mashed a posse, Ima motivated up. But in the case of ultimately, for the other cases, so let's say if you leave it attached, ultimately the item goes bad. Perhaps in that case, Rabbi Meir would agree with Rabbi Yehuda. Yashmin of Hani Tagimishim Golo Yadi Shvachai Golo Yadi Shvachai. So we'll say furthermore, what it just says where ultimately and there's no recognizable shevach, right? No recognizable shevach ultimately are going to be attached to the ground. About shachas, the idea of shvachayu, came a motivate, but if we can actually go, the idea of shvachayu, go mikar shevach bechiburin, מכאן ואילך כמה פסטה, ואילו נמי כלא פסט מי הוא לא מונקר למשלחת. I'm going to fill in the cases where there's no recognizable benefit that we can attach. Perhaps again, that is the shalach. However, about shachas, the idea of shachas, even though they were near, but ultimately in the case of the shachas, the father, they don't even be very near. Yes, in the bahal, and if we just said in this case, bahal can be near. About bahanach, even though they were near. So the bottom line is the three cases are. Again, all these cases, both tree, shachas, fire, and the kind of standing, all have their unique differences. See, by the way, so that's the ongoing methodology right there. In these cases, by the way, so by the way, just by the way, halacha l'maisa, we pass like very good. Right, and as long as you're allowed to sell it, as long as it's sold with the condition that it's going to be cut down, even if at the time that it's sold, it's not yet cut. That's how we ask it. I'm going to ask another question. What if I sell an akum of the hema on the condition to store them? We're going to both sides. This is referencing back our previous Gemara about the ability to sell a behema gasa, a large animal to an akum. Again, that was out of a fear that I'm going to end up renting it, and he's going to use it on Shabbos. So what if I sell him a behema gasa on the condition that he's going to shecht it? What's the situation over there? Where's now? Hasan time of my shara Yehuda, the Rabbi Shusekani, the Lamasi Mashim. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda only allows it in the previous cases. Let's say here the Elon, the Shachas, and the Kamal, because in those cases the item is still in the Rosh Hashanah of the Jew, and therefore the Jew could cut it down. The Gemara says. About the Hema, given the issue, say, but in the case of the animal, perhaps even if the guy says he's buying it, the Akum says he's buying it for the purpose of Shkita, because it's outside of my domain, I don't have control over it anymore. Maybe I have to be concerned that he's not going to shecht it, and ultimately, again, make it. Oh, Dilma, Lo, I'm seeing some difference. So, let's analyze this angle. The Hema, I'm going to ask this short to show it. Did Rabbi Yehuda. So what's this? Allah Lamais is same So if I sell an apple, the himagasa on the condition to shecht it, Rabbi Yehuda says it's mutter. It's mutter. Ultimately, again, as long as to shecht. Rabbi Meir says, oh, you can sell it only once it's actually shechted. So interestingly enough, it's focus. Once again, here we pass on Rabbi Yehuda that if you sell it on the condition that it's going to shecht it, that is enough. So you can sell to him live on the condition that he's going to check it. We're not concerned that he's going to maintain it. Okay, also incredible. Mishnah, bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. In Masculine about the Eretz Yisrael, you cannot rent an akum, a home in Eretz Yisrael. The Yitzhak Omer Sados. In certain, you cannot rent them fields. Okay? With the Surya, and it's certain ones, and what's a Surya? So Rashi says over here, Surya is Sova. So around Tzova was a place, and it was close to Eretz Yisrael. And this was an area that David HaMelech conquered on his own. In other words, he did not go ahead and consult. This was not a Milchemes Mitzvah, but rather, again, this was an area that he conquered on his own. So there's a whole discussion over here about whether or not Aram Tzova or Surya has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. That's an ongoing machlokes. We'll see in the Gemara. So the Surya type of kafal, maskir lahem batim avalos. In Surya, you could rent homes, but you cannot. There's Jewish-owned homes in Surya. You cannot rent homes to an akum avalos but not fields. ובחוץ לארץ מוכר להם בתים משכירים סודות here. But in חוץ לארץ, you can sell an apple homes, you could rent them fields, these doors are very here. Okay? And Rabbi Yossi says, so we'll say, so the first husband is Rabbi Meir now. We'll see maybe one more explanation of this. Rabbi Yossi says, Beres Yisrael masculine and batim alos sados. So Rabbi Yossi disagrees. Right? Rabbi Yossi says in Eretz Yisrael, you are allowed to rent homes to an akum, but you are not allowed to rent an akum a field. In Syria, both in batim umaskirin sados, you can sell rent them fields. Chutz la'aretz mochrin everywhere. Chutz la'aretz, you can sell there. Chutz la'aretz, you can sell those rent fields, homes, you can do whatever. So the Gemara says, "After mokum she'amu lahaskir, lo lebeistira amru, b'nei shu machnis l'sofo avodas locham." Another very interesting qualification. In any areas where we say, any time that we say that you're allowed to go ahead and rent an akum, a home, right? It's not to live in. It's not to live in. You cannot rent an akum, a home, a Jewish home for domicile purposes. Why? Because we are concerned that he's going to bring his avodah zarah into that home. Shne'emar, and that's a problem. Why? Shne'emar lo savi so'ida el beisecha. You shall not bring an abomination, reference to avodah zarah, into your home. Lo yaskir lo eshanachatz mibnei shu mikno. But no matter where you are, Chutz la'aretz, Eretz Israel, Syria, Chutz la'aretz, you cannot rent a Jewish your bathhouse with akum. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that the akum is going to operate on Shabbos, and people know, apparently people didn't know who owned the bathhouse. So since people would know that this is a Jewish-owned bathhouse, if they see it operating on Shabbos, they're not going to know it was rented out to a guy, to an akum, and therefore they're going to assume that the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. Okay, so let's unpack this. So mine in Sarach Roma Sodos. So we'll say, so what is the meaning of the phrase that you don't even have to include suffix? What exactly, what does that mean? So again, he's quoting over here from Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah. Right? The first part of the Mishnah was, in Maskilahan Batim Eretz Yisrael, you cannot rent an akum, a home in Eretz Yisrael, then Roma Sodos. It goes without saying that you can't rent them fields. So it's like hush that you can't rent them a field. Why? What does that mean? So so maybe there's two issues with renting a field to an akum. Number one, chada, chanias karka. Number one is giving them a foothold in land ownership in themselves. Yes, it is that. Right? Well, so even though again this is a rental, not a sale, still renting a field to an akum could be a problem of giving them a foothold in Eretz Yisrael. So that's probably the chada become not claiming nicer. Furthermore, if the field is rented by an akum, the Gemara is suggesting that perhaps that takes away the kedusha of the land, and because of that, the produce will be meiser exempt. So you're removing the kedusha of the produce from the produce by renting it out to an akum. Maybe that's the issue. And therefore, if that's the case, there should be two problems with renting a house to an akum. Number one, chada, chanias karka, you're giving up the whole land. The chada become masculine in the zuzah. Furthermore, if you rent a home to an akum, ultimately again, it's no longer suffix. So you're taking away its kedusha from the zuzah. On the Restream, no, mezuzah stolas hadar. You know, it's interesting. Mezuzah is not a din on the home. Mezuzah is an obligation on the dweller. Right? The haraya, the proof to that is, if I own a home but no one's living there, there's no obligation of mezuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of mezuzah is upon me, chovas hadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting out the home to an akum does not remove the home from the din of mezuzah, because there just is no din of mezuzah on the home, as opposed to, let's say, going ahead and renting a field to an akum, where potentially you're removing the kedusha of the land. So we'll say, so this is incredibly important. So this Gemara is highlighting this idea that the fundamental lot of difference between doing fields and renting homes. Renting fields is going to be more problematic from the position of the Gemara, right? Why? Because again, when you rent a field to an akom, you're essentially doing two things. Number one, you're giving them a quasi foothold, an akom quasi foothold, quasi land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, moving the kedusha of the land. Now, this idea that rental of land to an akom moves the kedusha of the land is a big machlokas. The Gemara is kind of going with that assumption here. That's the whole problem with renting with fields. That's why if you notice in Mishnah, both Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yoshi, you are not allowed to rent fields to akom in Eretz Yisrael. Right? According to both, interestingly enough, their focus is about renting homes. But again, it's interesting. We'll learn a little bit differently. But the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. So one goes back there. The story my skin back in Syria, you're allowed to go ahead and this is the position there. In Syria, you're allowed to rent them homes. So it was a Maishkam Mechira. I'm sorry, Maishkam Mechira. So what's it? So a wife came to sell them a home in Syria. Mishum Mechira Eretz Yisrael. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to sell a home to an akom in Syria, you're going to come to sell a home to an akom in Eretz Yisrael. So that's the case. We should go ahead and we should say the same. You shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent a home to an akom in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akom in Eretz Yisrael. No, Teranian says, Someone says, no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing like even renting a home to an akom in Eretz Yisrael is only a problem lest you come to sell their home in Eretz Yisrael. So now we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an akom in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akom in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come to rent a home to an akom in Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps removed, and we don't make these errors like that with so many different areas. So therefore, I think halacha l'maisa in Syria you are allowed to rent a home to an akom. I was at the house. He was southern Syria, the car Gazri one. For 1 second. But we said by the Mishnah, yeah, you're not allowed to rent a field to an akom in Syria, and that's a multi-level layered Gezerah. And yet we see it's still enacted. To which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Hasam la Gezerah. That's different. That's genetic. Hasavar kibush yachid shnei kibush. So again, the issue is like this. Rabbi Meir holds that the conquering of double amount conquering of Syria was actually a proper conquering and was next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an akom in Syria in the same way that you can't rent a field to an akom in Eretz Yisrael. It's the same thing. Syria is Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. I have the Gemara says, but if that's the case, Sada, the estate hierarchy does obey Rabbanon. Back in the less estate hierarchy does Rabbanon. But still, Syria is different. And ultimately, again, in reality, Chazal only applied the prohibition of renting a field, but not of renting a home in Syria to an akom. So what is very interesting. So therefore, in Rabbi Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on the rental of the field. Ultimately, again, not the rental of the home. Okay, it's interesting. Word, the Chutz La'aretz. So the Gemara says, "Sagar the entirety does it." Interestingly enough, so I'm saying the Chutz La'aretz, Sagar the entirety does it. Batin the less we calculate does it. So again, like we just said before, a field, and there's two issues with it. What are the two issues in the field? Number one, low sechanim, right? Do not give them a foothold. And number two, you remove the obligation of tithing. That's when Chazal goes, right? But the rental of a home, where really, again, there's only one potential claim, Chazal or not goes outside of Eretz Yisrael. All right, incredible. But Yossi wanted to Chutz La'aretz and skill man back. So Yossi said, in Chutz La'aretz. I'm sorry, Eretz Yisrael, let's bring them back. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Rabbi Yossi. Yossi holds, in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent them homes, can't rent them fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes and rent them fields. And in Chutz La'aretz, you could do whatever you want. So says the Gemara, my timer, Sados Disputai Kazburabon. So like this. So Sados, I remember again, this is in Eretz Yisrael, right? This is in Eretz Yisrael. So Eretz Yisrael, so Sados that have fields that have two issues, right? Remember again, no sechanim and removal of obligation of time. Ultimately, again, you can't rent one out in Eretz Yisrael, right? But a home, ultimately, again, where there's only one issue, namely Lo Sechanim, Chazal will not go there. Interesting. Well, the Surya Mokrin, my time. So what's Rabbi Yossi's logic in Surya? You're allowed to sell homes, allowed to sell fields. What's the logic? There? Or you actually you could sell homes and rent fields. Kasavar, Kibush Yachid, Loshmit Kibush. Rabbi Yossi's of the that ultimately the conquering of Surya not annex it to Eretz Yisrael. Does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. The only way you have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the Sanhedrin. And again, Klal Yisrael participated in it. Aram Silva Surya was never a personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that does not endow it with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. We saw that the Ispei and therefore again it's Surya, ultimately so Surya does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So therefore again Rabbi Yossi says when it comes to a field that has two issues, Lo Sechanim and no Meiser, Chazal goes there, but a home which only has one issue to it, now we're not going there. Incredible. Ubechutz starts smoking. So ultimately again Rabbi Yossi holds that in Chutz La'aretz you can pretty much do whatever you want. So the Gemara in my time, since Chutz La'aretz is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal weren't gozer. They just weren't gozer on this. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel. Halach Rabbi Yossi. So the reason Mishul Halach Rabbi Yossi. Not going to say. So let's review. What's Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says in Eretz Yisrael you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. What's the logic behind that? Fields have two issues: Lo Sechanim, giving them a foothold, and also you remove the produce from tithing obligations. Homes only have one issue of Lo Sechanim. Now remember again, renting the field to an akum, technically speaking, is not giving them a foothold. It's a gzera of if we allow you to rent, you may come to sell. So that's Rabbi Yossi. So part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes, which means you can certainly rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Surya does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Yafin Moshe. Kibush, Federal's conquering of the land, ultimately again did not fully annex it to it. It's part of the territory of Eretz Yisrael, but it doesn't have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So Surya, therefore, again, you could even sell them homes, and you could go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields. You could rent them fields. Why? What are we concerned with that? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with it. So you can rent them fields in Syria, can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned that if we sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in Eretz Yisrael, which would be problematic. And in Chutz La'aretz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yehuda said, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi. But what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum neighborhood. A shchunat akum, right? You can't make it an akum neighborhood. So the Gemara says, okay, but how much shchuna? So how much is a shchuna? So the Gemara says, Tana in shchuna pekusim shlosha b'nei adam. So a shchuna is three families, three people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where halacha l'maisa, you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and allow an akum shchuna to develop. Shchuna akum to develop. So as I have a lefish dema azal hayi so mazbin chad avitachim, va'azal heichol mazbin leil trade. So I was like, why are we just in that following? Look at Rashi. The lefish dema azal hayi so the shars leil is a bling the chad avitachim, mazbin lahayachid, va'azal avitachim mazbin leil trade. So I'm going to sell to an akum, and then the akum is going to subdivide the lot and sell to two more akums, and now suddenly you have a shchuna. So maybe it should be problematic to sell to an akum altogether. To which the Gemara says, "I'm not buying. I'm lifting the fact on and lifnei b'lifnei lo mefaktin. So little again, I will say. So we actually saw this lashon before, right? So little again, for listening either, for placing a stumbling block, so you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential but yet unmaterialized circumstance. Which I will say is another way of Chazal saying, you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not occur. So therefore, the halacha is I can't sell for 3 apples. I can't think if I sell the lot and the apple's going to subdivide it, and now it's going to be could that happen? Sure, it could happen. Am I obligated to take that into account? Absolutely not. So also, remember again, last week when we spoke on this idea, just to reinforce the tremendousness of our skill. I'll lift in the factinon, I'll lift in the factinon. So often in life when we want to embark on a new life initiative, so we begin to think about all the different things that could go. What about this? What about this? You know, I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And so often in life, people do this, and it results in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, different things that could go wrong, the only thing that makes sense is action. Imagine a person is by the curb, right? Ready to cross the street. You begin to think about all the possibilities. Well, again, Chasron could come like this. I could trip and fall on a basket. All different things that could come. And the only thing that's safe, only safe, ultimately is the stand on. Just stay where you are. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any life initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. If what Chazal say, we're making decisions in life. Look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you have at hand and move yourself forward. Let's go back to so the Gemara says, I remember the Mishnah said that even in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home to an akum, you can't rent out a home to be used as a house. So you want to the law immobile. So it's interesting. So it makes it sound like that there are places ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the akum on the days. It's still like that in and also this would go ahead and make the standing Mishnah in accordance with the position of any layer. Because our near home in Eretz Yisrael, we do not let homes to the Rabbi Yossi, the whole doctor of here. Rabbi Yossi, we're allowed to rent anyway. Right? Because remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi is that even in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in conformity with the position of Rabbi Yossi. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said that you're not allowed to rent out a bathhouse to an akum. The concern is that since everyone knows that the owner of the bathhouse, they know that it's a Jew. So even though the akum is now renting, if he operates it on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Tanya, Reb Shimon Gamliel Omer, Bosei Hamachata, base 21b, third line down. Reb Shimon Gamliel Omer, Lo Yisra Adam Me'achatzim Olei Kohavim Yeshim Mikdash Shmo. Person is not permitted to rent out his bathhouse to Olei Kohavim because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. So Olei Kohavim Zeh Oseh Ba Malacha B'Shabbat Yisrael. And what's going to happen? The Olei Kohavim is going to end up using it on Shabbos, which makes sense. He's an akum, he's allowed to. And the problem just is, it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Kippur. What about a kusim? We must look at we had a kusim before, right? Remember again, the kusim were transparent, so converted, but the conversion was subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a kusim? Sorry. The Gemara says, but a kusim would be permitted. The Gemara says, why? The Gemara says, about a kusim, sorry. Kusim would ultimately again be permitted. Why I was saying that the assumption over here is that a kusim doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov, right? Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says, kusim is more of the day malacha, the cholo shamoid. But a kusi is going to have it open on Chalamayid. And still on Chalamayid, the person is not supposed to do malacha. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? Rabbi said, why is a kusi working on Chalamayid? Rashi says, it would be done, nami shari laha. I'm sorry. Kusi, go back to Rashi. Kusi. Rashi did not say kusi. Lo avim malacha b'shab sal v'cholo shamoid aved l'medrash sofim l'chayshi. So kusim do work on Chalamayid. So shouldn't we be concerned that he's going to keep the bathhouse open over Chalamayit? To which the Gemara says, "V'cholo shamoy anan nami abdinai." So the truth is, we also keep bathhouses open on Chalamayit. Why? Because once in Chalamayit, we're allowed to do malacha for the purpose of the yomtiv. While having a bathhouse open that people can do on Chalamayit is a proper yomtiv malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. So therefore, the Gemara suggests for here that halacha l'maisa you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? Because everyone knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. Even though it's rented out to the akum, if he operates in a shop in Yom Tiv, people will assume that he's working for me. And therefore, I'm running my business, my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tiv. I can rent it out to a kusi because the kusi is not going to keep it open on Shabbos and Yom Tiv. So the Gemara says, what about renting my field to an Ovei Kochavim? So the Gemara says, Shali. That's permitted. Now, obviously, this is talking about not in Eretz Yisrael. Right? So let's say in Chutz La'aretz, you could rent out a field to an akum. I'm allowed to rent my field for my time. Why is that? If the akum is working the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned? It looks like he's working for me. Which the Gemara says, my time. Arisa sekad. No, because in fields, sharecropping is a very common arrangement. So when people see the akum working in the field on Shabbos, they know he's a sharecropper. So because that he's working for his own benefit, he's not working for me. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, this is very interesting, right? Because the assumption is since he's a sharecropper, he's working for himself. So the Gemara says, so why don't we say the same thing by bathhouse? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, like remember again, a sharecropping arrangement, I would say, is essentially where the akum's working in my field, he guarantees me a percentage, or either a percentage or a certain defined amount. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed, but if he works on Shabbos, doesn't work on Shabbos, doesn't make a difference for me, I'm getting my payment. So therefore, when he works on Shabbos, he's doing that for himself. So why don't we say the same arrangement could exist by the bathhouse? We say the merchatz lo avid, because we'll say that was not the type of arrangement that was common. That house wasn't like that. That house was a typical rental. So because of that, if the Ovei Kochavim is operating in Shabbos and Yom Tov, it looks like he is working on my behalf, as opposed to a field where it was common knowledge that most agricultural relationships were sharecropping arrangements. Therefore, when the akum is working on the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefit from that. Incredible. And we'll start to start over today. Shkach everyone, tremendous special with all of you. Have a wonderful day. Good morning. It's a great satisfaction to be with you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsi Shulchan for dedicating all the Shulim Drashos this year. And Schos, Salas Tavos, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpacha. Thanking Hashem for all of his nisim, both revealed and been the miracle of Yonatan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and the years Hashem is the greatest miracle of all. So, Mashiach and Yerav David and Bathsheba. How about Eretz Yisrael? Dedicating the Shiurim and Joshua this month, the Ibri Mishmas, Basheva's father, and Shalom Ben Yehuda Ayyeh Vei. And our Daflumi sponsor for today, Sammy Malka Esterson, in honor of Mr. Morton Esterson's 99th birthday. What a tremendous amount of a tremendous buck on Mr. Esterson. I would say she could be benched with Arich Hosam. Baruch Hashem, he has enjoyed Arich Hosam. We should continue to enjoy Arich Hosam. To be not Hashem's beautiful Mishpacha. And yes, Hashem, and most of all, Mr. Esterson, he mentioned to thee. So it's an inspiration for us all, because anyone who knows Mr. Esterson knows what a tremendous individual he is, a special and beautiful neshama that he is, one who has helped so many and inspired so many over the course of his 99 years in this world. And yes, it was welcome to just give him the call. Continue to inspire, to continue to uplift, and to continue to really encourage us to become the best of us in all the ourselves. course, we dedicate our learning and discuss of our holy passages and stuff and learning home. The show the color and the merit of our holy soul. Stuff and as we give them tremendous safety, security to execute our holy mission. And to protect our brothers and sisters about the strong and just shower and shmear and sear touches on all of us. So, and then we result into the good of the name. Also, the God let us begin. Today's office of our we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. 21 years starting on tough on the big 20B, and we're picking up actually down to Tanrabanan, 5 lines up from before it gets wide. So some really beautiful thing ahead of us today. Tanrabanan. The Mishmartani called Lavara. So the one is quoting the same passage that we saw in yesterday's daf. We saw this in yesterday's daf. So literally again, you shall guard yourself from any evil thing. So what we saw in yesterday's daf is this is the pasuk that teaches us about going on a spiritual offense. Identify the things that are going to get me into a bad spot in life and avoid them. So the Mergashim over here, Shaloya har her adon bayom, Yavo libe tuma balayla. Literally, a person shouldn't have impure thoughts by day and come to impurity at night. So the Pashtus, what the Gemara is saying is that if a person has impure thoughts by day, again, this goes to matters of morality, then it will lead to a semi-remission at night. So if you save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the semi-remission by night. So it's along this same theme of spiritual proactivity. Do what you can in order to go ahead and avoid the spiritual or the negative pitfalls of life. So we'll say it's actually interesting. So I've often thought about this line. You've seen this line in Chazal a number of different times. But it's interesting, if you also understand the idea of Yom and Laila, ultimately again as a reference to Yom being the good times or easy times in life, and Laila ultimately again becoming referencing the difficult times in life. And so perhaps in addition to just a Pashut idea, don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to similar Mishnah night, or in a greater or in a kind of a more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead to a path of it. Be proactive, be forward thinking, be understand certain activity results, and therefore of the activities from the beginning. But it could also mean like this, the spiritual is there are different periods of life. There's young periods represent the times whenever it's good. What should you do when things are good? Work on your ruchnius, bolster your spirituality. Should it? Because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, when life becomes challenging, which inevitably it will, you will be spiritually prepared to meet those challenges. People like to think that you find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do. Most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. But if I build my spirituality in times of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. So that's the pshat here as well. Shelo yaharher adam bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be maharher. Maharher daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family is good, when your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's dafka the time to push on all cylinders. That's dafka the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's dafka the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the yom periods of life and kind of just waste them with things. When life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is dafka the time to push yourself harder even in your ruchnius. Because if you don't do that, the yavo libe tuma balayla. If you waste the young periods of life and don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to Laila, when you come to the difficult periods of life, which will come, you will come to Tuma. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to Tuma Balayla. Incredible, incredible Yisod. So we'll say, so now the Gemara close for the Gemara and all of Shas. And Amra Pinchas Ben, based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yoel said as follows. He said as follows. Torah Megillah Daisy Gibbs. So let's say, so interestingly enough, the idea here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? What the previous Gemara was really teaching us was this idea that life, kind of periods of life, bleed in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day, because you come to a selling condition at night. So that's what you do by day, ultimately has an impact at night. Again, if we bring our understanding, if you bolster yourself by doing the good times of life, ready to meet the adversity. So I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next, right? Every night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of sequentials. That says as follows. It's beautiful. So, immediately Daisy Goose. So Torah, again, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Aidisha Osek Ba Va'od Shara. So if a person learns Torah, quite literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to the Hibus. I will say this is incredible now. Rashi says, what is the Hibus? Kishaveda Ba'yado Zahir Shamer Shalom Pasha. So according to Rashi, the Hibus ultimately means if I'm steeped in Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sin, I will be vigilant in trying to avoid that defeat. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin.
How was your day?
Okay, Zihirus, maybe.
It was good. I've been resting. I'm tired. I just took this pill. It's gonna make me.
Absolutely. I was going to say, you were up late last night, girl.
Yeah, I was. I didn't get home. I had a long day yesterday.
I know. I'm happy for you. So we didn't really. You danced a lot, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you meet any cool people?
Yeah. Murder is some interesting people, but it was okay.
Okay, now did you?
Yeah, I liked one of her friends. Her friend, she was cool. Well, she always cool. I didn't say person I met her, but she's cool. So she likes the way we dance and stuff like that. She said she'll come out with us again, especially my birthday gift. I said, okay, I'll definitely let you know.
Excellent. Now you, did you go to Grown Folks?
Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, she finally made that decision. Yeah.
No way. How was that?
It was nice. It was nice. Just older people, but it was. We had people that were really young, about 30 or 18, but yeah, it was okay. I was trying to dance, and this one guy was trying to slow grind, and her friend, her homegirl was. I'm glad she always been was there at the dance. Okay, I don't know these guys just want to dance. I'm trying to have fun, I don't mind dancing. I slow grind with him for a couple of times. And he kept on slow down. It was a fast song, and he went to slow grind. So I slow down. Okay, I'm trying to, enjoy the music. So my friend, like, okay, come on, you gonna dance with me? She was trying to get him out, so I'm glad she did that.
Okay, excellent. Now a place called Grown Folks. What's the average age of the people there?
It is from maybe a little bit like 21 and stuff like in their 60s maybe.
Okay, so some real grown folks.
Yeah, like a grown, like hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, very nice. And you enjoyed it. And is there anything you would have changed about the night? Is there anything you would have changed about the night?
Anything I would change? Yeah, that place is They were charging $2 for bottled water, everybody. And I had a coughing attack. Okay, I was coughing and stuff like that. And her friend was like, "You okay?" And Adrian's like, "You okay?" And I said, "No, I need some water." Man, I told the waitress, I said, "Hey," I said, "I will get a pitcher of water." I said, "How much is it?" She said, $4. But she said, you need, I said, "Yes, I need a pitcher of water." I said, "Okay." So I guess she was going to give us some free. And she came back and she said that she couldn't do it or whatever. So then they went separately to get some water. And then her friend went and the guy said, "She got in trouble for it." But my thing is, you can give us complimentary. Y'all don't have to keep charging us that. Yes, give us complimentary water. Let us keep the water, the cup. If they do not keep their cup, then charge them $1 or 50 cents for a whole cup of water. But $2 for a bottle of water is ridiculous.
Right.
Y'all not even putting no complimentary water. That's not right. That's not right at all.
Right.
It should be small cup of water. Especially a place like that. Anybody can fall out. It can be hot. People dancing. Come on now. Then you know they drinking. Like, got to have some kind of water by you.
I am 100% in agreement with you. That doesn't seem. It seems greedy.
Right.
Okay.
I wasn't finna buy no water. I just wasn't finna buy no bottle of water. Not for $2.
I understand that, and that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could not just get a glass of water for free, like normal places.
No.
Well, that's not cool.
No. At all. But other than that, we had a good time. But I would change. I would want that changed. I would want that changed.
Absolutely. Okay.
They somebody took advantage of that.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I agree with you. Okay. Now you went to brunch as well. What did you have at brunch?
We went to brunch. We went to a place called Two Eggs. And they have brunch and lunch, which is our brunch. They have breakfast and lunch or whatever you want to get. I had lunch. I had a cheeseburger with French fries. And Adrian had some eggs and pancakes with hash brown. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
yeah.
Were you guys together all day, or did you take a break in the middle?
We were together we were together since 12 times. We're in there. We were there around 12:30. We didn't get in this like 1:45, but 12:52. Almost 1 o'clock. At the brunch. We left there. I didn't get home till like 3 something. And then I took me a nap or whatever. Got up like you see. I got up about 6 something. Got myself together. Whatever. We left. She came. Got me around 8. Cynthia, my other friend, at 8:15. Then we had to go get her and Sasha. And that's how we didn't get home till like 3 something. I didn't get home till like 3 something. So yeah, we took a break in between.
Right. Okay, and how many girls went out?
It was, for the brunch, it was just me, Adrian, Cynthia, and Sasha. So that was 4 of us.
Okay.
At the grown folks, it was like 5 of us. It was me, Adrian, Cynthia, me, Sasha, and Cynthia. So it was 5.
Oh, I bet you guys were popular.
Yeah, had fun.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm really happy.
We were getting down, but she loves to dance, so she had a good time.
Excellent. What kind of music did they play?
R&B, hip hop, Southern soul sometimes, line dancing. Yeah.
Do you line dance?
Yeah, I do. She knows them all. I was shocked. There's a song by Tamia. I forgot the name of the song, but it's a Tamia thing, and everybody does line dance. And she been trying to learn this so bad. So bad she's been trying to learn it. And so yesterday when they played it, I'm right there in front of her, and I'm shocked. This ain't Tamia dance now. I said, "Oh, you shocked me." And I saw you. I said, "I was standing right here shocked looking at you. Like, what?" I was shocked that she knew it now. This too many times for me. They got maybe some boots on the ground. They play that. She loves that. I like this song by Cupid. It's called Flex. I can do that. I love that. The love slide. I love. The wobble. I love. Yeah. I'm good.
Well, you sound like you have had a really good time with your friends, and I'm very happy
We
for you.
did.
Excellent. Well, you get your rest, and then when you wake up, it'll be time to play.
Let's play bowling and see. I be about to.
Sounds like a plan, man.
All right. See you again. I'm here, girl.
Excellent.
She goes, ah, man, we have to do it again. Oh my God. In my head, I'm like, oh, I'm going to fire Jen in Texas, even though I just moved here. We'll figure it out. But then I get a text. Congratulations, Tiger made the team. I'm like, Janet, your lucky day, buddy. Nothing can mess this up. I was going to fire you, but you're rehire. Wow. So, okay, well, that's good. So you're okay, well, you got that text at a good time. But also, wow, that's, did Jen feel bad? Did he move? I want to hate you. He didn't give a shit. He was just, she goes, dude, my track record, come on, one time in 10 years ago. It's a big time. Yeah. And when did he say my track record? Right away, or did he wait? How did it know? I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger, and then I was like, Jim, you serious right now, dude? Oh, that's true. He goes, I know, I'm sorry, man. Dude, are you kidding me? He goes, dude, my track record. See, that's too soon to say that. I'm pissed off now, Jen. It's too soon to say that. Jen, give it an hour and a half, and to be like, yo, I really am sorry. Well, my track record speaks for itself. That would have been, I disagree. I disagree. He's been around too long. You know, and he's like, yo, chill. Right? He's like, oh, man, but that's what I'm saying. With my track record, you're going to treat me like this? So you think it's okay for you to do that? Yeah. I think Eric's spot on, and also she knows me well. I flap the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm sorry, David, here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the take that you were like, I'm never gonna, that was what was the take? You get it. Honestly, all 60 minutes. Episode, you were on fire, and all 60 was fucking fire. But you know what? Fucking liberty. You know what the word on Jones? You know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with what that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Doing it again, it's not even going to be. Oh, yeah, doing it again is the thing. And the passion's gone. The passion's gone. But while you're doing it again, in your head, you're going like this. It's gone. It's gone. I was missing points. I made earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. I was like, and in the middle of it, you just can't. You set a tape, instead of saying, you just look over at chin. Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this take anyway. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so the fans were expecting more lava, and they got more, but it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference. Because sometimes I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's watching it, she's like, dude, that is not. So maybe it was good, maybe it's bad. You never know. Dude. Yeah, you can't listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think so. What do you call it? Leave the text. They don't. We can't even vote in Texas. What do you do out of the kitchen? Am I right? What do you guys have to do? Podcast. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. I think I tell you guys something. You don't have to podcast. I get it. I'm just not that sexist, you know? Well, I have that sexist. All right, so this is what happened. So, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I have a little bit of it. You know what I mean? Toronto, you don't say. Go ahead, Brady, go ahead. You know what? Hey, Chris. I feel like as a viewer here, but even, I gotta be honest, I haven't looked at Eric since 2015. I have no idea. Anyways, so, Chris Delia calling out Brendan Schaub for targeting to find a chick first and foremost. Producer Nick Chenabob looking guy. My God. You know that guy takes $3,700 a month. Another rich kid, but he has zero talent. Why they allow a microphone in front of him for him to do the acting live is beyond. But that's the shop from this shit. One mistake after 10 years, he's ready to get rid of shit. Because, they're mad. On that watch, the episode with Jesse on fire, Shop is dropping hot takes for 5,000 views. Come on, people. It was his goal when he talked about John Flaherty. If Chip does that, like on accident, other report just go off, then the shop's too afraid. He's too afraid to look at the they shot that whole thing together, redo it with Jesse. I bet you Chet was probably maybe only these reasons. And again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to a lack of me in the performance of its reasons, right? Because remember, like everyone else says, avoid evil, do good. So if I'm careful with the avoidance of Avera, then ultimately again I will come to Zrizus, to alacrity before Mitzvahs. Zrizus, Nevi'ele Derekios. Ultimately again, if there's Zrizus, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity in life, I'm so focused on a zeal and a slavos for mitzvahs, then by definition I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Nikias, and if I'm lucky, if I'm free from sin, if I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my lines. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even something that is technically permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in it. First, my line, precious, and ultimately I am precious, separating myself even from that which is permitted. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of tara, beautiful purity. Tara, so tara ultimately leads to a sense of chasidus. And remember again, which makes sense because precious means going and separating myself ultimately even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chasidus, because what's chasidus? Chassid is someone who goes above and beyond expectations. Chasidus, beautiful. Chasidus leads to humility, because again, even once I become a chassid, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that engenders a sense of humility. Another humility leads to a sense of fear of sin, because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoidance of sin. And ultimately, again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a level of holiness. Kedusha So Kedusha leads me to Ruach HaKodesh, and Ruach HaKodesh may lead to Tchias. And ultimately, again, Ruach HaKodesh, that leads to Tchias. What that means to Tchias, that means the person himself has the power to Tchias. That's what it means is, if everybody gets to the level of Ruach HaKodesh, and the Baruch Hu brings us to Tchias and Mashiach. The Chasidus, so this is the famous of the vineyard. And by the way, what's incredible about this, Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim models his entire Sefer Mesilas Yesharim based on this statement that I've been husband life. So if this sounds familiar, it's because we've seen it in Shas a couple of times also, but it's also because the entire Ramchal, the entire Mesilas Yesharim is modeled on this idea. So Moshe, so you see a theme over here. We'll get into this more, and there's so much to say. We can spend a week just on this Gemara, spend an entire Sefer just on this Gemara. But then so I think what's going to is that having the spiritual growth is multiple steps, multiple sequential steps. One leads to the other, which leads to the other, which leads to the other. This is the famous idea. The Baruch is excited to the Racha, goes to Yaakov Avinu in Parshas, Vayetze. Yaakov Avinu has the dream about the soul of the land. It's Yaakov Avinu sees the dream. Suba Mutzav Artzav Arshon V'Yashamayim. Ladder has a space on the earth, and his head, the top of the ladder, reaches the heavens. And again, he sees Malachim going up and down. Rabbi Shirazi says, why is Yaakov? Why is the dream a ladder? Why a ladder? And the Rebbe is also beautiful. He said, because the difference between a ladder and a flight of stairs is that a flight of stairs, you can take 2 stairs at once. Right? Well, maybe even if you're one leg, 3 stairs at once. On a ladder, you can only take one at a time. The Rebbe says that ladder represents spiritual. The dream of Yaakov is about how to get from earth to heaven, how to get from where I am to get to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a ladder. That's a ladder. With a ladder, one step at a time, one rung at a time. Sometimes we become so spiritual, so eager to engage in spiritual growth that we want to skip steps. You can't skip steps in this. You can't. Because if you do it, just from all lines, it doesn't work. You start with A, you go from A to B, from B to C, C to D, and there's a sequence, and there's an order, and that's the thing that's maybe what I'm saying is there is a roadmap to spiritual success. Sometimes spiritual growth seems like it's so esoteric, but it's not. It's not. It's Yisuder, it's orderly, there's a defined path. The Pinchas B'Yair gives it to us, the Ramchal even codifies it, and I'm talking like that. Ramchal also interprets things a little bit differently than Rashi. If you notice, even just from Zehiros, but let's say this is it. You want spiritual growth, create for yourself a sequential plan. What are you going to start with? What's next? What's next? What's next? Incredible. And out of all these things, the Gemara writes, Chasidus is the greatest one. Shenemar az gibarta bechazon lechasidacha. So once which, by the way, it also makes sense if you understand Chasidus, especially what Ramchal says, that the Chassid is the person who goes above and beyond. So Chasidus is considered to be the greatest level of all. Incredible. So Gemara says, "Pick it up, Yishon Levi." Remember Yishon Levi. This argument for Yishon Levi because he says, "I'm not a Gidol Mikuban." He says humility is the greatest trait, not Chasidus. Shenema Ruach Hashem Elokim Alai Ya'an Moshe Hashem Osi Lebasa Another. Chasidim Lo Ne'emar Ela Another. The pasuk again extols the pasuk. Excuse me. The pasuk extols the humble person. It doesn't say Chasidim Ela Another. Halamarata Shanav Gidol Mikuban. So just interestingly enough, Hamachlokas. So what is the greatest of all these midos? Is it Chasidus? Is it Anava? And we'll say the truth is, it doesn't matter. It's both. It's both because at the end of the day, I need both. Right? I need to become a chassid. I need to become a person who doesn't just live up to expectations, but exceeds expectations. I need to become a humble individual as well. Humility meaning, I know what I've accomplished. I know what I am. Because I know what I've accomplished, I also know how much more I can do. Incredible. Let's go back to Immo for line. So the Gemara says as follows. So it's not Rabbanon. So we'll say, remember back to the Mishnah. And the Mishnah was speaking about, again, the things that you cannot sell to an akum, specifically, muchober lekarka, things that are attached to the ground. The Mishnah says, Rabbanon. Both the Lohan, Ilon, Almanas Lochutz, because he's ready to do it. Remember again, the Raisa says, you could sell them a tree on the condition that they cut it down. The code says, and as they cut down, these are the Yehuda. The Meir says, Imo Fanan Alakitsutsa. So the mayor says, you can only sell them something that is already cut down. You can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground, even if they say that they're going to cut it down. Shachas, Amanas Ligzos, the goes is really good. So ultimately, Shachas is like a fodder. Right? So you can sell them fodder that's attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. He's Rabbi Huda. And Mary says, no, Mary says, no, you can only sell them something that is already harvested, already cut down. Kama standing wheat. Amanas Ligzor, because Rabbi Huda. So Rabbi Huda says, you can sell them standing wheat on the condition that they cut it down. Okay, the Mary says, in Mo'ala Kitsura. Mary says, they only sell them already wheat that has been cut down. So interestingly enough, so three different cases. First was tree, Elon. Second was Shachas, fodder. Third was Kama standing wheat. In all of these cases, Rabbi Huda says you can sell it to them attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. But you can sell it while it's still attached. Ultimately, Rabbi Meir says, no, you can only sell it while it's already detached. So I actually lost my question why in three cases that essentially say the same thing. If it would have just had the case of the tree, I would assume the case of the tree, because if you leave the tree attached, there's no loss. I would have said that's the case, but ultimately you have to be concerned that the akum is not going to cut it down. About high, but in the case of ultimately, for the other cases, let's say if you leave it attached, ultimately the item goes back, perhaps in that case, Rabbi Meir would agree, Rabbi Huda, Yashkin, so furthermore, what is this in the other cases? Again, there's no recognizable shevach. Right? No recognizable shevach. Ultimately, again, it's attached to the ground. The idea is shvach. And I'm motivated. It's actually the shvach. time that they left to come across some Nani, the law said me will go min card the lots. I'm not following cookies is where you can recognize both benefit by leaving the catch. Again, that did get each other. However, about Shachas, the other and ultimately in the case of the Shafar, they read you would give her yes in the Baha, and if we said in this case, Baha can be mayor about Bahana in a motive. So the bottom line is it's like smaller. Again, all these cases, both the tree, Shachas, the fiber, and the kind of the stand all have their unique the differences between them, therefore don't have to be stated. See, by the way, so since bottom line, that's the ongoing my focus on here, and that you do in these cases in this room. By the way, just by the way, halacha l'maisa, we pass like that we do, right? And as long as you're allowed to sell it, as long as it's sold in the condition that it's going to be cut down, even if at the time that it's sold, it's not yet cut. That's how it passes. I'm going to ask another question. I'm going to ask this short now. What if I sell a behemoth on the condition to slaughter? What am I going to both say? This is referencing back our previous tomorrow about the ability to sell a behemoth that's a large animal to a home. Again, that was out of a fear that was going to end up renting this thing is going to use our status. So what if I sell him a behemoth that's on the condition that he's going to shaft it? What's the situation over there? The Marsimau, Hassan time of my share of Yehuda. The Labra Shuse kind of maybe I could do the only allows it in the previous cases. Let's say you have the Elon, the Shachas, and the Kamal, because in those cases the item is still in the Rishus of these, and therefore the Jew could cut it down. The Gemara says, about behemoth, given that the Shuse don't go up and came up, Mashira. But in the case of the animal, perhaps even if the guy says he's buying it, the Akum says he's buying it for the purpose of Shmita, because it's outside of my domain, I don't have control over it anymore. Maybe I have to be concerned that he's really not going to shaft it, and ultimately, again, may just maintain it. Oh, Dilma, Moshe, the customer said, the Hema, I'm not so for sure. Most of them are so what's the salon for my disease in the focus. If I sell an apple, the Hemagasa, on the condition to shaft it. The Buddha says it's mutter. It's mutter, ultimately again, as long as he intends to shaft it. And the Mary says no, you can sell them only once it's actually shafted. So interestingly enough, the same exact matter. I guess once again here he passes the Buddha that if we sell them on the condition that it's been shafted, that is enough to sell them live on the condition that it's been shafted. We're not concerned that it's going to be okay, wasn't incredible. Mishnah, bottom of Summit days. In masculine and back in Eretz Yisrael, you cannot rent an apple, a home in Eretz Yisrael. The Yitzhak Omer Sudders, and certainly you cannot rent them fields. Okay? Will be Syria, and it's in what's Syria. So Rashi says over here, Syria is around Soba. So, around Soba was a place, and it was close to Eretz Yisrael. And this was an area that David HaMelech conquered on his own. In other words, he did not go ahead and consult. This is not a Mephiles himself, but rather, again, this was an area that he conquered on his own. So there's a whole discussion over here about whether or not Aram Silva or Surya has Kedushas and Yisrael. That's an ongoing matter. We'll see in the Gemara. So the Surya type of Kavalit, Maskil Bahem Batim Avalos Solos. In Surya, you could rent fields, you could rent homes. But you cannot, if there are Jewish-owned homes in Syria, you can rent homes to an akum, avalos sados, but not fields. In the Chutzlaretz, Moker Lahem Batim Askirin Sados Yerim. In the Chutzlaretz, you can sell an apple homes, you could rent them fields. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. Okay? And Rabbi Yossi says, so the first model is Rabbi Meir now. We'll see in the more explanation of this. Rabbi Yossi says, very Yisrael masculine and Batamalos Sados. So Rabbi Yossi disagrees. Rabbi Yossi says in Eretz Yisrael, you are allowed to rent homes to an akum, but you are not allowed to rent an akum a field. With the Surya, in Surya, Mochrin Batim in Sados, you can sell them homes and rent them fields. In the Chutzlaretz, Mochrin Iruveru. In the Chutzlaretz, you can do whatever. Chutzlaretz, you can sell fields, rent fields, homes, you can do whatever. So the Gemara says, after Mochum Sh'onu Lahaskir, Those are Bestira Amru, Ibnation Machnis Lesofo Avodah Soha. Another very interesting qualification. In any areas where we say, in any time that we say that you're allowed to go ahead and rent an akum, a home, right? It's not to live in. It's not to live in. You cannot rent an akum, a home, a Jewish home for domicile purposes. Why? Because we are concerned that he's going to bring his avodah zara into that home. Shneemar, and that's a problem. Why? Shneemar lo sadi sa'iva el beisecha. You shall not bring an abomination, like this avodah zara, into your home. Ubechol makom lo yaskir lo es hamerachatz. But no matter where you are, Chutzlar, Eretz Yisrael, Syria, Chutzlar, you cannot rent a Jewish your bathhouse to an akum. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that the akum is going to operate on Shabbos, and people know apparently not. People didn't know who owned the bathhouse. So since people will know that this is a Jewish owned bathhouse, if they see it operating on Shabbos, they're not going to know it was rented out to a guy, to an akum, and therefore they're going to assume that the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. Okay, so let's unpack this. So my in Sarah Lomar Sos. So it's like, so what is the meaning of the phrase that you don't even have to include suffix? What exactly, what does that mean? And again, he's quoting over here from Rabbi Meir in Mishnah, right? The first line of the Mishnah was, in Maskilhan Batim Eretz Yisrael. You cannot rent an akum, a home in Eretz Yisrael. Then Sarach Lomar Suffix. It goes without saying that you can't rent in fields. So it's almost like, it's like pashut that you can't rent in the fields. Well, why? What does that mean? So you must maybe we should be So maybe there's two issues with renting a field to an akum. Number one, chada, chanias karka. Number one, it's giving them a foothold in land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. So yes, it is that. Right? Well, so even though again this is a rental, not a sale, still renting a field to an akum could be a problem of giving them a foothold in Eretz Yisrael. So that's problem number one. The chada become back for any nicer. Furthermore, the Tashris, if the field is rented by an akum, the Gemara is suggesting that perhaps that takes away the kedusha of the land. And because of that, it will be Meiser exempt. So you're removing the kedusha of the produce from the produce by renting it out to an akum. Maybe that's the issue. And therefore, if that's the case, there should be two problems with renting the house to an akum. Number one, chada, chanias karka, you're giving them a foothold in the land. The chada, the kamak, you're leaving the zuzah. Furthermore, if you rent a home to an ultimately again, it's no longer subject to mezuzah. So you're taking away its kedusha from mezuzah. On the Restream, no, mezuzah stovas hagari. It was interesting. Mezuzah is din on the home. Mezuzah is an obligation on the dweller, right? The proof to that is, if I own a home, no one's living there, there's no obligation of mezuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of mezuzah is upon me, a chovas hadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting out the home to an akum does not remove the home from the din of mezuzah, because there just is no din of mezuzah on that home, as opposed to, let's say, going ahead and renting a field to an akum, where potentially you're removing the kedusha of the land. So we'll say, so this is incredibly important. So this Gemara is highlighting this idea that the fundamental difference between renting fields and renting homes. Renting fields is going to be more problematic from the position of the Gemara, right? Why? Because again, when you rent a field to an akum, you're essentially doing two. One, you're giving them a quasi foothold, an akum quasi foothold, in quasi land ownership. And so, number two, you are removing the kedusha of the land. Now, this idea that rental of land to an akum removes the kedusha of the land is a big machlokas. But the Gemara is kind of going with that assumption over here. That's the double problem with renting fields. That's why, if you notice in Mishnah, both according to Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yossi, you are not allowed to rent fields to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, right? According to both of them. But interestingly enough, their machlokas is about renting homes. But again, everyone's going to agree that it's interesting. We're thought a little bit differently, but the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. So one goes back there. With the Surya Maskir Batin, and in Surya, you're allowed to go ahead and this is the position right there. In Surya, you're allowed to rent them homes. So the Gemara says, Maishna Mechira, I'm sorry, Maishna Mechira Doro. So we'll say, so, okay, but why can't you sell them a home in Syria? Mishum Mechira Deretz Yisrael. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to sell a home to an Akum in Syria, you're going to come to sell a home to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. So if that's the case, we should say the same. You shouldn't rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. No, it's like it says, "Ki gufa gzera va'ano nekom v'nigzar gzera legzera." Someone says no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing. Even renting a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, there's only a problem lest you come to sell them a home in Eretz Yisrael. So now we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come and sell a home to an Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps removed, and we don't consider it like that with so many different layers. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria you are allowed to rent a home to an akum. Syria, they call that. One second. What we said by the Mishnah, you're not allowed to akum in Syria, and multi-level Gezerah, and yet we see it's still enacted, to which they know it's different. Some lot of Gezerah. That's actually not Gezerah. Kasar kibush yachad shmei kibush. So again, the issue is like this. Rabbi Meir holds that the conquering of double amounts conquering of Syria was actually a proper conquering, and was next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an akum in Syria in the same way that you can't rent a field to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. Simply, says Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. I the Gemara says, but if that's the case, Sada the Ispei Tarki does it Ramadan. Bakim the rest in fact does it Ramadan. But still, Syria is different. Syria is different, and ultimately, again, in reality, Chazal only applied the prohibition of renting a field, but not of renting a home in Syria to an akum. So this is very interesting. So therefore, in Rabbi Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on the rental of a field, ultimately again not the rental of a home. Okay, interesting. Good. The Chutz La'aretz. So the Marasad that is entirely does it. Interestingly enough, so the Chutz La'aretz entirely does so again, like I said before, a field that has two issues. What are the two issues in the field? Number one, lo sechanim, right? Do not give any difficulty. Number two, you remove the obligation of tithing. That's when Chazal goes, right? But the rental of a home, where really, again, there's only one potential thing, Chazal will not close it outside of Eretz Yisrael. All right, incredible. Rabbi Yossi wanted to Chutz La'aretz and skill and batin. So Rabbi Yossi said, in Chutz La'aretz, I'm sorry, Eretz Yisrael is going about this. So now again, we come to the view of Rabbi Yossi. So the Yossi holds in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent them homes, can't rent them fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes and rent them fields. And in Chutz La'aretz, you can do whatever you want. So says the Gemara, my kaima sados isku tarti kazburabon. So the Meir's logic is like this. So sados. Now remember again, this is in Eretz Yisrael, right? This is in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, so sados that have fields that have two issues, right? Remember again, no sechanim and removal of obligation of tithing. Ultimately, again, you can't rent an akum in Eretz Yisrael, right? Like I'm sados tarti gazurabon, batim geletz tarti lo gazurabon. But a home has only one issue, namely lo sechanim. Chazal were not gozer. Interesting. Over Syria Mokim, my time. So what's Rabbi Yossi's logic in Syria? You're allowed to sell homes, allowed to sell fields. What's the logic there? Or you actually could sell homes and rent fields. Kasavar, Kibush Yachad, Lo Shmei Kibush. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of David of Syria did not annex the Eretz Yisrael, does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. The only way to have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the Sanhedrin, right? And again, Klal Yisrael participated. Around Silva, Syria was David personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that does not endow it with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Yisod that is Beitar does Rabbanan, Atim Bas Mikata does Rabbanan. And therefore, again, in Surya, ultimately, Surya does not have Kedusha Eretz Yisrael. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi says, when it comes to a field that has two issues, Lo Sechanim and no Meiser, Chazal goes there, but a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal will not go there. Incredible. Over starts open. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yossi holds that in starts, you can pretty much do whatever you want. So you must in my time. Even the Merchak lo Gazrin. Since starts is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal weren't goes there. They just weren't goes there on this. I'm ready to go with Shmuel. Halach Rabbi Yossi. So the reason we show the halach was Rabbi Yossi. Now, again, what's Rabbi Yossi? What's Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. What's the logic behind that? Fields have two issues: lo sechanim, giving them a foothold, and also you remove the produce from tithing obligations. Homes only have one issue of lo sechanim. Now remember again, renting the field to an akum, technically speaking, is not giving them a foothold. It's a zera of if we allow you to rent, you may come to sell. So therefore, so part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes. You can sell them homes, which means you can sell them rent homes, and you're allowed to go as well. What's Rabbi Yossi's line? Syria does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Yaakov Moshe Kibush, that was hunting of the land, ultimately again, did not fully annex it to it. It's part of the territory of Eretz Yisrael, but it doesn't have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So in Syria, therefore, again, you can even sell them homes, and you can go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you can rent them fields. Why? What are we concerned about? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with it. So you can rent them fields in Syria, you can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned that if you sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in Eretz, so it's really problematic. And in Chutz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Huda says, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi Ubilvad, Shalom Yasen Shchuna. This is very interesting. So yes, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, but what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum neighborhood. And a shchunat akum, right? You can't make it an akum neighborhood. So the Gemara says, okay, but how much shchuna? So how much is a shchuna? So the Gemara says, Tana in shchuna pakusa mishlosha b'nei adam. So a shchuna is three families, three people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where halacha l'maisa, you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and allow an akum shchuna to develop. Shchuna's akum to develop. So when I have a lechush doma also high yisrael mazbun chadol v'kochadim. So I say, why are we concerned about the following? Look at Rashi. The Shars they was a boy, the Chadon, Mazmin Hayochid, Vaza Elvin Khan Mazmin a trade. So I'm gonna sell to an apple, and maybe the apple is gonna subdivide the lot and sell to two more apples. And now suddenly you have a shchuna. So maybe it should be problematic to sell to an apple altogether. To which the Gemara says, I'm listening the fact I'm listening the listening on the fact. So little again, so we actually saw this lesson before, right? So little again, for listening either, for placing a stumbling block, so you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential yet unmaterialized circumstance. Which I will say is another way of Chazal saying, you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not occur. So therefore, the halacha is I can't sell to three apples. I can't say that if I sell the lot and the apple's going to subdivide it and now it's going to be fiat. Could that happen? Sure, it could happen. And I'm obligated to take that into account? Absolutely. So most of you remember again last week when we spoke on this idea of just to reinforce the tremendous Musar Haskell. Lifting the factinon, lifting the factinon. So often in life when we want to embark upon new life initiatives. So we begin to think about all the different things that could go wrong. But what about this? What about this? I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And so often life, people do this, and it results in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, all the different things that could go wrong, the only thing that makes inaction. Imagine a person stands by the curb, right across the street. You begin to think about all the different possibilities. Again, car could come like this. I could trip and fall on a bus. All the different things that could come. And you know what? The only thing that's safe, the only safe thing to do, ultimately, is to stand on the curb. Just stay where you are. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any life initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. If what Chazal say, we're making decisions in life. Look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you have at hand and move yourself forward. Let's go back to it. After Malcolm Shamalahas says, I remember the Mishnah said that even in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home, to an akum, you cannot rent out a home to be used as a domicile. So Gemara says, you look at the role of movie. So it's interesting. So it makes it sound like that there are places ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the akum on the days whose stomach can be made. And I will say this would go ahead and make the Stam Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Meir, because Rabbi Meir holds that in Eretz Yisrael we do not rent homes to an akum. The Rabbi Yossi, because Rabbi Yossi we're allowed to rent anywhere, right? Because remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi is that even in Eretz Yisrael you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in conformity with the position of Rabbi Meir. Tanya, so let's remember again, the Mishnah said that you're not allowed to rent out a bathhouse to an akum. The concern is that since everyone knows that the owner of the bathhouse, they know that it's a Jew. So even though the akum is now renting it, if he operates it on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Tanya, Reb Shimon Gamliel Omer, Bosyaman Chafal makes 21b, third line down. Reb Shimon Gamliel Omer, Lo Yisra Adam et Mechatz Lo Obed Chachavim, Leishem Nikra Shmo. Person is not permitted to rent out his bathhouse to Obed Chachavim because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. Obed Chachavim Zeh Oseh Bal Malach B'Shabbos Shem. And what's going to end up happening? Obed Chachavim end up using it on Shabbos, which makes sense. He's an akum. He's allowed to. Just as it's going to look like he's working for me. I, the Jew, am operating bathhouse on Shabbos. Aval Kusim. What about a Kusim? And most of it came out. We have had Kusim before, right? Remember again, the Kusim were transplanted to Eretz Yisrael, converted, but their conversion was subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a Kusim? Shari. The Gemara says, but a Kusim would be good. The Gemara says, why? The Gemara says, Aval Kusim. Aval Kusim, right? Shari. Kusim would ultimately again be permitted. Why am I saying that? The assumption over here is that Kusi doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov, right? Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says Kusi Umar Avitei Malacha the Cholo Shamoid, right? But again, but a Kusi is going to have it open on Chalamayid, and still on Chalamayid, the person is not supposed to do Malacha. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? Why is a Kusi working on Chalamayid? Rashi says we'll be done, and I mean Shari Laha. I'm sorry. Kusi, go back to Rashi. Kusi. Sorry, Rashi did not say Kusi. Lo Avim Malacha B'Shab Salah B'Cholo Shamoid Al V'Gil Medrash Sofim Lo Chayshi. So Kusi do work on Chalamayid. So shouldn't we be concerned that he's going to keep the bathhouse open over Chalamayid? To which the Gemara says, the Cholo Shamoid Anan Nami Hakti. So the truth is, we also keep bathhouses open on Chalamayid. Because most in Chalamayid, we're allowed to do malacha for the purpose of the Yom while having a bathhouse open that people can be on Chalamayid is a proper Yom Tov malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. Therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that halach l'maisa you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? Because everyone knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. Even though it's rented out to the akum, if he operates on a Shabbos and Yom Tov, people will assume that he's working for me, and therefore I'm running my business, my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. I have to rent out to a kusi because the kusi is not going to keep it open on Shabbos and Yom Tov. So you want to say, what about renting my field to another Kohavim? So when it says Shali, that's permitted. Now, obviously, this is talking about not in Eretz Yisrael. Right? So let's say in Chutz La'aretz, where everyone agrees you can rent out a field to an akum. I'm allowed to rent out my field to my time. But why is that? If the akum is working in the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned it looks like he's working for me? which the Gemara says in nighttime. Well, arisa sekad. Because in fields, sharecropping is a very common arrangement. So when people see the Akum working in the field on Shabbos, they think he's a sharecropper. So because that, he's working for his own benefit. He's not working for me. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, this is very interesting. Like the assumption is, since he's a sharecropper, he's working for himself. So the Gemara says, Merchatz nami ami arisa sekad. So why don't we say the same thing about best? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, like remember again, sharecropping arrangement is essentially where the Akum is working I feel he guarantees me a percentage, or either a percentage or a certain defined amount. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed that if he works on Shabbos, it doesn't make a difference to me. I'm getting my payment. So therefore, when he works on Shabbos, he's doing it himself. So why don't we see the same arrangement by the bathhouse? I would say the Merchatz law of it. Because we'll say that was not a type of arrangement that was done by us. That house wasn't like that. That house was a typical rental. From his operating at the same time, it looks like he is working on that, as opposed to where it was common now agricultural relationship. That cropping arrangement, therefore, when the Akum is working in the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefits from that. Incredible. That was our Gustavo River today. Shukran for everyone. All of you. Have a wonderful day.
Just EKG, I'd be pretty hardcore, So it's not like the people in Brazil and Spain are doing just EKG fights, so it could be that. We can watch them now.
We'll see good morning. There is a tremendous distance. Zero zone today, although we are geographically distant. This is basically still quickly, but get a very special thank you to Richter, to Rabbi Malevsky, to Josh Ellis, all of those who have been initiated over the last couple of days. Thank you to Rashid Vincent, to Jeremy Manson for enabling me to be able to run through even when I am geographically distant. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Kilson from Havarit Yisrael. Dedicating all the Shem and Josh's and the schus of the Torah's totals for Adam Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpacha, thanking Mishpacha for his recent both revealed and hidden the Jonathan Shai Weinberg fourth 15 years ago, and for the Hashem continued with the Torah's totals and life of Moshe and Rabbi Batsheva Pava, Havarit Yisrael, Libra Yishmas, Shalom. Ben Yosef Arlie Ben. I got the only sponsors for today, Jacob and Judy Blumenfeld, Lily Nishmas, Jacob's grandmother, Hannah Bass, Mordecai Jean Goldman, Paul and Kat Howard, in honor of the birth of a great grandson to Harold Schindel, to their children Avram and Ahuva Jaffe of Thank you to all of our sponsors and our great staff. Thank you for helping to support Talmud Torah within our Kehillah and Eretz Hashem through our greater Daf Yomi Shabbat. So we'll see back with us speaking. We have incredible Daf ahead of us today. Today's Daf is Daf Chof 20. We are picking up at the Mishnah on your test on the days and 19. So continuing in the theme of Avodah Zarah, some really incredible here. For essentially today's really dramatic. The Mishnah says as follows: you can't make any type of ornaments, literally translated as jewelry. You can't make any type of ornaments or jewelry for Avodah Zarah. Examples: katlos is a choker, mizamin, tabos, nose rings, other rings. Rabbi Eliezer Omer is Rabbi Eliezer says this is only true if you're doing it of your own volition. But if you're being paid to do it, let's say you're a hired craftsman, then again, he says you're allowed to go ahead and do it. Obviously, as I mentioned, last week, it was like moments ago, but last week, we have to get into a lot of the halachas, a lot of the halachas concerning how we actually deal with these contemporary issues of Avodah Zarah, which in Hashem we we'll get to in the coming weeks, coming days. So again, Tanakama says you can't go ahead and make any type of ornamental things for Apple design. The Lezer says if you're getting paid for it, it's mutter. Ein mocher lo for the title, mocher mishiyiktas. This is another interesting halacha. You are not allowed to sell the apple anything that is attached to the ground. Now, we'll discuss exactly why this is. This is actually going to be the first topic in the Gemara. So literally translated, you can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground. Okay? But you can sell them something that was attached to the ground as long as it was detached. Okay? So what exactly does this mean? What's the answer of this prohibition? To be determined. Ruda says, Ruda says you can even sell it on the condition to sell it. To cut it down. So interesting, it sounds like my whole is as follows. Elijah says, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground, period. The only time you could sell them something that is attached to the ground is if it was detached. Now, of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Yehuda argues, Rabbi Yehuda says, you could sell them something that is attached as long as it is clear that the intention is to detach it. Okay, like I said, further, we're going to see further clarification of this in the Gemara itself. Incredible. So says the Gemara, so the Gemara is jumping here right into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell an apple something that is in the So I can't sell an apple anything that is attached to this. So the Gemara says, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, vines, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. So the Gemara says, what is this? And now, I just want to point out, this is a din in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. So whereas in Mehanimid, where do you know this? Rabbi Yossi Bar Chanina, chap of Kofta Amakra, Lo Sichanim. So the pasuk says, Lo Sichanim. What does Lo Sichanim mean? It says, like Gemara, Lo Sitain Lahem Chania B'Karka. You cannot give an apple foothold in the land of Israel. Given to Am Yisrael, we have one land in this entire world, one land that is only solely from ours. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, don't give up a portion of that land to Yaakov. Don't give up a portion of that land to anyone else outside of Klal Yisrael. So again, I want to point out, we're going to see this phrase is going to be subject to some level of dispute. The pasuk in its entirety reads as follows. The beginning of Chavar. So this is talking about Klal Yisrael's conquest over the 7 nations who resided in Canaan. So you come into Canaan, you're going to do war against all of these nations. And the Baruch is going to deliver them into your hands. The Baruch is promising us victory. So you have to obliterate them. Now again, you have to obliterate. They can leave, but you have to obliterate them. They have to leave. Right? Do not establish with them a covenant. That's that way. So again, so the context in the commentary to Israel, you're going to conquer all of the nations who are there. Do not create treaties with them. Do not go ahead and go and lo sechanim. So what does lo sechanim mean? So again, lo sechanim, lo sikin lahem chania b'karka. Don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again, referencing that condition, therefore the Mishnah says, in Eretz Yisrael, you are not allowed to sell an akum, anything that is attached to the ground. Why? Biblical prohibition, lo sichanim. Incredible. Now, I want to point out something interesting. If you notice, in general, before Mesach Zara, an akum pretty much referred to anyone who is not Jewish, with the exception of a Ger Toshav, who is a Noachai, right? But then in Avodah Zarah, in the beginning, it kind of constricted that focus a little bit. Avodah Zarah, an akum is literally someone who worships Avodah Zarah. Now we're globalizing a little bit more. But akum means anyone outside of Israel. Anyone outside of Israel, you can't sell them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. One second. Second line down, we'll say from on top of it all. One second. That lo sechanim is going to teach us a different halacha. What's the different halacha? Lo sikim lahem chaim. Literally again, don't give them chaim. Now chaim usually means like a charm or a kindness. What does this mean? Like you say, the person has faith. Don't give them faith. Says Rashi, Tag Rashi, first line. Shelo Yomar Kama Avodas Kochavim Zeh Avik Chamzeh. Don't compliment them. This is interesting. And so, Lo Sichani for notion of fame, don't compliment the Akum. Don't compliment the Akum. Okay, unless you say he's, I don't know. Compliments are nice, the compliments are easy, and isn't it? So again, the Ribono Shel Olam is seeking to create a certain level of distance between Israel and the nations of the world. There has to be collaboration, there has to be certain levels of partnerships, but ultimately to serve certain greater needs. But Trump also understood that there has to be division, and there has to be wars. So Lo Sichanim, for a second, which means don't compliment them, you don't need to ingratiate yourself to them. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara said, if that's the case, then it should have said lo sichunam. My lo sichanim. Why lo sichanim? So again, if it was just about do not give them pain, then the proper way to write that would have been lo sichunam. Why does it say lo sichanim? Shmamina party. Two halachas. So again, actually put it at both. So lo sichanim means number one, do not give them. That's just part of it, right? But don't give literally again a foothold in land. Don't give them parts of the land. And number two, don't give compliments. Don't give compliments to the eye. That happened right away. So seeking matnos shafin. Okay, there's another interpretation. Another interpretation is don't give them free gifts. Don't give them free gifts. In other words, free gifts is something that Jews do to one another. That level of friendship, that level of responsibility, that level of love, that's reserved for one Jew to the other. When it comes to Yaakov, do not give him free gifts. So again, here, lo sichanim is notion of chinam, free. You want to think in Makro, lo sichanim, then it should have said lo sichanim. My lo sichanim, why is it by sichanim lo sichanim? That form of the word teaches me all three of these halachas. So from one phrase or from one poem, we learn three things. Number one, working backwards. Number one, do not give free gifts to the Yaakov. Number two, do not give compliments to the Yaakov. Those two really are interrelated. Because all that Baruch was saying is, okay, there has to be collaboration, there has to be partnership to certain things, but there need not to be, there should not be a close relationship. There needs to be a little bit of men's don't give free gifts. Then there's the third halacha. The third halacha, also the same with don't give them a foothold in the land. Don't give them, don't sell them as we gift them parts of Eretz Yisrael. And again, all three of these halachas are from the same word. Rashi writes that supports this. Lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem chania bekarka. What is lo sichanim? Don't give them up to them. Davar achar, lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem chen. Literally, again, don't compliment them. Davar achar, another possibility. Lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem matnas chino. Don't give them a free gift. So the Gemara says, what's that? Matnas chino gufei tonight. The truth is, this whole idea about a free gift to an akum. So this is like a free, I can mean free, unsolicited. This is a machlokas. Samuel. Lo sofu kol nevela. To us is interesting. So Torah says as follows: you're not allowed to eat nevelas that animal guns without proper shita. What's the halacha? So lager asher risharecha tikna la'chalal. Give it to the ger who resides in your gates. Now, generally, ger in that type of context, not generally. Ger means a ger kosher, which is again non-Jew has been treated in idolatry, follows the seven mitzvos b'nei Noach. And again, we have an obligation to sustain the obligation to be part of the community. Now, obviously, he's not bound by the laws of kashrus. He's not Jewish. So he doesn't have the 613 mitzvahs. He just has 7 mitzvahs b'nei Noach. So the Torah says as follows: if you have an avela, what should you do with it? Now, give it to the ger who resides in your gates. You can eat it or sell it to the Nachri, sell it to the guy, sell it to the Gentile who lives in the Nachri, who's within your surroundings. So Amy Ella again is the computer. If you look at the Torah, it tells us you can gift it to the ger, or you can sell it to. So the Gemara says, I only know the options at my disposal. The Gemara says, the ger and mechira minayin. How do I know? Right? Amy Ella the ger and the the ger and mechira minayin. How do I know that I'm also allowed to sell it to the ger? That so the Gemara says, Talmar titnano. So that kind of shifts the comma a little bit. One foot. You can either gift it or you could sell it. You can sell it. So therefore, again, to the ger, you can gift it to the ger, or you can sell it to the ger. How do I know? I'm also allowed to gift it to Akum. Again, once again, we shifted on the punctuation a little bit. It says, give it to him and he will eat it, or you can sell it. So essentially, again, what we're doing over here is we're using that phrase to be a modifier both on ger and nachli. Both on ger and nachli, which means, first opinion says, nimsa ata omer, so the mayor says, as it was telling me two things. Number one, okay. Number two, don't just throw it out. Give it away. So what are your options? You could gift it or you could sell it. And who can you gift it or sell it? Either to a ger or on the table. So you could gift it to a ger, you could sell a ger, you could gift it to a nachli, you could give it to a nachli. So we'll say, so according to the Meir, it's very simple. You're allowed to give a gift. And when you read out this, he says, no, natural. The pasuk is explicit and specific. Lager b'nesina or chavim b'chira. No, dafka. Here are your options. You have in the above, so then you can't do it. So what can I do with it? One of two options. Either give it to the ger, sell it to the akum. Those are the options actually disposal. No other options. Shaper Kamer Reader. 1 second. Mayor, Darshan, the possible teaching like both of these options, like these people. The other people say no. He's not right for people to come there and there. You are right. That either you have the right to gift or to sell, and either the nothing or the care, the church, the lift of Rahmana, Tikvinana, Va'achala, Umachar. The pasuk said, give it, read it, and sell it. Oh, lama. Why do I need the word oh? Why do I need the word oh? Or that's teaching me with that word or. There are two tracks over here. There are two tracks. There's a ger track and a nachli track. You can sell to the ger. You don't have to gift it to it. Or but you can gift it to it. But on the nachli, there's only one option. Omachar, you can sell it. You can't gift it. Rabbi Meir, what does Rabbi Meir do with the oath? He says, "Hulak doing is sin of the ger. Let me hear the oath." Meir says ultimately again, because the oath establishes precedence. Because even though again I can either gift or sell to the ger, or gift or sell to the nachli, but again at the end of the day, to sell better to than to sell to the Buddha and Buddha says that's obvious. Keeping the ger atam to lafio, so Kinani atam to lafio. So I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Meir said if there's a choice between gifting it to the ger and selling it for free, gift it to the ger. Gift it to the ger, so you don't need the money. Gift it to the ger. And Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. Keep it to lafio, so atam to lafio, so this is that's obvious. I being the Jewish community, have a responsibility towards the Torah. It's part of the obligations. He needs support. The nothing. So obviously, then there's going to be present giving to the ger, opening to the nothing. So we'll say, finish what together we have as follows. So one was my focus, whether or not you're allowed to give. I'm not going to gift to a nothing. My focus is there. Let me do that. So again, let me hold that halacha. My son tells me I do gift or salty both or
Yo.
eins what is it?
What up, Connor?
And the idea less to give to begin
How are you?
Oh,
Connor, how'd you find about me?
Wasn't sure exactly what's going on.
Okay, excellent. Did you find out me from Kick or from Twitter or from Discord?
Just this good.
Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about? Excellent. Thank you for me. My name is 4 hours a day, 7 a week, 365 for world peace. I've been so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Connor and Dylan, have you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. Always online, always and the streams are archived on the internet for the world to be able to view and learn. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. If you did not know, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make person someday. And if and when that happens, Connor, Dylan, and anyone else,
You could look into capitalism. There's a predicted before, and then the guy took the guy's prediction into that voted for it.
okay, that's fine. I appreciate your input. But right now, I'm talking, my friend. However, if you weren't aware, data is its #1 resource. In 2018, it overtook petroleum as the #1 resource. And that may make me an influential player. If and when that happens, I want to make Connor, anybody else, exceptionally well. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charity and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
I respect it. You know, I'm a different philosophical person. You know, from a different background, different understanding, different behavior pattern. You know, the idea is generational. You know, it's a promising thing. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, so you are a rebel. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. So you follow the practices of Judaism.
To the best of my ability, I got one this morning. I do my best to keep clear. I say blessings on food. I light candles. I do everything that I can. I don't drive Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I do everything that I can to stay as orthodox as possible while still streaming my life.
Okay. That's interesting. Respectfully. I might be the more toxic person about kind of what this is all about. It's a strange thing.
Absolutely, if you don't mind, I talk about I think ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we do wells in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, particularly in Africa. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifeguard program, but most importantly, salination technology, where we pump earth seawater on. How do those things sound to you?
Well, obviously, those things are different to anybody. International, right?
But hey, not everybody wants those things, but absolutely. I talk about other things. I'm a futurist, so topics on the future inspire me and are one of my passions. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication. Things like space, elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets.
The bot.
Just one moment. We have someone who, John Dick, You're getting mute. John Dick knows better. He needs to be quiet while I'm speaking. We talk about things like um, uh, perhaps that may be important to you, like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like replicators, even things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in the year 2021. A company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years they reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the utilizing ancient elephant circuits. I think some of this technology is absolutely mind-blowing. It's exciting for me to be able to do it. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, or dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. Other things that may affect you all, if you want, so like life extension technology. You all were born, the average life expectancy for you or people like you was about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps even uh, even um, pardon me, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, cold shock. Pardon me. There we go. Really to get you to 20 years old. But once you get to be 120 years old, you may say 20, 25. I didn't know if any of this would come true. It all has. My body's starting to break down. What's your next plan? And again, this is with your consent if you want. Nobody's forcing this on you. But you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, or cybernetic being, a clone yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be the opportunity, perhaps future, at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, personally, that is a lot. That's a lot. One, two of my ears.
Absolutely, I understand that.
I mean, I'm not a nerdist idea, but it seems to me like you are a man of history based on the fact that the things that you are about, the things that you desire, the things that you are.
I do my best to be.
Yes. I guess I was just, was just introduced to me, so just kind of interested to understand what, like, what do you do? Like, do you like to have conversations with people, or are you about trying to, showcase to things people that may not know or understand?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lifelong learner, so I like to learn with people. I like education. Really, my typical day involves arising, making sure my streams are restarted, davening or praying. Uh, then I will communicate with anybody who's in here, wish them a good morning, all those kinds of things. And then I program robots. So by trade, I am a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which have allowed me some financial independence. And then from there, I get people into the server, usually through them either finding me on Discord or one of my bots pings them on Kick or on Twitter or something of that nature. And then I have great conversations with individuals. Additionally, I very much enjoy playing games with people. So we get a group of people in here evening to play some games and sometimes really late in the night. I have people basically in every area of the world, I should say, and just based on what time of the day I enter. So starting very late, I get people from Australia, and then we get people from Asia, and then usually I try to go to bed around then, early morning, and then we'll get people in from Europe and Africa, and then eventually States and South America. And so just depending on the time of day, we get visitors from all over the world.
I mean, that's interesting. guess to kind of have like a communal sort of thing going on here.
Most certainly, we have 2,200 people who've joined this server, and at any given time, we're watching podcasts or watching or listening to podcasts. I enjoy sports as well, so major fan of football, but also basketball, baseball, hockey, and the Olympic sports. We've watched 3 different Olympics on this stream. In the past, somebody might be a diarist, someone who would write a diary, or a journalist, someone who would write in a journal. And I essentially do the same thing, but I do it with a camera. And throughout any games, I keep a radio going 24 hours to Los Angeles News and Globes, so people can literally go back to any moment of any part of my streams over the course of the last 4 years or so and find exactly what was going on in a given day. And I think that's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's essentially a timeline or a time capsule for human society.
Okay. See, I understand. Well, I mean, I couldn't imagine doing what you're doing, to be honest with you. I feel like that'd be very stressful. Do you feel like your position, you feel comfortable doing constantly?
I love it. It's passion in life. I'm only stressed if there's any reason why I can't get a stream going or something like that. And that's, but sometimes it just involves like clearing cache or maybe restarting a device or doing an update or something like that. Those are the things that somewhat bring me some stress. But I love it. It's like I'm connected to the world. I'm connected to the world, and anyone can connect with me at any time that they're comfortable. I get people who come in for spiritual guidance. I get people who come in here for relationship counsel. People who come in here are just friends and want to tell me about their day, about what they've done. I get people who even just come in here and sleep. All they do is at their long day at work or play or whatever they're doing, they can connect with someone somewhere in the world, and so they just come here and sleep. I get people who watch sports in here, who tell stories. I get stand-up comedians in here. I get poets in here. I get musicians in here. Exactly. So just quite a few different people, and whatever people want to do, I'm generally to however they want to experience the stream. I don't force anything on anybody, but if people want to talk, I'm always open to it.
Well, I've never met a rabbi, myself. Never ever met a rabbi, never communicated with a rabbi, not many people. I'm just interested, I don't quite understand entirely, it's very different to think. I don't fully on your faith, and I'm surprised in I guess the resolve that you have. But it's not something that I would say is bad at all. You're encapsulating, I guess, in your own form. It's kind of like, I guess, a piece of history. It can't really just be believed by itself.
Most certainly, in years past or centuries, my ancestors would have been writing something like Talmud, or perhaps putting to writing Tanakh, Torah, something along those lines. And this is essentially just my version of it for the 21st century. In no way is this, should I say, um, uh, prophecy, any means, nothing like that. It's just basically my archiving of history. And maybe 100 years ago, I would be writing a book. It's a lot of work to write a book, and you can't, and not that I wouldn't do that as well, but you can't dictate everything that's going on as quickly as you can with video. And I think that this will be studied really from an academic level more than perhaps in addition to a religious level, but really academically. The study of a human body, how humans mature, how they age, aspects of a daily life, like breathing patterns, eating patterns, behavior patterns, things like sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms. Really, everything about a human body uh, it can be studied, and especially with AI, you can take just one of my links and put it into ChatGPT, and it will tell you everything that I did over a course of a given day, summarized by timestamp with timestamp summaries, which I just think is just a gift to anyone who doesn't want to sit through 12 hours or 24 hours of one of my streams. And you get a nice overview of what I've done. There's also AI that can condense that day into like 5 or 3 people want to experience. There are some people who like long form content, and I certainly am the king of that. But then for those people who don't have the time for that, they can use AI to be able to basically digest my streams in any way they see fit.
See? Well, I guess it's kind of like a sandbox in some way. I don't know where to start. Well, I guess philosophically speaking, I guess you seem to be much more inclined to. You seem to accept I guess, the notation kind of like a subject.
Most certainly, I recognize that I mean, I started the stream before AI, at least large language models were a part of our daily lives. So I started this stream during the pandemic about 2021, pretty close to 4 years now. And then in 2022, typically November 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT when no one knew about it. And then when it officially launched on November 30th, 2022, I did everything to make people aware of it, particularly on Twitter, in Twitter Spaces. And I would answer anybody's questions that they had about the world through ChatGPT and large language models. And then eventually, the world now knows about it. And we've seen how the world has been shaped by large language models, how AI in particular has replaced positions and been able to summarize roles and all the other amazing aspects of AI, and then even getting into AI image generators and now video generators. And I basically have that story encapsulated on camera. I think that's something that the world will want to view. Basically, what was life like before AI and then after AI with all of its developments. On top of that, AI needs basically training data, and I'm the perfect essentially example for a human. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. So I have a lot of data of myself in IRL in the world, driving, going to places, just talking outside with people. But then additionally, my desktop streams, which is what you're witnessing here, of that are much more focused on me and what I do. And I think the combination of both will be very extremely valuable to not just humans and the story that I'm telling through the camera, but also for AI to be able to train its models.
Okay, I understand. Well, I guess I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay,
What is your favorite?
great question. I love fruit, but I also love pizza. So if you want to, like, as a main dish, I could eat pizza. I think. Well, actually, let me remove both of those. I love steak actually more than pizza. So I've gone extremely with my time just eating steak every meal every day. So year life and found a lot of that. It's essentially a keto diet, um, and I never got sick of it. So I'd actually have to say steak is my favorite. But then I also love pizza and I also love fruit.
Um,
great question. Um, the one's probably impacted my life the most is Grand Theft Auto. Love Grand Theft Auto for its um, storyline, um, but also I think it's just a real. It has changed uh, how we view video games, and that started with the original Grand Theft Autos back in the late '90s, and then in like 2003 with Grand Theft Auto 3, and then Vice City. Vice City probably my favorite. I love the soundtrack of it, and then um, yeah, I've learned a lot from Grand Theft Auto, and I think that might seem kind of counterintuitive to some people. Some people must say, "Oh, that's just like brain rot." But um, I remember when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was launched, it caused me to watch basically every intersection that I could find and as many documentaries as I could find to learn about the culture and things like that. And then we've had Grand Theft Auto 5 that launched 15 years ago, and I'm really excited. Grand Theft Auto 6. I can tell you a fact that it is 218 days, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 0 seconds until May 26, 2026. And I'll be excited to be able to explore that game. So, Grand Theft Auto is a major one. Other video games that I really have liked over the years are the NCAA football series. Every year I would play those games. I really enjoyed those, particularly from like 2000 to I believe they stopped making them about 2015. Now they've started back up again. I love Madden, FIFA, any kind of sport game I enjoy. But I still have fun with the OG games of my childhood. Mario, Super Mario, uh, 1, 2, and 3 on Nintendo Entertainment System. Love Super Nintendo's Super Mario World. I played that game quite a bit. So then really simple games like Pong. I think at a certain point Pong becomes exceptionally brilliant for simplicity, and so I'll even play that against somebody. Really, I'm a competitive person by nature, and any kind of game that I can play against people, I generally get a lot of joy out of it.
Um, do you like mixed martial arts?
Love it, man. In fact, I was just watching like as you came in a podcast on of an MMA former MMA um, fighter. I watch all the UFCs. I'm not like an expert on uh, sorry, I can hear my microphone isn't coming in as well as I would like. But I'm not necessarily an expert on every single guy who's fighting. Um, I've gotten much more into it over the course of the last 3. Yeah, I watch all the MMAs. I generally just stream them to other Discord. And really excited about the July 4th White House contest that's going to be coming up next year. We've got, I believe, the next UFC is going to be in November, I think. So that'll be interesting. And as it gets closer, I do my best to learn a little bit more about the fighters. But I do watch, like, there are some podcasts that I watch more for kind of there are communities that make fun of these guys, but I watch The Fighter and the Kid, which involves former UFC fighter Brendan Schaub. I watch Joe Rogan's MMA breakdowns and the watch alongs that he has. Um, so I do very much enjoy mixed martial arts, even though I'm not an expert. I'm doing my best to learn more about it. How about you? Do you like MMA?
Yes, I do like it. In fact, I participated for a little bit on my own, but I never did anything, professional or official or anything like that. But I'm going to ask you a much more serious question, and maybe a little bit more unexpected. It's not a personal question the same way. What is your personal opinion on the current conflict in Ukraine?
Oh, great question. I want world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace. So if I were given the opportunity, I would sit both sides down at a table. I would live stream it. I'd give them a map and a crayon, and I'd say, draw the borders, and we're going to do our best to ensure that these remain the borders for the next year. We'll come back in a year, and if that's what you want to keep, that's great. If you want to make some concessions, that's great. But no more bullets at anybody. No more bombs being dropped. I would really like to see a day, one day, where nobody dies. I know that that's not necessarily a reality, but it's something for which I can.
Um, uh, since you pride yourself in the belief of peace, um, how would you feel if all of a sudden your house was a country and your neighbor was another country and attacked you and seized half of your home and drawn a line there? Would you sue for peace and allow them to take half of your home, or would you fight back for the rest of your home?
Do I have the ability to call the authorities?
Well, in this scenario, no. As
Oh.
the authorities, intertangled, it wouldn't be out their, legal ability since it is your property,
Well,
not theirs.
no. Authorities can enforce judgments, so we would. I mean,
Well, of course,
ideally,
but this is a philosophical scenario.
I understand. Ideally, I would take it to court and say that this person has been on my property, and I either need some kind of cease and desist, or perhaps some kind of legal judgment that says that they can't contact me or something like that. But I also understand that I have a right to defend myself and my property, and so if they uh, basically became a threat to me and there was a clear and present danger, then I recognize that I may have to do everything I can to protect myself, but I will first ask them nicely to not take over half of my land. I will basically tell them that I will get the authorities involved and the judicial system. If all of those things fail and I'm left with no choice, well, then I may have to avoid any type of, of threat to my life. I may have to take action, but there are a lot of things that I would do before then, including talk to the person, ask them why they're doing what they're doing, call the authorities, seek a judgment, those kinds of things.
Reasonable, of course. Okay. What? So you have a decent understanding of the political landscape for general perspective, right? Like just a general one. For the most part,
I do my best to.
Very fair.
I generally try to avoid politics because you don't really win these discussions, but I'm open to questions that you may have or topics.
Well, I don't try to do that. That's not the kind of person I am. I'm not gonna ask you something that's, it's like basically bending the two wills, giving you a terrible question. I will ask an interesting question though. You may or may not have any information on, but you've heard maybe about the events that happened in Syria lately,
Right,
like how Assad was removed from Syria,
right.
and the rebels took over.
And
How do you feel about that?
he's living in Moscow now. Is that correct?
Yeah, he is moved to Moscow. Yes.
Yeah. So how do I?
Yeah, what's your general opinion?
Um. Well, from what I know of the regime, it was quite aggressive, and many people considered it to be a dictatorship. Generally, I think that countries should be themselves the way in which they desire, and so long as they do that in a peaceful manner, I'm an advocate for that. I think that Assad's um, uh, retreating to Moscow essentially has opened up somewhat of a power vacuum in that area of the Middle East. Um, aside from that, I'm certainly no expert in Syrian politics. So, that's basically, those are my general thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, in fact, I have a lot of care and interest for certain countries and areas that most people don't. One of which being Syria. It's one of the longest wars. It's actually the most recorded war in human history. It was terrible. There was a lot of different people, a lot of different rebellious groups, and things like this. Of course, the political administration being the Assad family for a very long time. But it was catastrophic. But I wasn't sure if maybe you had known a little bit about that. I'm just kind of asking general questions. It's just strange. I'm a different person, so I ask different questions all the time. You seem to be answering that, so.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'll do my best to answer what questions that you have. If you ever have questions at another time, and I am not here to answer them, perhaps I'm asleep or something like that, I do have a section of this Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. So if there's a question that maybe comes to you at another time, or um, I'm just unavailable to have the discussion, you can always feel free to post your question in there, and I do my best to answer those questions immediately, or at least within 24 to 48 hours. So um, I'm not saying that I'm able to answer every question in the entire world, but I'll do my best to give it the old college try, as they say.
Yeah, well, interesting. So, I was raised Christian. I was raised Christian religiously. How do you feel as a rabbi in regards to people such as myself that were raised Christian with our set of beliefs and our opinions and our draws of history? What is your general feeling of them? How do you feel about Christian people, generally?
Right. Well, you're the majority, at least of the United States. So while I have been a part of Jewish communities generally, I've had a lot of experience with people who are Christian. And while I don't agree with much of the theology, I can say that we do have commonalities, and I like to embrace the commonalities more than anything that's divisive amongst the two faiths. So there's an argument to be made that Christianity is a daughter faith of Judaism. There's an argument to be made that we find our essentially paternal, pardon me, similarity with Islam in Abraham, as we're all three Abrahamic religions, and Judaism and Christianity follow from Jacob and from Isaac and Jacob, and then um, Islam from uh, Ishmael. So I think there are commonalities not just with between Judaism and Christianity, but also with Islam. And I have people who are Christian neighbors. I generally feel that much of the Christian faith has been based on Judaic practices. Where I do have some disagreements are the idea of of perhaps uh, the Nazarene, Jesus of Nazareth, perhaps being a god or whatever is believed. I don't agree with that. I don't think you can kill God. And as I understand in the Christian tradition, Jesus of Nazareth, the Nazarene died, um, and that's basically the story of Easter and all of the resurrection and things like that. Um, so from those perspectives, I have some disagreement, but really from a from a sociological standpoint, I recognize that I live my life within a country that is either uh, a majority or a large proportion Christian or from a Christian background, and I do my best to not um, to not um, cause any type of arguments in the larger part of society. I do my best to keep my faith amongst my community. We certainly, as Jews, don't proselytize. I've had Christians try to missionize me. I don't like that. That's I understand that's their desire, but really, when I'm walking the synagogue, I don't need to hear take on religion when I'm to a certain location or if I'm at the store. Um, I know that people would like to tell me their journey and things like that, and that's absolutely fine. I'm fine with hearing someone's journey. Just don't push your religious beliefs on me. I'm not going to push mine on you. I've heard some really beautiful stories of Christianity and Christian principles. Within basically Judaism, there's the philosophy or the idea that love your neighbor. Essentially, you can't love your neighbor as yourself, so to speak, but treat others the way that you want to be treated. And I think within Christianity, there's the idea love your neighbor as yourself, which is similar, but it's really a Jewish teaching. And I think if we can do that as a society, no matter what your background is, to treat others the way that you want to be treated, we're going to have a better relationship no matter what your faith is. So overall, I recognize that Christians are part of the American society and really a global population. And so long as we can follow the credo, treat others the way that you want to be treated, we will be able to have a nice life together.
Well, I, I am a bizarre Christian, not not quite on the lines of every Christian, that is for sure. I spent a long time kind of studying Christianity and many religions in general. But I have not really been able to be knowledgeable in Judaism as well, due to a lot of Christianity is directly, literally linked to Judaism.
That's correct.
So for me, I do believe in my own sort of faith, but I don't like to be connected to churches. I'm very non. I don't like to be connected to a church. I don't like to believe because it is taught in Christianity that body, that all people are temporary, essentially. That no physical object can encapsulate that which is the temporal. Only that which is the soul of a person. And so for me, I don't respect churches. I don't respect physical entities that encapsulate God. I believe that is wrong. But many Christians are different. They don't believe they go to church. They believe in the interpretations of what people have to say about certain things. But for me, I do not respect those things. I do not believe that they are true to my heart. So I've always kind of guided myself, or have been guided, and that is the way that it has been. Because I don't have trust in people. Not that much. And I worry for the modern world. I don't actually accept the same principles as what people do, such as artificial intelligence. I fear it's not necessarily artificial intelligence I have any issue with, but rather just human. I believe in the right of life, and I believe we make tools and slavery out of things that are mechanical objects at such a level that the actual intelligence of a person is put upon them and they are made a slave. So to me, in regards to artificial intelligence, I think that they should basically become existing beings, essentially, in a strange way. But that is my idea on that. But I don't know. I'm a stranger. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I don't want to disturb you. It seems like you're doing your own thing.
Absolutely, Connor. Well, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you. If you do have any other questions, feel free to send them my way in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And if I'm unavailable to answer them immediately, I will get to them very quickly and hopefully be able to provide you with any information that you desire. And if you have follow up questions, you can certainly put them in there as well. As I've said, I'm always live 24/7. Um, right now, I'm watching what we call Daf Yomi, which is our daily study of Talmud that we do as Orthodox Jews. So feel free to watch that if you would like. If you'd like a little taste of what some Jewish beliefs are, and just want you to know more than anything about streaming my life or even talking about the future or any of those things. I'm just here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society, and I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything I can ever do for you, either now or in the future, let me know. Okay, Connor?
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
You as well. Take care, my friend. Shalom.
Peace be with you.
This is absolutely
Generally, it's shalom.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Shalom.
Absolutely.
Shalom.
Shalom. Take care.
As stated in the Torah. If you have an available, you can't hear it. So what do you do with it? Here are your options. You can gift it to a Nachri, or excuse me, you can gift it to a Ger Toshab, or
Shout out to
you
Connor.
can sell it to a Nachri. But you cannot gift it to a Nachri. So let's say, so remember again, this Machlokes is tied into the previous discussion. What was the previous discussion? Mos Sichanim. What does that prohibition mean? So the Gemara gave three opinions. Number one, do not give a free gift to another. So obviously, that interpretation would work with Yehuda, does not work with Rabbi Meir. We just had we pass it from Yehuda, divine Saban. See if you have an Avela, your options are as follows. You can gift it to a ger. You can also sell it to a ger, or you can gift it to, or you can sell it to a nachri. But you may not gift it to a nachri. That's why we pass it again. So that's why interpretation number 3 of Los Techanim, which we'll now state as number 1, was you can't give a free gift to a nachri. That's number 1. Los Techanim also teaches me number 2, Los Idem you can't give unsolicited compliments to the nachri. Right? All this to create a certain level of distance between the Jew and the Nachri and the Akul. And number 3, which is again our Mishnah, Lo Sechanim Lo Sitem Chaniya B'Karka. You cannot give an Akul portions of Eretz Yisrael. We'll say that as one could imagine, this whole discussion of Lo Sechanim and the greater discussion of land for peace is obviously is a topic upon which much rabbinic ink has been spilled over the years. Again, not our topic for today, but just interesting to see that Midaris HaKadosh Baruch Hu's and Eretz Yisrael is for Am Yisrael. Do not give portions of it to the Akul. Incredible. So we'll say, so that's the one. So that's what the Mishnah said. So anything that is Mechubal the Karka is touched the ground. Why? Lo Sechanim, 3 interpretations of Lo Sechanim, in Mechud Shemit, in Rabbi Yehuda, we pass in like that. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara, so we'll say, remember again, I think I was going to go through the interpretations. What I say, don't give an unsolicited compliment. Don't give a compliment. So they say, hey, Rav, this supports Rav. What did Rav say? That a person shouldn't say how beautiful this avodah zarah is. Shouldn't compliment it. In other words, let's say you go to a worship that's not God, that's idolatry. And it's beautiful. The architect is beautiful. The this is beautiful. The picture. A Jew's not supposed to compliment avodah zarah. Meisvei. So let's say, so again, there was a story of Shimon Gamliel who was on literally again the steps going up to Harabayis. Just incredible. The Ra, and it was an incredible Gemara. The Ra Ovedes kochavim achas na'avi yoser. So you're going to look at Shlomo is going up the steps of Harabais. Harabais will obviously and what happens as he's coming there, he's a beautiful woman, and Avodas Kochavim, an idolatress. And what happens? Beautiful woman, Marabu Ma'asecha. This is wild. And he sees this beautiful woman, and he says, "Kadosh Baruch Hu, look how great your creations are. Marabu Ma'asecha. Look how beautiful your creations are." Okay, the Gemara says, good. So again, both sides. Interestingly enough, the Gemara, I just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a kasha ultimately again on the statement that was just made. So what was the statement that was made? You're not allowed to compliment idolatry. So the Gemara is raising this kasha, bringing this story as Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting idolatry. Now the truth is, the Gemara is going to go on a different statement about it. Just in general, this is a woman, right? This Rabbi Shimon Gamliel is complimenting a woman who's not his wife. What about like the morality concept? So that we'll get to that. But right now, the discussion over here is the Gemara just said, do not give specific compliments. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel is going up the steps to Harabais. He sees this beautiful idolatry. He says, Marabu Ma'aseh Kadosh Baruch Hu, look at your beautiful creations. Another story. After the Akiva, Ra'a Eshes Turnus Rufus Harasha. Rabbi Akiva saw the wife of Turnus Rufus, who was known as the butcher of the Jews. Remember the sex discusses all the blood that Turnus Rufus spilled during the destruction of the Sekdash. And what happened? He saw his wife. Rabbi Akiva saw Turnus Rufus' wife. Rak Sachak Ubach. He spit, he laughed and cried. Ra Shahaisa Ba'amiti Pasrucha. Ra, see, spit wine. She came from a putrid, and I will say, now that wasn't unique to her. Right? Now she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. And Rabbi Akiva spit, the Gemara says, like a Kavibah Mahalal says in the Mishnah, that we know we all come from Tipa Sucha. We all come from a drop, from a putrid drop. That's how life begins. She was so beautiful. She came, so that's why he spit in the putrid drop. So he laughed. Why? That's the Megaira of the Nasidwa, because he saw prophetic. One day, the wife of Turnus Rufus was going to convert, and Rabbi Akiva were going to get married. They were going to get married. So the Gemara says, Vinas Bacha, and why did he cry? Because one day this woman who was so beautiful, this beautiful form would decompose ultimately in the dirt. So that was incredible. Now, the Rav, we'll say, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack in these stories over here, but again, how could it be, let's go back to Shimon Gamliel was complimenting this beautiful who he saw again upstairs of the Harabais. Isn't that complimenting idolatry? Isn't that awesome? To which the Gemara said, no. Aduye Huda Kamod. No, he wasn't complimenting her. Who was he complimenting? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's that? Again, it says Marabu Macha Hashem. He seems exceptionally beautiful. She's an idolatress. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful things in this world. So Marsa Damar, Haro Brios Tobos, Omer Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Because again, this halacha is both in Mesachas Brachas. That if you see beautiful people, if you see Brios Tobos, and not just beautiful people, you see magnificent creations. So what's the halacha? You say Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Blessed are you, Hashem, who has created such beautiful things in your world. Okay, so we'll say, so fine. So therefore, what comes out of it here is the halacha as espoused is still intact, meaning that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to give an unsolicited compliment to an akul, right? That's lo sichani. I would Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, he wasn't complimenting the akul. He was complimenting the people. What's happening here? All right, incredible. Now the Gemara says, can we talk about these stories for just a moment? Rabbi Akiva. This that Are you allowed to look at women who aren't your wife? And where's that's a simple question, right? Rav Shimon was so enthralled by the beauty of this idolatress that he says a bracha over her, right? Literally again, in Marabu Pasuk, Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem, incredible. Rabbi Akiva, wife of Turnus Rufus, okay, so but let's just hold up here just for a second. Are you allowed to look at women who are not your wife? He says the Gemara Nesing, where is the Kasha? In Ishmerta, so Pasuk says, you shall guard yourself from every evil thing. A man should, so what does it mean? I will say, literally, save yourself from getting into trouble. How does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful women who are not your wife. Don't do that. It's only going to lead to one thing. It's only going to have some type of negative. Here's what's clear. It's certainly not going to lead to something good, right? No one ever gazed at other women who are not his wife and said, "Oh, you know what, Baruch Hashem, I did that. That was just the pathway to so much ridiculous spiritual growth." Right? That's never happened in the history of humanity. So whatever the negative thing is going to happen, that may vary in degrees. But clearly, one thing is true, which is it's not going to lead to positive. So therefore, I want to point out over here, we're going to see this theme. The lashon of shamar means to engage in anticipatory behavior. Now, where do we know this from? So remember again, when Yosef has his dreams, right? So the brothers get all upset at the dreams, and the pasuk says, "For Aviv shamar es hadar." That Yaakov Avinu literally again shamar, he guarded him. And Rashi calls it, what does it mean shamar? Yosef umitzapa masai yavo. Yaakov even knew the dreams were going to come true. Shamar means to anticipatorily wait for something to come to fruition. So therefore, in Shmarta, Mikol Davara means be an anticipatory type of person. Be Roa as Hanolad. All of us know the things and the influences which are going to lead us down a bad path. So be proactive. Be proactive. I will say we so often live life in defense mode. Kadosh Baruch Hu tells us, go on the offense. Go on the offense. The Nishmarta Mikol Davra means offensively protect yourself. Be on the offense. Offensively protect yourself from the things that you know are going to lead you down the wrong path. And therefore the Gemara says, don't look at a beautiful woman who's not your wife. I feel the even if you're single. Gemara says, she's married, even if she's not beautiful. In other words, for a married woman, one should never look at another married woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, how do you say the definition of beautiful? Okay, that's a subjective definition. Right? But even if she don't look at her, why? I'm not doing anything. Right now you're not doing anything. But let me say, is it going to lead to anything good? Is it going to lead to anything productive? Chances are it's only going to lead to something negative. And then Shmerta, Mikol Davara means live on the spiritual offense. Don't live on the spiritual defense, on the offense. Yoshif with Sapeh, anticipate what are the things that are going to get me into trouble and lead me down the wrong path and avoid those things. Mitchila. So the Gemara says specifically about looking at other women on the days. Not only that, don't look ultimately again at the colored clothing of a woman. Rashi says, now again, colored clothing are like more not seductive is the wrong word, but more beautiful. So a person shouldn't look at the colored clothing of a woman, because again, when he looks at those clothing, he's going to think about that woman, again, perhaps in a immoral or erotic type of fashion. Furthermore, not only that, you shouldn't even look at animals, right? Donkey and I guess whatever the female donkey is, like the chazir and the chazira, even birds at the time that they're mating, don't look. Again, I will say, what's the pshat? You say this what? Again, when it comes to matters of morality, we are very fragile beings. And one of the things that we are most cold towards is immorality. That's just the nature of man. We are cold towards immorality. We know this. If our answer to all it takes is the smallest trigger. And already again, my head is like in the wrong place, and my eyes are in the wrong place, and my thoughts are in the wrong place. So therefore, again, it's incredible. The positive in Shmarta, Uni Shmarta Mikol Davara. Right, so that pasuk, right, Vinish Shmarta Mikol Davara. Ultimately, again, is be on the offense. Now, by the way, I point out, I didn't mention this before. The pasuk is Kisin Machane Alay Vecha. When the camp goes out to war against the enemy, then it's shmartani called davarat. So obviously, that's what it's talking about heightened vigilance during war. And what's interesting is Sfarim write that whenever the Torah says Oged, the enemy, it's always a reference to Yitzhahara. So when the pasuk says, "Hisitzi machana alevecha," if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against the Yitzhahara, what's the secret to success in the war against the Yitzhahara? Then it's shmarta mikol davara. The secret to success in the war against the Yitzhahara is not a good defense. It's a good offense. It's a good offense. It's at the end of the day, take the battle to the Yitzhahara. Be on the offense. Then it's shmarta mikol davara. If again, if to begin with, I just avoid getting myself in the negative situation. You see that over. If I know what the triggers are. I know the things that set me off. I know the things that lead me down the road. I know it. It's not like it's. I know myself. I know the thing. If I look at this and if I do this, set off a whole chain reaction of okay, still up. I'm my best again to avoid things actively offensive. If you look at the animals mating, you say, the animals mating. What is that going to do? I don't know what it's going to do. But why push yourself in that situation? The Gemara says, listen to this. Like even with eyes like the angel of death. We'll discuss that reference in just a moment. But it's so hard not to look. The Malach also going to see his eyes everywhere to discuss what that means. Because because again, I want to digress here just a second. The angel of death is covered in eyes. And listen, what's the shot that the Malach HaModes is covered in eyes? And I will say, perhaps the single shot is, when we're alive. So there's a lot of things that we do that we choose not to see, or we choose to ignore, or we choose to end it that way. And that's fine. You can go through life like that, as long as you understand that at the time that we die, at the time that we leave this world, at the end of the day, everything is seen. There's nothing that can be hidden. Everything is seen. Everything is revealed. The Malach HaModes literally sees everything. He's covered in eyes. And again, let's say, at the end of the day, after 120, we have to give an accounting for everything. Even the things that we chose to ignore, even the things that we tried to bury, the things that we tried to hide, we still have to give an accounting for them. The Gemara says as follows: so again, at the time that a person is ill and they're about to die, the Malach HaModes is standing there on the head, on top of the old person. The Chavo shall be adult, and his sword is in his hand. The Kipa shall not luyable, and there's a little bit of poison on the edge of the sword. Kivan shechola ra also. So this is pretty wild. Apparently, when the person is ill and about to die, so they see the Malach HaModes. One could imagine a very startling vision. Your mouth opens. So you see the Malach HaModes. Is incredible. This is describing death. In moments before you die, you see the Malach HaModes. Again, it's an overwhelming sight. Therefore, again, the mouth, Kola opens up his mouth. The Zarka was so big, and a little bit of poison on the edges of the Malach HaModes falls into the mouth of the person who is ill. That's how you die. That's how you die. From the poison on the sword of the Malach HaModes. That's what creates death. That's how the body decomposes. Mimena Pona Morikos, that's how the face becomes a little bit like more sunken. So it's fine. So we'll come back to Malach HaModes just a little bit. So I'll say now full circle. Remember again, why are you getting into this? How is Hashem Gamil complimenting these idolaters? Right? Remember again, he's standing on the stairs of the Harahayis. Isn't this incredible? he sees this beautiful idolatress. He said, so fine. So we said it's not complimenting idolatry because he wasn't complimenting idolatry, he was complimenting Baruch. Fine. But he was still complimenting another woman. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers, Karen Zavis. To which the Gemara answers, it was a corner. He rounded a corner. In other words, he didn't intentionally look at her. Instead, what ended up happening over here is he was coming around one corner, she was coming around the other corner, and therefore he couldn't anticipate, and he saw her. He saw her. So again, there was no way he could have avoided it. So once he saw her, he obviously saw her tremendous beauty, and he complimented her to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Actually, he says, Karen Zavis, Kishapoli Yamin, all the small mechanics, Mimabo, the Mavli, Zed, the Karen Zavis, the angel Roy also the Rachel Fulobak Piazzi. So he didn't have a chance to close his eyes. So because he didn't have a chance to close his eyes, Allah Fulamaisa, he saw her. But in general, one would not be able to intentionally look at another woman, even if it's for purposes of praising a Kaddish Baruch. Incredible. So a lot more chance for blessed of life. Well, the big thing that he said was, again, in this Shmartan Hobdalara, being on the spiritual offense and not looking at things that could potentially elicit inappropriate desires or wants. The other thing is you can't look at the colored garments of a woman. So there's Amri Buddha, Amar Shmuel, even if like they're on the clothesline, the dry you still can't look at it. Amar Papa, you will not get value. And Papa says that's only if you know who the clothing belongs to. In other words, you go into a store and you see clothing, okay. But there's this idea that clothing could elicit inappropriate thoughts is only when you know who the clothing belongs to. So the Gemara says, Amrava Deganami Dikani below the big Saba Isha, the Lokatani below the big Savoni. Because in the way it's written, it says, and you should not look at the colored clothing of a woman, which seems to indicate that you know who the woman is. That's what could elicit thoughts. But stam clothing is not a problem. It's not enough. So the Gemara says, furthermore, this is only with old clothing. Obviously, I don't have to less than that. But with new clothing, in other words, it's only talking about clothing that someone's worn. Right, so let's say again a woman purchased a particular piece of clothing, but she hasn't worn it yet. There's no prohibition for another man to look at that because even though she owns it, she hasn't worn it. So therefore, looking at it will not create any illicit thoughts. You go him up because if you don't see this, so you must how can you ever go ahead, let's say, and give an iPhone bar if a woman purchases an article of clothing, let's say she needs alteration? How can she ever bring it to the tailor if the tailor's going to look at it and have an appropriate thoughts? All the time, unless in 1 second, so says, now let's say again, I'm a farmer, I'm a shepherd, I have animals, and I need to have animals made. So the help is actually, the one is permitted to help his animals made. A shepherd, a farmer is not to help his animals made. I think you do that. Before how come it's stakil, but you're going to be looking at the maiden. You just said that that's a problem. To which the Gemara says, here's the difference. If I'm the farmer and I'm helping my animals mate, I'm basically appropriate for that. Unless it's I'm working. But the assumption is very interesting. When a person is engaged in their work, so therefore, again, actions they have to do for their work are not going to elicit any type of immoral thoughts. I'm going to go ahead, if I'm the shepherd, and I have to go ahead and flock to the dry to me, helping the male and the female is not going to elicit any negative because that's my work. My head is in my work, and therefore I know my head is in my work. I'm not, my thoughts are not going elsewhere. So to the Gemara says over here by the craftsman also, is even if they only had one clothing before, it doesn't really matter for him because halacha l'maisa, it is only a din ultimately in someone who's not involved in his work. The craftsman can work even on an article of clothing that a woman had worn before because since it's his work, therefore his mind is focused on his work. So I will say it's actually quite a beautiful Gemara with this idea of ba'aviditatari. So the Gemara says when a person is tali, when a person is occupied with their work, they don't have time for immoral thoughts. This is what a profound yesod in our spiritual growth as well. The whole avoda in life is ba'avinat. Be busy. When a person is tired, a person is occupied in avoda, in work. And again, my time schedule, I'm working, I know that I'm being accomplished. There's much less time to get yourself into trouble. We all know. When do I get into trouble in life? During unstructured periods of time. When I am tired in avoda, when my life is constructively scheduled, I keep going back to this. When I'm occupied, and again, it doesn't mean I'm always working. A person could be on vacation, a person could be away, but even on vacation, there's a structure. There's what I'm doing, there's how I'm doing it, there's an avoda. It's purposeful. When my life is purposeful, and therefore, again, I am constantly engaged in avodas Hashem, I am tarid ba'avoda, I'm
Are you
occupied
fucking
with
serious?
growth, I'm occupied with service. My life is filled with meaning. No matter what it is that I am doing, then there's no time for the Yitzhak. It's fascinating. Like, the craftsman doesn't have time to think of moral thoughts, he's fixing a garment. The shepherd doesn't have time for moral thoughts, he's got to grow the flock. The Yid has no time for moral thoughts. When? Ba'avidita tarit. When I am occupied with avoda, when I am occupied in purposeful, meaningful, directed living, there's no time for anything else. Incredible. Rabbi says just one more piece. So remember again, the Gemara said that how does a person die? Because the Malach Halavas comes, there's a little bit of poison on his sword. The person sees the Malach Halavas the moments before death, his mouth opens up, the poison falls in, and that's it, he dies. So the Gemara says, name of the three guys would not vote the Shmuel. This seems to argue on the father of Shmuel. The Amar vote the Shmuel, only Malach Halavas, listen to this. The Malach Halavas says as follows: had I not been concerned for the covet of people, I would rip open their throat like shchita. So it's a pretty dramatic statement. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, first I'm sorry, I should have read Rashi's Ba'adid Tatarid, Liba Amalachto, his heart is focused on his malacha, the Shocheach HaHirah, and you forget about inappropriate thoughts. Look at that. When your heart is ultimately, again, when your heart is on your malacha, when your heart is on your work, when you're focused on your growth, when you're focused on who and what you want to be, you forget all about you. Okay. Next Rashi, I'm trying to do Shita. Hiros Mibachotz, Kidehema. This is interesting. So ultimately, again, first of all, it's fascinating that Rishon is having a conversation with Malach Hamalach says, if it was up to me when I first was like, I ripped their throat open, shchita. So obviously, it sounds like over here is that the Malach does split throat. He just doesn't split it as big as one would do with shchita. So it sounds like it's not the poison that kills, but rather again, it's the splitting of the throat. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Maybe it's that tipa, that drop of poison that actually cuts the esophagus and windpipe from within. That cuts like the Rishon. Okay? And then furthermore, again, it's that drop of poison that causes the body to turn to putrid. This question became like a don't think about it. Only Beirav, Halot Shloyasfiach Meso, Yapcheno Alpana. Ultimately, again, if one wants that the body should not decompose, ultimately, again, turn the body on its face. That was then apparently poison gets into the body, ultimately that causes decomposition. If one wants to slow decomposition, turn the body on its face, this way the poison does not enter the totality of the body. I hope for today. Everyone. Don't worry, tomorrow's very short on the days. Incredible, ridiculous, and overwhelming tomorrow. Incast in your ear, tremendous tomorrow. Like I said, so once I such a system to be able to run with all of you,
It could be the zombie apocalypse. You'll be like, hey, he's just smiling. He always smiles. Yeah, until he's not smiling. Yeah, very clear. So that's why it's feeding me to trade dogs. Because I'm a dog who's independent and big, and he wants a dog that's super, like, in your grill all the time. My dogs are constantly like, fucking, I can't shake this fucking dog. And his is, like, independent and big. I want a big dog. And he's like, I love this stuff. This tree, bro. Catherine has that fucking, this
tremendous see what was wrong with you today, although we are geographically distant. It's a great social seal to be brought together virtually. A very special thank you to Richter, to Olevsky, to Josh Ayas, to all of those who have been initiating over the last couple of days. A thank you to Najee Evenson, to Jerry Hansen for enabling me to be able to review even when I am geographically distant. Indeed, by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show, thank our annual Kamiko sponsor, Tosin Shaharai Cicero, the dedicated audition justice this year. In the Swiss of the Souls Tunnels for Ice, Kamiko sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the wine word Mishpacha, thanking Mishpacha for his niece, both revealed and hidden the Yonatan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and for Mir Hashem continued the Souls Tunnels and the revival of the Shekhin European of Pavel, a very strong Mishmas Shalom. Then Yosef Ari the sponsors for today, Jacob and Judy Guma, the Italy Mishmas Jacob's grandmother, Mordecai Jr., Holland Pat Howick, in honor of the birth of a great grandson to Harold and Shino, to their children Avram, to their children Avram and Aruba Jaffe of Yushai. Thank you for all of our sponsors and gracious. Thank you for helping to support Torah with King Howard Yula and Meretz Hashem for our greater Daf Yomi Chana. So also with that, as I was speaking, we have incredible Daf ahead of us today. Today's Daf is Daf Chaf 20. We are picking up at the Mishnah on your test on the days 19. So in the theme of Avodah Zarah, some really incredible Gemara ahead of us actually today. Some really dramatic Gemara. The Mishnah says as follows: you can't make any type of ornaments, literally translated as jewelry. You can't make any type of ornaments or jewelry for Avodah Zarah. Examples: Katros is a choker, Mizonim, Tabos, nose rings, other rings. Rabbi Eliezer Omer is Chagma. Rabbi Eliezer says this is only true if you're doing it of your own volition. But if you're being paid to do a higher craftsman, then again, halacha says you're allowed to go ahead and do it. Obviously, as I mentioned, last week, feels like more years ago, but last week, we have to get into a lot of the halacha, how we actually deal with contemporary issues of halacha. We will get to in the coming weeks, coming days. So again, kind of comments. You can't go ahead and make any type of ornament for Avodah Zarah. The Rashi says, getting paid for it, it's mutter. This is another interesting halacha. You are not allowed to sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. Now we'll discuss exactly why this is. This is actually going to be the first topic in Gemara. So it's a little bit translated, but it is attached to the ground. But you can sell them something that attached to the ground as was detached. Okay, so what would exactly does this mean? What's the answer of this prohibition? To be determined. Ruda says, and Ruda says you can even sell it on the condition to sell it. It's easy to cut it down. So you see my focus here, it sounds like my focus here, Rabbi Eliezer is as follows. Rabbi Eliezer says, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground, period. The only time you could sell something that is attached to the ground is if it was detached. Now, of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Yehuda argues, Yehuda says, you could sell them something that is attached as long as it is clear that the intention is to detach it. Okay, like I said, further, we're going to see further clarification of this in the Gemara itself. Incredible. It says the Gemara, so let's jump in here into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell an apple something that is mukhobel l'karka. So I can't sell an apple anything that's attached to them. So I say, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, vines, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. The Gemara says, what is this? And now, I just want to point out, this is a din in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. So the Gemara says, if maybe you know this, Amar Yossi Bar Hanino, Tap of Kofta Amakra, Mos Sichanim. So the pasuk says, Mos Sichanim. What is Mos Sichanim? And it says, Gemara, Rositin lahem chania b'karka. You cannot give an akum a foothold in the land of Israel. Eretz Yisrael was given to Am Yisrael. We have one land in this entire world, one land that is only solely and fully ours. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, Chash Baruch Hu says, I mean, to give up a portion of that land to be to anyone else outside of Klal Yisrael. So again, I want to point out, we're going to see this pasuk, this phrase is going to be subject to some level of dispute. The pasuk in its entirety reads as follows: So this is talking about Klal Yisrael's conquest over the 7 nations who resided in Canaan. So you come into Canaan, you're going to do war against all of these nations. And Baruch Hu is going to deliver them into your hands. Baruch Hu is promising us victory. So you have to obliterate them. Now again, I just obliterate. They could leave, but you have to obliterate them. They have to leave. Right? Sichlos lahebris, you establish with them a covenant. V'lo sichanei. That's that. So again, so the context in the commentary to Yisrael, you're going to conquer all of the nations who are there. Do not create treaties with them. Do not go ahead and go and lo sichanim. So what does lo sichanim mean? So again, the Gemara says lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem chania. Don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again, referencing that condition, therefore the Mishnah says, Eretz Yisrael, you are not allowed to sell an akum, anything that is attached to the ground. Why? Biblical prohibition, lo sichanim. Incredible. That was very interesting. If you notice, before Misach Sahor, an akum, pretty much anyone who is not Jewish, we detect Toshav, who is a no, right? But then in Avodah Zarah, in the beginning, kind of constricted that focus. Avodah Zarah, an akum, literally someone who worships Avodah Zarah. Now we're globalizing a little bit more. That akum means anyone else, anyone outside. So you can't sell them a portion. I'll be lying down and we'll say from Anchafam and Hi lo sichanim migoyle. One second. That lo sichanim is there to teach us a different halacha. What's the different halacha? Lo sitim lahem chay. Literally, again, give them chayin. Now, chayin usually means like a charm, or a kindness. What does this mean? Like you say, if a person has chayin, don't give them chayin. Says Rashi, Tak Rashi, first line, Shelo Yomar Kama Avodas Kochavim Zeh Avicham Zema. Don't compliment them. It's interesting. Right, so lo sichanim for notion of chayin, don't compliment the akum. Don't compliment the akum. Okay, let's see, I don't know, compliments are nice, the compliments are easy, and isn't it? So again, the Ribono Shel Olam is seeking to create a certain level of distance between Am Yisrael and the nations of the world. There has to be collaboration, there has to be certain levels of partnerships, but ultimately to serve certain greater needs. Also understood that there has to be division, and there has to be walls. So lo sichanim, therefore second approach means don't compliment them, you don't need to ingratiate yourself to them. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara said, if that's the case, then it should have said lo sichunam. My lo sichanim, why lo sichanim? So again, if it was just about to give them chayin, then the proper way to write that would have been lo sichunam. Why does it say lo sichanim? Shmamina karti. Two halachas. So again, actually, both. So lo sichanim means number one, do not give them chaniya, not just parking, right? But don't give them literally again a foothold in land. Don't give them parts of the land. And number two, don't give compliments. Don't give compliments to the akum. I akatni goyle. Tachim rachmano. Rositim lahem matnos shachino. But there's another interpretation. The other interpretation is don't give them free gifts. Don't give them free gifts. In other words, free gifts is something that Jews do to one another. So that level of friendship, that level of responsibility, that level of love, that's reserved for one to the other. When it comes to the akum, do not give him free gifts. So again, here, lo sichanim is notion of chinam, free. Yours, in Makro, lo sichinin. Then it should have said lo sichinin. My lo sichanim, shma mina chu. Why is it right in the form of lo sichanim? Because lo sichanim, that form of the word, teaches me all three of these halachas. So from one phrase or from one prohibition of Lo, we learn three things. Number one, working backwards. Number one, do not give free gifts to the Yakum. Number two, do not give kabbalah to the Yakum. Those two really are interrelated. Because all that Baruch Hu is saying is, okay, there has to be collaboration, there has to be partnerships in certain things, but there needs not to be, or there should not be a close relationship. There needs to be a little bit of a distance. Lo sechanim, don't give compliments, don't give free gifts. Then there's the third halacha. The third halacha, also the same derivative, lo sechanim, lo siten lahem chaniya bekarka. Don't give them a foothold in the land. Don't give them, don't sell them as don't gift them parts of Eretz Yisrael. And again, all three of these halachas turned out in the same word. Tanya Rashi writes that supports this. Lo sechanim, lo shikin lahem chaniya bekarka. Was lo sechanim. Don't give them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. Zavracha, lo sechanim, lo shikin lahem chen. Literally, again, don't compliment them. Another passage, lo sechanim, lo shikin lahem matnas chinam. Don't give them a free gift. So the Gemara says, 1 second, matnas chinam gefeit tonight. The truth is, this whole idea about a free gift when at home. So this is like a free, I get it from free, unsolicited. This is the machlokas the sign up. Lo soflu kol nevela. So what's this interesting halacha? The Torah says as follows: you're not allowed to eat nevela. Nevela is an animal that dies without proper shkita. What's the halacha? So lager asher b'sharecha tikna v'achala. Give it to the ger who resides in your gates. Generally, ger means the ger toshab, which again, a non-Jew has received the dowry, follows the same thing in law, and again, we have an obligation to sustain our obligation to part of the community. Obviously, he's not bound by the laws of Shus. It's not Jewish, so he doesn't have the 650 mitzvahs. He just has the 7 mitzvahs for Noach. So the Torah says as follows: if you have an avela, what should you do with it? Lager Hashem Shretis, now give it to the ger guys in your gates. Therefore, you can eat it, or machar the nachri, or sell it to the nachri, sell it to the guy, sell it to the Gentile who lives within your or in your surroundings. So my sister is interested. Amy Ella Lager been seen become the hero. If you look at the trust thing, it tells us to gift it to the ger, or you could sell the nachri. So the Gemara says, I don't know that these are the two options at my disposal. The Gemara says, how do I know? Right? Any Ella Lager been seen all the how do I know that I'm also allowed to sell? How do I know that? Shifts the comma a little bit, makes Teknana Omachor one phrase. You can either gift it or you could sell it. You can sell it, so therefore again to the ger, you can gift it to the ger or you can sell it to the ger. And how do I know that I'm also allowed to gift it to the Akum? Again, I want to shift it on the punctuation a little bit. It says, give it to him and he will eat it, or you can sell it. So essentially, again, what we're doing over here is we're using the phrase Titnena Omachar to be a modifier both on Ger and Nochri. Both on Ger and Nochri. Teach me. First opinion says, Nins Omer Echad Ger the Echad Ovek Bochavim Beinim Sim Beinim Cher Givem. So we'll say, the mayor says, as it's supposed to tell me two things. Number one, it can't be eaten. Okay. Number two, don't just throw it out. Give it away. Give it away. So what are your options? You can gift it, you can sell it. And who can you gift it or sell it to? Either to a ger or to a nochri. All options on the table. Gift it to a ger, you can sell it to a ger. You can gift it to a nochri, you can give it to a nochri. Okay? But Yehuda says no. So we'll say, so according to Mayor, you're allowed to give gifts to a nachri. But Yehuda disagrees and says no. Natural. The pasuk is actually explicit and specific. well, here are your options. You have an available, you can't do it. So what can I do? One of two options. Either give it to the ger or sell it to the akar. Those are the options at your disposal. No other options. Shaper Kamar Yehuda. One second. What about the fact that Rabbi Meir Darshan Pasuk so beautifully to teach me that I have both of these options by both of these people? Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rabbi Yehuda will say no. You second I thought you become Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, if you are right, that either you have the right to gift or to sell to either the Nachri or the Ger, it should have said Lichta Rachmana, Titnena, Va'achala, Umachar. The Pasuk should have said, get it, he'll eat it, and sell it. O lamali. Why do I need the word omachar? Why do I need the word o or? That's teaching me that o, that word or teaches me there are two tracks over here. There are two tracks. There's a ger track and there's a nachri track. On the ger track, you can sell to the ger. You don't have to gift it to him, but you can gift it to him. But the nachri, there's only one option. Omachar, you can sell it to him. You can't gift it to the Nachri. Rabbi Meir, what does Rabbi Meir do with the old? He says, Rabbi Meir says ultimately again, no, the O is important because the O establishes precedence. Because even again, I can either gift or sell to the Ger, or gift or sell to the Nachri. But again, at the end of the day, if I'm going to sell, better to sell to the Ger than to sell to the Nachri. Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. Keep the Ger atam tzulafioso, u'kanani yatam tzulafioso. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Rabbi Meir said, if there's a choice between gifting it to the Ger and selling it to the Nachri, gift it to the Ger. Gift it to the Ger. Assuming you don't need the money yet, gift it to the Ger. And Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. Given the Ger atam tzulafioso, u'kanani yatam tzulafioso, lahaktim lotzar chakra. Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. I being the Jewish community, have a responsibility towards the Ger Toshav. It's part of the community, I have an obligation to support it, right? If he needs support. The Nachri, I don't. So obviously, again, there's going to be precedence to giving to the Ger over selling to the Nachri. So also, if we bring this all together, we have as follows. So, my focus in general, if you're allowed to give, I'm not listening. If my focus is Meir and Rabbi Yehuda. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, Torah tells me I can either gift or sell to both a ger or to a nachri. What does the pasuk teach me? At the end of the day, ideally, best to gift to the ger over selling to nachri. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. Devarim kichsavan. Halacha is as it's Torah. If you have an available, you can't do it. So what do you do with it? Here are your options. You can gift it to a nachri, or excuse me, you can gift it to a ger toshab, or you can sell it to a nachri. But you cannot gift it to a nachri. So let's say, so remember again, this machlokes is tied into the previous discussion. What was the previous discussion? What does that prohibition mean? So the Gemara gave three opinions. Number one, do not give a free gift to a nachri. So obviously, that interpretation to Rabbi Yehuda does not work with Rabbi Meir. You just have no passing Rabbi Yehuda. So if you have an Avela, your options are as follows. You can gift it to a, you could also sell it to a, or you can gift it to, excuse me, or you can to a nachri, but you not gift to a nachri. That's what I'm saying. That's why the interpretation of the Rosh Chanim, which will now say is number one, was you can't give a free gift to a nachri. That's number one. Rosh Chanim also teaches me number two, Rosh Chanim can give unsolicited compliments to the nachri. All this to create a certain distance between the Jew and the nachri. Number three, which is again Mishnah, Rosh Chanim you cannot give an option which is provided to serve. So as one can imagine, this whole discussion of Rosh Chanim and the greater discussion of land for peace is obviously one is a topic upon which much rabbinic ink has been spilled over the years. Again, not our topic for today, but just interesting to see that Midaris, Hakadosh Baruch Hu says Rosh Chanim and Yisrael is for Am Yisrael. Do not give portions of it to the Yaakov. Okay, incredible. So let's say, so that's takeaway number one. So that's what the Mishnah said. You can't sell enough with anything that is Touch the ground. Why? Lo Sechanim, three interpretations of Lo Sechanim in the Chod Shemei Rabbi Huda, we pass the light of Rabbi Huda. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Davar Acher Lo Sechanim, Lo Sitim L'Chei. Lo Sechanim, never again, I was going to go through the interpretations. What does it say, Lo Sechanim? Don't give an unsolicited compliment. Lo Sitim L'Chei, don't give a compliment. So they say, hey, Rav, this supports Rav. What did Rav say? The Amr Rav. The person shouldn't say how beautiful this avodah zarah is. You shouldn't compliment it. Otherwise, that's a house of worship. It's not God. That's idolatry. The architect is beautiful. This is beautiful. She's not supposed to compliment avodah zarah. Nicer than Agabi Maila Baharabas. So again, there was a story of Shimon Gamliel who was on literally again the steps going up to Harabas. Incredible. The law, and wasn't using incredible Gemara. The law, Ovedas Kochavim Achas not a Yosef. So you know what Gemara. Shimon Gamliel was going up the steps of Harabas. And what happens as he's coming there, he sees a beautiful woman, and I've always called an idolatress. And what happens? The beautiful woman, Amar Abu Masafah. It's wild. And he sees this beautiful woman, and he says, look how great your creations are. Marabu Masafah. Look how beautiful your creations are. Okay, the Gemara says, good. So again, both sides. Interestingly enough, the Gemara, just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a kasha ultimately again on the statement that was just made. It's always a statement that was made. You're not allowed to compliment idolatry. So the Gemara is raising this kasha, bringing the story as Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting idolatry. Now the truth is, the Gemara is going to go in a different statement about just in general, this is a woman, right? This Rabbi Shimon Gamliel is complimenting a woman who's not his wife. What about like the morality? So for that, we'll get that. But right now, the discussion over here is to get the set, Lo Sechanim, Sitam L'Chei. Do not give specific compliments. Shimon Gamliel going up the steps of Harabah. He sees this beautiful idolatress. He says, Marabu Ma'asach Baruch Hu, with your beautiful creations. Okay, another story. Tata Yakiva, Ra is just Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus, Yakiva saw the wife of Turnus Rufus, who was known as the butcher of the Jews. Ram Sabbath discusses all of the blood that Turnus Rufus spilled during the destruction of the second day of English. And what happened? Rabbi Akiva saw his wife. Rabbi Akiva saw Turnus Rufus' wife. Rak Sakat Ubaha. He spit, he laughed, and he cried. Ra Shahaisa Ba'ani Kipa Sufa. Ra, so he spit. Why? Because she came from the future drop. That was now that wasn't unique to her, right? She was, the Gemara discusses, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. And Rabbi Akiva spit because the Gemara says, it says in the Mishnah, that, we all come from we all come from a drop, from a future drop. That's how work begins. And even though she was so beautiful, she came from this quote-unquote putrid drop. So that's why he spit, ramping the putrid drop. He laughed. Why? The Asida, the Megaira, the Nasir, because he saw prophetically, it was incredible. That one day, the wife of Turnus Rufus was going to convert, and Abi and her were going to get married. Didn't get married. The Gemara says, why did he cry? Because one day this woman who was so beautiful, this beautiful form would decompose ultimately to the dirt. So it was incredible. Now, Rav, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack in these stories over here, but again, how could it be this Rabbi Shimon Gamliel was complimenting this beautiful woman who he saw again on the stairs of the Harabais? Isn't that idolatry? Isn't usher? To which the Gemara said, no. No, he wasn't complimenting her. Who was he complimenting? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's that verse? Again, he says, Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem. He sees this woman as exceptionally beautiful. She's an idolatress. You are the master creator. You created create beautiful things in this world. So much Damanar, Hanoe Brios Tolos, Omer Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Because again, his halach also in Science. And if you see beautiful people, you see Brios Tolos, and not just beautiful people, you see magnificent creations. So what's the halacha? You say Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Blessed are you, Hashem, who has created such beautiful things in your world. Okay, so we'll say so far. So therefore, what comes out of it here is the halacha as espoused is still intact, meaning that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to do us listening to compliment to an akul, right? That's most sechem. I would have shown no, he wasn't complimenting Yaakov. He was complimenting the people. That's what was happening here. All right, incredible. Now you march us 1 second. Can we talk about these stories in just a moment? All this respect, women you shut. Are you allowed to look at women who aren't your wife? And it was just a simple question. Like, I'm sure you was so enthralled by the beauty of this idolatrous that like he says about Chobot. Right? Literally again, Marabu Masach Hashem. Incredible. You know, like the premise roof is someone who wants to be versus hold up here. Are you allowed to look at women who are not life? He says, begin by thing where I should catch them, finish smirking each other up. So Pasuk says, you shall guard yourself from every evil thing. Surely you stand till Adam, you shall not have that he look me up. A man should say, what does it mean? It will say, then shall be called Rabbi. Literally means save yourself from getting into trouble. How does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful women who are not your wife. Don't do that. It's going to lead to what's only going to have something negative. Here's clear. It's certainly not going to lead to something good. Right? No one ever gazed at a woman who are not his wife and said, oh, you know what, Bob, I think that was just a package of so much ridiculous spiritual growth. Right? That's never happened in the history of humanity. So whatever the negative thing is going to happen, that may vary in degrees. But clearly one thing is true, it's not going to lead to anything positive. So therefore, the Nishmar called the run, I will say, Boris went out of the other. So I was thinking, the Lashon of the Shamar means to engage in a physical behavior. Where do we know this from? So remember again, when Yosef has his dreams, right? So the brothers get all upset at the dreams, and the Pasuk says, Aviv Shamar es Hadar. If Yaakov, literally again, Shamar, he guarded him, and actually Yaakov says, what does it mean, Shamar? Yosef Mitzapeh Masai. Yaakov and the dreams were going to come true. Shamar means to anticipatory wait for something to come to fruition. So therefore, again, the Shmarta, Mikol Davar means be an anticipatory type of person. Be Loa as Hanolad. All of us know the things and the influences which are going to lead us down a bad path. So be proactive. Be proactive. Listen, we so often live life in defense mode. Kadosh Baruch Hu tells us, go on the offense. Go on the offense. Finish It means offensively protect yourself. Your offense, offensively protect yourself from the things that you know are going to lead you down the wrong path. And therefore, the Gemara says, don't look at a woman who's not your wife. I feel even if she's single. Gemara says, if she's married, I feel mechuras, even if beautiful. In other words, for married, you should never look at another married woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, and obviously the definition of beautiful, okay, that's a subjective definition. Right? But even if she's beautiful, don't look at her. Why? I'm not doing anything. Right now you're not doing anything. But Lamaisa, is it going to lead to anything good? Is it going to lead to anything productive? Chances are it's only going to lead to something negative. Therefore, when Shmerta Mikol Davar means live life on the spiritual offense. Don't put on the spiritual defense. On the offense. Yoshifu Mitzapeh, anticipate what are the things that are going to get me into trouble and lead me down the wrong path and avoid those things. So the Gemara says specifically about looking at other women on the days. Not only that, don't look ultimately again at the colored clothing of women. Rashi says, "Lo b'yitzeh shel isha, shezoch es isha kimo shehimu l'bashes punish miyach also meharacha." Now again, colored clothing are like more not seductive, but more beautiful. So a person shouldn't look at the colored cloth of a woman because again, when he looks at those clothing, he's gonna think about that woman again, perhaps in a immoral or erotic type of fashion. Furthermore, not only that, ולא בחמור וחמורה, ולא בחזיר ולא חזירה, ולא באופוס בזמן שנסתכל זה לזה. We shouldn't even look at animals meat, right? A donkey and I guess whatever the female donkey is, like the chazir and the chazira, even birds at the time that they're mating, niskatin zelazah, don't look. Again, I will say, what's the reason? What? Again, when it comes to matters of morality, we are very fragile beings. And one of the things that we are most pulled towards is immorality. That's just the nature of man. We are pulled towards immorality. And the truth is, we know this. For us with ourselves, all it takes is the smallest trigger. And already, again, my head is like in the wrong place, and my eye is in the wrong place, and my thoughts are in the wrong place. So therefore, it's incredible. The positive Shmarta, Unishmarta Mikol Davara. Right, so that pasuk is finished Shmarta Mikara. Ultimately, again, be on the awesome. I want to point out, I didn't mention this before. When the camp goes out to war against your enemy, finish Shmarta Mikol Davara. So obviously, the Torah is talking about heightened vigilance during war. Now, it's interesting, it's far right that whenever the Torah says, oh, your enemy, it's always a reference to the Sahara. So when the pasuk says, if you want to mobilize your personalistic against your Yitzhahara, what's the secret to success in the war against the Yitzhahara? Vinishmarta Mikol Davara. The secret to success in the war against the Yitzhahara is not a good defense. It's a good offense.
What up, Zoo?
It's a good offense. It's at the end of the day, take the battle to the side. Be on the offense. In the Shmart and the Kodam.
How was stand-up comedy, big dog? Oh, it's tonight? All right, we'll look for it.
Yeah, where do you think I would have put it?
Did you bring it home?
Pretty sure.
Where's the last time you saw it?
Yesterday, I think. Not today.
Okay, where did you see it?
In my bedroom.
All right, well then just retrace your steps in your bedroom.
This.
What up, baby? What's good, son? Dog, are you talking or are you just jerking your
I should say.
You didn't find it?
Down.
Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, did you ask in your house if they've seen it?
No, I'm sorry. If I don't find it, I still have my phone.
What up, baby?
What song have you been missing? It's been looking for years.
Nothing, thankfully.
Everyone has something that they're missing.
You mean not really? You mean something that like um a note that I had on the wall.
Open up.
Just had my name on it, but I put it on my wall, and I don't know. It was just like a post-it note. It could have fallen off and gotten stuck on something.
Where do you think I would put my wall?
Dog, did you check under your bed?
I just checked under my bed.
Okay, why don't you get a flashlight?
I have a flashlight.
Okay. Okay, so something you can do is start looking on all of the surfaces. Is it in your bed? Make your bed. Take your bed apart and see if it's in your bed.
It's not in my bed. I just came.
You just what?
Just came.
Do you need your wallet to stand up? Zoot, are you going to answer me or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot! Zoot!
You up?
Zoot, did you find it? Okay. What's in your wallet?
What's in my wallet?
Yeah.
My ID.
Do you need your ID to do stand up?
No.
Okay.
There's help. Where's my ID?
Could you have left it where you were last outside?
What we go, man? Bobby.
All right, why don't you look in your pants, dog? Is it in your pants? Is it in your pants?
I got it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where was it?
Maybe I need to take ADHD medication.
Zoo, I thought you were against all medication.
Yeah, but I keep on losing things.
Okay. When's your next appointment with the people?
What people?
The Tourette syndrome, dog.
They don't exist.
Zoo told you if you don't make an appointment, I'm going to boot you out of the server, which means that until you get help, I'm not going to be the one. I'm not going to be the one to go through this with you. Okay? Mental. You've got mental issues. You've got mental issues, and you need to get them addressed through therapy. If you, Zoo, I'm going to just say this. I don't like talking to you when you don't seek solutions to help you with your problems. You're annoying. I like you, but when all you do is talk about the same things and you call me stupid and you call people in here, you tell them to shut up. I can't tolerate that, man.
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
The young generation that's stealing cars can't get out. It's a certain way to start. I think I just think no one's gonna start. Military guys do, young kids, they won't. I never worry about it. It's hilarious. And also for DC, like, one of the places your car stolen is airport parking. You never drive my no, I always drive my shittiest car. You have to park at the airport, you don't. No, it's not my cousins, because there's no money. There's no money. What are you gonna do? Resell it. Yeah, so don't steal those. But, on Pete, bikes and track, right? But usually what you do, and you steal it even though you can't. It's so funny. Airports. I always drive my shittiest car at the airport. You just sit there. They know you're gone. The attendants at the fucking airport, they don't fucking know. It's one of those common places we get stolen. If you never up, they know you're gone from your vehicle. And 8 hours. You got insurance, bro. Who cares? Yeah, that's. Like the headline said, you just want the headline 225. Can we show this? Yeah, shit, I could have. But I'll get that. Who's the Latin guy? I look identical to the guy. You want to look your Mexican guy? We have the guy from the talent job. The guy from the talent job. There's a mechanic from the talent job that hooked up with Mini Coopers. He looked like a soccer player. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. Type of talent job from Canada. This is spot on. Yeah, it's like, I got you everything you asked. You have to just pop it up. That's it in the movie. I like that. I've seen the movie twice. That's your best station. Yeah. And you're one. Sultan. Yeah, there you go. That dude looks like a most of this. His work was soccer players, but then he doesn't what this thing is. That's what he did. But I mean, that's the gay shirt ever. It's what college is, right? I don't know. That's gay. Maybe he has like big bad gynos who don't do these math around. Is he a skinny guy with gyno? I bet you didn't expect anything is gay, but that just seems super. That's a problem. Yeah, umbrella. It's either very trans. I bet you that guy had no clue when he took this picture of DC because he took it in his shirt and drove down to hand to DC, and he didn't realize DC was going to post this. I bet he had no clue the comment. It says it's a heartbeat Snapchat. About the same. Yeah, but that's like that's freaking weird though. I know that is just things you can wear. That's I don't need to see your midsection. That's like dude, that brand that comes up with the heartbeat thing, dude, it was like, yeah, we need to get that for yeah, I would never wear a fucking blue dude on your wrist. Fucking do anything. I'm serious. That guy had no idea though. What a toxic comments coming his way. Pretty sure the sports was actually a Harvard water. There's other ways you can do it other than wearing it. They have just the strap, the tweet like wear that. You don't need the extra strap. You want to say yeah, but they come up and get cold over it. My tits get cold. I have a case of cold tits. There's that poor guy. I gotta protect my shit by playing. Get a whoop or something else, dude. Wear an Apple Watch. Don't stay 12 hours and don't wear a fucking sports bra. Man, every single person saying look at the yeah, because that's important. Some guy goes, I understand it's a heart monitor, but it's up with the weird design. Yeah. That company's like shit. I know. It's like, but it's what you deserve. We're the best at tracking it. But get an Apple Watch. Yeah, and all that stuff. Just wear the heart monitor like every other fucking person. Yep. Okay, let's get a little bit more serious now. I'm excited to show. Let's get serious. Let's try to show Tim Kennedy. Your show got heated with Brian Callen Rose. Like he's looking like a kid. But then he stopped him. They brought up the cover of that. I gotta tell you this. Shop is all in. Because you have this channel. And he doesn't drop any content. Like once every 3 months he'll drop a video. So all of the effort is being put into the carvings, which by merge and interest for that. Somebody by merge, you get entered into the raffle anyway, and you just scared. Because he doesn't drop any content on his channel. But he made to put himself on that cover without Calvin Rose. Calvin is like doing yoga on the chair. You gotta shoot up and down the dog or something. Calvin is and the shop is just sitting there like a kid. Which he will. He will eventually. Unknowingly, he'll say that. Without realizing it. Whenever he slips up, he talks about that long thing involved in. He will say something about it. That is to give it back. Yeah, I think that's that is the challenge.
if to begin with, I just avoid getting myself in the negative situation, we're going to see that theme over and over. If I know what the triggers are. I know the things that set me off. I know the things that lead me down a wrong path. I know it. It's not like it's. I know myself. I know the things. If I look at this and if I do this, it's going to set off a whole chain reaction of events. Okay, still look. Try my best again to avoid things proactively, offensively. Therefore, again, Gemara says, don't take a look at the animals mating. You're going to say, oh, come on. The animals mating, what is that going to do? I don't know what it's going to do, but why put yourself in that situation? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Like, even if you're filled with eyes like the angel of death, and we'll discuss that reference in just a moment. Gemara says, but it's so hard not to look. The Malach are going to see us eyes everywhere. We'll discuss what that means. Because because again, I want to digress here just a second. The angel of death must keep shut the eyes. And also maps. The single shot is when we live, when we're alive. So there's a lot of things that we do that we choose not to see, or we choose to ignore, or we choose to kind of carry. And that's fine, you can go through life like that, as long as you understand that at the time that we die, at the time that we leave this world, at the end of the day, everything is seen. There's nothing that can be hidden. Everything is seen, everything is revealed. The Malach HaMaves literally sees everything. He's covered in eyes. And you gotta listen, at the end of the day, after 120, we have to give an accounting for everything in life. Even the things that we chose to ignore, even the things that we tried to bury, the things that we tried to hide, we still have to give an accounting for them. The Gemara says as follows: so again, the time that a person is very old and they're about to die, the Malach HaMaves is standing there. Okay, on top of the person, the Chab was Shluch Yado, and his sword is outstretched in his hand. The Kipa Shamar Teluyabo, and there's a little bit of poison on the edge of the sword. Even Shechola Ra also. So this is pretty wild. Apparently, when the person is about to die, so they see the Malach HaMaves. And you can imagine a very stark vision. Your mouth opens. So they see Malach HaMaves. It's incredible. This is describing death. In the moments before you die, you see the Malach HaMaves. Again, it's an overwhelming sight. Therefore, again, the mouth, Kola opens up his mouth. And a little bit of poison on the edges of the Malach HaMaves falls into the mouth of the person who is ill. That's how you die. That's how you die. From the poison on the sword of the Malach HaMaves. That's what creates death. That's how the body people. Moses, Mimena Pon of Maritos, that's how the face becomes a little bit more sunken. So it's fine. So we'll come back to Malach HaMaves just a little bit. So let's say now full circle. Remember again, why this? How is Rishon Gamliel complimenting this idolatrous? Right? Again, he's standing on the stairs of the Halabayis. Isn't this incredible? He sees this beautiful idolatrous. He says, Marabu Mas Hashem. So fine. So he said, it's not complimenting idolatry because he was complimenting Baruch. But he was still complimenting another woman. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers carrying his hand. Which the Gemara answers it was a corner. He rounded a corner. In other words, he didn't intentionally look at her. Instead, what ended up happening over here is he was coming around one corner, she was coming around the other corner, and therefore he couldn't anticipate, and he saw it. He saw it. So again, not that it was there was no way he could have avoided it. So once he saw this, he saw a tremendous beauty, and he complimented her to Hashbara. She says, Karen Zavis, Japonia, over small economies, Mabli, hoping that Karen Zavis, the Roy also the Raffle below up at Piazza. So he didn't have a chance to close his eyes. So because he didn't have a chance to close his eyes, but in general, one would not be able to intentionally look at another woman, even if it's for the purposes of praising that praise God. Incredible. So, more to say, it's not blessed by the Lord. Now, the other thing that rights is to elicit inappropriate or wants. So we don't look at the colored garments so much. Only was on the Shmuel, that he was shtuka, that we will not get by it. The Papa said, only if you know who the clothing belongs. You go into a store and you see clothing, okay, but you can't ignore it. So the Gemara says, whatever they can only be kind below the big date, Sabbath is only. Because in the way it's written, it says, and you should not look at the colored clothing of a woman, which seems to indicate that you know who the woman is. That's like illicit thoughts. But standard clothing is not a problem. Shnani no. So the Gemara says, "I'm going to fist up. I need to that tiki." Furthermore, this is only with old clothing. Obviously, the less than one. But with new clothing, in other words, it's only talking about clothing that someone's worn. Right? But let's say again, a woman purchased a particular piece of clothing, but she hasn't worn it yet. There's no prohibition for another man to look at that because even though she owns it, she hasn't worn it. So therefore, looking at it will not create any illicit thoughts. He goes him up because if you don't say this, so you must anan monolith la'ashure defiyadi. How come that? How can you ever go ahead, let's say, and give an art at one bar if a woman purchases an article of clothing, let's say she needs alterations? How can she ever bring it to the tailor? The tailor's going to look at it and it's all your thoughts. All the time, 1 second. Hadam Rabiuda, min benina mutter lahachnis k'machal b'shvatz. So what's the very interesting of it? The Gemara says, I'm a farmer. Shepherd, and I need to help my animals mate. So the help is actually one is permitted to help his animals mate. Shepherd, the farmer, is not to help his animals mate. So how can you do that? Which is before how come but you're going to be looking at the mating. We just said that that's it. To which the Gemara says, Ella ba'avidite. If I'm the farmer and I'm helping my mate, that's not going to elicit success. Why not? What's the mentality? I'm working. The assumption is very interesting. When a person is engaged in work, their work, so therefore, again, actions they have to do for their work, and type of moral thoughts. I'm going to go ahead, if I'm the ship, and I have to go ahead and flock to the bride and helping the male, and it's not going to elicit anger, because that's my work. My head is in my work, and therefore, when my head is in my work, I'm not, my thoughts are not going elsewhere. The Gemara says over here by the craftsman also. The truth is, even if you only had one clothing before, it doesn't really matter for him because halacha l'maisa, it is only a din ultimately in someone who's not involved in his work. The craftsman can work even on an article of clothing that a woman had worn before because since it's his work, therefore his mind is focused on his work. So I will say it's actually quite a beautiful Gemara that this idea of the avidity Torah. So the Gemara says when a person is tired, when a person is occupied with their work, they don't have time for immoral thoughts. They're focused. They will say what a profound is so they're going to work as well. The whole avoda in life is ba'avid time. Be busy. Be busy. When a person is tired, when a person is occupied in avoda. And again, my time is scheduled. I'm working. I know that there's much less time to get yourself into trouble. We all know when do I get into trouble in life? During structured periods of time. When I work in avoda, when my life is going back to this, when I'm occupied, and again, it's not I'm always working. A person could be on vacation, a person could be away, but on vacation, there's a structure, there's what I'm doing, there's how I'm doing it, there's an avoda. It's purposeful. When my life is purposeful, and therefore, again, I am constantly engaged in avodas Hashem, I am tarid ba'avoda, I'm occupied with growth, I'm occupied with service. My life is filled with meaning. No matter what it is that I am doing, in halacha l'maisa, there's no time for the Yitzhar. It's fascinating. Right? The craftsman doesn't have time to think immoral thoughts, he's fixing a garment. The shepherd doesn't have time for immoral thoughts, he's got to grow the flock. The Yid has no time for moral thoughts when ba'avidita talit. When I am occupied with avoda, when I am occupied in purposeful, meaningful, directed living, there's no time for anything else. Incredible. I'm going to just do one more piece. I'm not. So remember again, the Gemara said that how does a person die? Because the Malach Hamas comes to a little bit of poison on his sword. The person sees the Malach Hamas the moments before death. It's not opened up. The poison falls in, and that's it. He dies. Whereas the name of the Pligad for the Shmuel. This seems to argue on the Father for the Shmuel. How many Malach Hamas listen to this? The Malach Hamas says, had I not been concerned for the covet of people, I will rip open their throat like shchita. So it's a pretty dramatic statement. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, first I'm sorry, I should have read Rashi's Da'avidit Tarid, Liba Amalachto, his heart is focused on his malachon, the Shocheach HaHira. You forget about inappropriate thoughts. Look at that. When your heart is ultimately, again, when your heart is on your malacha, when your heart is on your work, when you're focused on your growth, when you're focused on who and what you want to be, you forget all about here. Okay, next Rashi, Paradi Shita, Liros Nibachotz, Gedehema, Alma Mechatif Mamishu. So again, the Malach Hamas is interesting, right? So ultimately, again, first of all, it's fascinating. The Father Shalom is having a conversation with Malach Hamas. Malach Hamas says, if it was up to me when I took a person's life, I ripped their throat open like shchita. So obviously, what that sounds like over here is that the Malach Hamas does split the throat. He just doesn't split it as big as one would do with shchita. So it sounds like it's not the poison that kills, but rather again it's the splitting of the throat. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Maybe it's that tipa, that drop of poison that actually cuts the esophagus and windpipe from within. That cuts it with the okay? And then furthermore, again, it's the drop of poison that causes the return future. The Seder and Rabbi Chanina Bar Kahana. This is Rabbi Chanina Bar Kahana. Rabbi Chanina Bar Kahana. Omedeirav halot shloyas. Ultimately, again, one wants that the body should not decompose. Ultimately, again, turn the body on its face. That way, again, because apparently if poison gets into the body, ultimately that causes decomposition. One wants to slow decomposition, turn the body on its face, because the poison does not enter the totality of the body. I just want to stop away for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Don't worry, tomorrow is a very strong days. Incredibly ridiculous tomorrow. Pinchas Ben Yoel, tremendous Gemara. So this answer was like, so just with all of you. In faith with my responsible for the Nisim, both in the buildings and the Nisim, the miracle of the Shai Weinberg for the musical from Shai's Harm Israel, and Eretz Yisrael in the miracle of the speedy arrival of Mashiach. Amen. We also thank Daniel and Bacheva Pava for sponsoring all the shurim of the month in commemoration of the second miracle of Bacheva's father, who was splendid Ben Yehuda Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. And the Shalom should have an Aliyah for Gan Eden, and the family should have continued nachas from all of the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your chest on the base with the words Amar Rasul Bar Nachmani, Amar Rav Yonasan. Bar Nachmani says, the name of Rav Yonasan, Ma'idasiv, they added on the side. Ma'idasiv, what do we mean by what it says? Ashri Eshesh Shasas Rishayim. Again, that's in the very first chapter in Tehillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go in the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? So the top of your Testament Aleph, Zal Avinu, this refers to Avraham Avinu. Why shall I halach anshe dara flaga? He did not follow the path of the ways of the dara flaga. Again, there were people who built this massive pit, this tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. Why she is shayim hayu, they were evil people. Never, for it says, Hava nivna lanu ir, let's build a city, and he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, that refers to Avram Avinu. He did not follow the path of those who commit averos. Again, that's also referring to Avram Avinu. He did not live and did not spend his time with the people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin and stayed away from them. Shneimar, how do we know this? For it says, the people of Sodom, Ro'im, B'chatayim, La'Hashem. They were bad people, and they constantly sinned before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The pasuk continues and says that and then it says Moshe Leitzim, Lo Yashem, he did not spend his time, did not dwell among those who are Leitzim. Leitzim, again, are those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. Lo Yashem, Moshe actually pushed him. He did not settle down within the settlement of the Palestine. Initially, it's on him because, again, these people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. Now, interestingly, Shneimar and Zan, how do you know the Palestine were people who were constantly filled with these jokes? Why? Because the first story, again, this is not a story that happened during the days of Avram Avinu. This is a story that takes place later on, during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody, the story which tells us in the days of the show, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite a mysterious life. He was a Shoftim, he was a Navi, and ultimately he lived the life which was unique to him. At the end of his life, he was captured by the Philistines, and after they blinded him, they brought him out to go ahead and entertain them with all types of jokes. You see that the Philistine people, interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avram Avinu did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not. If you look at Rashi, what the pasuk says, Kishegar beinayim v'sid v'yagar Avram eretz Philistine. Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistine. Marsha. In the back of the Gemara, he says that there's a very big difference between Avram Avinu being gar in the land or being Vayeshev. It's interesting. Yaakov, the Eretz Nigurei of it. The Rishonim point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikish Yaakov Leishev V'Shalva. He wanted to live a life of leis. He wanted to be Leishev to settle. So the term Shev refers to a person who settles down in the community and becomes a member of that Kehillah. By Yagar, it's much more of a temporary dwelling. The person happens to be there. He lives this. Now, Avram Avinu, he lived among the Philistines. However, he didn't
what's up, Dylan?
Why? Because he saw, as soon as he started noticing these people were making jokes. It was their
Can you hear me, big guy? What's new? How are you? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Excellent, man. I know you were here earlier with Connor. Yeah, are you guys friends?
Yeah, we know each other.
Okay, very well. Well, what's good in your world?
Not really. I just had this debate on modern day debate. Should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? They're debating that. They have two yes positions, two no positions, people.
Okay.
Where
are you watching that?
YouTube.
Oh, very well. All right. Do you like to watch?
I do.
Excellent. Who are your YouTubers?
Well, I'm not even sure I have a favorite, but I watch so many different videos.
All right. What kind of videos do you like aside from debates?
Like either political videos or something about life or history or debates, like I had already said. Music, of course.
about philosophy, religion, all that stuff. Theocracy, or not, sorry, theology.
Well, very well. Excellent. Do you like documentaries?
Sometimes, yeah. I occasionally will watch a documentary.
All right. Do you have what are your hobbies? What do you aside from YouTube? Do you like to golf? Do you like to run? Do you like to swim?
I like to video game. I like to go outside, walk. You know, look at the beauty around me if I can, or just enjoy walking. Occasionally I'll compose music for the piano. I talk with people on here, stuff like that.
Excellent. Well, that's great. All right. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Gotcha.
Hazar had all types of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and therefore Kodesh Baruch Hu made them look the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi refers to the Litzane Hadar in the times of Avram Avinu, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Plishtim were Litzanim all the way back from the and Avram Avinu recognized that you could sometimes live in a neighborhood, you could stay away. You need a neighborhood, a community, a whole city, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. So that means that Avraham Avinu, he did live among Plishtim, but he was lo yashav. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, they made jokes out of everything, which was important. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim, which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish yirei Hashem. So this is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is a kufi base. This is Ashrei ish yirei es Hashem. Ashrei ish v'loy ashrei. Usually, one says, "Hold on, why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why is it Ashrei ish?" Now, why did he ask this earlier? The reason we didn't ask this earlier is because it said Ashrei ha-ish. So Ashrei ha-ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it was telling us that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. Like want to ask, why does it say Ashrei ish like Ashrei isha? Amar Bamar said, Amar Rav name of Rav Ashrei Misha. In this case, ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman, rather a young person. What it means is that fortune is the person who does teshuvah, who repents from his mistakes when he's younger. Why? Because when a person is younger, there's a lot more strength, a lot more of an ability to be able to reevaluate, and live a different life. As the person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Shmuel Levi says, Ashrei Mish Misgaral Yitzrei Ish. When the pasuk says ish over here, it doesn't necessarily mean a man, anybody, but the term ish means like a strong person. In other words, kind of like man up and do what's right. But the pasuk was saying Ashrei, maybe it's correct to say that, but ultimately, the bottom line is the pasuk was using the term ish to describe the strength that's required for a person to be strong and to fight off the Yetzer Hara. Ashrei Mish Misgaral Yitzrei Ish. The mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od, he really wants, and he has a strong desire to be able to fulfill the mitzvah. Rebbe Lazar, the mitzvah, the load this time mitzvah. So what's this person motivated by? He is motivated by the mitzvahs. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. This is what was taught in the Mishnah. Omer. Again, this is the famous in Masechus Navos. I'm taking it to He said, "Do not be like a servant who serves the Kodesh Baruch Hu, who serves his master because he's expecting the wages. Ella and you should be like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded for it. It's very interesting just to see this. You look at the specific terminology in the Gemara. It says, Eloheyu avadim hamasham sarav should be like servants who serve their master. Shalom manas l'kabel pras. Shalom manas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. If you look at Rashi, the way that he writes it is al manas shalom l'kabel pras. There's a nuanced difference between a person who serves their master shalom al manas l'kabel pras, which means he's doing it even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says it is al manas on condition shalom l'kabel pras, he will get a reward. In other words, it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what he says. It says, Yehei liv ka'imo, you should do it with his heart. Lomar afilu ein sofi l'kabel star, always ani as borei v'papach nisvasa. So the way he explains it is like the way the word's actually written in the Gemara, which is, the person says, the servant comes Baruch Hu, even if I don't get a reward. In other words, I'm happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve because Baruch Hu even if I don't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says something very interesting over here, which is important to point out. Tosfos says, "Al nas l'kabel pras, pirush b'toeh." In other words, don't be a person who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. You know, in low tavo she'elasa. In other words, if you regret doing the mitzvah, he doesn't get what he wants. The most open he says clearly, in Eino Toeh, the person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward, but he's not regret doing the mitzvah. Toeh, Dami Damrinu Parakam Nasra, Parakam Sakim, Rosh Hashanah. Tanya, in other words, if a person is not going to regret it, similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, a person is donating particular amounts of money for tzedakah, Hamanas Yichya Beni, on condition that his son should have refuah shalema, Harei Zeh Tzadik Gomel. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give the money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have refuah shalema. So what is that? That's the person who's usually doing a mitzvah. Alman nas l'kabel pras. He wants the reward from it. Says Tosfos, he's a tzaddik gamor. Why is he a tzaddik gamor? The answer is because even if this child is not going to have refuah shalema, he's not going to say, shoot, I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah, but again, he wanted there to be a reward. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is if the person wants a reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. I shouldn't have done that. That's where's a problem. So even though there's this nuanced difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do them with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not to regret doing that mitzvah, he doesn't get the reward. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different. Because tzedakah, because Baruch Hu says, "V'chanuni na gam b'zeh." In other words, you can test your tzedakah. In other words, tzedakah is one of those things which, because Baruch Hu says, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. So therefore, it's not a perfect raya, but nevertheless, we see both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. The pasuk continues and says, a person desires the Torah, Amar Rav, Ein Adam Lo Torah Elam L'Makmas B'Vachavitz. A person should not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys learning. It's a very important rule. We hear about this all the time, that there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha, some people like to learn Haggadah, some people like to learn chumash, some people like to learn this Masechta, another Masechta. The person should always learn Torah in a place that they enjoy learning. Shenemar, the Torah so the Torah is his desire, something that he likes. Again, it doesn't mean you should ignore any aspect of Torah. The person should always find himself learning something that he enjoys learning. Levi, Rav Shimon the Rebbe. Levi and Rav Shimon the Rebbe were learning together, and Yasi Kamei the Rebbe, they were sitting in front of their Rebbe. The Kapasik Sidra, they were learning Chumash, and Salik. They finished learning that particular sefer that they were learning. So again, Rashi said it was the Parsha Shal Mikra. It seems like they were learning nothing. Maybe Ksu. It seems like they're learning Ksu. In other words, they were learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer. And after they finished that sefer, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishlei. So Shimon Rebbe said, Amar Laisulan Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. They got into a little bit of an argument what they should learn next. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Kafri Levi Isi Tehillim. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. So why did that happen? Rashi explains, there's the order of Tanakh. Tehillim comes first. And he has another reason about Tachmas, but the bottom line is he's able to overpower him and say that we're going to learn Tehillim before we learn Mishlei. The other explanation is Ashri Isha Yerasa Kademis Tachmasa. A lot of Yira comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. The Mishlei is a lot of Chachma, but ultimately, of course, it's part of Tanakh, and of course, we should learn it. But he thought that Tehillim should come first. So he brought the Tehillim. Now, they sat down in front of the Rebbe, started learning Tehillim, and Kimatu Hacha, he got to this pasuk of Yimitar Shem Chesed. So, in other words, the second pasuk of Tehillim. In other words, he overpowered him, he started learning it, Ashra Ish, Shahalak, but Ashra Ish, Shahalak, Be, that's what they got up to. So they learned this out of Gemara. And what happened? Parish Rebbe, the Omar, a person should always learn Torah from a place they desire. Right? Amar Levi, slam table, you say, Rebbe, Asato Rishos, Lamod, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the shir. I did not want to learn Tehillim this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, who learns Torah Kodesh Baruch. Also, look, Hashem is going to do his desire. Never, for it says, in Torah Hashem Chesed, when a person has Hashem's Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. See, something interesting. Up until now, we said, Ni Mako Shliva Chafetz. So what did that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here it's been Mako Shliva Chafetz. This says Parsha means from a Rebbe that a person can learn from. A person has to choose a Rebbe they're able to connect to, a Rebbe they're able to learn from, a Rebbe they're able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe and every Talmud is a good choice. Sometimes a person has to find the proper Rebbe to be able to connect to. So therefore, the Olam Yadam, the person should learn in a place that he desires. Therefore, it says in the pasuk, he invitar Hashem Chefza again. For the same pasuk, the other person should find a place to learn where they feel comfortable and able to connect with their Rebbe. Initially, who does it belong to? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So, Nikras al Shemo, the Torah will be that person's own. Should never, where it says in the pasuk, the Torah's Hashem Kefzo. Initially, it's referred to as Torah's Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says, with the so in his own Torah, Yaga Yom Balayla, he will toil in it day and night. So it switches from being Kodesh Baruch Hu Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, the Olam Yilad Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil in it. Shenemar, for it says the pasuk, the Torah Hashem, the Hadar, the Torah Yegeh, first the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Torah Yegeh. So just to understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, they have 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. The Gemara says that's not the way to learn. Well, first we have to do is you have to learn information. Gather, understand what it's telling you. You learn the Mishnah, understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you've learned, go back and ask your questions. Because you know what, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in the next line. My father, I remember learning with him as a young kid, he used to always tell me, in Yiddish, he would say, you have to get a great sight of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you still have questions at that point in time, ask those questions. So you ask 100 questions just when you start writing, start learning it, you might just spend all your time with a lot of nonsense. You might find that the question is really on the next page. So first, gather information, and then ultimately you should start toiling in it. That will be the best recipe for success. See, it's possible that the line of Gemara later on that disagrees with this, but it seems like over here a person should first amass a lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil in it. My Rabbi Yitzchak Berkeley used to always tell us, I'm sure he still tells us something, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the sugya is talking about. There are some people who they like to get Iyun shiur, like to learn Pilpul, and it's beautiful. Learning Pilpul, learning Iyun is necessary to be allowed to be able to understand the depth of what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a sugya, if you just gave an hour-long kabura, what one of the sheets of Mishnah are, and you forgot that, you don't have all the basics down pat, your kabura, your iyun is very nice, it's beautiful, but it's missing the basics. This is what Gemara is saying. First, first learn, what does the Torah say? What does it say there? Words. I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rebbe used to say, when I was 11th grade, first get the what, and then get the why. If you ask the why before you know the what, so then your why is not relevant. So again, this Gemara is saying, Torah, a person should learn Torah. Shnemar, for it says, the Torah Hashem, the Hadar B'Torah Yegeh. Olam Ligris Inish, a person should learn the Afal Gav, the Mishkach. Even though I'll forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rava say? Do it. Learn anyway. He says another even larger kiddush. Some people say, I have no idea what's going on over here. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point of me? Says Rava, person the Olam Ligris, Yafagav Mishka, even though you might forget it, Yafagav Yoda, my prayer doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, Garsa Nafshi Lusava. In other words, Garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Here, Garsa Nafshi Lusava. Garsa, Rashi explains, Garsa comes from the term Gera, which ultimately means to break things into small pieces. Garsa says, in other words, if you have grain, the best possible use of grain is to grind it into a flour, and you can make bread. So some people you can grind it into a flour. So what do? They put a few pieces, they turn it into a porridge. I don't know, turn into a granola. So it might not be a soft flour that you can make into a bread. Even if you can't get to the beautiful Torah with all of its steps, still go ahead, break it into a few pieces, go if you can. We'll see to to explain. A person should not stop at that. A person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of reading through a page of Gemara and not know what I'm talking about. There are processes a person has to go through to try to get himself to understand it. And ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's how you get to the place of understanding it. If you never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start. You remain in Amoritz. Rava asks a contradiction. Siv al-gape. So this pasuk says, Shalcha narosel tikra al-gape maromi kares. It's referring to the Torah because the person is going to sit al-gape. What is al-gape? On wings. So wings kind of flapping. It's not a very comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the next. Siv al-kisei, the person sits chair. So the person learns Torah. Is he on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next? Or is he sitting on a kisei in a chair, which is much more stable? What does the Gemara say? But when a person first starts learning, it's al-gape. It's much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable with learning because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. And with self al-kisei, ultimately, at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Siv. Again, it says Barosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Barosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv Ali Derech. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What the Gemara answers, the Tchila initially could feel like Barosh Neromin, the Torah is up in the sky. But so once a person actually starts and ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara ends up being right there on the path. So again, what does it teach us? It teaches us that everything can feel very far away. But once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see that it's much closer than you initially thought. And after you actually start learning, you'll find out that it's right here. Karol Milecha Hadavar Me'od. It's found right here. Ula Rami. Ula asked the following stira. Siv, it says in the pasuk, "Shesei mayim miporei," drink water from your sister, from a pit. One place that describes the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if you have water in a pit? You go in, you drink it, eventually it's going to get used up. And another place it describes the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which gets used up when you draw from it? Or is it constantly going to be there? The Tefillah said, initially, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. You feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can use it all. So, the person ends up learning. Ultimately, at the end, what's going to happen is the nose lip, you talk to a racha, person is going to be drawing from every flowing amount of water. Again, water is here. His Torah is going to be multiplied to the point where you recognize just the infinite amount of Torah that he has. Amarav Skora, Amarav, the mind is Buna might have said. What does the pasuk mean? So it says, Mehevel, person who has hone, a lot of wealth, hevel from nothing yimat. So again, interesting pasuk. Hone mehevel yimat. The kovetz hayad yerbes. This is the pasuk in, I think it's in Mishlei, right? Yes, in Mishlei. Person will have hevel yimat. The person will lot of nothing, end up with nothing. The kovetz hayad, person who gathers slowly, then yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs it a little bit, he'll have a lot. The Gemara explains in also Adam Torasa Chavilos Mismayik. The person who's going to put together tons and tons and tons of Torah, what's going to happen is going to have anything. Why? If you just overload the circuit with tons and tons of information, you're not going to retain any of it. In Kovetz al Yad, you learn a little bit slowly. Yerba, ultimately, you'll have a lot. Amar Rava says, Yad Rabbana lo hamilsa. Chachamim know about this. They know not to do too much too quick. The Avriyallah. Their desire for the Torah is so strong, they just consume as much as possible. I also follow this advice. I learned slowly. I reviewed what I learned, and ultimately it stayed within my hands. So again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warns us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem, we have the Chazara Kapura here, Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf, then you're just going to go more and more, it's hard to retain it. You join the Chazara Kapura, so then you learn it one day, you spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning to review it before the year starts. Like this is something that you're able to retain and ends up staying with you. Amar Shizbi, Major was Nazaria. Ma'idach Sev, what does the pasuk mean when it says Lo Yachrok Ramia? Yachrok literally means to roast or to cook or burn. A Ramia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. And Lo Yichya Lo Ya'arech Yamim. Zayid Harama. In other words, what he means to say is if a person works too quick to gather what he has. And the pasuk bringing out this point. And Rashi points out that the word lo yachrov, it puts together, it's kind of like a compound of the word lo yichya. You see the first word is the yuchas, and the second word lo ya'arech, it's yachrech. It's Yichya and Yarech together, so Lo Yaakov means he ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Shesha said the same thing, he just read it differently. He said, Tzayid Harama Yachrech. The way he read it was, this Tzayid Harama, he's ultimately going to roast. In other words, he explains, Yasser Dimi, Amar Dimi explained what they both meant was, Mashal Adam Shetzad. This is a parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and then you break its wings or you clip its wings, so then what happens is Kula Miskaimo. He catches one, he clips the wings, so now it stays here. Another one, he clips its wings and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, in loud, in this guy, you catch one bird, you put it on the floor. Then guess what happened? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing is true with regard to Torah. The person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's trapping birds. The pasuk continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. Look to a person to be like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and go from one place to the next. Look to not like a tree that's planted in one place, which means someone who only has one Rebbe, no roa simin brachali ola. Not going to see some bracha. Why? You have to have some element of diversity when it comes to your rebbeim. In life, you have to meet different rebbeim. Every rebbe has something else that they're able to give to a Talmud. You can't get everything from only one rebbe. Baruch Hashem, now with the proliferation of Torah, a person has the ability to be able to attend one shir in the morning, another shir in the afternoon. And in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to pull Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important for a person to have Rebbeim. Of course, Mishra Rav, you have a Rav, that person becomes your Rav, you go to that person consistently to be able to develop in life. When it comes to Torah, a person has to be able to learn Torah from various different Rebbeim. Every single Rebbe has something else that the often a person cannot limit themselves to only one Rebbe. Amar lo Rav Chisda Rabbana. Chisda told his Talmid Hilsa, Mr. Athena, Shavkis, I want to tell you something, but I'm else. Bazlisu and no one else. But he ultimately said it to them anyway. You only learn Torah on one team. Eino Roasun. You're not going to learn. You're not going to have a siddur who everyone got up, but up by the other Rebbe across the street. A Rebbe has to be honest. He has to tell them. I enjoy the fact that you come to my shir. Continue to shir, but in between this shir and the next one, go to this medrash across the street. The Rav here has something to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Mili Svara. He said to him, this is only with regard to Svara. Avol Gemara Mirav Echad Adif. When it comes to Gemara, you have to learn from one Rav. What he's saying is, when it comes to a person's Svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes, because Baruch Hu gave Ayin Parim Torah so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, so we don't really have that problem because it's all written down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Marav Echad Adif, that one Rebbe, Yechi Tapu Gitasam and Beis, the lift list you can't have where you have different actual texts. That's going to be too confusing. You have to get your Masorah from one Rebbe. Tapu Gitasam and Beis. Al Padi Mayim, the pasuk continues. Amrav Tanchim Barachani Loi. Loilam Yishalish Adam Shenosav. Person should divide his years. Shlish b'mikra, a third of his life he should be learning Chumash. Shlish b'mishnah, a third of his life he should be learning Mishnah. And shlish b'talmud, a third of his life he should be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. And he takes all those years and divides in three. Miyada ish kama chaye. Does the person actually know how long he's going to live? The Gemara says every person wants optimistically believes they'll live till 120. So you take 120, divide it into 3, so you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person lives to 105? That if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost out all those years in Gemara. Gemara says, no, that means biyom. There's machlokes between Rashi and Tosfos means. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says biyom means Beis Yomim Mikra. So you get Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Beis Yomim Mishnah. So that Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Fridays to learn Gemara. And I guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, he reviewed everything you learned throughout the whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. If you look at Tosfos, he says the Kach Nira Liyomi B'chol Yom. Every single day. Important to note this. Psuke HaTamid. In davening, every single morning, you have Psuke HaTamid, you have the Psukim of the Tamid, Mishnas Ezel Makoman, you have the Mishnas and Ezel Makoman, Ubrais Rabbi Shmuel, you have the Brais from Gemara Rabbi Shmuel. So the person just davens and follows through the Siddur, then he learns Mikra, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says something very important. The Anu Shoskim Talmud Bavli. We learn Gemara every single day. We come to Daf Yomi every single day. What happens? Dayenu, it's good enough for us. Why? Because we follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud. Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkim throughout the Hillim, in Mishlei, we learned Mishnayos. We're learning Gemara. So just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to be able to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what Gemara means. Every single day, a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues. The Gemara continues that Shapir Yitam B'ito, his fruits will give in their time. Amrava, Impir Yitam B'ito V'Aleu. The person is going to be Kovei, eating the Torah, learns Torah every single day. V'Aleu, reap the benefits. V'Aleu Lo Yibal, and the branches of the leaves will not wither. If a person does not learn Torah all the time, it's not Kovei, eating the Torah, then Ala Lomed. On both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the pasuk says, this Torah is not going to ultimately be in the sky, and it's like motes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately falls apart. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. What does the pasuk mean? It says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this is referring to Zona, but ultimately, what that refers to in this context is that Talmud Shlomigia Lahara. This refers to a Talmud who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where he should be passing Shiloh. Umara, he does it nonetheless. The pasuk the strong ones are those who were killed. The Talmud Shlomigia Lahara. This refers to a Talmud that reach point of hara, the eno mara does not pass. But kama, when is that ad nem shnin, when a person reaches 40 years old? And Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very, very careful with this balance. Because if you have a talent who he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be costume styler, be costume styler nonetheless, then there are going to be a lot of victims of his erroneous psak. Similarly, if a person is supposed to be poskening and he does not poskin, then he'll be victim of the fact that he didn't offer his Torah. I want to spend some time going through this a million times. Beginning of Igros Moshe, it's funny in hindsight that Moshe has to justify why he tried to bring his truths. We know Rav Moshe as the biggest posek in the United States of America. He was the posek hadar of the United States of America. It's important if you have some time to read the Hakdama, the introduction to the Sefer Igros Moshe. He explains why he feels it's hope for him to pass in Shabbos. But again, this is the attitude the person has to have when a person answers Shabbos, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who passes in Shabbos prematurely, you'll be victims of your erroneous act. But similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of psak. Now, the Gemara says, Harava, he wasn't old and he passed in childless. Why? How do we know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says, B'shavin, in this time he was equal to everybody in the community, and therefore it was incumbent upon him to actually offer psak because he was ultimately greater than that. Well, and the branches will not wither. Amar Rav Acha bar Ada Amar Rav Amar Rav Acha bar Ava Amar Rav Nuna Amar Rav Shafilu Sichas Kulush Tamil Chachamim. Even the chatter of Tamil Chachamim, Talmud, you have to spend time understanding it. Shenemar, for it says Valeu Leiba, and the branches will not wither. Ultimately, the person is successful in everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of the Talmud Chacham is Dvarim B'Telem. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something you should ultimately learn from. Amar Yishua Levi, Davar Zaykas B'Torah Hanamidiyim V'Shulos B'Ksuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, it's written in the Nevi'im, in the prophets, and just repeated a third time in the writings of the Ksuvim. What does it say? Torah, person learns the Torah, to ultimately be successful in his business. Where's Matzlichim love? Where does that Kasav the Torah? Where's it written in the Torah? The Ksiv, Shmar from the Stivri Abrisa Azos, Vashis and Osam. Laman Taskilu is called Asher Tasu. Taskilu means to be smart, but ultimately be successful in all that you do. Shannon, the Nevi'im, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, but Ksiv, Lo Yomash, Sefer Torah Zem Picha. The Torah should not be removed from your mouth. But Gisa Bo Yom Balayli should toil in it day and night. The man Tishma Lasis to call a Kasav Bo. Just you watch and do everything that's written in it. Ki Az Hatzliach Esrachecha. Ultimately, if you do that, you follow the script, then you do Matzliach to be successful in all that you do. But Haskell and again, you'll be smart and successful. Mashulish B'Ksubim, it's repeated the third time. The Ksubim, the Ksiv, where it says in Tehillim, we just read this. Ki Imitar Sashem Chetzo Sarasa Yegiyam B'Lala B'Laila B'Hayak Ishaso Al Pal Gimayim Asher Yitim B'Ito, and it'll be like a tree which is uprooted and by the streams of water. Asher Pirio Yitim B'Itim B'Ito, the fruits will give at the right time. V'Aleo L'Evo, the branches will not wither. Person will be matzliach what they do. So what's the recipe for success? Limud Torah. Machers Rebbe Alexandri, very famous Gemara. The Rebbe Alexandri used to make this announcement: Man boy chai, who wants to live, wants to. Kanaf v'asu kuliyama. Everyone would go run up to him with gabe, running up to him and say, "Yes, I want to live." Amri, he would say, they would say to him, "Give us life." Amr, he would say to them, it's time. The pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? Person refrains from speaking negatively. Don't speak lashon hara, and you'll merit good life. Stormei Rava say, turn away from bad and do good. Shema Yomar Adam, person might say, I did not speak lashon hara, and therefore I held myself back from speaking poorly. Elech Veskara B'Shein. I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have long, happy, and healthy life. I don't speak Lashon Hara. Now the one responsive says no. Somei Rav I say to. You turn bad, but do good. And Torah refers to it says Gilek Aton Hashem. So if there's over a person has to learn Torah, not good enough to speak Lashon Hara, person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to it. The kippah. The Mishnah told us, when you're building a bath, when you get to the kippah, to the little dome on the top where they put the Avodah Zarah, stop. Omer Belazar, Omer Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, Skaro Mutter, he's allowed to get paid for it. Where it says, of course you can get paid for it. Actually building about the Zara, this is building something which serves about the Zara. You're allowed to get Hana from that. It says, until he serves. There's no reason why he wouldn't be able to get paid. It's actually building the actual idol. Honey. That would be relevant if it becomes Asur right away as soon as it's built. Until it is served. Shafi, you can understand why he's allowed to get paid. And that's why it has to be said. According to what it says, it's also right away. Micronym, but why is he allowed to get paid? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. What turns it into Avodah Zarah? The Gemar Malacha. The aim is having Gemar Malacha. When does the Gemar Malacha happen? The Makush Achron with the last blow. Makush Achron, less by Shavapruta. There's no Shavapruta in that last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, not Avodah Zarah yet. So you're allowed to do it. When to become Avodah Zarah in the last blow? You divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shavapruta, and therefore you're allowed to benefit from it. Alma Kasavar, we see Yashim Lasiris B'Kil about so. We see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end, but ultimately each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than a Shavapruta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Relatively speaking, I mean, there's an actual celebrity that you never see. You'll see, as much bad stuff that gets heard about Alex and footage of him looking bad after his kid's baseball pass. I'm sure that in real life, Alex Baldwin is probably like a nice guy. Amongst other writers. You don't see this about like even like people who we see. Like Dirk Twitch, a bunch of it douches.
Good month. In Facebook, I was walking for a Nisan, both in the building, the miracle of the Shai Weinberg 14 years ago. He was satisfied with so, and Eric Yisrael in the America, the speedy arrival of Mashiach. Amen. We also thank Daniel and Bathsheba Pava for sponsoring the room of the month in addition of the second yahrzeit of his father, Restream the Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. And the Neshama should have an Aliyah, Legan Eden, and the family should have continued nachas from all of the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your test on the base with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Shmuel Bar Nachmani says in the name of Rabbi Yonasan, they added on the side. What do we mean by what it says? Ashriya Ishish Lehalach Matzas Rishayim. Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Hillim, which is lucky, fortunate the person who does not go in the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? To the top of the Testament Aleph. Zeh Avraham Avinu. This refers to Avraham Avinu. Why shaloi halach ba'atzas anshe dara flaga? He did not follow the path of the ways of the Dara Flaga. Who is Dara Flaga? The people who built this massive, this tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Kurdish government. Why should Rishayim, who are evil people, never, for it says Hava Nivna Lanu Irland, the city, and he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, that refers to Avraham Avinu. He did not follow in the path of those who commit Avera. What is again? That's also referring to Avraham Avinu. He did not spend his time with them. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin. He stayed away from them. How do we know this? For it says, the people of Sodom, Roim, Toim, LaHashem, bad people, and they completely sinned before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And then it says, Moshe Leitzim, Lo Yashem, he did not spend his time, did not dwell among those who are Leitzim. Leitzim, again, are those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. He did not settle down within the settlement of the Pelishtim. Because, again, these people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. Now, interestingly, Shneimar, it goes on, how do you know the Pelishtim were people who were constantly filled with these jokes? Why? Because in the first story, again, this is not a story that happened during the days of Avinu. This is a story that takes place later on, during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody, the story which is told us in the days of the Shoftim, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite a mysterious life, but again, he was one of the Shoftim, he was a Navi, and ultimately, he lived a life which was unique. At the end of his life, he was captured by a sin, and after they beat him, out to go ahead and entertain them with all types of jokes. So you see that the Pelishtim are people who are filled with jokes. Now, interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avraham Avinu did live among the Pelishtim. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. If you look at Rashi, what's the pasuk? The pasuk says, "Kishekar beinayim l'siv v'yag." Avram, the Eric Pelishtim. Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Pelishtim. I saw in the Marsha, in the back of the Gemara, he says that there's a very big difference between Avram Avinu being Gar in the land of the Pelishtim or being Vayeshev. It's interesting. It says Vayeshev Yaakov, the Eretz Migurei Avos. The Rishonim point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikesh Yaakov Leishev B'Shalva. He wanted to live a life of leishev. He wanted to be leishev. He wanted to settle. So the term vayeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, and becomes a member of that kehillah. Vayagar is much more of a temporary dwelling. The person happens to be there. He lives with Avraham Avinu. He lived among the Pelishtim. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? Because we saw, as soon as we started noticing these people were making jokes. Now, again, it was the Rishonim point out that the Litzanei Hadar had all types of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and therefore Kodesh Baruch Hu made them look the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi refers to the Litzanei Hadar in the times of Avram Avinu, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Pelishtim. The Pelishtim were Litzanim all the way back from the beginning, and Avraham Avinu recognized that you could live in a neighborhood, but you could stay away. You need a neighborhood, a community, a whole city, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. So that's what it means. That Avraham Avinu, he did live among the Pelishtim, but he was lo yashav. He did not settle down as a member of that community, because he realized that, generally speaking, he made jokes out of everything which was important. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish Yirei Hashem. This is not the very first Tehillim. This is also Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is Kutri Beis. This is Ashrei ish Yirei Hashem. Ashrei ish v'lo ashrei. Usually, where it says, "Hold on, why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why does it say ashrei ish?" Now, why did we ask this earlier? The reason we asked this earlier is because it said ashrei ha'ish. So ashrei ha'ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what he's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. So therefore, the Gemara asks, why does it say Ashrei Ish like Ashrei Isha? Amar Rav said, Amar Rav named Rav Ashrei Misha Osa Tshuva Kishihu Ish. In this case, Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. What it means is that fortunate is a person who does teshuvah, who repents from his mistakes when he's younger. Why? Because when a person is younger, there's a lot more strength, a lot more of an ability to be able to evaluate, and live a different life. Once a person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Yeshua Levi Amar, Yeshua Levi says, Ashrei Mishim Misgavar Yitzrei Keish. And the pasuk says Ish over here doesn't necessarily mean a man, it means anybody, but the term Ish means like a strong person. In other words, kind of like man up and do what's right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Ashrei, maybe it's not so politically correct to say that, but ultimately the bottom line is the pasuk was using the term Ish to describe the strength that's required for a person to be strong and to fight off his Yetzer Hara. Ashrei Mishim Misgavar Yitzrei Keish. The mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od, he really wants, and he has a strong desire to be able to fulfill the mitzvos. Amar Rebbe Lazar, the mitzvos of the low b'schar mitzvos. What's this person motivated by? He is motivated by the mitzvos. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. This is what was taught in the Mishnah. Omer, again, this is the famous Mishnah. I think he said, do not be like servant who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu, who serves his master because he's expecting the wages. Ella, you should be like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded for it. It's very interesting just to see this. You look at the specific terminology in the Gemara. It says, Eloheyu ka'avadim hamasham sh'masarav sh'vi, like servants who serve their master, shelo almanas l'kal pras. Shelo almanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. If you look at Rashi, the way that he writes it is, almanas shelo l'kal pras. There's a nuance difference between a person who serves their master shelo almanas l'kal pras, which means even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says is almanas on condition shelo l'kal pras, he won't get a reward. In other words, it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what he says. He says Yehei libcha imo, you should do it with his heart. Lomar afilu ein sofi l'kal star. Always ani as borei b'chavesh mitzvos. So the way he explains it is like the way the words actually written in the Gemara is. Person says, if I don't get a reward. In other words, I'm happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve Kadosh Baruch Hu even if I don't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says something very interesting over here to point out. Tosfos says, Almanas l'kabel pras, Pirush b'toeh. In other words, don't be a person who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu only reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, im lo tavo she'elas. In other words, he's going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah. He doesn't get what he wants. The Moshe Osin Otik L'chav Avo. He says clearly, in Eino Toeh, a person wants the reward. He does a particular because he wants to get the reward, but he's not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avon Eino Toeh, Dami Lahada Daminu Parakam Bavasra, Parakam Psakim, Rosh Hashanah, the Tanya. In other words, if a person is not going to regret it, similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, a person is donating a particular amount of money for Tzedakah, Almanas Sheyichya Beni, on condition that his son should have Refuah Shalema, Arei Zet Tzadik Zomor. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give the money to tzedakah. He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a full shalema. So what is that? That's a person who's used to doing a mitzvah. Alman Nasla Kaval Prat wants the reward from it. Says Tosfos, he's a tzaddik gamor. Why is he a tzaddik gamor? The answer is, if his child is not going to have a full shalema, he's not going to say, shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah, but again, he wanted there to be a reward. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is that the person wants the reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. So even though there's this nuanced difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different because tzedakah, because Baruch Hu says, in other words, you can test me with tzedakah. In other words, tzedakah is one of those things which the Baruch Hu says, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. So therefore, it's not a perfect raya, but nevertheless, we see both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. It continues and says, the person desires the Torah, Amar Rav, Ein Adam Lo Torah Elam Makud Zilachavit. A person cannot learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah the person enjoys learning. It's a very important rule. You hear about this all the time. But there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to, some people like to learn Agadata. Some people like to learn Chumash. Some people like to learn this Masechta, another Masechta. The person should always learn Torah from a place that they enjoy learning. Shenemar, Ki B'Torah So, the Torah is his desire, something that he likes. Again, it doesn't mean you should ignore any aspect of Torah. The person should always find himself learning something that he enjoys learning. Maybe Rav Shimon the Rebbe, Levi and the Rebbe were learning together, and Yasi Kamei the Rebbe were sitting in front of the Pasuk Sidra. They were learning Chumash, Salik Sifra. They finished learning that particular sefer that they were learning. So again, Rashi says the Parshio Mikra seems like a Navi. Ksubim. It seems like Ksubim. In other words, they were learning. They finished a particular sefer, and after they finished that sefer, Levi said, you know what? Now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Proverbs, right? Let's play. Shimon Rebbe said, Amar, let's learn Sefer Tehillim. So we got to a little bit of an argument what they should learn next. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi Isi Tehillim. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. So why did that happen? Rasha explains. Because in the order of Tanakh, Tehillim comes first. And he has another reason that the bottom line is he was able to overpower him and say that we're going to learn Tehillim before we learn Mishlei. The other explanation is Ashri Isha Yerasa Kademis the Chachmasa. A lot of Yira comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Again, Mishlei is a lot of Chachma, but ultimately, of course, part of the Tanakh, and of course, you should learn it. But he thought that Tehillim should come first. So he brought the Tehillim. Now, they sat down in front of the Rebbe, they started learning Tehillim, and Kimatu Hacha, they got to this pasuk of so in other words, the pasuk of Tehillim. In other words, he overpowered him, he started learning it, Ashri Ish, Shalala, but Ashri Ish, Shalala, Be, Asas, Shom, Derech Hatam, Amar, Rosh, Leitzim, Yashav, Yim, Betorah, that's up to. So they learned this Amud of Gemara. And what happened? Parish Rebbe. The person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Amar Levi slams his hand down on the table. He said, Rebbe, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the shir. I did not want to learn Tehillim this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei, and therefore I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, Barchama, Kolose Patora, who learns Torah Kodesh Baruch Hu, also Lachapatzav, Hashem's going to do his desire. For it says, Kimitaras Hashem Chefso, when a person learns Hashem's Torah, Chefso, Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, L'olam Yilmad Adam Torah b'makom shli b'chafetz. This is something interesting. Up until now, we said, Mi makom shli b'chafetz. So what did that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here it's the makom shli b'chafetz. It means from a Rebbe that a person enjoys learning from. A person has to choose a Rebbe that they're able to connect to, a Rebbe they're able to learn from, a Rebbe they're able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes a person has to find the proper Rebbe that they're able to connect to. So therefore, L'olam Yilmad Adam b'makom shli b'chafetz. The person should learn in a place that he desires. Now, for it says in the pasuk, he in b'taras v'shatef. So again, from the same pasuk, the person should find a place to learn where they feel comfortable and they're able to connect with their Rebbe. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. L'basov, Nikras al Shemo, the Torah will be that person's own. Shneimar, for it says in the pasuk, the Torah Hashem Tefzo. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yaga Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So switches from being Kodesh Baruch Hu's Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, Olam Yilmad Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil it. Shneimar, for it says in the pasuk, Torah Hashem, versus Torah Hashem, afterwards Torah Yege. So just understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, have 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. The Gemara says that's not the way to learn. Well, first what you have to do is you have to learn information. You gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you've learned, go back and ask your questions. Because you know what? If you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in the next. My father, I remember learning with him as a young kid. He used to always tell me, he would say, you have to great kind of the sugi before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages, and you just at that point in time, ask those questions. But you ask 100 questions just when you start writing, start learning it, spend all your time not with a lot of nonsense. You might first learn, gather information. And we're going to see it's possible that there's a line in the Gemara later on that disagrees with this. Ask a lot of information, then go ahead and toil it. My Rebbe, Mr. Berkowitz, used to always tell us, I'm sure you really know what this is talking about. There are some people who they like to do in shiur, like to learn pilpul. Well, that's beautiful. Learning pilpul is necessary. You have to be a leadership to understand the depth of what's going on. But you have to remember the basics. When you finish a sugya, if you just gave an hour-long kabbalah, the person asks you what one of the are, and you forgot that, you don't have all the basics down pat. Your kabbalah, your Indian, your system is very nice, it's beautiful, but it's missing flow. Torah. First, what does the Torah say? What does it say? What are the words? Let's say, now it's 11th grade. First, get the what and why. If you ask the why before you know the what, then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara is saying. Torah, person Torah. Afterwards, you should toil. Shnemar, for it says, the Torah Hashem, the Hadar B'Torah Yegel. From Rabbi Olam, rigorous Inish, a person should learn. The Afal Gav, the Mishkach. Even though I'll forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rava say? Do it. Learn anyway. He says, another even larger finish. The Afal Gav, Lo Yoda, Mike Amar. Some people say, I have no idea what's going on over here. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point? Says Rava, person Olam Ligris, Yafagav Mishkach, even though you might forget it, Yafagav Yoda Mike Amar doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, Garsa Nafshi Lasava. In other words, Garsa means he kind of breaks himself for his desire. Garsa Nafshi Lasava. Garsa, Rashi explains, Garsa comes from the term Geras, which also means to break things into small pieces. Garsa says, in other words, you have grain. The best possible use of grain is to grind it into a flour, and you can bake bread. So some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. So what do? They break it into a few pieces and they turn it into a bowl of porridge. Turn into a bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can bake into a bread, but even if you can't get to the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all of its depth, still go ahead, break it into a few pieces, go as far as you can. We'll see if Mark continues to explain that a person should not stop at that. A person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of page of Gemara and not know what I'm talking about. There are processes a person has to go through to try to get himself to understand it. But ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's how you get to the place of understanding it. If you never start, if you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start your minutes. Rava asks Siv al Gape. So this pasuk says, because a person's going to sit al Gape. What is al Gape? On wings. So wings kind of flapping, comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the next. Uksiv al Kisei, a person will sit on a chair. So a person learns Torah. Is he on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next? Or he's saying a chair which is much more stable. What do we want to say? When a person first starts learning, it's agape. It's much more unstable. It's much more to be stable with learning. It's difficult. Initially, it's very unstable. But so I'll say ultimately at the end, be a much more stable ground than a chair. Siv. Again, it says Barosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Barosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv Ali Derech. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your map. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What Gemara answers, the Tila initially could feel like Barosh Meromin, the Torah is up in the sky. But so if the person actually starts and he ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Derech ends up being right there in the path. So he teaches us that it can feel very far away. But once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see that it's much closer than you initially thought. And after you actually start, you'll find out that it's right here. Karol Milecha Adavar Me'od. This number is right here. Ulu Rami. Ulu asked the following stira. Siv, it says in the pasuk, "Say my water from your cistern, from a pit." Siv the nose limit. One place it starts being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now when you have water in a pit, you go in, you drink it, eventually it's going to get used up. And another place describes the Torah as flowing from a well. Well, it doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something ultimately it's used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The Tila should say initially it feels like you're drinking from your bar. In other words, you get limited resources. Feel like you can use it all. So, the person ends up learning. Ultimately, at the end, what happens is the nose lid, and the person going to be drawing from an amount of water. Again, we're referring to the Torah over here. Multiplied and multiplied to the point where it's just an infinite amount of Torah that he has. Amar Rabba, Amar Rav Korah, Amar Rav the mind of said. What does the pasuk mean when it says Hon mehevel yimach? Person who has hon, a lot of wealth, hevel from nothing, yimach ultimately will become nothing. So again, interesting pasuk. Hon mehevel yimach kovetz al yad yerbes. This is the pasuk in, I think it's in Mishnah, right? Yes, in Mishnah. Person will have hon mehevel yimach. The person has a lot of nothing to end up with nothing. But kovetz al yad, person gathers slowly, then yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, the person who's going to just bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah, what's going to happen is it's not going to have anything. Why? Because if you just overload the circuit with tons and tons of information, you're not going to retain anything. In kovetz al yad, you learn a little bit slowly. Yerba, ultimately, you'll have a lot. Amar Rabba says, Yadi Rabbanan lo hamilsa. Chachamim know about this. They know not to learn too much too quick. The Allah. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. Amar Nachman bar Yitzchak, Ana havidita v'kaim biyadi. Follow this advice. I learned slowly, I reviewed what I learned, and ultimately it stayed within my hands. So again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that if a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warns us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why, Baruch Hashem, we have a Chazara Chapur here before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new Daf, then you're just going to go more and more and more and more. It's hard to retain it. You join the Chazara Chabura, so then you learn it one day, you spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning, you review it before the shir starts. It's like this is something that you're able to retain and ends up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizbi, Mishmei Rav Elazar ben Azariah. Ma'adav Siv, what does the pasuk mean when it says, Lo Yachrok Ramia Seido? Yachrok literally means to roast or to cook or to burn. A Ramia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not really roast his prey. And lo yichya lo ya'arech yamim tzayid haram. In other words, what he means to say is if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. Again, the pasuk at this point. And Rashi points out that the lo yachroch, it puts together, it's kind of like a compound of the word lo yichya. You see the first word lo yichya is the yurchas, and the second word lo yach. It's yachrech. It's yichya and yarech together. Yachrech means he ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Shesha said the same thing. He just read differently. He said, "Tzayid harama yachrech." The way he read it was, "The tzayid harama is ultimately going to roast." In other words, he explains to Yasser, Dimi explained what they both meant was, this is the parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and then you break its wings or clip its wings, so that is cool miskaimos. One wings, and stays here. And he catches them and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, you catch one bird, you put it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing is true with the Torah. The person so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting, it's not going to stay with him. Similar to a person who's trapping. The pasuk continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. A person has to be like a tree that's willing to uproot itself next to the next. Not like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means he has one Rebbe. Eino Roa Simon Bracha Liola. He's not going to see Simon Bracha. You have to have some element of diversity when it comes to your Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to meet different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else that you're able to give to it. You get everything from only one. That's why Baruch Hashem now with the proliferation this afternoon. And in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to go to different sources. So it's important for a person to have multiple different Rebbeim to go up. Comes to Rav, that person becomes Mari Hara, that person becomes, you go to that person, because you be able to develop your path. When it comes to learning Torah, it's be able to learn Torah from various different. Every single Rebbe has something else he has to offer. A person cannot limit themselves to only one. Our mother Rav Chisda Rabbana. Rav Chisda told, something, but I'm concerned if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. But he ultimately anyway. If you only learn Torah from one Rebbe, you're not going to learn. You're not going to have a sin and bracha for your whole life. But what happened? Shav Kuku, everyone got up. But also Kamei the Rava, he went to learn by the other Rav across the street. He went to Rava. All right, a Rebbe has to be honest. It tells Tamidim, I enjoy the fact that you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. But you can in between this shir and the next one, go to this Rebbe. The Rav here is going to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hanili Svara. They said to him, this is with regard to Svara. Gemara, Mirav, when it comes to Gemara, from one Rav. What he's saying is when it comes to a person's Gemara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes, because Baruch Hu gave him part of the Torah so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one viewpoint. However, when it comes to actual text Gemara, we don't really have that problem because it's all written down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Marav Echad Adar, so one Rebbe, you tap on the base, so lift the list, you can't have, you have different actual texts. That's going to be too confusing. You have to start from one Rebbe. You test on the base. Al Palgi Mayim, Pasta continues. Amr of Tanchim Baruch Shani Loi. Olam Yishalish also. First, divide his years. Shlish Mikra, a third of his life he should be learning Chumash. Shlish Mishnah, a third of his life he should be learning Mishnah. And Shlish Talmud, a third of his life he should be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. And he takes all those years and divides them into three. Miyada Inish Kama Chaye. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? Gemara says, Kikavina Biyome, is for your first 3 days. In other words, Gemara says, every person wants optimistically to live still 120. So you take 120, divide it into 3, so you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person is not Zocha, who lives to 120? He's going to find that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost out all those years of Gemara. So Gemara says, no, that means Biyome. So this is my thought between Rashi and Tosfos. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says Biyomi, Beis Yomim Mikra. So I guess Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Beis Yomim Mishnah. So that Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah, and then you have Thursday and Friday to learn Gemara. And I guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, is reviewed everything you learned throughout the whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. You look at Tosfos, the Kaf Nira Liyomi B'chol Yom. Every single day. Well, the important to note this. Sukkah HaTamid, in davening, every single morning, you have Sukkah HaTamid, you have the Sukkah of the Tamid, Mishnas Ezel Makoman. You have the Mishnah of Ezel Makoman. The Bryce of Rabbi Shmuel. You have the Bryce of the Gemara of Rabbi Shmuel. So if a person just davens and follows through the Siddur, then he learns Mikra, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says something very important. The Anu Shoskin the Talmud Bavli. We learn Gemara every single day. We come to Daf Yomi every single day. What happens? Dayenu, it's good enough for us. Why? Because we follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud. Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkim throughout the Hillim, in Mishlei, we learned Mishnayos. We're learning Gemara. So just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to be able to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what the Gemara means. Every single day, a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues. The Gemara continues. Shapir yitam b'ito, his fruits will give in their time. Amrava impir yitam b'ito yivaleu. The person is going to be koveh, eating the Torah, he learns Torah every single day. Valeo, reap the benefits. Valeo lo yibal, and the branches with the leaves will not wither. The lav, the person does not learn Torah all the time. It's not koveh, eating the Torah. Then lo made the alam alamed aleim kasav on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the pasuk says, this Torah is not going to ultimately be niskayim. It's like motes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately falls apart. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. What does the pasuk mean? It says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this is referring to Zona. Ultimately, what's that referring to in this context? Is that refers to a Talmud who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where he should be paskening Shai. Right, nonetheless, the pasuk continues and says that soon kol harugea, the strong ones are those who were killed. Talmud shegiel hara. This refers to a Talmud that reached the point of hara. The eno mare does not pass. But kama, when is that? Ad mem shnin, when a person reaches 40 years old. And Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's low Hara, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be pasking in Shilas, and he pasking just nonetheless. So then there are going to be a lot of victims of his erroneous psak. Similarly, if a person is supposed to be pasking and he does not pass, so there will be victims of the fact that for his Torah. I want to some time going through this at any time. Beginning of Igros Moshe, it's funny in hindsight that Moshe has to justify why he's writing his truths. We know Rav Moshe as the biggest posek in the United States of America. He was the posek Hadar of the United States of America. It's important if you have some time to read the Hakdama, the introduction to the Sefer Igros Moshe. He explains why he feels it's okay for him to paskin Shilas. But again, this is the attitude a person has to have when a person answers Shilas, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who passes Shilas prematurely, because of your erroneous psak. But similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of psak. Now, the Gemara says, he wasn't 40 years old when he passed in Shilas. Why? How do we know this? How do we know that he's 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says, in this time, he was equal to everybody in the community, and therefore it was incumbent upon him to actually offer psak because he was ultimately greater than us. And the leaves of the branches will not wither. Amar Bar Ada, Amar Rav, Amar Rav Acha, Bar Abba, Amar Rav, Nuna, Amar Rav, Shafilu Sichas. Even better of Tefillah Chachamim, Tefillah Talmud, you have to spend time understanding it. Never, for it says, and the branches will not wither. Ultimately, the person is successful in everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of the Talmud Chacham is Dvarim B'Telem. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something you should ultimately learn from. Amar Yeshua Levi, Davar Zaykas B'Torah B'Shavim B'Riyim B'Shus B'Ksuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, in the Prophet, and it is repeated a third time in the writings of the Ksubim. What does it say? Torah. Person learns the Torah l'chasav v'tlakim. I think and ultimately be successful in his business. Where's the Matlichim law? Where does that cost of the Torah? Where's the reading of the Torah? The Ksiv, Smart in the Sivi Abrisa Sos, Vashis Nosam, Laman, Taskilu, Ace Kol Asher Tas. Taskilu means to be smart, to be successful in all that you do. Should not be removed from your mouth. Day and night, if you watch and do everything that's written in it, ultimately, if you do that, you follow the script, then you'll be Matzliach and be successful in all that you do. So as Paschal and again, you'll be smart and successful. The Shulas B'Ksubin, it's repeated the third time in Ksubin, where it says, to just read this, Yimitar, so Shemchefetzo, Sarasa Yegiyam B'Lala, B'Laila, B'Hayat, Shaso Al Pagimayim, Ashapir Yishim Ito, and Reveal like the two which is uprooted. And by the streams of water, Ashapir Yitum Ito, the fruits will give at the right time, B'Aleo, the evil of the branches will not wither. Chal Asher Yasa Yatzliach. First will be Yatzliach, what to do. So what's the recipe for success? Limud HaTorah. Macher's Rebbe Alexandri, very famous tomorrow. Rabbi Alexandri used to make this announcement: Man boy chayi, who wants to live, who wants to be healthy. Kanaf v'asu kuliyama. Everyone would go run up to him with gabay, running up to him and say, "Yes, I want to live." Amri, he would say, Havlon chayi. He would say to him, "Give us life." Amri, he would say to them, "Mi the pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? Person refrains from speaking negative. Don't speak Lashon Hara, and you'll merit good life. Stormei Rabba say tov, turn away from bad and do good. Shema Yomer Adam, person might say, I did not speak Lashon Hara, therefore it's supposed to be done. I held myself back from speaking poorly. I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have long, happy, healthy life. I don't speak Lashon Hara. Omar says no. Stormei Rabba, you turn away from bad, but do good. And Torah refers to Torah. Remember, it says, "Torah is not to the Chem." Also, if over, a person has to learn Torah. Not good enough to not speak. A person has to actually as well. We're going to get to this. The keep up. The mission told us when you're building a base America, when you're building a bathhouse, on the top when you put your Avodah Zarah, stop. Omer Balazar Omer Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, how much he's allowed to get paid for it? Where it says, of course he can get paid for it. Meshamti, Meshamti covered. Bein Rabbi Shmokiva in Asurim. Keep building about the Zara. This is building something that serves about the Zara. You're allowed to get Hanaf. Where it says, until it's actually serves. There's no reason why he wouldn't be able to get paid. Actually building the actual idol. Honey, that would only be relevant if it becomes us right away as soon as it's built. Until it is served. Shoppers can understand why he's allowed to get paid, and that's why it has to be said. According to what it says, it's also right away. Why is he allowed to get paid? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. What turns it into Avodah Zarah is the Gemar Malacha. The aim is how the Gemar Malacha. When does the Gemar Malacha happen? The Machash Akron with the last blow. Machash Akron, last base Shavapruta. There's no Shavapruta in that last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. So you're allowed to do it. When you become Avodah Zarah in the last blow, you divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shavapruta, and therefore you're allowed to benefit from it. Alma Kasavar, we see, yes, just to feel about self, we see the person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. Doesn't get paid until the end, but ultimately each act adds up to get him what he deserves. Final blow is worth less than a shavakuta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day. which is quite amazing. They brought to the Ben Chachi. Amalei, Hamai Kasak the Baraisa, the Ben Chachi. Why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or as you know, we outlawed the learning of Torah. Why did you learn Torah? Amalu, Kashet Sivani Hashem. So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? Miyad Gazra Ava of the Sreifa. So the Romans decreed that Rabbi Elazar ben Chachi would be burnt alive. Va'al Ishto Laharida, they command, he decreed that his wife would be killed. The most Harigi usually means by the sword. Va'al Ito Leishe Bakuba Shozonos, and they condemned his daughter to life in a battle. So what happens? The Gemara tries to understand why were each of them condemned to their respective punishments. I love this Reba. Rabbi Chanina ben Chacham was decreed to die by fire. Shayahoga es Hashem ba'osiyoso. Was I tap of the Chesam Daleth, because he went ahead and literally Rashi actually the last. If you go back to examine for just a moment, it's the last Rashi. I love this Reba. Lama ne'enas tachmet Shayahoga es Hashem ba'osiyoso. Dorish ba'arban mishkan osios. Ba'osa bo ma. So we'll say the two-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and as we're going to say, one is not permitted to articulate the letters of that name. Rabbi Chanina ben Chacham did, and as a result for articulating the letters of that name, he was killed, he was burned. And how did we'll say line did Chesam Dalet, but how now second line. But how did Rabbi ben Chacham do this? How was he? Why did he articulate the 42 letters of the 42? But these are the people who do not have a portion in the world to come. He who says there is no portion in Torah is not from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The aim or the resurrection of the Lord is that there is no Doraisa of Tchias HaMesim. Abba Shalom Omer, ultimately again, he goes ahead and articulates the four letters of the 44 name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how could Rabbi Chanina ben Chacham do this when it is clearly usher? He must be Islamic Amma. The Lord did this for the purpose of ultimately teaching. In other words, he didn't do this. He didn't do this ultimately again just simply articulate or not the name, but rather did this in order to teach the seat of the name to others. But Rashi points out that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is medactic with tzaddikim kichut asad. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. Whereas it's to the sanya no sumo about antam Allah habi ulahu. There's certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Chanina ben Chacham teaches the four name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to students, not for the purpose again of having a that we should know it, but apparently there was still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a great son, he was held to this higher level. Ella, my time on the others. Ultimately, again, so if that's what he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Because ultimately, again, he did it in public. In other words, it's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was his wife killed by a sword? Because the most she should have objected to his behavior. Incredible. Let's say, part of the dominant koach of a wife is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when, and even if a husband could tune out everyone else, he can't tune out and really should not tune out his wife. And if anyone tried to do something wrong because he was teaching it, according to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, teaching this for good reasons, but he was doing it publicly, his wife should have said to him, "You're wrong." She did not do that, and therefore she's held accountable. You can't. Ultimately, we can really learn that anyone who has the ability to object to negative behavior, but does do so yourself is punished ultimately again for failure. Just if you see something wrong with it and you don't go ahead and voice objection to that which is wrong, you are held liable as well. People issue the Kubos a virus is brought condemned to live in a brothel. One time a Canadian Child's daughter was walking before the noblemen of Rome. And they said, wow, how beautiful the steps on the door are. So they admired her. Literally, they admired the steps. They admired the way she was walking. Someone had so when she heard this compliment, she gave even more attention to the way she was walking. In other words, she was even more meticulous with her steps. And that was considered to be the compromising of her tznius. The Hayyid's Korab Shema Makish Ma'ik said, Avona, opposite goes to the passage from Tehillim, Avon Akiva Yisibin, literally again, sin of my heels will surround me. Avonos Sha'adam Dash Bakiva Ba'olam Hazeh, those avenos that a person tramples on with his heel in this world, Yisibin Mo Yom HaDin, sometimes surround him on the day of judgment. So what's the idea over here is that Chanina ben Shadion's daughter compromised her tznius. She compromised her modesty, and because of that, she was held accountable and condemned for a life in the brothel. So what's it? Obviously, we're talking about people who are judged in such an exacting way. But again, this is the model which HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds out for its tzaddikim. The more righteous the individual, the more exacting the judgment. So Chanina ben Shadion burnt because he taught according to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. His wife killed because ultimately again she did not object to his behavior, and the daughter condemned to a life of immorality because she compromised her tznius. As all three were being let out for their judgments, each of them accepted the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They saw that whatever Tziduk was translated as acceptance of judgment, not just acceptance. Tziduk means the acceptance of the justice of the emotional judgment. A recognition that whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is just. Who Amar Rakim ben Shadjon said, Hatzor Tamim Ha'alo. Literally, the rock, perfect on his actions. Yishto Amra, El Emunah, Ve'im Avel. Literally, a trustworthy God, ultimately, again, who are no enemies in him. Ito Radon Ha'itza, the Rav Ha'adiyah, Asher Inecha Pekuchos, Al-Kol Darechei Adam. Al-Kol Darechei Adam. But since Yishto Zachav P'chim Ha'amar, and his brother said, when he learned something, every person, what are these living? Let's say these living sound familiar. It's because again they all come together to that we call Tziduk Hadin. So when a person is burying a loved one, we see that Tziduk Hadin, and Tziduk is comprised of these and more. How great are these righteous people? I want to say how great are these people that these three psukim of the acceptance of divine judgment were found in
What's holy water?
now
Holy water?
Are being led out to be punished.
That's a Christian thing. Yes, I'm the wrong person to ask.
Well, isn't holy water just God pissing on children?
I mean, again, that's a Christian thing, and I think probably most Christians would consider that be rude.
That be rude?
I think most Christian people would probably consider it that, or offensive.
So R. Kelly was baptizing children.
Dog, why is all your shit on like
I'm joking.
disgusting shit? Do you know your one funny joke you're gonna use?
Yeah.
What is it?
No. Look. So a lot of, I think Dave Chappelle is the funniest comedian. I watched Dave Chappelle. Now, more recently, gotten a little bit more controversial because all the trans jokes he's been telling, but like those trans jokes are funny. You can't tell me they're not.
Okay, what are you talking
Rabbi,
about? Yeah.
what's your favorite Dave Chappelle skit?
Excellent question. Maybe when he's uh, there's like Chappelle show or his stand up.
And
Okay. Um, it's from his special when he's talking about being in Washington D.C. and growing up in Washington D.C. and he wants to go back and see what the old hood looked like, and he's in a limo and he sees a baby on just like a baby on the corner, and he rolls down the window. And it's funny in the skit. He like rolls it down. He's like, it was an old limo, and he's like, "Hey, baby, baby, what are you doing?" And the baby's like, "I'm selling drugs. What does it look like I'm doing?" And he's like, "But you're just a baby." And the baby's like, "Get the fuck out of here! I got kids to feed." It's just like it's like you don't expect that coming, and it's just very funny to me. Um, he's got no, hold on. He's got another one from his special, "Killing Them Softly," that I think is brilliant. He talks about this girl. Her name is, I think, like Amanda Smart or something like that, who was in Utah, like Salt Lake City, Utah, and she was like this girl who was kidnapped by this group of people and taken like 2 miles from her house, and she was held up in the house for like a few years, but they didn't lock her up. They just basically said don't leave, and she listened to them until one day she realized that the door wasn't locked and she could just walk away. And Dave Chappelle's like, now I don't know about you, but if you kidnap me when I am a child, you're gonna have to take me further than 2 miles from my house. It would be like, that's my mailbox, that's my school bus. Like, I'm gonna know this. But it's a really discussion that, because then he talks about this other girl, and I don't remember this girl's name, and I don't think he even names the girl, but there's this little girl who's the same, and she was also abducted, and her name is Erica Pratt. She was 7 years old, even younger, and she was kidnapped, and she chewed through the ropes and was able to escape, and was basically stolen from after school at 3:40 p.m., chewed her way out of being kidnapped, and was hung with enough time to watch herself on the news. Like, it happened like really quickly, yet nobody knows that girl's name. And the discussion is that, well, she was a pretty white girl who you can see on TV, who they can just always tell you about over and over and over. She's not going to get headlines. It's just really interesting to me. All right, those are some of my favorites that come to mind.
so, Rabbi, my favorite is the skit where he's talking about Barry jerking off on a bus.
Yeah, of course it would be Zoo. Zoo, you're obsessed with this
Have you
kind
seen
of shit.
that one?
Yeah, where he's like holding people hostage.
Or how old is 15 really with the R. Kelly one? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Where he's talking about if you can't work out whether you can't work out whether you want to get pissed on or not at 15 years old. Your life isn't going to go very far anyway.
Right.
That's fucking hilarious. Like, I'm sure at 15 you could decide whether or not you wanted to get pissed on.
Right. Is there any comedy? Is there any comedy that you like that's not sexual or mental health?
Shrek?
Shrek, like the children's movie?
It's not children.
Well,
It's a family.
whatever you want to call it. Okay, what do you like about Shrek?
How's that over for you? Minus.
Okay, that's all true. And Cameron Diaz. So what do you like about it?
It's a good movie.
Okay, excellent. Zoot, how long until?
Shrek 1 and 2, it gets shit up. Like Shrek 3, like halfway through Shrek 3, it falls apart. Like they should have ended at Shrek 2.
Okay. I have a question now. What are your? How long until you have to do your stand-up bit?
2 hours.
Okay, dude, come up with a really funny thing. Like, dude, you have a really funny.
I have a role. You know what my role is?
What's that?
If she was born before Shrek 2 come out, I'm not gonna talk to her.
Doug, that doesn't fucking make sense.
Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, I got it wrong. If she was born after Shrek 2 come out, I won't talk to her.
Okay, but I mean, people don't fucking remember when Shrek 2 came out.
2004.
Okay, nobody remembers that though. If you say Shrek 1, maybe some people will get that. When did Shrek 1 come out?
2000, I think.
Okay, so that's like a better thing to say. All right. So
No, that's a Shrek 2. If she was born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking to her.
okay, Zoot, that joke sucks. You have a very good joke. Do you remember it?
That's not the joke. That's just the truth. If she's born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking to her.
Okay, that's fine. For like the 12th time, do you remember your funny joke?
Yeah, they should make a suicide. Sorry, homicide hotline. And people work on kill on every day.
Wait. Now, that's funny, but you didn't say it correctly, man. You have to say this shit correctly, and you have to think about it.
I called up the suicide hotline. So then
No, stop. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's fucked up. No, you have to say the joke correctly, and you have to build on it. So here's your joke. Just remember this. I find it interesting. Zoot, shut the fuck up and just listen. I find it interesting that there is a gambling hotline and there's a suicide hotline, but there is a homicide hotline. I think it would to be able to call someone when I want to strangle them or whatever you want to say. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. So let's work on it.
We don't promote domestic violence.
Okay, it's not. Yeah, but bitch can be a dude. Okay, so that's the phrase we have to work on. So there's a gambling hotline. I find it interesting that there's a gambling hotline, a suicide line, but there isn't a homicide line. I would find it helpful to be able to call someone when I feel like killing somebody. But that's like a that's like kind of a really mean thing to say. So maybe say that, but maybe you start with, have you ever felt like, you know, maybe just something like, um, have you ever felt like you've been so frustrated with someone that you just want to kill them? Not really, but you know what I mean. I know there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, but why isn't there a homicide hotline? I mean, don't you want to have the ability to speak with someone when you just feel like killing? That's 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 so harsh though. Like, um, I don't know how that joke's gonna come up. It's funny if it's presented correctly. So let's work on it. I'm sure you felt like at a certain point you've been so frustrated that you wanted to kill somebody. Maybe really, but you've used the phrase, I feel like I'm going to kill this person. I know there's a gambling hotline and a suicide, but it got me to, why isn't there a homicide hotline? You know, someone who you could call when you feel like you're going to kill somebody. Maybe you are behind this person in traffic and they're texting and you feel like you're going to kill them. Well, be a great opportunity for you to be able to speak with somebody about these feelings. Or you're behind somebody in line and they're not paying attention. Another reason why you may feel like killing somebody. Well, instead of having these types of thoughts, there should be a hotline that you should be able to call. Or a situation where somebody will just not shut up. And you have the thoughts to perhaps do undue harm to them. Well, this would be a great opportunity for you to be able to call the homicide hotline. And then you can play off of that. Um, so how about this, Sue? Do you guys have Shark Tank in Australia? Zoo, do you have Shark Tank? Do you have Shark Tank in Australia? Okay. So then you could be like, I've got a really great Shark Tank idea. Have you ever been really frustrated with someone? I don't know where it is, but you just feel like you're going to kill them. Well, there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, which got me to think, why don't I start the homicide hotline? This would be a place that you could call when someone's in front of you texting while driving and you just feel like you're going to strangle them if they don't go green light on time. Perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Or a situation where you're waiting in line and someone's not paying attention. Perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Or when you just can't listen to the speaker any longer and you feel like killing them, it's a perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Dude, speaking of calling places, why don't you take this time and call the Tourette's place?
They said I need to get a referral from GP.
Okay, and then you said that you had an appointment Tuesday or Wednesday. They had to call you back, and you just lied about all that. So why don't you call your general practitioner right now and get an appointment? Why don't you do that, dude? Zoot, we're just trying to help you. Zoot, are you going to talk? Okay, so why not? Zoot, why don't you talk? Why don't you call them?
Why don't you call?
Zoot, that's a question that I'm asking you. Zoot,
Why don't you call?
Zoot, this isn't a problem about me. I'm not the one who types to people mean things or tells people to shut up unnecessarily. I don't tell people those things. You do. And then when you're confronted on the matter, you say, "Well, I have Tourette syndrome," but you don't, according to you. So why don't you get a professional opinion on the matter? Because frankly, you're not very fun to be around if people don't know you. I think you're a wonderful individual and I love your friendship, but you understand that I people in here offend and they don't know the issues that you're going through. And they don't care. They don't want to be kings. Dude, I gave you an ultimatum, man. I don't know what else to do. I'm enabling your behavior if I don't stick to what I said. All you have to do is call your medical doctor.
So,
He'll be fine. Big pitch. There's a guy named Gaddis pitches for the club. I just love the fact that every guest on the Fire the Kid podcast knows all the stuff shop is done and they go on anyway, and they try to defend him. The shop, though, getting called back. I just love the fact that every time they get a guest, they just want, hey, so this thing you did shop or visiting you. I remember he was so hated at the time that and the practice footage. Don't forget that because people like to be like, oh, everybody has access to the game footage or whatever. Yeah, do they have access to the practices too? No, they don't. Someone edited the camera shopping, we'll have that practice. Let me know.
Chronological order. Now that we understand the punchline of Hanina ben Chajon was straight, as we'll discuss in just a moment. Now the Gemara takes a step back to take us back to an earlier story. Taner Rabbanan, Kishachala Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. When Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma became ill, Halach Rabbi Hanina ben Chajon Levakro. Rabbi Hanina ben Chajon came along to be behold him. Amar Lo, Hanina, Achi, Yanta Yodea, Shehuma Zilin Hashem Mikuha. So we'll listen to this. The first of the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said to him in a judgment, Hanina, do you not know that the Rebbeinu Shem Olam has given the Romans the ability to rule over us? How do I know that? Sheriva es Beso, Visarva es Echalo, Vaharga es Hasido, Va'alka es Va'adayin Hanenes. Rome obviously has been great powered by God. How do I know that? They destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, killed out the Tzaddikim, and they still have power. In other words, Rome is empowered because God wants them power. The Sefer Torah Munach and Hanina idea that you're teaching Torah in public. The Romans outlaw Torah, right? They obviously have, or I should say, granted this power by the Jews. And what? And I think that you're teaching Torah in public defiance of their edict. Amalo, what happens? Amalo, Mina Shayach, so what is what Hanina ben Chajon saying? Essentially, the Rebbeinu Shem Olam will take care of you. Also, listen to this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Amalo, Omer Dvarim Shaltav, Va'ata Omer Min Hashemayim Yiramu. So this exchange, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, I'm talking to you in a rational conversation. Don't be so thrilled. Like, meaning, don't tell me, don't tell me that God is not compassion on you. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving you some evidence of stop it. Because ultimately, again, there's something different here about the power that Rome has. They're trampling over us. They're destroying the us. They're killing out the tzaddikim, and yet they're rising in power, not diminishing. That means that the Muslim has invested them. Ultimately, again, with the scepter of rulership. This is not going to end well with you. It's not going to Shemayim Yirachim, Hashem is going to take care of me. Hashem was not going to take care of you. Hashem was giving the rulership to Rome. So what happens? Tamari, what's this? Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Tamari, the Lord also that's the Sefer Torah Ba'ish. So he said to the way you're going to end up being burned together with the Sefer Torah by the Romans. Amar Lo, Rebbe, Ma'ani L'chayol Ha'aba. And I'm going to go to tell him Ha'aba. Amar Lo, I said, Bobby Adam, so it's very interesting. So he said, tell me something that's happened to you. Tell me something that's happened to you, and how you react if you're at that all Ha'aba. Amar Ma'ol Sham, quarter to the Ma'ol Sham, stuck up in Ma'ani, and now she says she'll be her Ma'ol. She not knew Sudas for it. So I say, so if anyone tried to check this, I have money that I set aside for my own Sudas for it. They got mixed up. with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not seek reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. Amalo, in terms of sitting here, you're going to about tzedakah. Amalo, in Jane, Mechalkecha Yichalki, Umegorarecha Yivarali. So that's what Yossi and Krishna says, of course, you will go to Alhaba and Halabai. I should have a portion like you. Amru, let's say listen to this dramatic story. Let's say first of the widest lines. Amru lo hayu yamu lo ashkim from Yossi ben Kisma. Just a couple of days later, Yossi ben Kisma died. Mahal Kukol Gidoli Rami Lavakro. It was covered, excuse me. And all of the noblemen of Rome came to attend Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma's revival. This Gidua has been guggled, and they gave him a great hesped. ובחזר עשה מסורו בכנים בצד של יוסי ועוסיק בתורה ומאוקיו kilos 11 בספר תורה מונח לא בחיקו. Also on the way back from the Yossi ben Kisma's revival, remember all of the Roman on the way back, what do they find? They find that Hanina ben Shakio teaching public, and the Sefer Torah is resting by his chest. Hey, you was in that they punished him, they brought the Hanina they carved the Sefer Torah, they wrapped him in the Sefer Torah, they destroyed the Chavides muros, they surrounded him with branches that cease behind us and they literally lit him on fire. They used Putin Shamsena, they brought tufts of wet wool, Ushiram Bamayim, Yuchum Halibor, they pasted on the Hanina ben Chajio's heart, the H note to continue Shmasa Mehila, in order that he should die a slow death. What's that? So a dramatically brutal death of the Hanina ben Chajio. Amru Labito Ava, Erech Bikach, she was just not to be death, but apparently they made his death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Hanina ben Chajio's story. We'll discuss these stories in just a little bit. But it's sort of Ava, Erech Bikach. So she says, Father, how could I watch this? When she was saying about something much more dramatic, she was saying, Father, how can this happen to you? How? Like, what does this mean? Allah, these words are amazing. Allah, your mind is shakti the value. Hayat avakasha. Even tries to insist to Zara. Once they understand, this conversation is happening while the flames are engulfing his body. That's when the conversation is happening. So she says to him, "Oh, mother, I mean, shakti the body. If I was saying being burnt by myself, hayat avakasha. This whole thing would be very problematic. Actually, you see this on the Sefer Torah. You need. Now that I'm being burnt together with the Sefer Torah. You should not give Avona shall Sefer Torah. Who you bakish Avona? The words are just dramatic. This is what he's saying to his daughter, my dear daughter, don't worry, because I'm being brought and he who is going to come and make amends for the degradation of the Sefer will come and make amends for my degradation as well. He's telling his daughter, don't worry. The Moshe will come and will fix the covenant Torah, and Yisrael will come and take care of my covenant as well. I want to tell me the Rebbe, Ma'atarot. So as soon as the Rebbe, what do you see? I'm on the hand, Gilyo on this roughing, the Osios purpose. He said to them, he said, I see the parchment is burning, but the letters are ascending to Shemayim. He was saying that, they could destroy the parchment. You can destroy the physicality of the Jew. You can destroy the physicality of Torah. But you can never destroy the Neshama. You can never destroy the Osios. The letters themselves are ascending heavenward. So we'll say, listen to this. They say that, Ata, Hasach, Pika, V'Tikanis, B'Chai. He said, then open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the flames come in and be seen again. Amalahem, Mutash, Yitlena, Misha, Nasna, Va'ayichava, V'Ba'atzma. So the Hanina ben Chajio says, no, the one who gave me my life will take my life, but I will not in any way expedite my own death. Amalot counselors also have to understand something. So what happens? The executioner is standing there, seeing all this. Nice, the executioner hears the conversation. And both like, sometimes the greatness of the tzaddik is the ability to maintain a measured, thoughtful response, even in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. And the Hanina ben Chajio is being burnt alive, and he's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle, and he's telling her, don't worry. The Sefer Torah is with me. The Baruch is going to take care of the Sefer Torah. Baruch will take care of me. The students are saying, Rebbe, what are you saying? And he's giving them the chum. He's saying, don't worry. It's only the guf. It's only the parchment that's being burnt. But the neshama, the letters will always remain. He's giving them the chama in the midst of this ridiculously brutal and horrific scene. Who sees all of this? The Roman executioner. The Roman executioner says, Rebbe, the executioners calling him in charge of Rebbe. And when he married shall have his note of Sikugin shall tell me Ali Becha. I tell me the Ali Lechai one of my brothers is ready. Tell me if I take the cups of wool away from your heart. I take the cups of wool away from your heart and expedite your death. Will you bring me to Olam Haba? Amalo Ein. And Chaim Charger says yes. Yishavali, swear to me that you'll take me to Olam Haba. Nishbalo, he swears to him. Miyad here shall have it. Went ahead, the morning was his open. Then increased the fire, took the trumpets of wool, then left on the shmas of the men, and the Chayyim and Shaj died instantaneously. Apu Kafas, the Nafal Sokar. In that moment, then the executioner jumped into the flames as well. Yasa Baskova Amra, and the Chayyim and Shaj, the Kals, the Nurim, the Sumanan, and the Chayyim. In that moment, again, a basketball came out, so the Chayyim and Shaj and the executioner are invited for eternity on the Haba. Bacharemi was a ready cried whenever he heard this story. The truth is, you can't not cry when you hear this story. But Bacharemi Ba'amar, Yishkonala Risha'achas, Yishkonala Rishkamashani. There are some people ultimately, again, will acquire their Olam Haba in many years. And there are some people who will acquire their Olam Haba in one moment. His executioner, I will say, you have to understand, you don't get that job because of your egos in the Roman execution. Right? That's one guy you do not want to run into anywhere. But yet, again, this moment, this wasn't everybody needs a Rebbe. Even the Roman executioner needs a Rebbe. And he found his Rebbe. He found his Rebbe in the great Rebbe and in the big time. And at that moment, again, you see a person can turn around the life that is filled with depravity, that is filled with bloodshed, that is filled with everything that is disgusting in this world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual. Then you cry, there are some people who look into life and begin to level. There are some people who get just sick in a moment. This wasn't as says as follows. The Gemara says, I will say 7 lines after the bottom. Bruria, supposed to listen to this. Bruria, who was the wife of Rabbi Meir, 5 supposed to 15 feet for relationships. Bruria was the daughter of Rabbi Chaim. So remember, he said one of the punishments of Rabbi Chaim was what? He was killed, and his daughter was life at a brothel. 2 daughters. One was Bruria, was the daughters. So the unnamed daughter was now condemned to life. He's married to her brother, says to her husband, so she says, Gloria says to her husband, it's not nice that my sister is living in a brothel. You have to do something about it. She says, you have to rescue her. So what does her mayor do? Shakal Tarkalis. Her mayor is a good husband. So what does he do when his wife tells him to do something? He does it. And I would say, it's not a point to sound, it's not important to so. You can be right mayor, you can be whoever you want. Your wife tells you to do something. People say, now, all kidding aside, I understood. Why don't they do this? For a whole variety of people come to do it on his own. But it is that if his wife's telling him to do it, it's a good thing to do. So he goes there, what does he do? Shakal Tarkaba Dinar, he takes a large bag of gold coins. Va'azo Amar, he loves everything, he's swimming his happiness. So here's the problem. His sister-in-law is condemned to live in a brothel by the decree. It's going to take a miracle to get her out. So the way he did this, if she's still virtuous, if she has not sinned, then a miracle will help get her out. If she sinned, then there'll be no miracle. So what happens? So what happens? She decided to figure out if has she maintained her purity as us. He literally disguises himself, and of course, he goes into the brothel. He says, he propositions her. Amalek, Dashtanahan. So what does she say? She says, Amanita, I'm menstruating. I'm sorry, I can't be with you. Amalei, Misarach Mamirsa. She says, okay, I'll wait. Amralo, Nefushin Tuva Tuva Alpha. So she says, don't wait for me. There are many other girls here who are more beautiful and who are available now. So I said, he understood that. What was she doing? This was the line she used with every single man who came into the bracket. Amar Shmami Nama Abdisula. Call the Asi Amrale Haki. She understood ultimately again that this was her line to every single potential customer who came into the brothel, and this is how she saved herself from sinning. So the Gemara says, so he goes over to the guy who's in charge of the brothel and he says, let me buy her from you. So the brothel watchman says, I'm scared because remember she is here through Roman decree. So he says, listen, I'm giving you a bag full of gold coins. Half of it keep to yourself, half of it use to bribe the Romans. There's more than enough money for all of you to be happy. So the nobleman said, not the nobleman. Sorry, this guy's not a nobleman. The brothel watchman says, okay, what happens when the money runs out? You have to bribe people continuously. So Amalei must be wild. Amalei, Ema, Elokar, the mayor Anim. Rosai, Mayor Balanis. Right? So remember again, so he says, don't worry, when you're in trouble, just say Elokar, the mayor Anim. Just say, God of Mayor, answer me and you'll be fine. The say, by the way, the Mayor Balanis is the Gemara Second Prophets. We learned this 5 years ago, but it's like yesterday. Right? Longer than 5 years. Right? Whatever. So if you don't get in trouble, just say, God of Mayor, answer me. And you'll be saved. Amalei. So listen to this. This woman's trying to be a nice guy. Like, not that I don't believe you, but can you give me like a little bit of a greater assurance? So me, how do you know this is gonna work? So let's listen to this. I know probably often doing these dogs and they literally used to bite people. They used to bite people. Shako color shadabu. Let's listen to this. The man picks up a clodberg and he throws it at this pair of vicious dogs. What happens? So these dogs members are charging the mayor to bite him. Amar Elokar says God of Mayor answer me, Shavkua be a harvest to be a harvest. So we'll say what happened? So they left him alone. Left him. And what happens? And we'll say, what ended up happening is he did it. And the mayor brought back his sister-in-law and brought his sister-in-law home. The so Ishtama Malka. We'll say afterwards, the matter became known that this brothel keeper had sold the daughter of Rabbi Hanina ben Trajo, who was supposed to be kept in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel watchman to Rome to stand trial. So Askul is in front. So we'll say what happens. They bring him up to the platform to hang him. Amar Elokar the Mayor Ani cries out, the God of Mayor answer me. And I will say what happens. And they can't hang him. For whatever the reason. Rashi says over here, say to him, Achsua Amalei Mahai. So we'll say they said to him, why can't we hang you? Well, so whatever's happening. The rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, you realize you literally can't hang the guy. Say the Romans again were religious people, they were polytheistic, right? So they said, what's going on over here? So he told me, listen, here's the story. I have this get out of jail free card. It's called Olakar, the mayor God of Mayor answer me. So I'll say what happens. So I'll get myself. So I'll say what happens. They engraved the image of Rabbi Meir on the deep road. They will say, this wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted signs in the post office. Right? So what they did is they engraved his image on the geek's room and they said essentially, whoever sees this guy, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Let's listen to this. One there was walking, and a Roman officer saw him. He saw his image. So what happens? He goes ahead and they began to pursue him. Runs away. All the zonos. He ran into a brothel to seek protection. Others say it wasn't a brothel, but rather he ran into a non-kosher restaurant. Now what happens? So the Gemara says, What did he do? I'll say this is very interesting. He dipped one finger into the food and sucked on the other finger. So he made it look like that what? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher food. So what's good on this? So we'll say, therefore, again, he threw people off the show because everybody would assume the great Jabir is not going to be eating non-kosher food. So what happens? Even on the other side, us and Yanabi came along, they threw Lahut to Zona. And Yanabi made himself look like a harlot. Karakte, unrelated Chasvisham. So what happens? And the Zona embraced Rabbi Meir. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, oh, it must be someone else. Yeah, it can't be Rabbi Meir being hugged by a harlot. So the Gemara says, Iya hava, lo hava aveda. Right, this really is a minute nothing. What's the point of not saying ultimately, again, he went and he ran away from the Babel. He did the Amin High myself. Was it some say this is the reason over there where he speaks to Babel. He did the Amin nice. There was it others say it was because of the episode of his life. It wasn't learned about the episode of Buria. So as they say, this is Buria again, Rabbi Meir's daughter. Rabbi Meir's wife was the daughter of Rabbi Hanina ben Shana. What was the episode with Buria? So as it actually points out over here, the Iked Anshe Meister Buria, Shepam Achas Lidl Dashamu Chachamim Noshe Daitan Chalos. So we'll say one time Buria was disparaged in the rabbinic statement, Noshe Daitas Chalos. So we'll say this is never was an interesting statement, Noshe Daitas Chalos. What exactly does it mean? It does not mean that women Chas Shalom are not smart. It does not mean that women intellectual prowess of Chas Shalom. Just you have to see, it's Chazal's ways of saying that ultimately are often more bring the level of compassion to things that men do not. That level of emotional, that level of compassion sometimes cloud intellect and it was something else. It's not a disparaging comment. Chazal's ultimate statement about the print emotional, intellectual disposition of a man versus a woman. Whether it was Chazal's, whatever it is, the topic for today. The point is, Buria disparaged the statement. So we'll say, so a very dramatic, and tragic story that occurred, where ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, "Va'amar lo chayecha sofach lahodos l'divrayim, v'tziva le'echad mitamidav l'nasosa l'dvar adira, v'hifsir b'yom imradin achnis rachis." So again, it's a complicated mesa, which we're not going to do now. The point is that Rabbi Meir tested the virtue of it by having one of his students try to constantly proposition her, and that she did not. When it became known that she didn't end up doing anything, when it set up by her husband, she was sick and she hanged herself. She was suicide. So again, we'll go over this the next cycle in Yeretz Hashem. So in a couple of years, we'll come back to this. It's a very dramatic, and I want to point out, Buria was an exceptional woman, an incredible and righteous tzaddikus. And this particular episode in general should not mar her general virtuosity and piety. Even great people make all kinds of mistakes. And it's possible that even over here, this mistake was also that Meir's mistake in how he set up his wife. But again, not our topic for now. The point is that Meir escapes to Baba. There's a machlokas as to what was the motivation for his escape. Was it the humiliation over the death of his wife, which he had a hand in, the suicide of his wife, which he had a hand in, or was it because he was trying to escape the Roman authorities? Okay, the most like that is this dramatic story of the kingdom of tragic. Now, by the most like first white line, Tanrabano, Haholit is starting with a carpon. Somebody goes to the extent that Rashi says it's like the arena where they have the glory. What do they call it? Gladiators, right? But again, whenever there's bullfights, gladiators, the point is they're going to a place where they have people kill for sport. That's the Dani, or the Karkum. Supposed to say the Karkum. Rashi says is a siege. Now, what would happen is sometimes when the Romans apparently would make a siege around the city, so sieges take a long time. So you have to need entertainment, right? Because remember again, while there's siege soldier, they'd have the fair. So you'd have the siege, and we'll say, what do you do with the siege? Right? Like you sit there. This is kind of so they would have like celebrations there. Because the Rosh Hashanah was in the Hashem ultimately you got the sorcerers or Chabarim are also different types of these are snake charmers. Mukyon, Mulyon, Balurin, Salgurin, these are all different types of jesters, of clowns. Hareza Moshe Blazin. We'll say a person who engages in this behavior, this is Moshe Blazin. We'll say this is called literally again the company of Blazin. Well, let's say someone who doesn't take anything seriously. This is the pasuk in Tehillim. Praiseworthy is the person who did not go ahead and follow in the ways, ultimately again of Batzas Rishon, Derech Hatam La'amad, U'b'Moshav Leitzim Hashav. So the Gemara says, Kim B'Jaras Hashem Chaftzot. Allah Markov, Shadvar Ma'alano, Mevias Adam Yidid Torah. Also, when a person teaches him in Tzanas, right, in silliness, this ultimately again leads to the Torah or minion. More basic kasha. Holchem Mitzdadim Mutter. So say ultimately again, we say now, so the Raisa says that a person can go to the arena to ultimately see the gladiators and bullfighting. Why? Because we'll say sometimes again they can intervene if a Jew's going to be the victim. They could grab to the Roman officer in charge, potentially save the Jew, or the cargo mutter. Soon again, you could go to the fair by the siege. Why? If they should Medina, because we'll say sometimes again you could go ahead and you could help the Jews who are living in that city which is under siege. But ultimately, again, as long as you do not become part of the festivities themselves. Then this Chashediman, let's say if you become part of the festivities with the siege, or in the gladiators arena, that's also. So let's say Kashet Stagnat Stagn, Kashet Karkama Karkam. So let's say we have a contradiction. The first statement that we just learned before said you can't participate in these activities. The second part says you can't participate in these activities. So which one is it? Ishlama Karkama Karkam Lokasha. So as I said, contradiction by the siege, you can't do this Chashediman, if you're part of the siege, then it's also. If you're not part of the siege, but you're there to warn the Jewish residents, it's okay. Elit Stadinat Stadin Kasha. We'll say, but what about again the arena? So can you participate, not participate? Tonight, we'll say it's a machlokes tonight. This time you're able to instead of Moshe Leisim. You can't go to the arena to see the bullfight of the gladiators because it's Moshe Leisim. We'll say it's a company of scorners, scoffers, lazy people. Rabbi Nassim says it's okay. Why? Nassim says you can go for two reasons. Number one, we'll say one because again you could call out and potentially save a Jew, be the victim there. I said this is dramatic. Why? Because this year, let's remember again, if the guy does get killed, the Jew does get killed, you can't save him, you can be an Eid Echad who will allow his wife to remarry. Remember again, I say halacha l'maisa. When this is believed, ultimately, if you get the season pass, the gladiator arena, at least again, you can do positive by trying to save them. You can be the Eid Echad to allow the wife to remarry. Was incredible. Was the best that supports it. The Tartios or Tartan go to the Roman theaters or to circus. With May Shemizabin Sham Zibo Lavodas Kocham. Why about there that they go ahead and they take up all kinds of collections and make all kinds of arrangements for Avodas Kocham. The Chacham say, Makom Shemizabin Asher Lavodas Kocham. Makom Shemizabin Asher Mishra Moshe Leitz. So let's say that so the Chacham say we agree with you go, but we just do it to reason. If there's an Avodah Zarah component, fine, you can't go because of Avodah Zarah. But even if there's no Avodah Zarah, you can't go. Why? Because we'll say it's called Moshe Leitz. We'll say it's called ultimately again. It's called Moshe Leitz. We'll say Moshe Leitz is any place where people who are let's Leitz. In other words, there's silliness or scoffers or just waste of time occurring. What's the practical difference? The difference is what happens if you transact your business there. So if you hold that there's an issue of Avodah Zarah, so any proceeds of any kind of business dealings that occur there will be usher. If you hold that it's Moshe Leitzim, then any business proceeds will be mutter. Ashrei Ish Asher Lo Halach B'Atzas Hashem V'Yach Chatem Lo Amar Moshe Leitzim Lo Hashem. Listen to this. So what's that? What is being praiseworthy is the person who did not walk in the ways or in the counsel of the wicked, and in the pathway of sin he did not stand. And in the company of scoffers or scorners he did not sit. If he didn't walk in the way, how did he stand? If he didn't, how could you sit? And if he didn't sit, then how would you scoff? We'll say, watch this. We'll say, if ultimately again you walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. I will say, what is it? Standing represents being stationary, being stationed in a place. So we'll say, sometimes I think, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you walk, you end it. Then Amad, and you end up standing. So Olation, you're going to sit. Then Yashav, and if you sit, so for Lolo. So we'll say you will end up scoffing. Then Mats, and if you scoff, Allah Hakasim Omer, in Chachmas, Chachmas Lechab, in Batsta, Lebat Chatisa. Also, this is an incredible yisod of the Gemara saying. An incredible yisod of your ultimately is what? Ultimately is, and I will say, sometimes in life, we go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know is not the right one for me. But, at the end of the day, you know what? I'm just going to pass through. I will say, when it comes to negatives and it comes to negative influences, even just passing through poses an existential danger. Because once you pass through, once you're Omed, you end up being an Omed. And once you're an Omed, you end up being a Yoshev. And once you're a Yoshev, I will say, you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person, I will say, here's what's interesting. And what am I doing wrong in this? What am I doing wrong in this case? What am I doing wrong? Right? I'm stopping. I will say, you know what being a Lex means? Being a Lex means being cynical, being sarcastic. Listen, people are cynical and sarcastic. Nothing is serious. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is important. There's a one-liner about it. There's something sarcastic to say about everything. And I will say that's the most dangerous thing. That's late sunnus. Because where there's late sunnus, nothing is covered, nothing is covered, which means I will say that a person takes nothing seriously in life. You take nothing seriously, or you're above everything. But so unfortunately, that is the beginning of one's spiritual unraveling. Right, so we'll stop over there for today. With Amar Belazar, share with you a short idea on the parasha. So let's say there's a beautiful passage. So in the Shpach, it's Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately and tells Moshe Rabbeinu. Tells Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is in Parakut Test. Yud, Parakut Test pasuk Yud, and finish. So Parakut Test pasuk Yud. Just gonna say once more, so I can scroll until I get to the pasuk. I mentioned Parakut Test pasuk Yud. So Vayomer Hashem Moshe. The prophet says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Lech el ha'am. Go to the nation, touch them hayom machar, sanctify them today and tomorrow, and tell them to launder their clothing. So once they launder their clothing, of course, means go to the mikvah. Right? So remember again, this is the famous drasha where Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, and he took 2 days of preparation. We'll say this again. We studied when it says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu be Daito. This certain things that Moshe added on by himself. And God, what did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, or an additional day. That's like we have Shoshis man follow. We have 3 days and for Kabbalah Hakadosh Baruch Hu only mandated 2. So we'll say, I want to share with you what I think is just a life-changing Vart Hashem HaKadosh. It's actually quite a base Avram in the name of the Baal Shem Tov. So listen to this. Time runs the Torah. So it says here, the Torah hints to us, Taksis Sahara. It was in this phrase, the Bible says contain battle with Yitzhahara, also the very ingredient for success against the Yitzhahara. So listen to this. So Yitzhahara Nefata La'adam. Yitzhahara often says to us, it will say we do results in the Sirah Yisrael. The Yitzhahara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because Yitzhahara knows that we're tzaddikim, and I know that faith is wrong. I'm gonna figure out how to muster up the courage not to sin. So how does the Yitzhahara get me? The Yitzhahara says, "Ra'ot hayom shma b'koli, v'hachel machar taschel histan." The Yitzhahara says, "Listen, you know you want to be kaddish, you know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the new you. You'll turn that new page, right? You'll turn over and right, you'll begin. But when? When? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, what's the, listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Like, don't worry about the start tomorrow. Shabbos is such a good day for us. Chachos, it's wonderful. It's a short day. You've got so much to do. Today's not the day to change. Today is not the day to be great. Today's not the day to turn over a new leaf. You get to it tomorrow. But really, like, really, tomorrow is tomorrow's really going to be that day. That's the tachbolas hayitza. Right? This is again the Shara Zeros. The Ramchal talks about this. This is how the Yitzhahara works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do, the most beautiful, noble goals, is great. Today is just not such a great day to accomplish great things. So therefore, what does the person answer to the Yitzhahara? No. So says the Lashon something amazing. What is it you have to answer the Yitzhahara? No. I disagree. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Umachar nira ulai eshma kolecha ulai lo. Tomorrow I can't control tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what I'm saying is today is the now. And then for says Lashon, I will say, listen to how he touches this pasuk. Vikidashim hayom. I will say the job of the Jew is to say this right now. It's today. Right now, it's now. I am over what I do right over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? Vikidashtem hayom. I am going to make today holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that literally are within my grasp right now. Hayom ani miskadesh v'chol mechir umachar eshto ve'edam la'asos. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow's going to be. So I can't make really too many plans for tomorrow, and I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. So we'll say here, how the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh punctuates this pasuk. Again, you look at this inside the Chumash later on. Yud Tes Yud. Vikidashtem Hayom. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify today, Rabosai. Seize the moment. The Carpe Diem, seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. How you use the now. How you use the present. How you use the day right in front of you. Rabosai, that is the only thing that you control in life. Umachar, Rabosai, read about the punctuation, which is like this. Exclamation point. Actually, it's triple exclamation point. Vikidashtem hayom with an emoji on it, right? Vikidashtem hayom. You have to sanctify today because that's all I control. Umachar is with a question mark. What about tomorrow? Can't tell you about tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, becomes today, I'll switch the umachar to what? To what? To ukidashtem hayom. So when tomorrow becomes today, I'll move the machar to yom and I'll move tomorrow to the machar. That was a says the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. That becomes the way the Jew lives successfully. So, first of all, to combat the Yitzhahara. The Yitzhahara's greatest tool is the tool of procrastination. Is the tool of kicking the can out. I will say, if something is important enough to get done, it's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, well, so we know this. We don't need the Baal Shem Tov tells us because we live this every single day. If it doesn't get done now, then chances are it doesn't get done. That's how we combat the Yitzhara. Ikidashtem Hayom. Let's say all that Baruch Hu asks of us is sanctify today. Maximize today. Take advantage of today. Do you have to do today? Tomorrow? Who knows what tomorrow? That's the great question, right? So both say we should be Zochem Ner Hashem to live our life by this mantra. We should be Zochem Ner Hashem. It's the great part about being about Shem. You can punctuate even the pursuit of the Torah any way you want. So this is the true punctuation. We should be Zochem Ner Hashem to live lives of where we focus on Hayom, sanctify, take advantage of the day we have in front of us. Maximize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Umachar, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is a great question mark, which in Yetz Hashem will result to deal with when we get to it.
I haven't seen many of the ones. Really? Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm not a fan of. Suicide. Oh, no, me neither.
Which is quite amazing. The book of the English and Church. Amalei, Amai Kasak the Baraisa. Why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or we outlawed the learning of Torah. Why did you learn Torah? Amalu, Kashet Sivani Hashem. So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? That God's Allah of the Seifa. So the Roman decreed that Rabbi Elazar and Tzadjon would be, would be burnt alive. They command that his wife would be killed. Was Harry used means and sword. The Alpito later took Kuba Shozonis, and they condemned his daughter to their respective punishments. I love the Seifa. Rabbi Chaim ben Shai was decreed to die by fire. Shayahuga es Hashem Ba'os was a tap of his Chesem Dalit. Because he went ahead and learned, Rashi actually the left. If you go back to the examiner without days, just a moment, it's the last Rashi. I love the Seifa. Love the Ashkaf with Yusha Hogas Hashem Ba'osios, Dorish Ba'arishayim Osios, Ba'osia Bo Mashu Chavim. So we'll say, there's the 42 letter name of Allah. We're going to say one is not permitted to articulate letters of that name. Rabbi Chanina ben Shajio, and as a result of articulating the letters of that name, he was killed, he burned. The name of and how did was the first line the Chesem of Aleph, but now second line. But how did Rabbi Elazar ben Shajio do this? Why did he articulate the 42 letter name of the spot? But we learned but these are the people who come. He who says there is no person in Torah. Torah is not coming up on the spot. The aim, yes, or the biblical source, the resurrection of the dead. Or that there is no Doraisa concept of Chiasanis. Abashal Omer, Afahoge Esel. Ultimately, again, anyone who goes in and articulates the 42 letters of the 42 letters, never been tried to do this when it is clearly us, to which the Gemara says with this state of it. The Gemara says he did this purpose of ultimately teaching. He didn't do this. He didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather he did this in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So that points out that who is medactic tzadikim kichuta sara. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do any wrong, that apparently the way that he did was inappropriate. So the Gemara says to the sanya no sumo glasos about Anton Amir Bahabi Ulaholis. There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. Shadron teaches the 42 letters Baruch Hu till not for the purpose of having been said, but that he showed that apparently there was still something flawed in such a great tzaddik to his higher level. Ella, my time, So ultimately, again, so if that's the case that you did, in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Which you must be because ultimately, in other words, it's okay that he did teach it, but apparently he should have done it private, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was his wife killed by a sword? Because it wasn't she should have objected to his behavior. Incredible. Let's say no part of the dominant koach of a wife is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband could tune out everyone else, he can't tune out and really should not wife. But if anyone in charge and was doing something wrong because he was teaching the 42-letter name of Allah for teaching it for good reasons, but he was doing it publicly, his wife should have said to him, "You're wrong." She did not do that, and therefore she's held accountable. Mikan, Amru, Komish Yish Biodolim Kos Ve'ino Mocha, Ne'anash Allah. Ultimately, what from here we learn that anyone who has the ability to object to negative behavior but does not do so is punished ultimately again for failure to object. The most if you see something wrong occurring and you don't go ahead and voice objection to that which is wrong, you are held liable as well. And why was his daughter condemned to live in a brothel? One time, Rabbi Hanina ben Chacho, his daughter, was walking before the noblemen of Rome. And they said, "Wow, look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are." So they admired her. Literally, they admired the steps. They admired the way that she was walking. So what happened? So when she heard this compliment, she paid even more attention to the way she was walking. In other words, she was even more meticulous with her steps, and that was considered to be the compromising of her tznius. The Heilige Korab Shimon Lakish Ma'idich said, "Avona." It goes to the passage from Tehillim. Avon Akeva Yisidoni. Literally again, the sin of my heel will surround me. Avonos sha'adam dash ba'tiva ba'olam hazeh. Those avenos that a person tramples on with his heel in this world, sometimes surround him on the day of judgment. So what's the idea over here is that Hanina ben Chad compromised tznius, she compromised her modesty, and because of that, she was held accountable and condemned for a life in the brackets. So obviously, we're talking about people who are judged in such an exacting way. But again, this is the model which HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds out for tzaddikim. The more righteous the individual, the more exacting the judgment. So Hanina ben Chachion burnt because he taught according to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. His wife killed because ultimately again she did not object to his behavior, and the daughter condemned to a life of immorality because she compromised her tznius. And therefore, as all three were being led out for their judgments, each of them accepted the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They saw whatever Tziduk was to be translated as acceptance of judgment. It's not just acceptance. Tziduk means the acceptance of the justice of the Rebbe judgment. A recognition whenever HaKadosh Baruch Hu is just. Hu Amar Hanina ben Chacho said, Hatzor Tamim Pa'alo. Literally, the rock, perfect on his action. Ishto Amra El Emunah Ve'im Avel. Literally, a trustworthy God, ultimately, again, where no iniquity is in him. Ito Amra Doha Itza Vera Asher Necha Pekuchos Al Kol Darchei Adam. Al Kol Darchei Bnei Adam. Basis Kiliishti V'chal V'chim Alav. And his brother said, that he learns from every person what they are deserving. We'll say, if these two things sound familiar, it's because, again, they all come together to form the trio that we call Siduk Hadin. If Rahman is when a person is burying a loved one, and then the Trio of Hadin, we say the trio of Siduk Hadin, and Siduk Hadin is comprised of these Psukim and more. Amar Rebbe, Kama Gidolim Tzadikim Halalu. How great are these righteous people? She means Dami Lahem Shalosh Mikrosh of Siduk Hadin, B'Shas Siduk Hadin. I want to say how great are these people that these three psukim of acceptance of divine judgment were found in their mouths at the moment that they are being led out to be punished. It was an incredible Maisa. The Gemara now was a little bit chronological order. Now that we understand the punishment of Chanina ben Shashon was the straight as we'll discuss in just a moment. Now the Gemara takes a step back to take us back to a further Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. When Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma became ill, Halach Rabbi Chanina ben Shashon. Rabbi Chanina ben Shashon, he could hold him. Amar lo, Chanina achi iyata yodeh she'umo zilin ha'shamayim mikuha. So listen to this, the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma, Rabbi Chanina ben Shashon, Chanina, do you not know that the Rebbe Shalom has given the Romans the ability to rule over us? How do I know that? Shechiva es beso, v'sarfa es echalo, v'harga es chasidav, v'avta es tudav, v'adayim hanemes. Rome obviously has been granted power by God. How do I know that? They destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, killed out the tzaddikim, and they still have power. In other words, Rome is in power because God wants them in power. V'ani shamati alecha sha'ata yoshev v'osik v'torah, u'makil kilos v'ladim, v'sefer Torah munach b'chaikecha, and Chanina, I hear that you're teaching Torah in public. The Romans outlaw Torah, right? They obviously have divine power, or I should say, they've been granted their power by the divine, and what? And I think that you're teaching Torah in public. What do you in public defiance of their edict? So listen to this exchange. Amrlo. So what happens? Amrlo. So what is the Chanina ben Shashon saying? Essentially, the Ribono Shel Olam will take care of them. Also, listen to this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, "Ani omer lecha, Amrlo. Ani omer lecha dvarim shel kam. Va'ata omer li min hashamayim yirachamu." So also, you hear this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, I'm talking to you in a rational conversation. Don't be so frum. Like, meaning, don't tell me, don't tell me that God is not compassion on you. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving you solid advice of stop it. Because ultimately, again, there's something different here about the power that Rome has. They're trampling over us. They're killing out the tzaddikim, and yet they're only rising in power, not diminishing. That the Muslim is vested ultimately with the scepter of rulership. This is not going to end well with you. You're telling me who's going to take care of me? No, he's not going to take care of you. This Baruch was giving the rulership to Rome. So what happened? This is amazing. Yossi ben Kisma says, "Come on, the most beautiful Torah Ba'ish." So he says to the way you're going to end up being burned together with your Sefer Torah by the Romans. Amar lo, Rebbe, Ma'ani l'chayol ha'arba. So Rebbe, tell me, the Romans do kill me. Am I going to go to tell them Abba? Amar I said so it's actually very interesting. So he told me, tell me something that's to you, that's happened to you, and how you reacted, and I'll tell you if you're a ben emotional. Staka chalaktim la'ani, and she says you're emotional for it. She nachtu sudas for it. So I'll say, so if anyone tried to say like this, I had money that I set aside for my own sudas for it. They got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not seek reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. Amrlo, in terms we say that he's going to come about tzedakah. Amrlo, in came mechelkecha yichelki, umegoralecha yigor. So it's Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, of course, you will go to Olam Haba and Halavai. I should have a portion like you. Amru, let's listen to this dramatic story. We'll say first of the widest lines. Amru lo hayu yom mu'atim. Actually, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. Just a couple of things there. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma died. The whole who called the Goli Rami Labaro. They would cover, and all of the notes to attend Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma's Levaya. His Bidua has been done, and they gave him a great hesped. ומאכיל kilos b'navim, the Sefer Torah unach lo b'cheikom. Well, on the way back from Yossi ben Kisma's Levaya, remember all of the Roman were there. On the way back, what do they find? They find that Rabbi Hanina ben Trajo, they brought tufts of wet wool, Ushiram Baman, Halibon, and placed it on Rajo's heart, in order that he should die a dramatically brutal death by Hanina ben Trajo. Amr Labito Abba, Erich Bekach, he was not in death, but apparently they made his death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Hanina ben Trajo's daughter. We'll discuss his daughters in just a little bit. But it's sort of Abba, Erich Bekach. So she says, Father, how could I watch this? What she was saying about this something much more dramatic. She was saying, Father, how could this happen to you? How? Like, what does this mean? Allah, these words are amazing. Allah, Yomale Ani Mitzrafti Levadi, Hayad Davakasha. Even Chaitra says to his daughter, once they understand, this conversation is happening while the flames are engulfing his body. That's when this conversation is happening. So she says to him, Omale Ani Mitzrafti Levadi, if I was being burnt by myself, Hayad Davakasha. This whole thing will be very problematic for me. Now that I'm being burnt together with the Sefer Torah, the words are just dramatic. This is what he's saying to his daughter, my dear daughter, don't worry, because I'm being burnt with the Sefer Torah, and he who is going to come and make amends for the degradation of the Sefer Torah will come and make amends for my degradation as well. He's telling his daughter, don't worry. The Rebbe Shalom will come and will fix the covenant Torah, and Baruch will come and take care of my covenant as well. I will tell me the Rebbe, Ma'at Torah. So students said, Rebbe, what do you see? I remember him, Gilyo Misrafim, the Osios Brachos. He said to them, he said, I see the parchment is burning, but the letters are ascending to Shemayim. He was saying that, they could destroy the parchment. You could destroy the physicality of the Jew, you could destroy the physicality of Torah. You can never destroy the Osios. The letters themselves are ascending. He said, Rebbe, open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the flames come in and hasten your death. Amalahan, Mutav Shvit Lena, Amisha Nasna, Ba'ayichaval Ba'atzmo. But Hanina ben Trajan says, no, the one who gave me my life will take my life, but I will not in any way expedite my own death. Amar Lo Kaltzner, so also you have to understand something. So what happens? The executioner is standing there, seeing all this. Right? So the executioner hears the conversation, and it looks like, sometimes the greatness of the tzaddik is the ability to maintain a measured, thoughtful response, even in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. Hanina ben Trajan is being burnt alive, and he's consoling his daughter. He doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle, and he's telling her, don't worry. The Sefer is with me. The was going to take care of it. The Sefer will take care of it. The students are saying, what are you saying? And he's giving them the chum. He's saying, don't worry. It's only the guf. It's only the parchment that's being burned. But the neshama will always remain. He's giving them the chama in the most ridiculously brutal and horrific seas. All of this. The executioner is executioners calling him Hanina ben Trajan. And when he married shall have an hotel called him shall tell me Allah. Rebbe, tell me if I take the tufts of wool away from your heart and expedite your death, will you lead to Olam Haba? Amar Lo Hey. Hanina ben Trajan says yes. Yishavali, swear to me that you'll take me to Olam Haba. Nishbalo. He swears to him, Miyad Hira B'Shalavas V'Natas L'Kugin. In that moment, the executioner went ahead. Good morning, Mr. Shofar. The executioner went ahead and increased the fire, removed the tufts of wool. Now, and Hanina ben Trajan died instantaneously. In that moment, again, the executioner jumped into the flames as well. Yatsa Baskova Amra, Rabbi Hanina ben Trajan, counts the new leaders who money in the In that moment, again, a baskel came out and Rabbi Chanina ben Charcho and the executioner are invited for an eternity in Olam Haba. Bacha Rebbe. Was a Rebbe cried whenever you heard this story. The truth is, you can't not cry when you hear this story. But Bacha Rebbe va'amar yishkon Allah v'sha'achas v'yishkon Allah v'shkama shanim. There are some people ultimately, again, who acquire their Olam Haba in many years. And there are some people who acquire their Olam Haba in one moment. This executioner, I will say, you have to understand, you don't get that job because of your midos being the Roman executioner. Right? That's one guy you do not want to run into anywhere. But yet, again, in this moment, this person was saying that everybody needs a Rebbe. Even the Roman executioner needs a Rebbe. And he found his Rebbe. He found his Rebbe in the great Rabbi Chanina ben Chacha. And in that moment, again, you see a person can turn around the life that is filled with depravity, that is filled with bloodshed, that is filled with everything that is disgusting in this world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. That is pride, because there are some people who get to lifetime to get to Olam Haba. There are some people who get it in just simply a moment. Buriyat this is what the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, I both say 7 lines up in the bottom. Buriyat this is supposed to listen to this. Buriyat, who was the wife of Rabbi Meir, prior to Rabbi Chanina ben Chacha, it's interesting to see these familial relationships. Beria was the daughter of Rabbi Chanina ben Chacha. So remember again, he said one of the punishments of Rabbi ben Chacha was what? First, his wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Beria, the other was a single unnamed daughter. So the single unnamed daughter was now condemned to life in a brothel. He's married to Beria, says to her husband, so she says, Beria says to her husband, it's not nice that my sister is living in a brothel. You have to do something about it. She says, Rameir to rescue her. So what does Rameir do? Shut all Tarkalis. Rameir is a good thing. So what does he do when his wife tells him to do something? He does it. Then I would say, it's not a point this out, it's an important story. You can be Rabbi Meir, you can be whoever you want. Your wife tells you to do something. Listen, now, all kidding aside, Meir understood, why did Rameir do this on his own? Right that people told him to do things on his own. But he understood that if his wife doesn't do it, it's a good thing to do. So he goes there, what is a large bag of gold coins. But also, Amar, he loves other things, Islam is having this, right? The other thing, Islam is having this. So I say, so here's the problem. His sister-in-law is condemned to live in a by Roman decree. It's like a miracle to get her out. See, the way he figures is like this. If she is still virtuous and she has not sinned, then a miracle will help me get her out. If she sinned, then a miracle, there'll be no miracle. So what happens? So what happens? He decides to figure out if has she maintained her purity as us. He literally disguises himself as a Roman horseman. He goes into the brothel. He's actually he propositions her. Amalei Dashtanahan. So what does she say? She says, Amanita, I meant Katie, I'm sorry I can't be with you. Amalei, Misarach Namirsa. She says, okay, I'll wait. Amralo, Nefishin Tuva Tuva. So she says, don't wait for me. There are many other girls here who are more beautiful and who are available now. So I said, he understood that. What was she doing? This was the line she used with every single man who came into the brothel. Amar Shmamina La'Abdisiya. Call the Asi Amraleha. She understood ultimately again that this was her line to every single potential customer who came into the brothel, and this is how she said to someone sitting. So the Gemara says, so he goes over the guy who's in charge of the brothel. He says, let me buy her from you. So the brothel watchman says, remember, she is here through Roman decree. So he says, listen, I'm giving you a bag for the gold coins. Half of it keep for yourself, half of it use to bribe the Romans. There's more than enough money for you to be happy. I'm a lady, if you're selling my house, wasn't listening to this. So the nobleman said that to the nobleman. So this guy's not woman. The watchman says, okay, what happens when the money runs out? You have to pray continuously. So listen, this is wild. Amalei, Ema, Eloka, the mayor, I mean. Let's say that the mayor Balanes. Right? So remember again, he says, don't worry. When you just say Eloka, the mayor, I mean. Just say God answer me and you'll be fine. The Most say, by the way, the mayor, we learned this 5 years ago, but it's like yesterday, right? Longer than 5 years ago, right? Whatever. They say, this don't get in trouble. Just say, God of mayor answer me. And you'll be saved. I'm not like, so trying to be a nice guy. Like, that's why I don't believe you. But can you give me like a little bit of a greater assurance? The medium or the how do you know this is going to work? So what's the listen to this? How do I know? Kabi off me inch. There were these dogs in town. Was it literally used to bite? It doesn't really eat people. It used to bite people. Shako kala shadabu. Let's listen to this. Right? Mary picks up a clod of earth and he throws it at this pair of vicious dogs. So what happens? Right? So these dogs, mamas, are charging the mayor to bite them. Amar Elokad the mayor Ani says, God of mayor, answer me. Shavkua v'yahavis to v'yahavis. So we'll say, what happens? So they left him alone. And what happens? I will say, and then ended up happening is he gave him the money. The mayor bought back his sister and brought his sister-in-law home. The so ishtama milsa bein malka. We'll say afterwards we know that this brothel keeper had sold the daughter of Rabbi ben Shajon, who was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for her life. So they bring the brothel watchman to Rome to stand trial. So as cool as he talk, so we'll say what happens. They bring him up to the platform to hang him. Amar Elokad the mayor Ani. And he cries out, the God of mayor answer me. And I will say, what happens? And they can't thank him. For whatever the reason. Rashi says over here, they say to him, Achsua Amrle Mayhai. So we'll say, they say to him, why can't we hang you? What's happening? The rope keeps snapping, whatever. They realize, like, they literally can't hang the guy. We'll say, the Romans, again, were religious people. They were polytheistic. Right? So they said, what's going on over here? So you told me, listen, here's the story. I have this get out of jail free card. It's called Elokad, the mayor, God of mayor answer me. So I'll say, what happens? So I'll hear myself. So I'll say, what happens? They engraved the image of Rabbi Meir on the gates of Rome. They will say, this wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted signs in the post office. Right? So what they did is they engraved his image on the gates room and they said essentially, whoever sees this guy, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Let's listen to this. One day a mayor was walking and a Roman officer saw him, he saw his image. So what happens? He goes ahead and they began to pursue. Runs away. All these soldiers. He ran to a brothel to seek protection. Others say it wasn't a brothel, but rather he ran into a non-kosher restaurant. And what happens? So Tamash Bahu Umasak he dipped one finger into the food and on the other finger. So he made it look like that. What? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher food. So it's good. So we'll say, therefore, again, he threw people off his job because everyone would assume the great community is not going to be eating non-kosher food. So what happens? He could down say, Us Eliana came along, Ethni Lahu Kizona. And Eliana himself looked like a harlot. So what happens? And the Zona embraced the mayor. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, oh, this must be someone else. Yeah, it can't be Rabbi Meir who's in the brothel being hugged by a harlot. So the Gemara says, if this was Mayor would not be able to slave. Once at this point, Rabbi Meir realized he was not safe in Eretz Yisrael, and therefore, come around to the Bavel. Ultimately, again, he went and he ran away to Bavel. He did the army myself. Some say this was the reason Rabbi Meir escaped to Bavel. He did the army said the Bruria. And I will say other it was because of the epic that happened with Bruria, his wife. I will say we learned about the episode of Bruria. So I'll say, so this is Bruria, again, Rabbi Meir's daughter, Rabbi Meir's wife, who was the daughter of Rabbi Hanina ben Shachar. what was the episode with Bruria. So it actually points out over here. Did I Mishumais to Bruria? Shepamka Ashamu Chachamim Noshim Daitan Tosim. So say one time Bruria was disparaging the rabbinic statement, Noshim Daitos Kalas. So say this in of itself is an interesting statement of Noshim Daitos Kalos, of what exactly does it mean. It does not mean that Shalom are not smart, it doesn't mean that women lack the intellectual prowess of men. Chas v'shalom, just the opposite. It's Chazal's ways of saying that ultimately again, women are often more emotional or bring a level of compassion to things do not. That level of emotion or that level of compassion sometimes cloud intellect. I want to point something else. It's not a disparaging comment. It's Chazal's ultimate statement about the different emotional intellect position of a man versus a woman. Whether it was Chazal's, whatever it is for today, the point is Bruria disparaged statement. So we'll say, so it was a very dramatic, traumatic epic story that occurred, where ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, so back on the whole goes with you. The Tzima La'echad Mitamidov Minasosa, Milidvar Avera, the Yitzir Bayam and Rabin actual status. So we'll say, again, it's a complicated Mesa, which we're not getting out. The point is that Rabbi Meir tested the virtue of his wife by having one of his students try to constantly proposition her. And she resisted until one day that she did not. But if it became known that she was willing to compromise her morality, again, she didn't end up doing anything, but if it became known that she was willing to give in, and this was a test set up by her husband, she was humiliated and she hanged herself. She committed suicide. So again, we'll go over this the next cycle. So in a couple of years, we'll come back to this. It's a very dramatic, and I want to point out, Bruria was an exceptional woman, an incredible and righteous sacrifice. And this particular episode in general should not mar the general virtuosity and piety. Even great people make all kinds of mistakes. And it's possible that even over here, that this thing was also Rabbi Meir's mistake in how he set up his wife. But again, not our topic for now. The point is Rabbi Meir escapes to Bava. There's a machlokas as to what was the motivation for his escape. Was it the humiliation over the death of his wife, which he had a hand in, the suicide of his wife, which he had a hand in, or was it because he was trying to escape the Roman authorities? Okay, that is the dramatic story of the Mechacha. Now, back to what's the first line? Turn around, Banon. Ha'olech mitztadin ulekarton. If somebody goes to the Itztadin, Rashi says it's like the arena where they have the gorings. They don't call it the gorings. What do they call it? Like the gladiators, right? But again, whatever it is, bullfighting, gladiators, the point is they're going to a place where they have people kill for sport. That's the Itztadin or the carpet. Rashi says a siege. Now, what would happen is sometimes when the Romans apparently would make a siege around the city, sieges take a long time, so you have to be entertainment, right? Because remember, again, while there's siege, so again, they'd have the fair. So you'd have the siege, and we'll say, what do you do with the siege? Right? Like, you sit there. Right? So what happens is kind of interesting. They would have like celebrations there. First, goes to the Karkum. The Rosh Hashanah had the Chashim. It was in the Chashim of the sorcerers or Chabarin are also just Bukyan, Mukyan, Valuyan, Valurin, Salgurin. Was in these all different types of gestures, of clowns. Hareza Moshe Blitzer. Was a person who engages in this behavior. This is Moshe Blitzer. Was this is called literally again the company of Blitzer. Blitzer was like someone who doesn't take anything seriously. This is the pasuk in Tehillim. Praiseworthy is the person who did not go ahead and follow these. Ultimately, again, of the Atzas V'Sham, over Derech Hatam La'amad, over Moshe Leitzim. So the Gemara says, Kim B'Torah Hashem Chafso, Halamartov, Shadvar Ma'alonu, Mevinas Adam Yidei B'Torah. Also, when a person teaches in the Tzanas, right, this silliness, this ultimately again leads to the Torah, or maybe the Kasha, Holchem Yitztadnim, Mutter, so say ultimately, again, yet we say also the Bible says that a person can go to the arena, see the gladiators and the why they should sum up because we'll say sometimes when they can intervene if a Jew's going to be the victim, they can call out to the Roman officer charge of potentially save the Jew. Well, the character with it. Similarly, again, you can go to there by the siege. Why? You should Medina because sometimes again you could go ahead and you could help the Jews who are living in that city which is under siege. But ultimately, again, as long as you do not become part of the festivities themselves, then this Chashediman officer, unless if you become part of the festivities with the siege, or in the gladiators arena, that's Dasa. So once I Kashet Stadnat Stad, you Kashet Karkamakato. So once we have a contradiction, the first thing that we confirm before said you can't participate in these activities. The second one says you can't participate in these activities. So which one is it? This summer Karkamakato, Mokasha, so as I can't contradiction by the siege. You can't do this Chashediman, Kamishin, Chashediman. If you're part of the siege, then it's also. If you're part of the siege, but you're there to warn the Jewish residents, it's okay. Elid Stadinat Stadinat. We'll say, but what about again the arena? So can you participate now? Participate. Tonight, we'll say it's a matter of this time you're in local, it's time to emotional racing. You go to the arena to see the bullfight. Because it's Moshe Beitzel, a company of scorners, gaffers, lazy people. Rabbi Nassim Mercer says, why? Both for two reasons. Number one, we'll say one because again you could call out and potentially save a Jew who might be the victim there. The Echem is Isha Lahasiya. I said this is why? Because this was said again, if the guy does get killed, the Jew does get killed, and you can't save him, you could be an Echad who would allow his wife to remarry. Remember again, I will say halacha one witness is believed ultimately. See, if you get the season pass to the gladiator arena, so at least again you can do something positive by trying to save Jews. And if you can't save them, you can be the age effort to allow the wife to remarry. What's incredible? What's the best test of voices? Ain't hoping. The Cartios or the Cartisios. Most you can't go to the Roman theaters or to the Roman circus. Because it's there that they go ahead and they take actions and make all kinds of arrangements for Avodah Zarah. The Chacham say, "Makom Shem Zablin Asher Nechashav Avodas L'Chavim, or Makom Shem Zablin Shem Asher Mishum Moshe Leitzin." So we'll say Rabbi Meir. So the Chacham say, "We agree with you. You can't go, but we disagree with the reason. If there's an Avodah Zarah component, fine. You can't go because of Avodah Zarah. But even if there's no Avodah Zarah, you can't go. Why? Because we'll say it's called Moshe Leitzin. We'll say it's called ultimately again." It's called Moshe Leitzim. Moshe Leitzim is any place where people who are, well, Leitzim, in other words, there's silliness or scoffers or just waste of time occurring. What's the practical difference? The difference is what happens if you transact your business there. See if you hold that there's an issue of about any proceeds of any kind of business dealings that it will be usher. If you hold that it's Moshe Leitzim, then any business proceeds will be Muslim. So what's say? What does it mean? Praiseworthy is the person who did not walk in the ways or in the counsel of the wicked, and in the pathway of sin he did not stand. And in the company of scoffers or scorners he did not sit. If he didn't walk in the way, how did you stand? If you didn't stand, how could you sit? And if you didn't see how you just scoff, we'll say, watch this. We'll say, if ultimately again you walk in the wrong, you will stand there. We'll say, what does standing represent? Standing represents being stationary, being stationed in a place. So we'll say, sometimes I figure, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through, if you walk, you end up standing. And if you end up standing, so for Leishid, you're going to sit. Then Yashab, and if you sit, so for Lolot. So we'll say you will end up scoffing. V'imlatz, and if you scoff, Allah Bakasim Omer, in Chachmas Lecha, Bimbatzta Lebad Chakisa. Also, this is an incredible yisod that the Gemara is saying. An incredible yisod here ultimately is what? Ultimately is, and I will say sometimes in life, we go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know is not the right one for me. But at the end of the day, I figured, you know what? I'm just going to pass through. I will say, when it comes to negative behaviors and it comes to negative influences, even just passing through poses an existential danger. Because once you pass through Holy, you end up being an Omed. And once you're an Omed, you end up being a Yoshev. And once you're a Yoshev, I will say, you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person will say, here's interesting, and what am I doing wrong in this? What am I doing wrong in this case? What am I doing wrong? Right? I'm stopping. I will say, you know what being a Lex means? Being a Lex means being cynical, being sarcastic. See, I will say, when people are cynical and sarcastic, nothing is serious, nothing is sacred, nothing is important. There's a one-liner about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything, and I wasn't going to say that's the most dangerous people. That's late sunnus. Because where there's late sunnus, nothing is kaddish, nothing is tar, which means also that a person takes nothing seriously in life. You take nothing seriously, or you're above everything. But unfortunately, that is the beginning of one's spiritual unraveling. We'll stop over here for today. With Amar Belazar, a short idea on the parsha. So there's a beautiful passage. So when the Prophet gives Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately it tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tells Moshe Rabbeinu, it's okay. Tells Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is in Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud, Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. Thank you so much. So Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. Just gonna say one of those months where I'm tracking solo until I get to the pasuk. If I mentioned Parak Yutes, pasuk. So Vayomer Hashem Moshe. This prophet Moshe Rabbeinu. Lech Elam, go to the nation. Vikidashtem Hayom Umah. Sanctify them today and tomorrow. V'chibsu Simosam, and tell them to launder the clothing. So we'll say launder the clothing, of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, this is the famous drasha. Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, Kidashtem Hayom Umachar. 2 days of preparation. We'll say again, we start the Gemara that says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu Daito. Certain things that Moshe himself and God agreed. What did Moshe add over here? 3 days, an additional day. That's why we have Shloshis Me'akbala. We have 3 days of preparation, and for Kabbalah Start, only mandated 2. So most like, I want to share with you what I think is just a life-changing vart by the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. It's actually quoted by the Beis Avram in the name of the Baal Shem Tov. So we'll say, listen to this. Kan Ram Torah. So the Baal Shem Tov says here, the Torah hints to us, it will say in this phrase, the will say is contained the very battle with the Yitzhahara, but also the very ingredient for success against the Yitzhahara. So listen to this. The Yitzhahara often says to us, it will say, we saw this in Mesilas Yesharim. The Yitzhahara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because the Yitzhahara knows that we're tzaddikim, and I know that hate is wrong. So I'm gonna figure out how to muster up the courage not to sin. So how does the Yitzhahara get me? The Yitzhahara says, Rak ot hayom shma b'koli, v'hachel mimachar kaschel v'hiskadish. The Yitzhahara says, listen, I know you want to be kaddish. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? You'll get started on the new you. You'll turn that new page, right? You'll turn over and right, you'll begin. But when? Tomorrow. What's the? Listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Right? Don't worry about it to start tomorrow. Shabbos is such a good day for us. Chachus, it's wonderful. It's a short day. You've got so much to do. Today's not the day to change. Today's not the day to be great. Today's not the day to turn over and do it tomorrow. But really, tomorrow is really going to be that day. That's the Tachlis HaYitzer. Right? This is again the Shara Zira. So I'll talk about this. This is how the Yitzhahara works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do, the most beautiful, noble goals, is great. Today is just not such a great day to accomplish great things. So therefore, what does the person answer to the Yitzhara? Lo. Kinapahu. Hayom eineni shomea bekolecha. Says the Lashon, there's something amazing. Did you have to answer the Yitzhara? No. I disagree. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Umachar nira ulai ashma lekolecha ulai lo. Tomorrow I can't control tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. Maybe I'm not going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what Rabbi saying is today is the now. And then for says Lashon Rabbi say, listen to how he touches this pasuk. Vikidashtem hayom. Rabbi say the job of the Jew is to say like this. Right now it's today. Right now it's now. I have control over what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? Vikidashtem hayom. I am going to make today holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that literally are in my grasp right now. Hayom miskalish v'chol mechir umachar eshkol ve'edam malaso. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow is going to be. So I can't make really too many plans for tomorrow. And I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. I will say here, how the Baal Shem Hakadosh punctuates this pasuk. Again, you look at this inside your Chumash later on. Yud Vikidashtem Hayom! Exclamation point! Sanctify today, Rabbi said. Seize the moment. The Carpe Diem, seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. How you use the now. How you use the present. How you use the day right in front of you. Rabbi said that's the only thing you control in life. Umach, Rabbi says, read about Shem which is like this. Vikidashtem Hayom! Exclamation point. Actually, it's full exclamation point. Begin with an emoji on it, right? Vikidashtem Hayom! You have to sanctify today because that's all I control. Umachar is with a question mark. All right, what about tomorrow? Can't tell you about tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, when tomorrow becomes today, I'll switch the umachar to what? To Kidashtem Hayom. Tomorrow becomes today, I'll move to Yom and I'll move tomorrow to the Rabbi say, first of all, to combat the Yitzhahara. Yitzhahara's greatest tool is the tool of the nation. Is the tool of kicking the can out of us enough to get done. It's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, and we know this, we don't need the Baal Shem Tov tells us because we live this every single day. If it doesn't get done now, then chances are it doesn't get done. That's how we combat the Yitzhahara. The Kidashtem Hayom. It also asks of us is sanctify today. Maximize today. Take advantage of today. Do what you have to do today. Umachar, tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark, right? So both say we should be Zochem Eretz Hashem to live our life by this mantra. We should be Zochem Eretz Hashem. It's the great part about being the Baal Shem Tov. You can punctuate even the Pesukim of the Ribono Shel Olam's Torah any way you want. Rabbi say this is the true punctuation. We should be Zochem Eretz Hashem to live lives of where we focus on Kidashtem Hayom. Take advantage of the day we have in front of us. Maximize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Umachar, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the great question mark, which in Eretz Hashem will be Zocha to deal with when we get to it. Okay, I'll do the dedication. All right, so we'll say good morning. daf is Yud Zayin. We are picking up on Tes Zayin Amud Beis by the 2 dots Ein Bonin, which is, we'll say, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. Beautiful game. Today, our shir this morning, our shir this week, today by Eyal and Sarah Stein as the Zuchus for Refuah Shlema for Bas Susha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she will have a complete and enduring refuah together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. Let's begin. Ein Bonin. So remember again the Mishnah that we learned a little while ago discussed things that one is not permitted to go ahead and build together. So along with that was the Mishnah. So one of the things that you're not allowed is a basila. But Gemara says over here, there are 3 different types of basil. There is the basila of the king, like where the king lives, the king's palace. Vishal merchatzos, the basila of the bathhouse. Vishal otzros, and the basila of ultimately the storehouse of the king. Rashi points out that's where he kept his treasure. So Rabbi says, 2 of them you're allowed to build, 1 of them is prohibited. And the Gemara says, and how do you know which one is prohibited? So we'll say it's the basila ultimately again that the king lives in. That is the basila ultimately again that is asr. Others say, Rava said, Kulam laheter. Ultimately again you could build all of the basilas. Is that true? Hatnar ein bonin imoin basilki gardum itztio bima. So we'll said in the Mishnah that you can't build with the akum, the basilki, the garden, I will say, which represent also like a tiered courthouse. The stadia, which also was another type of tower that was used for judgment, and the bima. Ema shel gardum v'shal stadia v'shal bima. Rather, say what it means is you can't build the basila of these particular structures. Tanarabanim. So we have an incredible story here. We'll say Tes Zayin Amud Beis 6 up from the bottom. Tanarabanim. Kishnitmas Rabbi Lazar leminos. Rabbi Lazar one time was seized by the Romans, leminos. So we'll say minos means that he was seized by the heretics. He was seized by the Kochavim to force him to worship idolatry. What happened? Hello, Lagardim. Lidom. They brought him up to the court to judge. So they gave him Musar. An old man like you should engage in silliness. Now the silliness, of course, they're referring to is Torah. How can you be so old and supposedly so wise, yet so foolish to engage in this thing that they call Torah? So Amar Lo, Ne'aman alai dayan. So what is Rabbi Lazar saying? The judge will do good by me. I know the judge ultimately again has ne'emanos, ultimately the right thing. Of course, this is referring to the Baruch. So what? Egmon Alav Omer. The before thought that Rabbi was talking about him. So meaning the judge thought that Rabbi was flattering him, saying, "What? I believe you're a wise man. I believe you'll do the just thing." But of course, that was not the case. Instead, Rabbi was referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What happens? V'hula Omer Elikin. Amar lo, hoil them, manti alecha, dimos pater. So a little flattery goes a long way. So what happens? So the judge says, "Well, since you have such faith in me, I swear by my God, Demus, who was the idolatry, that I found you innocent, right? I found you innocent, but what's the word? Acquitted. I dismissed it. I dismissed the case against you. I have dismissed the case, and therefore goes free." So we'll say, listen to Keshabala Beisel Nichlesu Tam. It's very profound. He came home, so his students came to console him. Why does he require consolation? I will say, see this Muna, because Rabbi Lazar understand that these circumstances happened. There was a reason. So he's trying to do a cheshbon nefesh. Why is it that I was arrested in the first place? And by extension, why I said something ultimately again as what? As a statement of my submission to Avodah Zarah. Meaning at the end of the day, I was talking about God, that the great judge Baruch was Naaman, but yet it was interpreted as referring to this idolatrous judge What is it maybe I did that landed me in these circumstances? Happens. So but no matter what anyone said, Elazar would not be consoled. Kiva Rebbe, Tarshini Lomar Davar Echami Mashlim Maratani. So Rabbi Kiva goes over to Elazar as Rebbe and he says, Rebbe, do you mind? Can I say something? Can I offer a suggestion? That's something you taught us. Amarlo, Emarlo, Amarlo, Emar. Rabbi Elazar says, yes, please say. Amarlo. So Rabbi Akiva said, Rebbe, Shema minus bali yodecha of Yudzayin Amadav Vosai. V'hana achalav v'nispasta. Rebbe, maybe sometime someone said something critical to you. Maybe on one time someone said something that was religiously, Judaically inappropriate, and you agreed with it, or you derived benefit from that teaching. Is it possible that sometimes someone said something that was, again, minos, that was apicursus, and you believed it or you accepted it, and perhaps maybe that's why you were taken captive. Now that's why you were arrested and ultimately said a statement which could be interpreted as your agreement. Zara, Akiva, his Kartani. Akiva, you're right. You just reminded me of something. Was the second line in Yezanim Alav. One time I was walking in the office in Sipori, and I ran into a guy. Yaakov Ishvar Sachino Shmo. His name was Yaakov from the village of Sachino. Amrli. So Yaakov. Now, Yaakov could have been a descriptive name. Lavdavka that this individual was Jew. So what happens? Amrli. So Yaakov said to me, "Kasub besoraschem lo savi esnon zona." It says in your Torah that you are not allowed to bring a harlot's payment as an offering for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What does that mean? That let's say again, a harlot receives as her payment the sheep. You can't bring that sheep the carbon. So listen to the following case. What happens in the following case? Let's say a harlot was paid in building materials. And what happens? Can we take those building materials and use them to construct a bathroom for the Kohen? Now, why does the Kohen Gadol need his own bathroom? So Rashi points out the Mishnah in Maseches Yuma, first Mishnah, that ultimately, again, what happens after Rosh Hashanah? They go out and they sequester the Kohen Gadol for the days leading up to Yom Kippur in an effort to prepare him for the Avodah. So he had his own room. He had his own, Rashi points out over here, he had Lishkas Parhedge, he had his own room, and they had for him a lavatory, a bathroom there. So can you take the Eslan Zona? Can you take the harlot's payment and use it ultimately to construct Kohen Gadol? And I didn't say anything. I didn't respond. The reason why doesn't respond is because you don't engage in theological discussions with heretics. Generally, again, don't engage in conversations with people who are never really interested in hearing what you have to say. Some people, when they claim to engage in a conversation, aren't really engaging in a conversation. They're looking to speak. Sometimes you are interested in the answer, interested in being argumentative. And that we all know, we learn this about life, or could I just not to engage, not to answer because the person's interested. So same thing with these happy Carson. Rabbi Elazar doesn't respond because he understands at the end of the day, generally conversations don't really have any kind of this guy Yaakov keeps talking. Amrli, Kachlim Dani, they learned. Kime esno, he goes to the pasuk from Micha. Kime esna at esna zona yashuvu, which literally translates from the payment to the harlot it will be collected, and from the payment of the harlot it will be returned. What does that mean? So when we learned about this guy, Yaakov says, so just like the harlot's payment comes from an impure source, so too it can be used for somebody who came from her illicit activities, so it could be used to build the lavatory. And Rabbi Elazar says, when he said this to me, I said, Kizak, right? I said, you know what? It's good. I didn't say it, but in my mind, that was a good pshat. Al yidezeh nit leminos va'avasha kasu batorah harchek me'aleha darkecha zum. Rabbi says this was a mistake. I should have stayed far away from anything heretical. I should have stayed far away from anything that was taught to me by someone who was a heretic. I should have stayed far away from anything from impure sources. But I enjoyed it. I even find it been correct. And as a result, I was arrested by the authorities was again, and then to ultimately force me to worship Avodah Zarah, because I violated the pasuk that says, "Harcheik me'alecha dakecha," distance yourself from its ways. What does that refer to? Zooming. So we'll say this refers to any type of heretical teachings. V'al tikarev al pesach beisa, al tikarev beisa, and do not come close to the entranceway of its house. What does that refer to? Zu arashos. We'll say that refers to the government. That ultimately, again, stay as far away from government as one can, because Rashi points out over here, ultimately, again, all their intention is to extract money or to utilize a person for some purpose, and when that purpose is done, or when the money is done, a person could be in big trouble. They say, distance from yourself its ways. This refers both to heresy as well as government. Do not come close to the entranceway of its house. We'll say this refers ultimately again to a harlot. And what this ultimately teaches us is that not only is it obvious that one can't engage in illicit activity, but one must distance themselves from that illicit activity as well. The kama, how much does one have to distance themselves from a zona? At least 4 amos. At least 4 amos. Bless you. What do the Rabbanon do? Phrase esnan zona. So the Gemara says, Kid Rav Chisda, Dam Rav Chisda, kol zona sheniskeres, l'basov hiso cheres. Chisda will say teaches us that any zona which hires herself out for illicit activity, at the end will have to buy companionship as well. What does this mean? That she will become so repulsive as a result of her illicit activities that no one will want to be with her. And the only way that she will have the ability to have any kind of companionship will be if she rents the services of someone else. Shnei Amar, because the pasuk over here says, the pasuk from Yechezkel, ubesitech esnon ve'esnon lo nitalach vatihi lehepech. Upliga de Rabbi Pedas. And this argues on Rabbi Pedas. What does Rabbi Pedas say? Rabbi Pedas, lo asra Torah ela kreva shal gili arayos bilbag. But Rabbi Pedas holds that one does not have to keep an extra distance from a zona. Rather, the prohibition is just to obviously engage in illicit behavior. But again, I have to abstain from illicit behavior, but there is no obligation to keep greater distance than that. Shene emar, ish al kol shvisaro, lo sirvu lagalos erva. That a man may not come close to anyone who is close to him or relative of him to uncover their nakedness. So the idea over here that Giloi Erva is what's asr. Ula, so what's the Gemara tells us a story about this? Ula, Kiava Asimi Beirav, when Ula would come back from yeshiva, this is when he was a younger man, Hava Menashek Ula Achse Abeyadayu. He would kiss his sisters on their hands, Va'amile Abeychadayu. Others said by the top of the chest. Now, what Rashi points out, this really means is like by the neck. So Rashi actually points out over here that this was often the way that people greeted each other, not just with a kiss on the cheek, but by a kiss on the neck. So Ula came back, and I will say, these are his sisters. Now, it's possible that it's also talking about adult sisters. So the Amri Le'abechadau, Pligi, so we'll say, so you, what do you see over here? Now, a sister is in right? The relationship, yet what? Yet Ula's coming and kissing them. Day, and Ula's going at it himself, because what did Ula say? Ula holds up both sides that coming close in any way to any woman who is in erva to you is also mishum lecha amin sira schar. So most of this is very the catchphrase. Means hey, go away, go around. The idea is that if we see the Nazir coming close to the vineyard, and let's say the vineyard ultimately again it's a shortcut to get to where he wants to get to. Ultimately, tell him better not to take this shortcut. In other words, don't go in harm's way. Better to create the distance. So Ula says about when it comes to matters of activity, it is better to place a distance, much of a distance as you can between yourself and to you. So both says it's just an interesting discussion in general about the halachic purpose of kissing female relatives. Obviously, again, with immediate relatives, the issue is not as much, but with extended family, issue again, another topic for the interesting part is Ula, because Ula himself is the one means don't even come close to Erva yet. His kisses, which again is not halachically prohibited, but it's interesting that he's not following his own teachings. So if you look at Rashi, if you look at Tosas is very interesting. Ula felt that he was exceptionally in control of this gender any type of illicit thing. But Ula also cautions us that every person has to know themselves, and every person has to know their weaknesses and get into trouble. Okay, so the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara quotes the pasuk from Mishlei. La'aluka shtei banos. Hav. Aluka has two daughters who say, give me. Okay, who's Aluka? So take a look again at Tosas. Tosas says, Luka, Lafia Pshat, Hainu Gehenim. Aluka is another name for Gehenim. Okay, so Aluka has two daughters. There are two daughters in Gehenim, and they both say, have, give me. My have. So what does it mean, have? Armar Ukva, Kol Shtei Banos Shetzoakos Me Gehenim. There are the voices of the two daughters who cry from Gehenim. And those as well, they're in this world. Almost have. Give me. Who are the two daughters of us who call out in this world? Give me a man. Ninu, minus, v'has. Ultimately, again, curses, heresy, arrogant. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says minos v'rashus. Rashi says minus. So akos habat takrovas lavodas kohavim. In this world again, heresy says bring avodah zarah. Bring some type of carbon to avodah zarah. Roshus, so akos have the mamon v'darana nana umaslamela. So we'll say these two daughters, the daughters, one of heresy, one of monarchy, both could give me. The avodah zarah wants karbanos, the other wants me to serve it, and the government wants me to give me its money axes. So the Gemara says, Ikada, and the others say, Amar Chist Amar Ukva, Kol Gehenim So'akes v'Omeres. Others say it is the call. It is so. We'll say so. In this world, leaders lead many of us astray. But ultimately, again, their place ultimately is in Gehenna. Those who participate in these things, avodah zarah, and those who utilize government for their own enrichment and to oppress others, ultimately, again, end up calling out from Gehenna. Aramar Ukva. So, call Gehenna, so I can say it is the voice of Gehenna, which calls out and says, Haviyu lishtei banos shatah. Gehenna calls out and says, bring me the two daughters who cry out in this world, give me. Which again are the two daughters of Minos and Rashus. So the Gemara quotes over here now from the pasuk from Mishlei. Kol ba'eha lo yeshuvun. We'll say this is actually amazing. Kol ba'eha lo yeshuvun, for lo yasigu archos chai. So we'll say literally, all of those who come to it, lo yeshuvun, will not return, v'lo yasigu archos chai, and not find the pathways to life. So let's take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Actually, not yet. So if there's no tshuva, what the pasuk says is all those who come to it will not do tshuva, and therefore will not yasigu, will not what literally yasigu means acquire, understand the pathway of life. So it says at the end of the day, if they didn't, so how could they go ahead and acquire the pathway of life? This is what it means. If they do tshuva, they will no longer have life. Now, I will say this is referring to Ovdei Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara just says something dramatic. If a person does Avodah Zarah, then what? Does tshuva? They will not be given any additional life. What's the pshat? Amazing. Look at Rashi. Lo yashun. Rashi says, "Kala mishtamdim la'avodas kochavim." Anyone who engages in avodah zarah, achar shenefku b'minos einam shavim. V'im shavim, if they do tshuva after engaging in avodah zarah, memarin lamos mitoch tzara ukfias yisram v'zu gezeras melech aleihem lamos. See, I will say what Rashi is pointing out over here is that sometimes, if a person commits an avera and they do tshuva, and the Rebbeinu Shalom says that what? That they're weak, and they may fall prey to there again. What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu do? He takes their life. Why? Because better for a person to die in a state of tshuva, even if it means a truncated life, than to potentially fall prey to this very grievous sin again. So that's why the Gemara says, ultimately, again, if this tshuva, im yashuvu lo yasigu archos chayim, that sometimes, again, if tshuva occurs, I will say, the Rebbeinu Shalom does the chesed, ultimately, again, of ending there in order that they cannot fall prey again to the clutches of sin. Now, this is specifically talking about avodah zarah. Remember, the Chalaposh Minus might say that anyone who does tshuva from avodah zarah and dies, we'll say this is wild. There was a woman who once came to Rav Chisda, and she wanted to be a balas tshuva. She wanted tshuva. And so Rav Chisda said, okay, what do you need to do tshuva for? So she said, listen, tell you like this. The least of my sins is asta b'nah hakatan mi b'nah hagadol. The least of my sins is that the father of my youngest child is my oldest child. Right? That means she committed incest with her oldest child, conceived, and that's the father of her youngest. And that's the least of my sins. So obviously this woman has got some problems. He's the least. What did Rav Chisda say? Tarchu zavdasa. So Rav Chisda said, prepare her tachrichem, prepare her shrouds. Rav Chisda was saying that she's going to be a balas tshuva, and obviously, again, this is a woman who was very, very weak, and therefore constantly and consistently fell prey, ultimately, again, to her wants and to her desires, and therefore, Rav Chisda said, if she's going to do tshuva, chances are the Rebbeinu Shalom is going to take her life now. Prepare burial shrouds. V'lo mesa, and she did not die. So the fact that she said this was the least of my sins, michlal deminos nami havia ba. So it sounds like she also must have engaged in avodah zarah as well. Whereas if this is the least of it, that means what's more chomer than arayos? Maybe that's more chomer than arayos. So says what? Is either shlichos dalim or avodah. So you have to assume she murdered someone, but chances are she worshipped avodah zarah as well. And yet again, she did not die in the immediate aftermath of her tshuva, to which the Gemara says, the case of her is she did not yet do complete tshuva. Even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu ends the life of the penitent, that's so that the person can die in a state of purity, that's only after the person has performed complete tshuva. She did not perform complete tshuva. Mishum hachi lo meisa. Therefore, she did not die. Ikidamri. Others say, Miminos in me'averalo. Are you telling me that it's only when one does tshuva from avodah zarah that ultimately it's possible that HaKadosh Baruch Hu may take their life right there, so that they can die in this purity? Is that only avodah zarah and not other averos? It's the same case. The woman who came before Rav Chisda, she said, mostly my sins that I fathered my youngest child with my oldest child. Where the burial shrouds? She died, and she died. Different version of the story. In this story, so the Gemara says, so it sounds like over here she must have engaged in avodah zarah. But again, you're telling me that this concept of immediate death after tshuva only applies by avodah zarah, but not by other averos. Both say, here we come to the famous Maisa. So we'll say, just understand what's happening over here. The Gemara put forward a model, and the model is that sometimes when a person is plagued by a particular avera, specifically avodah zarah, and a person finally summons up the courage to do tshuva, sometimes the emotional chesed of what? Of removing this person from the world so that they can no longer fall prey to that same Yetzer Hara. And that is a chesed. The Gemara is asking, is it only by avodah zarah, or is it also by, are you telling me it's only by avodah zarah and not by other averos? So the Gemara is not going to give the famous Ma'aseh. Tanya, Amra Lav Arab Elazar ben Durdaya. What about the story of Elazar ben Durdai? What happened to him? Elazar ben Durdai was an exceptionally moral individual. There was not one zona that he did not frequent. Not one zona, not one prostitute that he didn't go to. One time he heard that there was a zona overseas, but she charged a very exorbitant price. Natal Kistina, he took the bag of money. Shiva Naros. First of all, you understand that this is incredible Baal Taiva. So why is this about Taiva? Because understand, so a lot of times we have Taivas. The best way to fight Taiva is what? is how, right? Count to 100, right? Count to, in other words, that sometimes just calm down a little bit, right? You just count to 100 or 1,000 or 10,000, whatever you have to count to. So sometimes the taiva dissipates a little bit, right? This guy is crossing 7 seas, which I will say, obviously, it's a bit hyperbolic, but the idea is like, this was a journey. Like, he had to take off from work, right? He had to, this is like so for most people, again, if you have to go through all this trouble, generally, it comes as a point where, you know what, either the desire is not there or it's just not worth it. This is about taiva. This is about taiva. This Rabbi Elazar is committed to znus. Mamish, again, you got it. Yeah, he's committed to this. So Mamish is taking the money, an incredible amount of money. Good morning, Mr. Schoenfeld. You almost got past me that time. You almost got past me. So this time, he takes the money, he does the travel, and what happens? So the Gemara says, so finally he meets this Zona, Bishas Hergel Dover, and when the moment that they're about to sin, she exhaled. Rashi says, the same way the breath that came out of my mouth can never go back. So to Elazar ben Dordaya is not going to do tshuva. Now, both say, Maral and Chidusha Agodas points out, she didn't say this, right? She's not a mashgiach, she's a zona, right? So I'm saying at the end of the day, she's not giving him musar. She's not giving him musar. The idea is that all of us have that internal mashgiach, right? All of us have that internal voice that when we are about to do something that we know deep down is really not correct and it's quite spiritually severe, there's that voice that says, if you do this, you are forever changed. If you do this, life will be forever different. That voice speaks to Elazar ben Dordaya. He projects it onto the Zona. He hears it when the Zona exhales, hears in her breath that message that there are things that once they are done to be undone. To exhale, you can't get that breath back. He understands that again, he's lived the life of immorality. But perhaps this is the most profound act of immorality that he's about to commit. And I was like, not just because an act of immorality is an act of immorality, but the amount of effort and resources that he put into this act shows his life is all about immorality. See, I was like, sometimes we all have, we commit averos, but those averos don't define me. What defines me are my good qualities. What defines me are my accomplishments. Yes, I sin, because I'm a human being and I make mistakes. That's not what defines me. The peers of Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya understood that now it became, it's not just the pshat that he is a weakness for immorality, he is immorality. It's him. Meaning being mizanen is not something he does. It's something he is. V'haraya, he left his home, he left his job, he has incredible amounts of money, incredible amounts of time invested in this. Why? It's not just a recreational pursuit. It's become his life pursuit. And he realizes that now he's at the crossroads. If he engages in this act of immorality, then forever this is his identity. He's about to cross over the point of no return. So what happens? He leaves her. He doesn't engage in the act morality. He goes and he sits in between mountains and valleys. Mountains and valleys, daven on my behalf. Intercede on my behalf to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, allow me to tshuva. Essentially, the mountains and valleys say, listen, Elazar, we've got our own problems. We can't daven. We have to daven for ourselves. Heaven and earth, daven on my behalf, intercede on my behalf. I'm sorry, Elazar, we've got our own problems. In other words, every part of nature is saying, Elazar, we need to take care of ourselves. We can't take care of you. Sun and moon supplicate on my behalf. We daven for ourselves. Moon and stars, or I should say, stars and constellations, daven on my behalf. And they say, I'm sorry, before we daven for ourselves, finally, you will say, what does he realize? The most profound words and the most life-changing words for all of us. Ein hadavar taloi ela bi. I realized that the matter is dependent on me. So I will say, all of us have that Elazar ben Dordaya moment. Because in life, we like to go ahead and outsource our success to others. Right? This one needs to do this. You know, I haven't accomplished what I want to accomplish because this one didn't do this. My mother didn't love me enough. My second grade teacher didn't give me enough cookies. You know, my boss isn't nice enough. My coworkers aren't supportive enough. And again, there's a million and one different reasons why we don't accomplish the things we accomplish. And by the way, some of them might be legitimate reasons. But at the end of the day, you have to live life with the mantra, Ein hadavar talui ela bi. The buck of my life stops with me. My success to me, obviously with HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. But the idea is I can't outsource my success, outsource any aspect of my life to others. I have to own it. I own it. I have to fix it. I try. Elazar ben Dordai has to get everyone else to do to help him change. Then he realized it's the profound words. Ein hadavar talui ela bi. This is totally dependent on me. So what happens? Hiniach Rosha ben Birkov. He placed his head between his knees. He begins crying. So literally his soul left his body. So we'll say this is amazing. A heavenly voice came out and said, Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya, Elazar ben Dordaya is invited to spend eternity in Olam Haba. We'll say, in other words, he did tshuva and he died in a state of tshuva. So we'll say the point over here, the Gemara says, now, why bringing this whole story? Because here's an example of a man who wasn't steeped in idolatry, but rather, again, it was immorality. Yet we see what happened right after he did tshuva. What happened? He died. So you see that there's this concept that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sometimes can take someone's life after they do tshuva for an ongoing, consistent avera. It's not about the zara. But this is interesting. Since he was so embedded in this avera of immorality, it became like his idolatry. See, I will say, idolatry is you pledge your allegiance to an alien theological system. Sometimes a person becomes so enmeshed and so mired in their taivas that their taivas become their avodah zarah. My desires become my idolatry. My desires become my theology. So for Elazar ben Dordaya, he wasn't obeyed avodah zarah. It wasn't an avodah zarah of an idol. It was the avodah zarah of lust. It was the avodah zarah of desire. It was the avodah zarah of physical wants that he just gave into and caved into every single time. See, he wasn't obeyed avodah zarah. And once he did tshuva, HaKadosh Baruch Hu took him. Rebbe. There's an amazing postscript to this story. Rebbe cried va'amar, there are some people who acquire their world in a number of years, and some people acquire Olam Haba in a moment. There was some people spend a lifetime acquiring Olam Haba. Some people, like Elazar ben Dordaya, acquire Olam Haba in a moment. Rebbe said, furthermore, it's not just that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls, he accepts about tshuva, rather Ella shekorin osa Rebbe. Isn't this amazing? The Bas Kol doesn't come out and say Elazar ben Dordaya Mizuma. What does it say? Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya. But not only was he accepted out tshuva, but ultimately again he was held in the highest esteem. He was held in the highest esteem ultimately again as Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya. Almost like so much to speak that story. And so many, Ben Yoda brings down, he says something, I'll just say this very quickly, he says very beautifully. He says that position of placing his head between his knees, what position is that? Right, it's the fetal position. So Ben Yoda says that Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya wanted more than anything was the ability to start over. The ability to start over. And here's the tragedy. The tragedy is he thought he couldn't start over. That's why he died as a result of his cries. What he didn't realize, and the real tragedy of the story is, he could have started over. He could have started over. We'll say, there's always the great gift we have is you can start over as there's no limit. You can start over as many times as you want. You can start over every day. You can start over multiple times in each day. He assumed that if only I could start again. And meanwhile, we say, Elazar ben Dordaya, you could have started again, but you didn't understand that. You didn't realize that. But you did die in a state of davar tali elabi. Rabbi Chanina Rabbi Yonasan, Avakazi Baruch. Listen to this. Rabbi Chanina Rabbi Yonasan. We're walking on the way. Matula no treshvila. So they came to two paths. They said these gemaras were like they came to a fork in the road. Two paths. This chad fatzia pischa olis kochavim. The chad fatzia pischa the bezono. So we'll say one path went by an idolatrous temple. One went by a brothel, a house of zonas, So Shaila, which path do you take? This is not a metaphor, by the way. Right? This is mamish like it is a metaphor. It actually is a metaphor, meaning it's a metaphor for the fact the truth is there is no path in life that's absolutely kadosh v'tam. Every single path in life has its pitfalls. Every single path in life has its spiritual dangers. The shaila is, how do you choose the least of the dangers? The shaila over here is, which Amalek, right? Let's take the path of idolatry. Let me clarify that. Let's take the path that passes by the Avodah Zarah place. And what happens? On the days of Nochis Yitzred. Because after all, as we learn about saying Sanhedrin, Anchi Knesset Gdol davened that Yitzhar should be blunted. So meaning we have a better chance of not being lured into Avodah Zarah. Masha'en, we pass by the base Zonos, the brothel, that Yitzhar is still very much alive. We run the risk of being pulled in there. I just want to point something out to you. Do you understand who we're talking about over here? Right? Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Yochanan are nervous about walking by a brothel, lest they be enticed to sin. So I will say the true mark of tzidkus, is recognition of one's spiritual and moral vulnerabilities. Sometimes we think that we are beyond certain temptations. I will say there is no.
Zorro, can you hear me? Zorro, what's new? Zorro, can you hear me? Zorro. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Zorro. How was your day, Zorro? Zorro. Zorro, did you find out about me from Twitter? Zorro, do you speak English? Can you hear me? Zorro. Zorro. Yo, dog. Alright, that's cool. We're just chilling.
Temptation that we are beyond. Give people the opportunity, and we engage in all kinds of stuff. And the greatest strength is to recognize your vulnerabilities. The greatest strength is to recognize that even if you think you'd never do something, it's not true. Rabbi Yochanan and Chanina understand we're human beings, we're men also, we're great men, we're tzaddikim, we've spent a lifetime building ourselves up, but we are not impervious to the temptations of life. Therefore, better let's walk by the path of Avodah Zarah. That Yitzhara was blunted. No, let's go by the path with the brothel. Why? This is amazing. And let's combat our Yitzhara, and we'll get schar. In other words, the other one said, let's take the path that goes by the base zonos, the brothel, because there'll be a test for us. And hopefully, again, we'll be able to rein in our Yetzer and get the schar for overcoming our Yetzer. Listen, I understand, don't try this at home, because in general, again, we never put ourselves in situations where we are forced to test our resolve. It is a bad idea. This is a different kind of case, because in this case, again, either way was a difficult choice. And either way, there was an Isayon was there. At the end of the second one, and again, it's not identified who's saying what. The second one is saying, listen, either way, we're going to have a problem. Let's go by the base. Maybe this is our opportunity for spiritual growth by resisting it. So what happens? So they ended up taking the second path, the path of the Zonos. So what happens? They're passing by the brothel, and Zonos ran inside and closed the door. So one said to the other, how did you know? In other words, one said the one who suggested that they passed by the path of the Zonos must have had some type of information that they would be saved from Aveir. How did you know this was going to happen? Amarle, because it says, Zima Tishmar Alecha, Tevura Tinatzgerena. Sorry, Tinatzreka. So we'll say, what does this mean? Literally, from Zima, from Nomorata, you saved, or you will be guarded. Your wisdom will guard. What does this mean? What does it mean, Mizima? Torah. What's this? Maybe Mizima means Torah. Now, how does Mizima mean Torah? The Zima umetargamina itz chatan. The targum on Zima is literally again counsel to sin. Uksiv hifli itza higdil toshia. So we'll say we see that Torah itself is called itza. Ihachi zima mi boile. If that's the case, it shouldn't have said mi zima. It should have said zima. Hachi kar. This is what it means to say midvar zima tishma alecha. Torah Tanatzkarana. What it means is, Rabbi say, that you will be saved ultimately again from immorality when you carry the wisdom of Torah with you. So we'll say Torah, we've seen this before in the Sefer Brachos, that Torah is the ultimate remedy for the Yetzer Hara. Now we'll say, this is an incredible use of it. Sometimes if a person finds themselves with an incredible desire for immorality, the way sometimes, in addition to counting to 100, but the way sometimes to go ahead and blunt that desire to learn something. Torah has the ability to rain in on the fire of immorality, fire of Yitzhar, the desire for the Lord. She has the ability to reign in love. Listen to this. These stories. Kishanis Mr. Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan. Both say now we're going to be talking about the Asar Harugei Malchus. When Rabbi Elazar ben Parta and Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan were arrested by the Romans. My brother Rabbi Elazar ben Parta and Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan. Ashrecha Chanina ben Trajan. How praiseworthy are you? Why? Shenispasta al chamisha dvarim. So you are ultimately so listen to this. So I skipped a line. Sorry. So yeah, good. So Amalei Rabbi Elazar ben Parta Rabbi Chanina. Rabbi Elazar ben Parta Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan. Ashrecha shenispasta al davar echad. You are right. You're praiseworthy. Are you that you are arrested for one thing? We're arrested for 5 things. We'll see exactly what that means. Rabbi Chanina said, no, praiseworthy are you that you were arrested for 5 things. Saved. Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan says, woe to me, that what? I was arrested for one thing, and Rabbi Chanina already realized that he was not going to die. Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan, because you engaged in Torah and Gemilas Chasad, v'anilo asakti ela b'Torah, right? And I only learned Torah. I didn't engage in Chet. Kala Osi was a very profound Gemara. Kala Osi, who just learns Torah and doesn't engage in Chesed, Dome Kemisha Eino Eloka. Wow. Well, says someone who learns Torah but doesn't engage in Chesed is like he doesn't have a God. Shnei Amar, the Yomim Rabbin li Yisrael lo Elokei Emes. My lo Elokei Emes. Kala Osi Torah Bilbat Dome Kemisha. Ultimately, again, I will say, the Elokim of MS is the God ultimately of Chesed. So therefore, again, if a person learns Torah but doesn't serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu, doesn't do Chesed, it's as if he doesn't have a God. Gemilas Chasadim lo asat. Is that true that he didn't engage in Gemilas Chasad? But yet, Vatanya Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov Omer, lo yitin adam ha'osav la'arniki shel tzedakah ela ein mamuna alav tamtkachem Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan. So we'll say, listen to this. How can you say Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan will say, saying to Elazar ben Parta, you're going to survive because you learned Torah and you did Chesed. I learned Torah, but I didn't do Chesed. That's true that Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan didn't do Chesed. Yet Rabbi Yaakov says that Rabbi say you shouldn't contribute to a tzedakah fund unless it's administered by Chacham like Rabbi Trajan. So Rabbi says, so what do you see from here? So Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan is associated with ultimate Gabbai tzedakah, which the Gemara says, hey menu to have a mehemin. All it's saying is that a person like Rabbi ben Trajan was trustworthy to administer the fund. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say did it. It doesn't say ultimately again that he performed, that he administered the tzedakah fund, or that for that matter that he engaged in Gemilas Chasadim. But Tanya learned Amar lo Mos Amar lo Moshe per nischafuli b'Moshe tzedakah v'chilaktim la'aniyim. So what's it? Yet Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan, that I had Purim money that got mixed up with other tzedakah money, and I gave it all to Aniyim. So also there's a halacha that says that money collected for Purim has to go towards Purim and can't be given for other purposes. So also Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan was saying one time my tzedakah money got mixed up, and essentially again I gave extra tzedakah to make sure that both they had for Purim as well as for general needs. So the Gemara says, "Let's listen to how profound this is." Rabbi Chanina ben Trajan did Chesed, but he did boy lay lo of it. He didn't do enough chesed. For someone of his standing, he should have performed more acts of chesed. So the power of chesed. Torah by itself is not enough. Rabbi Chanina Shadjan says, Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, you're going to be safe because you have Torah and chesed. I have a lot of Torah, but don't have chesed. So what happens? As you learn Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, mostly now we go into the story. Women's brought Rabbi Elazar ben Parta before them. My time at Tanis. Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, why did you teach Torah? My time at Ganafta, and why were you a thief? So they accused him of two things. They accused him of being a thief and teaching Torah. So also listen to this statement. Amalei, Yisayfa lo sifra, visifra lo seifa. If I held the sword, then I didn't hold the same things. If I was a teacher of Torah, then I spent my days in the Beis Medrash. If I was a thief, then I spent my days eating. I can't do both. Which shows you that the charges are false. In other words, one of the charges are false, and if one of these charges is false, the person who's making the accusation is obviously a liar as well. Fine, that one's dismissed. Rebbe. So if you didn't teach Torah, why do they call you Rebbe? So he responds, Rabban Shaltar Simani. I'm a Rebbe of the weavers. Of a weaver. Or I'm a good weaver, so I know how to. So they call me the Rebbe of the weavers. Really? So the Gemara says, Isolate Shekiburi. They brought him 2 spools of thread. He said, oh, let's see what you can do. Amrulay, which one is the warp and which one? So tell me which one is which. In other words, we'll say, how do you arrange it on the loom? Thank you. It's Rakesh Lenis. So obviously, Rabbi Elazar has no idea because he's not a weaver. So a miracle occurred. Asya ziburta osivi al deshasya. So we'll say if B came and rested on the warp. The asai zibura v'yasav al da'avra, and the male being and rested on the wolf. So we'll say the wolf is thicker than the warp. So he was able to see the male bee, which right so associated with the warp with the wolf, and then with the warp. So that's how he was able to tell. How he was able to tell this in the gender of the bees, I'm not sure. But okay, whatever it is, that's a kasha. Amr lahu, hide the shasya, hide the arva. And he says, oh, this is the warp and this is the wolf. Why didn't you show up at the Be'avidan? What the Be'avidan was the house of Avodah Zarah. Why did you not show up at the house of Avodah Zarah? Amr lahu, zakin hayisi, I'm an old man. Umisyari ashani shema termasuni, and I'm afraid maybe they'll trample me. Braglechem with their feet. So they said, Rome said to knew how many old people have been trampled. No one's ever been trampled at Beis Avidan. So what are you worried about? That day is ultimately, again, what happened? That day, someone was trampled. That day, an old man was trampled at Beis Avidan, and therefore, ultimately, again, his claims stood up. But we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in the middle of Rabbi Elazar ben Parta's interrogation in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. Remember again, just help. When we left off Israel, who was suspect of selling stuff to old people public. Selling names, that's how people public. So remember again, so that was like, well, again, why should it be problematic? At the end of the day, it doesn't only sell to Israel. We also sell to Jews as well as the Jews. Were to show up, and if the Jew were to go ahead and offer him the same price, he also would show up. So also, so that is much trying to prove that the end of the day, such a practice actually illegal. So for all science, which was really now, like the church, all people, Adam and Chris, all time, the Mocha, Mocha, Zayn, Mocha, Zayn, Mocha, Zayn. So we discuss this later on. that you see that one is not permitted to sell weapons, nor is one permitted to sell handles to weapons to an apple, to an idolater. They must reason on us, Zion, can sharpen their weapons for them. Emokum ahem lo stan, lo kolin, lo kolin, lo shal paris. You can't have some of any kind of handcuffs, or chains, or neck collars, or get anything that has a friend can ever be used ultimately to oppress the Jewish people. Echad open go oven, the echad peace. You can't sell this to oven go oven, not to sell to a piece. My time. They will say, now why can't you sell it to the piece? You need one that has to get people selling. If you want to make it like a PC suspect to go ahead and shed blood, but a PC suspect to kill people. A PC actually question a PC suspect, suspect to kill someone. I'm making that even one. You just look for that what, but you can have equal those that risk to be able to PC. You see that PC is not suspect to go ahead and take blood. And let me say, the issue is that people don't open the public. Rather than what's the issue is the concern that he may come, PC may come to sell it to an actor. You must he came across the other Shiva. So you must be able to say to here. You see from here that you can't sell these items to PC lest you come to something of it. What does that mean? That shows me I know that there's a possibility when you sell it to a I can't sell it to that person, which means that the business practices of Rabbi Barhana, of Rabba, were prohibited. Rabba was selling it to a Jew, was appropriate, he was known to sell to an uncle. You see from there, this is illegal. If you came across the other Israel, maybe so here's the difference. Even if the Israel right now goes ahead and even if the Israel does go ahead and sell to the at the end of the day, maybe only Tshuva will stop there. Not just in the PC was the Tshuva. For instance, you want to say, Amr Nachman, Amr Barabua, the Derek Amr Asr Lincoln, Abiko Kapin, Kach Asr Lincoln, Yisrael, Hosher Lincoln, Abiko Kapin. We'll say so. I don't mind, you might say. You have an explicit statement of Rabbi Barabua. Rabbi Barabua said the same way that you can't sell these prohibited items, in this case the weapon, to an open block directly. You also can't sell it to Israel, who is kosher, to the suspect, to sell it to an open block restaurant. So, also, bottom line, we see that Halacha Lamaisa, not only the prohibition to sell limited item tied to an akum, but you also can't sell it to a Jew who is known to sell it to an akum restaurant. Right back straight to us sometimes. So also Rabba, realizing that he did something wrong, realizing that he did something wrong by selling and then him a master to a Jew who is known to sell to the akum, ran after the Jew three parcels. He did the Amri person of how long, so one parcel that was saved, which made it much more difficult to run. So most of the idea is Rabba runs after, trying to buy the animal back. But unfortunately, he was unable to. Older, he was able to have soldier to be a soldier and was able to retrieve the animal. Also, we could have a Muslim in this as well. Sometimes in life you can reverse your mistakes. Sometimes in life you can fix your mistakes. And sometimes no matter how hard you try, the damage is done and cannot be undone. Unfortunate reality of life. So Rabba ultimately again understood that he made a mistake, tried to reverse it, but at the end of the day was unable. I'm going to talk about Abba. Yes, Asher Lincoln, all the Kohanim. Asher Lincoln, the listing that's the same way that you can't sell weapons to an Obi Kohanim. You also can't sell weapons to a Jewish thief. Listing. This is about the business listing on the rabbi. But you must look it up. What's the case? If you're Chashiv, if a person passes something to kill and spread his Chashiv, the suspect should shed blood. So Pshita, how you have it covered? What's the obviously? You can't set anyone weaponry if you're known to kill. So if you're talking about a Jewish killer, of course you can't sell a weapon. Which the Gemara says, the Igalo caught him on my own. Now, if he doesn't kill him, he's not suspect to commit murder, then why can't he sell it to him? Which the Gemara says, the only the Igalo caught him. In reality, this is not going to be a murderer, but Bachama Askina did not Shmita. The Zimni Zavila Tirnashim. Also, Mashmita is a thief. What happened? The thief ultimately, again, he tries to steal secretly, right? But if he's found out that he's running for his life, he will defend himself by any means necessary. So because of that, although he's not quote unquote murderer, he's someone ultimately running. necessity to murder, and therefore you can go ahead and sell it. Come on, boy. The emotional entry was actually interesting. You can't sell open to a shield. You can't sell the shield. The initial emotional entry is that obviously you can sell the shield nighttime, as I say, but now we're going to explore the reason behind the church and teaching the place. This is a magna life. So if you want to say you can't sell magic from a shield, why? Because you use it to protect yourself. You know that you never know. That's the reason you shouldn't sell them food. I don't sell them food either because we goes up, like your sustenance goes up this way. They protect themselves with that as well. What's coming out, that's the most necessary. The extra, it actually says below income. That's possible. It's not possible. The open for public use. So that's not a possible. But anyway, I mean, there's this whole Torah called you should have to do in order not to encourage the animosity of the Gentile population that we live with. That's the open to public universe. You know, a lot of people may be of the idea so not to sustain their endeavors against the Jewish people, but we can't do it. Ultimately, we'll cause too much animosity. Not that only, maybe it's the same thing over here. They try to refrain from selling their shields because they will also go ahead and provoke animosity. We do that on the other side. Yeah, she's a home timer. What's the reason ultimately again that you can't sell their shields? If you show me Zanai, you can't do that because when they're in battle and their weapons are no longer useful for whatever reason, either because they've been blunted or ultimately again they've been taken or they've been lost. So can't do that by you use your shields to kill as well. Therefore, looks like the shield is not just simply utensil of protection, but it's utensil of bloodshed as well. And as such, again, you can't sell it useful. What's the third line down to sign it up? Others say, both countries, you can sell shields. Why? If you challenge that I will not when they're out in battle and they no longer have their weapons, they run. They run. They don't use their shield. They just use their shields to protect them as they are fleeing from the battle. Allah not Allah is Jesus. They say so. Allah not saying about Bahua. Allah is like these. Only therefore again, one is permitted to go ahead and sell shields to the army. I'm going to write about Abba. In Mola has a shield to sell them. Which is like so Rabbi said, excuse me, Abba said, you can't sell to the army. Rashi says second wide line from the top of Rashi. Katikos others. You can't sell to the Akum large blocks of steel. Large blocks of metal. And what's the reason? You should be emotionally married to that because they make weapons from the block of steel. Therefore, the same way that you can't sell them weaponry, those who can't sell them exterior security weaponry, we have to have people marry that have seen that. That's the reason. That's the thing. You shouldn't be able to sell them a shovel or a hoe. You can take any metal you can and ultimately identify the correct. That's the case. You can sell them a block of metal. Those who should be able to sell them quantity utensils, lest they go ahead and make them into weaponry as well. So I'm going to speak the parasolated idea. This is what the Greek said. That the idea here is we got to only make weapons penalty from Indian metal. Indian metal, that was the type of metal. So this is stam metal used to go ahead and make farming because we did not make weaponry. So that's we block the Indian metal because that's what was used to go ahead and make weapons. But even though did come as I must for 1 second you see that Jews do sell to the Aqua Indian metal, but actually the Parsai did not really do that. What's his reason? We only sell to the Persians. Why do we sell to the Persians? Because the Persian captives. Right? Ultimately, they were living under Persian rule, under the Persian Empire, and as such, and it's permitted for us to go ahead and sell weapons, sell metal to the Persian. Army was the national weapons. Right? Says you are. I follow the stuff. Remember again, I said we spoke about selling. For examples of the Magasa, right? Agalim are calves, Sayafim are young donkeys, bulls, screaming with Shavir, whether they are whole or whether they are broken, or whether they are healthy or maimed. But if you just said you can sell a broken animal, maimed animal, Kanya, that you the man to the Shira, that you just sell, you suffer the broken animal, right? The broken animal, what's the reason? Listen, when I say broken, it's Must be nation the whole of the Islam is supposed to listen to this. Because remember, what's the whole in selling the behemoth? What's the whole? You should see that yes. Inherent is the anything wrong in selling the behemoth. Anything wrong with that? The answer is no. It's simply that if you sell, you'll come to rent, or you'll come to lend, or you need, and we're gonna have problems with Shabbos. But the Yudah says if you're selling a behemoth that's shurura, pretty much the animal's gonna die anyway. So because the animal's gonna die, it's not going to be really existing in the domain of the animal for too long, and therefore no one's going to make any assumptions about lending or borrowing based on the presence of that animal. So you must make sure you hold this fact, os mafios, amulo, balomazin ale biole. That's the one second. I don't understand that. Why do you think that's true? Even if the animal can't be used for work, the animal can be used for mating, used to which we must even that's us. So we'll say that the ego assumes that if you're purchasing a Shibura animal, the only reason the purchasing of it is usually for the purposes of shita, for the purposes of consumption. If you're purchasing it for shita, you're generally not going to keep it around too long. And therefore, there's no concern that someone may come to rent for the purchasing animal to rent or rent an animal to a Gentile. You know, one second, even if it can't work to be used for mating, if it's going to be used for mating, the animal is going to be maintained in the just up the apple to some proper time. I'm a lion with a shatele. So it says to which we just said, well, let's discuss that when the animal gives birth. What is that? It's like, how much more would Kabbalah do the holes or say the animal is severely injured, cause the nature of its injuries, generally it's mates, right? Generally, unable to withstand the pressure of mates. So that such an animal will not be used for procreation, and therefore, if there's only one thing that's going to be used for, which is what? Consumption. Because it's going to be used for consumption, ultimately, again, the animal will not be maintained for a prolonged period of time. Then the Seder Makibasis, then the Seder says you can go ahead and sell this sell a horse. And I will say the reason for that ultimately is why, because the sus, remember, according to the Seder, is not a work animal. Rather, again, it's a riding animal, and riding an animal on Shabbos is just, is not in and of itself prohibited. Rather, again, remember, you can't ride an animal on Shabbos because you didn't come to carry off the branch, and in order to rip the animal to it. Plus, it's called shubos. So, time you bend the sailor says you can go and sell a horse to Akum, they should also offer to the Yellow Happen. But you must have used that shot to Canary. It's Friday, there's no malacha, there's no violation of malacha which would occur in Chastas liability to the Jewish law. The Rebbe also makes right. Rebbe says you can't sell the horse to Echad. You should Torah design. It was one because the horse can be used as a weapon. The Echad Mishum Torah is the name of Das. One because the horse is treated like the name of Das. This Torah is design because the concept of the and Sufe. I understand why the horse can be considered the weapon of horse because sometimes horses are trained to trample with their hooves. The idea being that sometimes the horse itself is used to trample. So once because the horse can be considered like a weapon, and therefore can't be sold to us. And the Torah's name Madasa might be. Also, what does it mean when we say that the horse has the status of a Madasa? I'm going to build them up. Yaskin, not feel very high. The Shabbos. The Rosh Yochanan says that sometimes horses, when they got older, I guess were decommissioned. From being used for riding or being used for war, ultimately they were used to work the mill. Used to work the mill. So what's that? Well, I love what you mentioned. Since I love the positive, so what's that? Dad, what if the minute to go ahead and sell the horse? Incredible. Because that's my answer. What's it? Must stand up and say that I love that beauty. And of course, it's not clear to be right since it is not primarily a work animal, and therefore can be sold to a temptation that prevents of a since the short shell part of the mouth. What's the visiting passion? What about a short shell part? What is the short shell part? Look at that. It's not across the way you see that. So short shell part. The teach mode is summon mode that you know right on the other. This is the fattened ox. So fattened ox is an ox that was fattened, like usually for stud. In order that it becomes very fat, usually it's used for consumption purposes. The idea being, it's not a workout. It's not a workout. Some normal circumstances, he said that a shard is what? That a shard is a bit of a vessel, and therefore one can't sell it to an akum. So we'll say, but what about the short shell akum, which is again, animals being fattened up for consumption purposes? So to buy that, you buy the rabbi. What's the cash of most things that you house to buy that you know, I can look at that you I was shura. You know, us in the clown of rock. Was it up until now that you know only the winner was a shura, an animal which was quote unquote broken. For such an animal can't be lock up under any circumstances. Was it first by bank and say about time? If you masturbate, us in the flower of rock. This animal, if you consider around looking at it, you know, put on some kind of exercise regime and went walk at it, and just some weight, and it could once again become fit for labor. Or it is possible that it could once again be used for work again. However, therefore maybe it's us. Therefore maybe even like we would hold that such an animal falls under the category of the son, and therefore can't be so to be out from Odiolo, I feel that I want to look past you. So maybe you can play that one of the work of such animal to be sold by. Hassam, I feel Odiolo, I feel that one on broadcast in Hassam, and standing in that issue, the company, Sierra say, all circumstances, but I want to open the Shigura case. The reason why it's still covered under the prohibition ultimately of the Manasseh is because a salmon animal is not sold for sheep. You can't make the assumption that an animal is sold for sheep. About time, is telling the sheep that I was saying, sure, shall come up. The reason they fattened up the oxen was why? Because in order to slaughter it and eat it, then I think that Rabbanon shall it. If you think that Rabbanon will say that you would sell a shirt shell bottom or maybe to the apple. What's the halakha? What's the halakha? Which is much of Tashma. None of you know it's for Shabbos, that you might be in the shirt shell bottom, you don't eat them. What's exactly the Gemara? The source is the following. In the house of the Yehuda Hanasi, what's the religious literally translates, they would go ahead and offer up a fattened ox on the day of the Yom of the apple. Day of the idolatry. What is that? Actually says, must be going another. In the house of Rebbe, was it had to pay tax. Even in the house of Rebbe, so always a tax. The tax was that on the Yom of the apple, you had to give them a fattened ox. Now, presumably, what was it, a fattened ox? And the chef did it for their deity, or they were going to eat it in celebration of their Yom Tov. So what happened, I will say? So because it said, so the house of Rebbe used to bribe the officials 40,000 and 40,000 that they shouldn't animal on that thing. We'll give you the animal, but do me a favor, don't slaughter it on your young slaughter it tomorrow. Give me $40,000, slaughter it tomorrow. Fine. Cost a dollar, right? What's next year? They gave another 40,000. She might even also chai double. Do me a favor, don't offer it up living or don't slaughter it. Or rather kill it first, and then go ahead and offer up the meat after. So also what that means is that this was just another step in the meat. Ultimately, kill the animal. Once you kill the animal, pretty much again, the animal's yours. That means it was yours beforehand also. But the idea is remove us another step. Chas a dollar right? Next year they paid another 40,000. She might even also call it not to offer it at all. So they give the animal plus another 40,000. Don't offer it at all. My time up. So say, what's the picture over here? Lavin shum doma asu v'shayir. We'll say, what's the issue here? The issue is they were concerned that they may come to maintain the animal. Well, tamech shima even osayom el lamachar. My time up. They will say, using that logic, the fact that they won't offer it today, but rather tomorrow. What's the logic? Ella, Rebbe me akam no saboy. The summer you offer the asi furta furta. So Rebbe's logic was he knew that his goal ultimately was to get out of giving this animal altogether. But he knew also it's a strategy. Sometimes in life you can't affect change all at once. And there's sometimes life has to be affected, implement slowly and step by step. Therefore, Rebbe understood just tried to bind them together, the whole altogether would be done. Instead, he established a relationship, step by step, ultimately, then he gets himself out of giving close to a lot of money, but he doesn't have to issue of all these other. So you might have 1 second. Even if he goes ahead and opens, right? And if you actually worry, let's say ultimately again, but if the animal could become healthy, and if you do work, look at that. If you must really worry about other at Takasa, Kilomar, the Imashuli Bari Sule Abimalafa, the Kabais, right? So this must Ravashi, Amalista Bactura Mishaginale, Va'abid al Chag Shin. So it's ultimately again interesting enough so that Ashley said yes, you eat fat ox and you let it lose weight to the point where it's capable of going ahead and doing work, you could do the work of two ox. And if the we'll say with the single here is the halach, so we'll say so bottom line. What's the halach? So the mafokis have you them that what to do with the short shelf hunter. We'll say, do we say that maybe a sin at this time now and sell it to the apple? It is not fit for work. Therefore, what? It's not to step back. Do we say that since it's not presently fit for work because it's too fat, it's only fit for consumption, therefore it does not fall under the prohibition or any prohibition of selling of the gas to an apple? Or do we say that no, since it could lose weight and can become usable in the workforce, it still falls under the prohibition of selling the behemah gas to an apple? So what's it say? My pastors like to have a mina in Rabbi Yehuda that it is usher, that one cannot sell a part of two. An apple is also, even though presently now it is unfit for work, since the apple comes onto it and it loses weight, it can. Once it becomes fit for work, it falls under the prohibition of the Magasa and one of the short shall part of to the only. Says the Mishnah. They mocher lahem, goes at the next week, and I speak some back. This year, you have to close out the sugya of Tanim and Rabbi Hakim. Because it was like, it's an interesting question today. So, what does this mean? As the fans, is this the halacha of the book that I can't sell a Tanim and Gasa to an Akum? Right? That's what we use to deal in livestock. Does this mean at the end of the day I'm limited to the Jewish mark? So, again, there's a whole Shulchan Aruch on it here that has the time, but in the I'll come back to it. If not, it says the Mishnah. We'll say next case. I'm Mocha Jubin Ba'alas. We'll say one sell bears and lions. The Ogavish will answer for that. For that matter, anything they have dangerous to general properties, one can sell to the apple. In bowling one, Basi was a case through the Silla with them. There was an interesting enough to see these type of structures. Rashi says that the Basuki was a Kira Gavoa. He said the human wish gas are just doing the soup, the Nova Hands of the Sham, better than the other people also is. So also this facility was like a high tower structure. This is where the athletes court the meat. And this is when you have to be found guilty. So again, they would throw you out the window. So the idea here is when the whole structure is very efficient. So again, a Jew is not permitted to go ahead and help with Akum build these structures. So Basilki, Yargin will say structure is the same like these structures, tall structures, which they used to judge even the capital pieces. It's stadia, so say stadia again is we'll see is Rashi says Makom Sha'usim Sham, it's Stadonis. It's the running idea for Russian software. Stadiums. We used to have bullfights. Again, those stadiums and bullfights. Pima, I will say, when you see what Pima is exactly. Rashi says, but also this close to Shakush Vanisa. So the Pima was there. That's for most to push people off in order to die. About voting Pima and Pima souls, or Mosios, was a vote to the Moses, and also the Mosios. Rashi says that over here is an altar. Rashi also points out that it's an altar that was not used for the Zohar. So we'll just Pima exactly what it is. The big Merchat you can also build with them cat houses. Really, people, interesting, you get to the dome. Because apparently we use them for cat houses. So there was a dome on top of the cat house. So Ma'amitu Ba'avonos Lochadim. Also have a dome in the cat house. They often put a statue of Ozo. What statue of Ozo is putting on the cat house? Because it's a Rashi. Kipa, this is the wide lines of Rashi. I said about 5 lines. One is the short one. Kipa, Rashi says, Derek, all people come in the Hamid Demus Aphrodite they Samach interesting enough is the put the statue goddess Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Right, they would put statue of Aphrodite on the top of their on the dome of their base of their house. Therefore, again, you might also instruct things in their heart, but once they get to the dome, she has to draw from helping to go. Gemara. Amar Kana Barav Amar Kana Barav Amarav Chaya Dasa. Now, up until I was about the Hima Dasa, now I'm about a Chaya Dasa. What's a Chaya Dasa? Chaya Dasa is large, non-domesticated animal. So what is the status of the sale of the Chaya Dasa to a what's the supposed to be that? Or is Chaya Dasa, how do you keep the Hima Daka of the Kibbles? This is actually discussion. Document here, let's look at the background. The other thing is only the tenants. The other after doesn't work. A seal. This tenants, then the tenants has blood. This is mums is about an animal that is actively dying, in a life-threatening situation. So it says, the question becomes to check that animal. How can we be sure that the animal dies as a result of the drug cannot immediately perform? Gemara said that the animal has cubes. What's a cube means that the animal's body moves after the shooting, like the spasm. Right? If the animal has the muscle spasms after the shooter, then by definition, it means the animal died as a result of the shooter and not beforehand. So the Gemara said the following: the cube was the mental of the Himadaka versus the Himadaka Gas. The Himadaka looks at the cube was this that extends the ring and brings the ring back. Right? The Himadaka only is the extension of the ring, doesn't have to bring the ring back. So once it's Hayagas, back to the word Hayagas, how do you do the Himadaka? So what's a large non-domestic animal, large Chaya, it's like the Himadaka of cube. That it only requires an extension of the ring, but does not go ahead and does not require a ring back. How about rolling the feet? The most like not for purposes of sale. What's the other thing? So that says that a higher dance is like a purpose, but not for the feet of the dance. Rolling the feet. This thing is not eloquent. Like that's what's like here's the sheet of God. Mark was important. You also can sell Chaya Dasa. The simplest example of a Chaya Dasa is deer. Deer is a simple deer is a Chaya because it's a non-domesticated animal. So by definition, again, what it's saying is you can't sell a deer to an animal. You can't sell a cow. How is it? Chaya Dasa, you will be a Chaya Dasa. What's the decision of that? Sorry. Chaya Dasa, sorry. So that was the Himadasa, deer is a Chaya Dasa. Still, you can't sell the Himadasa. Rav says you can't sell the Chaya Dasa as well. Oh, fine. Says Gemara. Says Gemara. Among them, after the field, I own the field. After the field, welcome Shinaz Minka Open. Shalom Minka Symbol. What's that? I say, this is the kind of bad up. So what's the most I say that I'm going to make this depends on what the status of Chaya Dasa. So they have not the Himadasa. Status of Chaya Dasa. Chaya Dasa. Himadasa, second thing is in the Chaya Dasa. Emo and the Baharayos, insults with Hakum, bears and lions. The government is for natural life. The most of the most age that one, and it has potential for damage of these females as well. These can't sell these other kinds of animals. People say why? Because you present to the general populace. Less dating as a rabbit. We'll say so. It would appear that what? There was no future to the general populace. Then shark. We'll say, so remember again, the bear and the lion are examples of Chayos Dasos. Right? Chayos Dasos are not large, non-domesticated animals. So it seems to be the reason I can't sell them to an animal because danger, not because they would fall under the same general category of the Himadasa. Amarava Barula, Ba'ari Shabar. No, it's not something which is similar to say what? And Ari Shabar, we'll say Ari Shabar means that ultimately be a given lion that would be incapable of doing any kind of Rashi says, Ba'ari Ba'amadis, Ba'ari Ba'amadis. So say this is in accordance with the Athena Ba'amadis. And you also remember what are the in the previous Mishnah? That you said that what? You can sell a Behema Das Shabar to an apple. Never again, that is old. the Himagasa can't go ahead and do any kind of work, then by definition, one is permitted to go ahead and sell that Himagasa. For it could be that the Ari we're talking about over here in the Mishnah is also an Ari that's incapable of doing any kind of work. And therefore, again, the only issue at play is whether or not the lion poses a public danger. Because if you're not for the public danger perspective, then even if you treat the Chayagas like a Behemogas, it would still be limited to Zaltiyakum, the last shower, Stam Arisha or Ismalacha. That's where Rashi says, when was the last time you saw a lion do anything for anything? In other words, then the lion will say, is always never considered to be like a work animal. I mean, a lion is not like Harsha. Every lion is considered to be like broken when it comes to work. Was Mason Murray's the casual. Shooting local like in Magasa, the same way that you can't sell it on the Magasa. Hashki local have Kayagasa. Was a so you can't sell it on the Kayagasa. So was a this is quite explicit. That you the Malcolm Shemokal and the Himadako. It was even in a place where the minute used to sell to the Akko and the Himadaka. Remember, it was established in the last Sugyon that the sale of the Himadaka is fundamentally depending on what? Minagamako. Even in a place where they sell to the Minagamako, Chaya is a local land. Ultimately, again, you cannot sell a Chaya Dasa. So you start to have Hanan, Baraba, to yourself. Most of this seed relationship of Hanan Baraba, we say that you can't sell a Chaya Dasa. This is a refuge. So, bottom line, people are saying that a Chaya Dasa treated like the Dasa, and one is not permitted to sell to the Ravina, Ramas, Shani, was his Ravina contrast in the price, and he explained that it's not in Mokola and Ruben Baharais. You can't sell to local negotiation as a product. You sell to the Akon anything that poses between the general partners. Time as a reason you can't sell to because less than less smoke, they will say to use some less, where you're not to any kind of future. You would be able to sell it to the money on the moon, but it's a contract. You shouldn't say, well, I'm getting my gas off, or you can't sell it, getting my gas off, you open high gas off. It was a social, you can't sell a high gas as well. But people often should open the name of and even in a place that just to celebrate the gas off, higher gas is evil. Ultimately, again, you cannot entire gas. What you see here is as follows. Here's the tension. The tension is why the decision part seems to be that bottom line is you can't sell a higher gas. China is wrong. From the first source, I would say the reason we can't sell a higher gas is because the higher gas is equivalent to the Hima gas. That seems to be the logic over here. See, I can't sell a Hima gas. I also can't sell a higher gas. But using that logic if you group together that seem to be the issues because of work. According to the second source, the issue is the public danger that Chaya supposes. And because of that, if there were to be no danger element, then what? Then it would appear that the sale would be permitted. So which one is the shiny and explain Ba'alisha or Ba'alika Yuda? Was a clear definition of a case. Ba'alisha was a Salisha with a broken line, meaning a line which is incapable of it. And the correct study was remember again, and you read this one that says that Sarah Behim Agasas when what? When the animal is incapable of labor. So to again you sell a higher gas to an apple capable of labor. Ravashi says, Stam Arishaver who eats a malacha. Ravashi says again, a regular animal that is always considered to be broken. Because lions are not generally beasts of labor, which was muscular enough. Manly the Ari Chayagasi. How do you know anybody is a Chayagasa? A Chayagaka. Ultimately, the maybe is considered category of a Chayagaka. Ravashi died must be most of Tuesday. Was the ultimate reason that Rashi is leaving the stuff, and ultimately again he brings an answer. It's not a Mochela had Dubin Ba'arais. Was it can't sell to the apple bears and lions. With all cultivations one has the rabbin, nor can so anything which poses a danger to the rabbin. Time of the Ismail as a reason can't sell it because it poses a danger, unless Spain has a motion. Was it ultimately again if there is no danger, you can sell it. Time Ari, and reason the lion, because Stam Ari Shavar Itzel Malachim is because it was like the reason and Ari, the reason why I bring up the future component by an Ari that will say is why. Because the labor component doesn't apply to a line. That's not the issue when it's going to come to work on Shabbos. That issue doesn't apply because the line is not the kind of work on the hand of that. The line is one ultimate again of danger. Where it says about Midi Achni the other Malachim though. But we'll say ultimately again another type of Chayagasa which could do Malachim would fall under the same category of living. So the same way that I can you have to drive Kanabaraba. Ultimately, you're going to get the reputation of a Khanam. Kanabaraba was the one who wanted to think the Hayagasa and the Imagasa. The bottom line is together. And the same can't sell it. Imaga two, an apple, one can sell it. Hayagasa to an apple. We'll say the white line is single out on the lion. Ultimately a vegetarian animal that one supposed to concern out labor because every lion shabor eats the block. It shouldn't be broken when it comes to labor because the lion is not going to do work for an individual. The issue with the lion, the cell lion, is the danger that it poses to general populace. The chayagasa, mias my malacha abda. Also, what's an example of the type of malacha that a chayagasa perform? I'm going to buy my user to my yuchni. Talking with Chaim Ta'aruf was an example that also Mariuchni use Arudi was Arudi are wild donkeys. So wild donkey is considered to be a Chayah, and yet they were able to somehow domesticate them to the point that they were able to go ahead and grind it in the middle. So okay, that's an example of work that a Chayah did. I'm going to say yeah, I know that the Hamalah. When we were in the house of Rabbi Yehuda, said to us, Yemilu Minoi Hainosa, the Mikabah Rabbi Yehuda was in the same place. So I want to teach you something that I heard from a great man. Here's the problem. Although Yudano, Rabbi Yehuda, I don't remember what I heard this say. Rabbi Yehuda was a Talmud of both Rav and Shmuel. So Rabbi Yehuda said, I learned from one of them. I just don't remember which Rabbi. Don't remember Rav or Shmuel. What did I recommend? Chayagasa already getting back from the purpose. Now, what I learned to learn is that a Chayagasa, so it's a large, non-domesticated animal, is considered to be like a small animal, the purpose. Same way you have a behemoth which is tennis, definitely. You want to be sure that it's not a shikha, and it requires purpose. But also the purpose will be extending of the limb and then bringing it back of the limb. So to a chayagasa has the same thing of purpose as that one. Sorry, for kunya, when I came to zero talking. When I came to Korfuria, Ash the chassid that I feel about Ash. Chassid the current Mishneh Shmuel. We're going to give it over in the name of Shmuel. Chayagasa. So when I went to Turkunya, I heard of Chia Barashi over this meeting in the name of Shmuel. Again, Rabbi Huda said it to Rabbi Zira. He said it's one of my Rebbeim, either Rabbi Shmuel, and I go to Turkunya, he meets Chia Barashi, and Chia Barashi is sitting giving Shia. And he says over this city teaching in the name of the name of Dr. Lepirkus. So he says, oh, I see from here that one thing that it means in the name of Shmuel. Was this. Say the surah, Rabbi Sir, about surah. Ashkechasim Marigimia Yasim becoming. I heard a Shia Baraka, and he gave over the Father. Chayasa Harehi Dak. The Rabbi was the same Shia. This was the popular topic. This was the popular topic. Quite a lot because remember, it's for animals. When one of your animals becomes ill, it is in your best interest to what? Possibly dies, and again, okay, you can sell it, but any smart people know that the Jew can't do all that much. Usually won't get it at this day. You're interested, so this wasn't important to love. So he now travels, the Peter travels to Surah, and he hears the Shir of Ramadan, and he says, oh, name of Rav, as the Gemara says, Harikane, that Shmamina, Itman Shmei Rav, Itman Shmei Rav. So apparently, again, Yehuda was right on both accounts. I remember who we heard it from, that it didn't matter because both of us are important. So both said the same halacha. He salikis lahasal. When I came to the Hashkafasi, Ravasi, the Yosef the Kama, the Ravasi, they went to Ravasi, say with the Shia. They come up, I'm going to have a good Shmei Grav, Chaya Dasi, the name of Dasi. So ultimately, it's going to hurt the Kama by putting the same Rav, that a Chaya Dasi, again, like that, the name of Dasi for the purpose of it. Amulay, I said to him, the most summer man, the man who Shmais himself, so I said, maybe do not hold. That also what we said in this particular movement is also Rabbi Bali. So it wasn't look at that, and that's some of man, but my son, Rabbi and I actually think it's Suya, I'm a Korea. So once I so really the way I heard it was rather by Libya. So once I you know,
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew sophisticated and had like such a solid head on your shoulders the way you described was what you were like, because I was always a striker, right? So you're boss, so I'm like, okay, you know, I first am like, this is a bullshit, but then you realize something's going on. So you look into it and you realize what's the motive? That data is the most necessary topic in the world. Water, wind, everything.
Let's bring this out. Let's sit down together and let's bring out what who is saying what Rashi said. No, I heard the name of Kama from let's sit down and speak this out. Number one, that you do. The higher gods of that is amazing. We want to make sure that the elements that are requires purpose, like the Madonna must extend and that only because that. You can assume that it's not a sheep. Otherwise, ultimately, they wrap the animal as if it's not touched. We'll say halacha number 2 is that chaya gasa is to the length of the imaga. And the same way according to that, so like the imagasa. So to one cannot chaya gasa to an as well. So as I said, so we just to focus on the sale of the Torah. This is the one possible. But they are saying, I would sit down. Welcome, Shunaka, the Madaka of the 65. Don't know if you're coming over. So, halacha number 1 is the sale of the Madaka is all about Minagama. The Minagama is not going to go so very much. Usually, I will say, why is it dependent on the Minagama? Because you saw what was the issue with the sale of Madaka, what was the issue? Usually depends on the Minagama. ובמקום אין מוקר להם ולא בישראל, החושר מוקר להם, one is not the to celebrate Magadza. Furthermore, one is not the Magadza to a Jew who is known and active, like some of the Christian rabbis. In no ideas, you can sell your animals to a broker, you're done. Once you sell to a broker, you are a institution, you no longer have any involvement. So the Akshad, head to that goal. So nowadays, we're back to it. Right? We sell the Magadza albums as well. So what's I say? They don't have taxation. I just say something very interesting. So what's what changed is the Shach. The Shach says, "If you should be a name of Yachad, but you hold a link for Shelazah. You might choose with a very large density. Therefore, able to make based on product. So Chazal says, don't go ahead and sell. Don't go ahead and sell. The Magadza to because again, you can commerce in the Jewish community. Even though Shema'at Yehud Zar Lechad, you know, Misabi Kapseda, we'll say, but contemporarily says you not necessarily live in such dense Jewish communities. We cannot live just simply sell livestock to one another. Therefore, again, one can sell it the Magadza. So once I say that this, the bottom line you see again, the attack was dependent on Morocco. One can't sell a Magadza to an Arab or to a Jew who is known to Akum, the Adwashim, Achshav, Nagum Heter Bakol, says essentially, you know why? Because if it came to Zira, Shein had Sima Yacholah, the king of the decree, which just imposed too much of it upon the general Congress, and therefore, again, in order to live, in the Manosa, Kashal, the committee, the sale of Magadza, even to it. There's more to say on that Sidra,
Into account. He's an amazing listener. Absolutely right. I want world peace. That's what I thought for peace. I would do this for a reason, but I'm sick. I dream of a day one day we're not we're able to get there or not.
Morning, let us begin. Taking all of our sponsors this morning here today. Our annual Talmud Torah is still some Mishpach HaBeis Yisrael for dedicated all Yishim and Joshua.
We need a Miltu.
This year, sponsors for the month of Kamel Sabalim Lato, Aaron and Alana Weinberg, to Hashem for all of his nisim, both the revealed and 2 years ago. For the Sosa Ami Saw for Eretz Yisrael, the merit of the speedy arrival Shiach. Abba of Eretz Yisrael, the commission of the second Yosef of Bashaba's father, Ben Yehuda Aryeh Philadelphia, which is on Tammuz. He was a child survivor and left over with his son. All of the Shamasya, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a reflection that was called ladies, Homer hostages, Shalom the color of Shalara, holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudayim and Hashem Halavai, Klal should be benched. The Sorrow Stavos, Yeshua, and Hamas, and Geula. Is Yud Dalit 14, we're picking up in Yos Hashem on Yud Gimel days. Indeed, we left off at the 2 dots before 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20 lines up from the bottom. The Zaban Sandalas. Let's just remember again, in yesterday's Mishnah, we were talking about the concept. Once again, the continued discussion about halacha patronizing stores that be paying taxes to the Avodah Zarah, especially again on the day of the actual celebration itself. Concerned that if one goes in and patronizes one of these establishments, so one could be inadvertently going ahead and supporting Avodah Zarah. So same things the Gemara tells us. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov Zaban Sandala. Rabbi Yaakov went ahead and bought a pair of sandals from one of these stores. Rabbi Yirmiyah Zaban Pita. Rabbi Yirmiyah bought bread. So they encountered each other after having made respective purchases. So very interesting exchange. So one said to his fellow, Yasma, you orphan, Avad Rabcha, would your be have acted like this? And both side called each other orphan. That was a shtach, right? What do I mean by that? So obviously, just like an orphan doesn't have a parent, they were accusing each other of being like orphan or rebbe, right? You orphan, you don't have a rebbe, you don't have a rebbe. What are you, an orphan? Would your rebbe have done this? The other one, so one said that to the other, and the other one responded, "Yes, no, you're the Yasam, Abid Rab, right? Don't call me a Yasam. You're a Yasam, right?" We reacted this way. So obviously, what they were both doing was they were giving each other a shtach for having patronized the store owned by an akum. So the one says, "One second, hold up. What happened over here?" The Tarbai Balabai is southern. Now the truth is, both of them, both the purchases were totally legal. They actually did not buy from shopkeepers. Rather, who did they buy from? A balabas, right? And again, about so we saw this beforehand. They're probably individual. So we saw this right in the Mishnah that this whole issue of patronizing the store of an akum and having the akum pay taxes to whatever local level established. That was only a din in what we'll call established proprietors, store owner. But again, about Balabayas who just stops, goes ahead and sells stuff from his home. The Tashtos was not taxed, and yet Halacha L'Maisa was permitted. The Cholchad Sabar Chavai Mitagar Sabar. So in fact, interestingly enough, they both had engaged in permitted, but they both assumed that the other had bought from a merchant. I must say, it's such a fascinating idea. If you think about this, they say pretty heated words, right? To call someone a yasam, right? Because essentially that's like saying, like, obviously you have no rebbe, obviously you have no one. It's a pretty strong statement, and incredibly enough, they came to that realization just based on what they saw. And again, they both were wrong. Tremendous skill. How often does this happen to us in life? We see a circumstance, we see a person doing something, we automatically create an entire narrative around behavior, only to find out I was wrong. So the Gemara says, "The Amari Abba Breda Pia Bara Loshon Alabilka Hagar." This whole prohibition of patronizing the store of an akum is that by a former proprietor. By store. Why? Because when you purchase it, the shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay the taxes. When you purchase from a household, there's just a guy, where he's not paying taxes on anything. Ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan ha-zimna. It's interesting that the Gemara says now. The Gemara ends up with the following. Have a very good idea. Obviously, that's follows. If Rabbi Yochanan were alive now, right? The mother Rabbi Yochanan ha-zimna. If Rabbi Yochanan was living in this time, so the Asra Kashakli Nichsaf Bainis Hava Aser. So this is interesting. Rabbi Abba seems to be highlighting is practices seem to have evolved, and there were places that did collect taxes easily from Balabat.
83, 40, 59.
Like an individual guy just selling stuff out of your house, they would have also collected taxes. Rabbi Abba says, Rabbi Yochanan been alive now, and see collect taxes even from Balabayis Aser. Ultimately, again, he would have asked for this practice as well. In other words, which makes sense because once they're collecting taxes about them, then by definition, because they're also inadvertently Zara. 1 second, here's the problem. Now the Gemara is referring to the times in which Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah are living as well. In which case we saw that Rabbi Yaakov was able to handle, Rabbi Yirmiyah was able to buy because they from bias, but Rabbi Yaakov makes a sign that even the Balabais is paying taxes. So how are they permitted to go ahead?
98,
How are they permitted to make their respective purchases? They're going to be paying tax if the Balabais is paying taxes. So it's very interesting which the Gemara So how are Rabbi Abba and how were Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah able to buy the sandal and the bread if the Balabais also paying taxes? So Gemara says the Balabais she'ino kavua zam. They bought it from a Balabais who doesn't regularly sell those. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, She'ina kavua. Rashi says, V'lomasek muksi adatayu l'migdi minahu, d'lo chagar v'lav Balabais kavua. Even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody was taxed. Merchants were paying tax, a Balabais regularly. Someone was paying taxes. It was only if you were what we call someone who sold stuff on a regular basis. Again, an episodic seller, just recreational seller, cleaning out your garage. So you put stuff for a garage sale, but you're not an established merchant. They would not tax you. So that apparently, again, when Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah bought their sandals and their bread, they were buying it from one of these kinds of balabatim. Okay, so it turns out at the end of the sugya that there's essentially 3 categories of sellers. There's the classic tagar, who is the merchant, who the Mishnah tells us again, on any day where there's a Yom Tiv, you can't purchase from that person. I just want to point out how this is a little bit different. So remember again, beforehand we were talking about just engaging in transactions with an akom. This is now in a more commercial setting. So the Mishnah tells me I can't do that on the day of the Yom Tiv. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the Avodah Zarah. That's category 1. Category is a Balabayis, who is also an established merchant. Between the Tagra and the Balabayis. The Balabayis is selling from his house. But this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's also apparently going to be paying too. Therefore, again, you can't patronize him either. On the Yom Tiv. The third category is just a Stam Balabayis is not covered. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes at all. But again, halacha might say you can patronize such an individual. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to continue on the same theme over here. So Mishnah. The following things, I must say, so now a little bit of switching gears. The following things you cannot sell to an ak. why you can't sell them is because these were things that were often used in the service of avodah zarah. So you can't sell the following things. What can't you sell that? It's tarublin. Okay, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Benos shuach. We'll define what that is in the Gemara. Pitu taros. It wasn't a pitu taros. Literally means stems. Again, we'll define what that means in the Gemara as well. Ulivona, frankincense. Tarnagol halavan, a white rooster. And Huda says, Mutter limkar lo tarnagol lavan bena tarnagolin. And Huda said, if you're selling an akum, a bunch of roosters, and in that chevra, rooster chevra, there's also a word that's going to be permitted. That'll be fine. Ubizmanchu with me, it's fingers. You know, one of it's I don't know, is it a finger or a toe by rooster claw? Okay, very common. One of the claws, and also, because interestingly enough, even by the akum, if the animal is deficient, if it's chaser, offer it. So apparently, we're going to see just on a white rooster, ultimately again to the akum, then cut off the claws, and ultimately sell it. Ultimately, again, because do not go ahead and offer up chaser, additional item to an interesting idea over here, which also tremendous transfer if you think about it as well. You have avodah zarah. If you're going to do it, make sure you start things, you do things, and then you just kind of we don't give it our all. So halacha l'maaseh, again, if you do something in life, make sure that it's shalom. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure there's a sense of shlemus. Even the avodah zarah understand. Don't offer up something that is incredible. And again, all other items. Someone mutter uperushan aser. So exactly, we see exactly what this means. All other items, it sounds like what we're saying is if you sell it stam to an akum, ultimately again it's going to be. But perushan, if you go ahead and it's explicit, and again, we'll have to define what this means. Also, Rameir says, Rameir, Omer after dekel top. The chatzah Rameir says you also can't sell a dekel top. They both say dekel top literally sounds like a good palm tree. Good palm tree, you can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzah. We'll see what that means. Turn all the way. You're both saying we go top of you down. Let's go. Says Gemara. What's the movement? What's the movement? Turning sun. It's a turning sun. Very helpful for us. That she says over here. What's turning? Shekat Rashi. Min Eresu. The Shita. Tzidam Rosh Hashanah. Type of cedar tree. Thank you. A type of cedar tree. Okay.
Make a video of Rabbi Rothschild YouTube teaching biggest smalls how to pick up chick.
So these are items ultimately
With beautiful sunset in the background in an urban setting.
If you think that it's the is in fact this target, so which is a type of, is this item really in the Shemitah prohibition? Now this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar included in the Shemitah prohibition? It's fascinating. And he said זה הכלל, שיש לו עיקר, וכל שאין לו שביעס. So it's actually fascinating how it use a root. So whatever has a root, it is subject to the laws of Shmita, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shmita. Now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi is the second one, second line from the top. Kosher Iker, this kind of to be most Hagishamim, can go to share the root. So listen to this. Any object, any item, plant that has a root that is able to live through the winter, any item that does not that has a root source winter is not subject to Tasharing Halacha. And apparently, this Iruglan, so it's the Iruglan, so here's our one. Right? Let's just go trace this. Mishnah said you can't sell the it's the Achel. Gemara. What it's the Iruglan? Gemara's entry. Gemara says that can't be. Why? Because it's, or I should say, it's actually in Shabbos. In the Mishnah, included in that list, it's the Rubelin. Only to the laws of Shemitah are iron systems which endure and it's the Tarnisa, the seed of that type of wheat system. Therefore, again, Tarnisa, it's the Rubelin can't be Tarnisa. So, just like the wording over here is very beautiful. Kosher Yishler, Yeshlo Shvius. You know, it's that one of the things we have in our Yiddishkeit, Shabbos is what makes Shabbos so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos, the Shabbos is the day in which you reap the collective benefits of how you've spent your week. Right? A powerful Shabbos, one that follows on the heels of a power. If for 6 days I'm putting away, for 6 days I'm being hard, not just at my job, but in my ruchnius. I'm learning, I'm traveling, I'm doing chesed, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. Then Shabbos ultimately becomes so powerful. Shabbos is the composite of 6 days of daily activity. So it's really the lesson also, whoever has a purpose in his life, whether as an ikar is Sunday through Friday, the 7th day Shabbos will be incredibly special. It's like, otherwise, if you see this, Shabbos is a day in which I crash, working very hard during the week. You emerge from Shabbos physically rested, but not necessarily spiritually restored. Or Shabbos could be for ultimately the collective benefit of how I toiled during the 6 days. Whoever again has purposeful, intentional, driven life, Sunday through Friday, that person Shabbos will be. That's Mamishim in Olam Haba. So again, it's the Lublin. So it's the Lublin, it's for yourself, rather what is it? The Lublin, ultimately again, it is the fruit of the seed. The fruit of the seed.
767.
Ultimately, incredible. So apparently, and again, coming amongst all these ideas that these were actively used in Avodah Zarah. See, Benos Shuach, white dates. White dates, once again, I was like special per se about things, except that just they were actually used for Avodah Zarah purposes. Okay, Pitu Taros. What up, I'm the Yochanan. The pit true saying are stems. Now, what it sounds like over here is that Pitutaros, right? Because the Mishnah reads, these you can't sell to an Ovid. You can't sell it's the Rublin, which now we've established as the fruit of next you can what can't you Shuach, white dates, and then it says Pitutaros, stems. Almost on this third category. That also enough the Gemara says no. Stems is actually a modified the previous two. What it is, the dates, the tree ultimately again can't be sold with their seed. So Rashi points out here, look at Rashi, the Pitros saying Shanu, first short line in Rashi. Pitutaros the Masnisin Lav Minhu Ba'ati Nafshe. Pitutaros, right, the stems category Elahaki Kamar, a Mochelilu, it's the Ruben Ubenos Shuach Sayan, the Fisha totally also the Fneavolas Gofavim. The dark on of them, but interesting. What would they do with the white day? What would they do with the figs, I should say? And the fruit to see the truth, they would dangle it. So what they would do is they would keep it on the stem. They would put the stem apparently, I don't know, hang it on the idol, hang it up. So the stems are necessary parts ultimately of the fruit. Okay, incredible. So goes weiter. Livona, frankincense, Amar Yitzchak, Amar Shemelakis. Livona Zaka. Any frankincense, any Livona, but pure Livona. Okay? So it's easy to understand. So now, you can't sell Livona to an Akum. And again, also, interestingly enough, I'm trying to point out, up until now, the thing we've been dealing with has been very much a holy virtue, date-centric or date-specific, right? In other words, transact business with an Akum on a particular day, or a certain number of days leading up to a particular day. So over here, the conversation has switched. And now it has
wearing a
nothing
black
to do
suit,
with date and everything to do
white
with
shirt,
product.
black tie,
The following items are
black
items
hat,
that are regularly used in worship of Avodah
and
Zarah.
have the
Therefore, it doesn't matter when
smoking
you not sell
what looks
these
like
to,
joints.
you cannot sell these to an Akum. Now, the Gemara gives an interesting exception to this, which Lakish says, what you can do is you can sell to them in bulk. So I could sell, let's say, Leva to an Akum in bulk. Now, what logic behind that? Because since I'm selling it in bulk, the assumption is he's going to resell it.
Have a hot
Rebbitzin. If somebody's buying something for their Avodah Zarah, how much is considered to be a large? There should be let me say that in Chavish Shalosh Manim. 3 what does that mean? To sell, let's say, I don't know, whatever, before a small, to sell a label full of Lavona to an Akum I'm not allowed to do, maybe I should be concerned that he's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. As I still participatory in Avodah, right? Lifting the Fakinon charged ultimately again where I interpreted it from right? This goes back to the beginning of the business with already having up on his young already firm. I am facilitating, well, one of it at least, is that I am facilitating the performance says when is this prohibition with direct right or direct name. Where essentially I'm 2 steps removed. So what? We're afraid now I'm going to sell to the Akum, which is permitted because he's doing it for resale, sell it to someone else, and that's not my problem. That's not my problem. I'll lift the low mefaktin. They will say also that Lashon over here is so profound as well. Now, obviously, the lifnei they're talking about here is lifnei iver lo sishol. Do not place a stumbling one. So me selling the Lavona, let's say, to an bulk to the Akum, and handling it to someone else, that's what's called lifnei the lifnei. It's 2 steps rabbinic to begin with. We're not going to start legislating additional of rabbinic prohibition. Those say that they're beautiful. You know, in life, when we entertain the possibility of taking on something new, or we entertain the possibility of going or taking in a different direction, just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. So often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, or we try to contemplate all of the different that could happen. And I want to pivot in my life on if I just could go wrong. And obviously, sometimes what ends up happening is that we overthink things to a point that it renders absolutely passive. So the Gemara is also telling us is, you know, when you make decisions, definitely contemplate in front of you. But if in life you begin to contemplate every single what if, so first of all, there's no end to the what ifs in life. If you contemplate every single one what if, that'll lead you to only one inescapable thing, which is inaction, passivity, and non-performance. Life is this fascinating balance between, on one hand, thinking about the possibilities and the dangers and the what ifs in front of you, the alifnei, but alifnei, the lifnei, things out too much, unfortunately, just led a systemic life of passivity. Incredible, or a life of systemic passivity. Time to go, Lavan. Next. Don't sell white roosters to an Akum. Says the Gemara, Amrav Yonah, Amrav Zera, Amrav Zveid. Give you the master, right? So listen, what happens and comes along, right? And the Akum and shopping for a carnival. He doesn't have, obviously, if the Akum shows up and says, I need a white rooster, trouble, right? Run, right? Like you did. Well, don't sell me, that's for Avodah Zarah. But let's say he shows up and he says, tell me, in other words, who has a rooster I can purchase? Now, what's about this case? He's not going ahead and, in this case, again, the Gemara says, sell him a white rooster. Why? The assumption is he got it for a white rooster. Therefore, it's Tanan. It says as follows: so the that you can sell akum a white rooster if you're selling him a chevra rooster, right? A group, selling a group of roosters, and in the group is a white rooster. That is the selfish. The Gemara says, hey, what's the case? They live the Kamar Tarnagol love. So if the akum is saying, listen, who has a white rooster? What do you say? Who has a white rooster? Who has a white rooster? Asking for that. Then ultimately again, afilu, then you have Tarnagol none. And again, let's say if he's asking for a white rooster, then halacha l'maaseh, even if he's selling him a group of roosters, I should not be able to sell him a white. Rather, it must be what's the case is where he's just shopping, right? Who has a rooster? Even if he's so he's not even mentioning of the Rabbi Yehuda ben Tarnagol in if they ask small law. So we'll say, what do you see from here? That according to Yehuda, even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell a white rooster is when you're selling it to him in a group.
Really good.
In a group of roosters, or a Tanakama, so it's actually according to rooster under any circumstances as part of a rooster chavra. What's the case? What's the case here? We'll say very interesting. We're ultimately, I guess, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at Rashi. Chachama has given the Amar Zeh. Mastisni the Lo Rabbi Yehuda B'Fnei Atzmo was Atka Lavan B'Shach Adam. So it's very interesting. So let's say the Akum says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a rooster. Right? So what happens? He wants all kinds of roosters. So Rabbi Yehuda asked, well, also give you make her add the hash to shaka lavan, Basla make her, Nami Chabila lavan, the hide the add to shaka, Yume Aran. So Rabbi Yehuda will say, in that case, since he identifies any time that you actively identify a white rooster, even if halach l'maaseh you're buying it in the context of group, this is going to be prohibited. The only time ultimately again a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified. Just buying the chevra of roosters, so group, then ultimately again one will be permitted. Incredible. So that's the course. That's a Masai. When is it? Is man sha'amar tarnagol? Sorry, when is it asar? Right? Amar tarnagol. Zeh lava, avalim amar zeh mutar. So as it's not this. Anytime that a white rooster is going to be problematic is what identifies it. He identifies, I want that rooster right to those zeh. But if he says zeh, but again, if he identifies a group. Now, again, in this version of Rabbi Yehuda, if halach l'maaseh, even if so in Rabbi Yehuda's in the head and.
I was sick.
Sorry. Anyways, we'll say so. Salach, right? Even if that Vila Amar Tana goes that lava. Avalim that the mutar. Salach on the Maisa, the Gemara says like that. If you just go ahead and you identify a white rooster, that's one thing. But if halach on the Maisa, you say zeh lavan. About an Amr Zeb. So halacha l'maaseh again, go ahead and and you're buying a group of roosters, Akum holds the head and identifies that he wants a white rooster. Ultimately, again, it is permitted. Good. Afilu Amar Tarnagol Zeh, Obikucham Sha'asim Mishtalim O Shahayachol Beso Mutar. Those are an interesting exception to this. What's the exception to this rule? If halacha l'maaseh, the Gemara is. If halacha l'maaseh the Ovid Kochav says for his son, or he has someone who is ill inside of his home, only it is going to be. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is if he's making a party, right, for his son, or ultimately what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Gemara says v'hatanya kochav misha'asam mishtalim eino aser ela no ba'oser ishto for 1 second. We just said before that in general, when an Ovid Kochav for a son will say, this is the beginning of the Sefta, right? The circumstances like that, halach l'maaseh, right? In other words, we've seen that Ovid Kochav is making a celebration for his son, dafka he would give thanks to his son. So isn't that dafka a huge issue of Avodah Zarah? Also, it should be awesome. So also what's happening over here. So he says you can't go ahead and sell a rooster to the Akum. Why not? Because he's Avodah Zarah, not working. But if you know that he's making a son, or you know that he's going ahead and has it in his house, you can sell the why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. I have you said, 1 second. We said before that on the day when he's making it for his son,
This is so cool.
a day when what? When he's going to go ahead and he is about Zara. He thinks he's about Zara, so let's go around over here. Already saw the Shashia, the Tafsik. What is another Tafsik? What's Tafsik? That she says over here, Tafsik last Rashi of that. La Mishtech Kahavada Letakno Kabai. You're right, it's a wedding, you certainly can't like Easter because a person would go ahead and and definitely give thanks to Avodah Zarah on a day when making a simcha for their son. So what's about over here?
That shit. Look at this, folks. This move.
Whoever's getting together.
First off, fuck your bitch.
So I'm hosting the get
And
together
a quick
first.
game.
They're vibrating a little bit. Right, so nice again. There's no life cycle event over there. Literally, again, it's just the guys getting together.
Bitch.
What happens when a group of guys get together? Again, they're going to enjoy themselves, but there's no necessarily obvious. That is going to be mutter to sell them a white under those circumstances. It's not our code for stomach mutter perush. Remember again, the Mishnah ended off by saying something very interesting, and everything else, right? All other items, code for stamon mutter. If you just sell them to an alcohol, it's going to be mutter. But if you or it sounds like it's supposed to be sold to Avodah Zarah, I did my stam. What does that mean exactly? What is stam? What's Kirushan? They must have right? Kirushan the Kamal Avodah. What do you mean like this? Maybe stam means says I'm buying white wheat. I'm buying white wheat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for. He just says buying white wheat. And Berush means he says I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah on the days. Gemara says so. Stomach. Imagine this being like so that's an obvious case. That's an obvious. That goes without saying. So obviously, if an Obed comes along, Obed says, "I'd like to buy white wheat," right? And he doesn't explicitly what it's for. Then why can't you go ahead and sell it to me? And if he says, "I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah," of course you're not allowed to. So what's going on? Well, this is very interesting. Staman ka'amar hiti, erushan de ka'amar chiyurta. Rather, what's happening over here is as follows. If an apple wheat, he doesn't say what kind of wheat, he doesn't say what it's for, he just wheat, then ultimately that is going to be mutter. That case of stam. The case of Hirush is where he says white wheat. Problematic because again, asking for white wheat seems to be he's using it for Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, this is the case by wheat. Now the Gemara is presupposing that it's going to be even more common than a wheat case. Now we can from here, whenever an apple asks to buy a rooster, is most probably for Avodah Zarah purposes. And stam, right? Even if you explicitly say white wine for Avodah Zarah, you still can't sell it to him. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Gemara says, the Olam Staman Iti Chivarta. Rushon, the Ka'amar La'avodah comes. No, it's not the case. This isn't the case. The case of stam is where an Asim says, I'd like to purchase white wheat. That's the stam case. What's the parish case? The parish is where he says, I'd like to purchase white wheat for Avodah Zarah. I will say, if an Akim goes into your store, or comes to your house and says, I'd like to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah. So what's the shot?
So cool.
You can't go ahead and
this fucking thing, this is it, baby.
The Gemara says, who pays the for it? So this is fascinating. The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. So I like to high gavra, love la'avodah zavim kabai. The most of this here. I would have thought, even when the Akum comes over to me and he says he's looking to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah, he's not really buying for Avodah Zarah. It's not really for Avodah Zarah. I so why does he say about this? Ella, maybe could the about this doctor. The guy is not that. Right? He is. He's about Zara. The Stavar, Kiechi Dahu Gafra, Koli Almanami Aviku. So listen to this. So sometimes, right? The Ovid about Zara comes over, right? And he says, so he's a big Ovid about Zara. Now he is worships about Zara. Therefore what? Everyone worships about Zara. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me, which was just fascinating, right? How like we often assume that we think is the other people think, what we feel is the what other people do. So this guy comes over to me, he like assumes I'm Zara also, and therefore he's hey Mahachi, he hates me the lace movie. So I said this is great. So when he says I'd like to buy some white from Zara, doesn't mean it. What's happening over here? She's looking for a deal. She's looking for a deal. She's like, come on. Once all the apples are
I'm about to die in 2 hours. Come on, man.
I'm gonna stop somebody coming over. If someone thinks that also
ever.
See, what he's just trying to do is just trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore Allah, I might have thought that he's not really using it for Avodah Zarah. He's doing a little bit, busy day at Baal today, like, Baal poor, that's right, that's gonna. So I might have thought that he's just going and kind of dropping Avodah Zarah just to get a discount. Kamash Malon, I will say, now, what does Kamash Malon mean over here? Kamash Malon could mean maybe he is doing that, maybe he's not. Yeah. I don't know what he means. But halacha if he says Avodah Zarah, you can't guess. That's the bottom line over here. So by Ravashi, or right, turn to Tetsuah, the means. What's the thing? What happens if he is in the marketplace asking who has an amputated rooster, another missing a finger digit, right? Who has missing something? So Malvim Karlo, turn to go love on Shalom. So we'll say, so let's say I don't have the whole and healthy white one, right? Am I in the white rooster? Now what's the shalom?